Chapter 1, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer 1. Chapter 1. The supporting female character in online romance becomes the heartthrob 1. Tang Qing opened her eyes, greeted by warm sunlight and a sea of pink, signaling the arrival of a new world. The system in her mind was still chattering incessantly, Tang Qing, we were never willingly bound. We must unbind immediately. This is forced bonding. You're not my rightful host. The white light sphere seemed furious, its voice piercing and annoying, making Tang Qing frown in irritation. In her past life, Tang Qing had been the most dazzling star in the entertainment industry, meticulously building her career with smooth success, on the verge of claiming her throne as an award-winning actress, until Gu Xiaoman came out of left field. The two had battled for years, with Tang Qing trying every trick in the book. Yet she still lost to Gu Xiaoman. On the night of the Best Actress Award ceremony, both Tang Qing and Gu Xiaoman were in a car crash. Just as Tang Qing thought she was about to die, she caught sight of an eerie white light emanating from Gu Xiaoman. Driven by a bad girl's gut feeling, Tang Qing went for it without hesitation. Everything went spinning, and Tang Qing found herself bound to an unknown entity, finally understanding why Gu Xiaoman, who seemed inferior in every way, had triumphed. It was all because of this system. This white light was scientifically known as the heartthrob system, with the core function summarized as, every man would fall in love with Gu Xiaoman. Even if Gu Xiaoman was nothing more than an ungraceful swan, she could drive men wild, making them lose their minds to defend her, showering this fool with lavish resources. Now the system, forcibly bound to Tang Qing, was freaking out. Tang Qing spoke up, if you had a way you'd have unbound already, wouldn't you? Being tied to an idiot like Gu Xiaoman must have made missions hell. Aren't I a better choice for you? The system, I won't let you insult my master. Humph. If you hadn't taken advantage while I was healing my master, we'd never have been bound. You vile wicked woman, give my master back to me. The thing in her head started screeching nonsense again, and Tang Qing, unable to tolerate it any longer, cut off the chatter. Based on the information Tang Qing had gathered, this heartthrob system resembled a series of interconnected story arcs, each with its own clear mission line. To escape these mini-worlds, Tang Qing needed to win over the men in these tasks. This world was set in a university campus, where the original female lead shared the same name, Tang Qing. Currently attending University A mid-tier university she had worked hard to transfer into. Originally just an ordinary college student, Tang Qing was burdened with a draining family that demanded she send home 6,000 yuan every month for her younger brother's wedding. With no special skills and relentless pressure from her family, Tang Qing turned to scamming men online for money. Just as she felt the timing was right and the money sufficient, Tang Qing was planning how to break up with each of the men in her contact list, when her web of lies collapsed. It turned out the photos Tang Qing had been using all belonged to her high school classmate Jiang Yi. One day, someone who knew Jiang Yi in real life noticed something off, and after verifying the details, Tang Qing's online scams were fully exposed. Jiang Yi herself was furious and exposed Tang Qing on University A's forum. In an instant, a flood of insults followed. OMG, seriously? Our school has a scammer like this. This Tang Qing is from the Chinese Literature Department, class of 2021. Disgusting. Playing with feelings is bad enough, but judging from the comments, she also con people out of money. If I were Jiang Yi, I'd be pissed too. Someone impersonating you? That's messed up. Even the victims Tang Qing had scammed came back demanding payback. May photo scammers' whole families drop dead. Give me back my money. You damn catfish, I'm calling the police. The original female lead's phone kept buzzing incessantly. Tang Qing had to grit her teeth through all the messages. TSK, the original female lead's taste is just awful. Being someone with relatively low moral standards, Tang Qing had no problem with the female lead's catfishing. In her past life, Tang Qing had spent nearly all her time dealing with men. But Tang Qing had standards when it came to relationships. The fish in the original female lead's pond were such bottom feeders that Tang Qing couldn't stomach them. Just an inexperienced small-town girl with terrible taste, nothing but trash fish in that pond. Date me? In their dreams. Casually scrolling past the furious rants in the contacts, Tang Qing did the math. She had scammed them out of around 270,000 yuan in total. For the superstar Tang Qing of her past life, 270,000 yuan might not even cover the cost of a single bag. But for the current college student Tang Qing, it was undoubtedly a fortune. What made it worse was that, not long ago, she had given her brother 220,000 yuan in one go to buy a car. After deducting rent, she now had only 16,000 left across all her accounts. Tang Qing sighed. Between both lives, this is probably the poorest I've ever been. Author's note. I've always written boys' love angst novels long term. This is my first time writing a female-centric story in 6 years, so I'm not quite used to it. The pacing in the first arc isn't great. If you feel the first arc seems too simplistic, you can start reading from the second arc. No unsolicited writing advice, enjoy the story, thanks. Chapter 2, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer 2. Chapter 2, From Web Novel Sidekick to Universal Heartthrob 2. Once she'd settled the money matters, Tang Qing finally began to properly examine her new self. The face in the mirror felt both foreign and familiar, about 70% similar to her original appearance, but with terrible skin and bloodless lips, making her look like a ghost who just clawed her way out of hell. Compounded by the original host's self-loathing fashion choices, habitually hiding behind oversized glasses and long bangs that obscured her striking features, her slumped posture and lifeless strands of hair clinging to her neck left her with zero charisma. The only redeeming quality was her surprisingly good figure, despite the overall malnutrition. This bust is really nice, Tang Qing mused, studying her own body with frank appreciation. Aside from the dull complexion, the curves were unmistakably sexy, full cleavage paired with a slender waist, embodying the currently popular, sexy older sister aesthetic. Yet the original host, ever the insecure wallflower, had never once thought to flaunt such assets. Her voice wasn't half bad either. Naturally sweet, unlike Gu Xiaoman's artificial affectations from her past life. Tang Qing's voice now was like freshly brewed wine, sweetly intoxicating, especially when she drew out her words. The trailing notes seemed to hook into the listener's soul, drowning them in velvet temptation. Come out. Let's talk. The white orb in her mind burst forth eagerly, launching into a rant. You vile woman. How dare you shove me into the dark like that? My original master never treated me like this. The system squawked like a spoiled child. I don't like you. I want to unbind. Save the whining for someone who cares, Tang Qing said, taking a sip of water unfazed. If you could unbind, we wouldn't be having this conversation, would we? What's so great about Gu Xiaoman? You handheld her through everything and in the end she still died with me. The system squawked, its voice rising. That was because of you. Don't pretend the accident had nothing to do with you. And I was healing my master at the time. If not for you, she'd be awake by now. Pfft. Gu Xiaoman really hit the jackpot. Even at death's door, someone dragged her back from the underworld. Tang Qing recalled the white glow that had enveloped Gu Xiaoman back then. So it was the legendary resurrection technique. How fucking unfair. She'd schemed and clawed her way up her entire life, never once encountering true devotion, while Gu Xiaoman, utterly useless, had people mourning her even in death. Her lashes dipped, hiding the darkness in her gaze. The reality is you can't unbind. So let's talk. Starting with this mission, if I'm not mistaken, I need to earn Min's affection to leave this world? Dream on. The system snapped, still fuming. You're a notorious catfish now. No one will ever like you. Soon, you'll be public enemy number 1. And I won't help you either. Tang Qing seized on a key detail. So you always helped Gu Xiaoman before? Of course. Without me, how could my master, catching itself, the white orb cut itself off mid-sentence. I won't tell you even if you ask. Humph. You're my master's worst enemy. I'll never help you. Suits me fine. Eternity in this dump might even be fun. Tang Qing shrugged, unaffected. Yeah, I'm broke and infamous, but hey, I'm alive. And younger. Not a bad deal. 37, suddenly 17 years younger. No surgeon's knife could have pulled that off. A smirk curled her lips. I do wonder about Gu Xiaoman though. After a wreck like that, without you, think she made it. What a waste. On the cusp of stardom, only to croak with me. Why don't you guess how many people will be bawling their eyes out for Gu Xiaoman, that stumpy little swan? Shut your mouth. Don't you dare call my master a stumpy little swan. If it weren't for you, my master would be fine right now. As if struck by a nerve, the system flew into a rage again. It's all your fault. That day was my master's award ceremony and you just had to come bursting in. You've got a viper's heart. Not only did you harm my master, but you also forcibly bound me. As the system continued its tirade, Tang Qing impatiently cut it off. So what? You want to go back to Gu Xiaoman? Maybe we can figure something out. Given the severity of the injuries, this foolish system had just claimed it could heal them. It must have some extraordinary abilities. Let me guess. You spent a huge price trying to save Gu Xiaoman, so much that you can't even unbind from me now. How did I know? Want to praise me for being sharp as a tack? Tang Qing rolled her eyes. TCH, you've been following that idiot Gu Xiaoman all this time. Never crossed paths with anyone with half a brain, have you? The system. You don't want to save Gu Xiaoman anymore? Of course I do. The system replied sorrowfully. But to save my master, I used up all the affection points I collected. Now I can't even go back. My master must still be waiting for me. Cutting off the system's melancholy rambling, Tang Qing spoke again. Affection points, that's how much men like Gu Xiaoman? She deduced, so the more people like Gu Xiaoman, the more energy you have? Not just men. Everyone's affection can be converted into affection points, but ordinary people's affection isn't as valuable as that of specific male leads. Only by winning over the men in the storyline can you earn more affection points. Then I should be able to earn affection points too. I'll go after the men. Once you have enough energy, you can go back and save Gu Xiaoman. So do we have a deal? The system's first instinct was to refuse. After all, this woman had always been Gu Xiaoman's greatest enemy, wicked to the core and a total pain to deal with. Think carefully. I don't care either way. I'm younger now with a new life. Worst case, I'll just live this life all over again. Tang Qing's voice was eerily reminiscent of a temptress from folklore. But then she won't come back to life, will she? That sweet, kind Gu Xiaoman will just stay dead, will she? Don't you love your master the most? She is so fragile and delicate, she must really need you, right? After much hesitation, Tang Qing finally heard the answer she wanted. Fine. But you have to earn those affection points seriously, no funny business. I'm only working with you temporarily for my master's sake. There are 3 male leads in this world. The first is Si Yuechen from the Computer Science Department at University B, your high school crush. The second is Yang Mingwei from the Department of Physical Education at your University A, who was also in your harem and just got scammed out of 5,000 yuan by you. The third is Zhang Yu, Jiang Yi's childhood friend, who exposed you for pretending to be Jiang Yi. 3 male leads? Seems Gu Xiaoman was quite the man-eater. Tang Qing smirked, eyes sparkling with glee. But right now, all 3 must really hate me, huh? The system, you bet they do. Not just them, everyone hates you. Chapter 3, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer, 3. Chapter 3, From Online Villainess to Crowd Pleaser, 3. Starting off as public enemy number 1 with a debt of 270,000 yuan. What are you going to do next? The system's question dripped with schadenfreude, clearly enjoying the fact that this woman it hated had landed in such a mess. Crisis management. Tang Qing quickly made a decision. Admit the mistakes, play the reformed bad girl, clean up my act, and repay the debts. Aren't you going to mention your brother? The system asked. According to the plot, you were forced into scamming by your family. You could totally explain that, maybe people would forgive you. That would only backfire. Tang Qing opened the wardrobe, speaking as she sorted through clothes. Only when others tear open the wound themselves will they feel guilty. Right now, I'm under fire. If I step forward and claim I was forced, that I have a leech of a younger brother and parents who favor sons over daughters, how many people do you think would even listen? Since the truth is already out, there's no point in making excuses. Might as well own up to it openly. The system pressed, you're going to apologize? But if you do, people will remember this forever. It might affect your ability to gain affection points. Do you really think I can hide it now? Tang Qing raised her phone, arching an eyebrow with a flicker of charm. Those pathetic trolls are already itching to tear me apart. There's no way out, apologies it is. She picked out a simple white shirt, no excessive embellishments, and kept the same black square-framed glasses. She pulled all her hair back, changing from her usual messy-haired look. Then she started recording a video. Hi everyone, I'm Tang Qing. Sorry our first intro has to be like this. This video isn't meant to justify myself. I was wrong and I owe an apology to everyone I deceived. To Jiang Yi especially, I'm truly sorry for using your photos and information, causing you unnecessary trouble because of my selfishness and vanity. I've sorted through all the transactions and will post them soon. I promise to repay every single debt, and I'll keep everyone updated. I chose the wrong path and I apologize once more to those I've hurt. In the video, Tang Qing looked sincere as she bowed deeply to the audience. The moment it was posted, it sparked heated discussions. Is this the real scammer coming forward to confess? Online scammers deserve the worst. She's so much uglier than Jiang Yi, according to them. No wonder she didn't dare show her real face. Ha! I just want to know if those guys regret it now. If I were Jiang Yi, I'd be so disgusted. Tang Qing ignored the rest of the comments, copy-pasting the breakdown of debts to each fish in her pond, promising she would repay. The system still seemed uneasy. That's it? How are you going to pay back that much money? You'll help me, won't you? Tang Qing removed the ugly black glasses. If it were Gu Xiaoman, how would you help her? The system suddenly grew hesitant. I can't right now. I'm out of juice. Tang Qing scoffed. Of course. All the perks went to Gu Xiaoman. Whatever. Not like I was counting on you anyway, sigh. The simple-minded system must have used up everything to save Gu Xiaoman, leaving only an empty shell for itself. So far, it's been pretty much useless. However, since the system brought her into this small world, squeezing some info out of it shouldn't be a problem. Tang Qing quickly ran through all the info she had gathered so far. She was currently a college student, and she had to continue her studies at least until she got her diploma. Her voice was decent, so she could consider using that to her advantage. According to the system, she needed to get lots of people to like her. Her first order of business was figuring out how to change her current reputation as a scammer. Let's eat first. In modern society, there's no reason to look like a malnourished refugee. She glanced disdainfully at her sickly yellow, rough and dull skin, clearly the result of poor nutrition. She chose a food alley near University A. Considering the original body's owner hadn't eaten properly in a long time and likely had a weak stomach, Tang Qing ordered a plain bowl of millet congee and sat down. As soon as she took her seat, she overheard the conversation at the next table. Hey look. Tang Qing apologized. Is that girl really from our school? Never seen her before. Not ugly, just kinda basic. Totally disgusting though. Jiang Yi is my goddess, feels like she's been tainted. Haha guys, check this out. Isn't this brother you? One of the boys suddenly raised his phone excitedly. It's him, right? The profile pic matches Brother Yu's. Brother Yu was glued to his phone, smiling like a fool a while back. No way, was Brother Yu one of Tang Qing's sugar daddies too? And conned him out of 5 grand. Just then, Tang Qing saw a tall, muscular guy walk in easily over 6 feet. He wore a loose basketball jersey, sweat dripping from his forehead and chin. Clearly just finished playing. Tang Qing. That's your second male lead, Yang Mingyue. Winning him over will get you 5 million affection points. The system, perked up suddenly, shrieked inside her head. Wow, Tang Qing, he's so tall. Yang Mingyue is a year ahead of you. Last month you two matched on a voice chat. He's a total voice fetishist and was instantly hooked by yours. You told him you forgot your bank password and needed rent money, then conned him out of 5,000. While the system rambled, Tang Qing checked out the second male lead of this world. Admittedly, Yang Mingyue was a decent catch. His exposed muscles were well-defined, clearly the result of long-term training, a far cry from the scrawny pretty boys in the entertainment industry from her past life. Not to mention, Yang Mingyue had a handsome face, sharp brows, starry eyes, and a slightly upturned gaze that made him look constantly pissed off. But judging from his chats with the original host, he was just a paper tiger. Outwardly a tough guy, but inside he was still an inexperienced college boy who thought he'd found love. He'd spoiled the original Tang Qing rotten, giving her whatever she wanted without question. 5,000 yuan? Forked over without hesitation, never even mentioned repayment. Brother Yu's here. The guy with the phone, a blonde, immediately bolted over. Brother Yu. Is this you? Eager for confirmation, he shoved Tang Qing's public debt list in Yang Mingyue's face. This profile pic is identical to yours. Didn't you say you'd introduce us to your girlfriend soon? Don't tell me that girlfriend was this kind of scammer? The blonde was too focused on getting an answer to notice the sudden tension in Yang Mingyue's muscles. Tang Qing. Damn it. Yang Mingyue had never felt such humiliation in his life. The thought that his so-called girlfriend from last month was this kind of scammer made him want to throttle his past self. A month ago, out of sheer boredom, Yang Mingyue had tapped into a random voice chat on WeChat. By sheer coincidence, the first person he matched with was Tang Qing. He'd been about to hang up until she spoke. Chapter 4. The online love rival becomes a charmer for. Chapter 4. From online side character to campus heartthrob 4. Yang Mingyue still couldn't quite describe the feeling he had when he first heard Tang Qing's voice, velvety, alluring, with a hint of honey. It was like being hit by a freight train. His heart pounding violently, wanting to grasp at it but catching nothing. Tang Qing's voice was unlike any of the popular female streamers. Unlike their fake personas, she simply said, "Hi there," and he couldn't bear to end the call. At first, Yang Mingyue hadn't intended to get romantically involved with Tang Qing. He just genuinely liked her voice and enjoyed the feeling of chatting with her. The more they interacted, the more Yang Mingyue found himself unable to resist wanting to talk to Tang Qing longer and about more things. Even the slightest hint of flirtation between them made his heart race. So when Tang Qing said she had forgotten her bank card password and couldn't pay her rent, Yang Mingyue didn't hesitate. He immediately transferred her 5,000 yuan. It wasn't until Yang Mingyue saw the expose about Tang Qing on the forum and read her chat history with others that he realized he was just another fish in Tang Qing's sea. Every time she told him she was busy with schoolwork, she was actually sharing every little detail of her day with different men. She had greeted each one of them, shared her life, and even had exclusive flirtatious nicknames for them. It was all an elaborate romantic con orchestrated by Tang Qing. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, especially when he saw his own profile picture on that debt repayment list. Yang Mingyue wished he could scratch that profile picture right off his phone. Beyond humiliating. Compared to getting his money back, Yang Mingyue would rather just disappear from Tang Qing's list altogether. Brother Yu. The bleached-haired teammate waved his hand in front of Yang Mingyue's face when he got no response. You still haven't answered, is this you? Shut up. At this moment, Yang Mingyue didn't want to hear anything related to Tang Qing. His expression was dark with fury. Not enough drills today? Got nothing better to do. If you're so full of energy, hit the track for 5 laps. The previously excited blonde instantly deflated. Seriously? Brother Yu. I don't even have any matches coming up. Why the sudden extra laps? Yang Mingyue's face remained impassive. One more word and I'll add a weight vest. You're also competing in next month's university track meet. Representing our department is your responsibility. But the blonde tried to protest, but Yang Mingyue had already brushed past him, pulling out a chair with a loud screech. He sat down heavily, radiating an aura that warned everyone to stay away. It was clear to all that Yang Mingyue was in a terrible mood. Stop talking. Another guy from the Department of Physical Education yanked the blonde back. Are you stupid? Why rub salt in Brother Yu's wound? He didn't deny it. That avatar is definitely him. Tang Qing played him and you just had to run over and ask if he was the sucker. Did you really expect him to be happy about it? The blonde seemed to half understand. The group exchanged glances and for a moment, no one spoke. Yang Mingwei was a well-known campus heartthrob and star athlete at a university, handsome, from a well-off background. Wherever he appeared, girls would swoon. Every day, different girls would come trying to catch the eye of Yang Mingwei, hoping to give him water. But Yang Mingwei was immune to their advances. So far, not a single girl had managed to get him to accept that bottle of water. The one who managed to topple the campus idol was Tang Qing. Not long ago, Yang Mingwei had announced that he had a girlfriend and even said he'd introduce the future Mrs. Yang to everyone. No one could have guessed that this woman would turn out to be a notorious catfish. Tang Qing, what should we do? Yang Mingyue's affection meter for you is now at -47, the system spoke up. An affection meter of 0 means the person feels nothing for you, and a negative value means they dislike you. Anything below -30 means they really hate you. It seems Yang Mingyue is really upset about that catfishing incident. Last month, his affection meter for you was 40, and now it's gone negative. Love built on lies? Only an idiot would fall for that. Tang Qing continued sipping her millet porridge unhurriedly, squinting as she traced the muscles on Yang Mingyue's back with her gaze. This second male lead is quite good looking. I really like the lines of his shoulders. At a time like this, you're still analyzing the shape of Yang Mingyue's muscles? The system was exasperated. The problem is he hates you now. How are we supposed to raise his affection meter? You promised me we'd work together to boost affection meters and help me return to my master. Yes, I did promise you. Wiping her mouth, Tang Qing finished the last of her porridge. The hollow feeling in her stomach vanished completely. A faint flush of vitality returned to her pale face. Let's go talk to the second male lead and pledge my loyalty. In her past life, Tang Qing had hardly ever been single. She had encountered men like Yang Mingwei before and knew exactly how to play him. She asked the shop owner for a mask and put it on before walking straight to the table where the student athletes were sitting. Excuse me, are you Yang Mingwei? A sweet voice suddenly rang out. The jocks looked up in surprise, seeing Tang Qing standing before them. Black-framed glasses paired with a mask, dressed in a simple t-shirt. For a moment, no one realized that the person in front of them was the very Tang Qing they'd been gossiping about. None of them had heard her voice before, so they couldn't place her. But Yang Mingwei recognized her the moment she spoke her first word. This was the same Tang Qing who had been lovey-dovey with him online just last month. Squinting slightly, Yang Mingwei studied the girl standing before him. From head to toe, she was dressed in the most ordinary way, nothing to write home about looks-wise, just an average passerby you might see on the way to class. The only thing that stood out was her voice, naturally sweet and refreshing, like honey to the ears. If her appearance was utterly unremarkable, then Tang Qing's voice alone could add at least 30 attractiveness points. And he himself had been drawn in by that very voice. Yang, could I speak with you alone for a moment? Tang Qing spoke again, her voice even sweeter this time. Now even the other jocks could tell, this girl has a killer voice though. They began whispering among themselves. Holy shit, this girl doesn't look like much but has a killer voice though. I agree. Is she here to confess to Brother Yu? Girls approaching Yang Mingwei was nothing new, so they all exchanged knowing glances, ready to enjoy the show. Ha ha ha, Brother Yu still as popular as ever. But he won't agree though. He's in a foul mood right now. Having just suffered heartbreak, they figured this girl was barking up the wrong tree. To their shock, Yang Mingwei actually stood up. Let's talk outside. Tang Qing followed behind Yang Mingwei. Their footsteps fell in sync, one tall, one short, and oddly harmonious. The group was stunned. What? Normally, he wouldn't even acknowledge water deliveries. And now, without even seeing this girl's face, Brother Yu was actually going to talk to her alone? What's going on? Does Brother Yu know her? The blonde guy pondered for a while. Couldn't tell if Brother Yu was pleased or not, but this is the first time he's ever been alone with a girl, right? Chapter 5, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer, 5. Chapter 5, From Side Character to Heartthrob, 5. I'm sorry, I want to apologize to you. Tang Qing removed her mask, revealing her entire face to Yang Mingwei. Yang Mingwei had seen videos of her and had some idea of what she looked like. But when her face appeared before him in person, he felt as if something had lightly tugged at his heart. It was the same face as in the videos, yet in person there was an undeniable vibrancy to her, especially in her gaze. Though she still wore black-framed glasses, the moment Tang Qing lifted her eyes, it was like a fox coyly flicking its tail, playful, delicate, and full of charm. It's my fault. I heard what your classmate said about me. Being linked to me must humiliate you now. Tang Qing's voice was filled with remorse, yet the sweetness in it remained captivating and pleasant. I will definitely return the 5,000 yuan to you, but right now. She paused before continuing, I'm really strapped for cash right now. But since we're at the same school, I'm in class 01 of the Chinese department, I won't run away. You know where to find me. Why would I come looking for you? So you can con me again? Yang Mingwei scoffed, looking down at the deceitful girl before him with the advantage of his height. How do you plan to pay me back? Still using fake pics and playing damsel in distress? I didn't. As if stung by his words, Tang Qing's voice grew even softer, forcing Yang Mingwei to lean in to hear her. Soar. I truly regret it and I want to make up for my mistake. I'll find a way to return the money to you. Yang Mingwei sneered. I don't need your money. Just delete me from your list right now. Consider that 5,000 yuan money down the drain like a stray dog took it. His words were dripping with scorn. You make my skin crawl and I don't want anything to do with you. Please don't be angry. I'm not angry, I'm disgusted. Yang Mingyue's tone grew even harsher. Tang Qing, I was blind to have fallen for your trap. That's on me. From now on, if you see me on the street, stay away. You turn my stomach. I don't need your apology either. You've probably apologized to too many people already. Seemingly crushed by his cruel words, Tang Qing's eyes reddened. Soar. Shut up. Just delete me from your list already. You're vile. Yang Mingyue turned to leave, but at that moment, Tang Qing took a step forward. Their shoulders collided abruptly, and Tang Qing lost her balance, toppling into him. The moment their bodies touched, before Yang Mingwei could even react, his arms instinctively wrapped around her waist. So soft. So slender. Were all girls' waists this fine? Yang Mingwei froze. His only romantic experience had been his online relationship with Tang Qing. In essence, he was still a hopeless romantic. This was his first time actually touching a woman's body. In that instant, he felt how soft a girl could feel. He never would have guessed that beneath Tang Qing's loose t-shirt hid such a graceful waistline. Like she'd scalded him, Yang Mingwei shoved her away abruptly. You did that on purpose. Of course. She totally staged that fall. She was a fraud, used to playing men like this. How many times had she pulled this trick before? Frowning in frustration, Yang Mingwei snapped. Did you think I'd be another chump in your little black book, fooled into forgiving you just because you brushed against me? No, I just... Stay away from me. Next time you fall, watch where you're going. Don't touch me. The young man stalked away like she carried the plague, his face twisted in disgust. Tang Qing stood where she was, lingering until Yang vanished, then adjusted her clothes with deliberate calm. She bit her lip, dusting off her jeans with a sigh. TSK, that mutt's got quite the mouth on him. The timid and ashamed expression on Tang Qing's face vanished instantly. It was hard to imagine that just a minute ago, the owner of this face had looked like an innocent little white rabbit. Did you really trip by accident just now? The system couldn't help but ask curiously. From its perspective, Tang Qing's fall had seemed rather inexplicable. What do you think? If I hadn't tripped like that, how would he have realized how slim my waist is? Yang Mingwei was indeed the hopeless romantic she had expected. Despite his harsh words and tough act, Tang Qing could still sense his rapidly accelerating heartbeat. Dangle just enough bait, and he'll start wondering just how good the whole meal tastes. The system updated Yang Mingyue's affection value. Sure enough, it had risen from -47 to -40, a jump of 7 points. Humph, you women are truly scheming little foxes. Tang Qing burst into laughter. Aren't you the one accompanying Gu Xiaoman as she works her way through men? What makes her so much nobler than me? My master is nothing like you. Tang Qing continued, we're both playing the dating game, so why does Gu Xiaoman get to be the paragon of virtue while I'm labeled as scheming and deceitful? The system fumed, knowing it couldn't win the argument, and beat a hasty retreat. Are you going to approach Yang Mingwei again? Given the change in his affection value, his attitude toward you has softened. Striking while the iron's hot might yield good results. He told me to back off, so I'll back off. Then how are you going to raise his affection? Don't forget, you promised to work hard. Tang Qing's eyes twinkled mischievously, her mind already made up. I have my ways. Under the system's stunned gaze, Tang Qing swiftly modified her Weibo account, Scammer Girl Gone Straight. Bio. A college girl who used to scam people online. This is Tang Qing's one and only official account. Starting today, she's starting clean and striving to be a better person. The change in her username and bio immediately caught the attention of many netizens, drawing in a crowd of spectators. Scammers should drop dead. This girl is such an act. You better pay back all the money you took from those guys. Grabbing my popcorn for this. Honestly, this is the first time I've seen a scammer make a repayment account. Online scams weren't exactly breaking news, but Tang Qing's open updates about her repayment progress were a first. Netizens found it bizarre. Why were they suddenly following a debt repayment blogger? So where do you plan to start with the 270,000 yen in Chinese currency? 9-to-5ers are seething. Some people work for 3 years with zero savings, while others flirt for 3 months and scam 270,000 yen in Chinese currency. What's the angle here? Just clout chasing, right? I don't believe a scammer would actually pay anyone back. As the online debate grew more heated, Tang Qing updated her Weibo again. I've decided to participate in the campus original singer competition. The top prize is 10,000 yen in Chinese currency. If you'd like to see me repay my debt sooner, root for me. Attached was the competition poster for the campus original singer event. The first round was an anonymous round where qualified contestants would only submit their recorded audio and lyrics for netizens to vote on. The top 88 would advance to the second round, a national final streamed live. As Tang Qing mentioned, the competition offered 8 first-place prizes, each worth 10,000 yen in Chinese currency. I'm a college student. How come I've never heard of this competition? By the way, Tang Qing mentioned the 10,000 yuan is for first prize. Pfft, con women are always this confident, thinking they'll definitely win first place? Definitely a scheme. Probably signed with a company. The repayment thing's a front, she's just chasing clout. In all the messy chatter, the outcome was pretty much what Tang Qing had expected. Within just half an hour, her newly verified Weibo account gained 120,000 followers, all just rubberneckers here for the tea. Without buying followers, 120,000 was enough to bump Tang Qing into minor influencer territory. Chapter 6. The online love rival becomes a charmer, 6. Chapter 6. From side character to campus heartthrob, 6. The news of Tang Qing participating in the competition quickly spread across a university's campus, which shocked many, especially her 3 former roommates. All 3 roommates had entered a university through the National College Entrance Exam, while Tang Qing was a transfer student from community college. Because of this, they had long looked down on her and naturally formed their own clique. Does Tang Qing even know how to sing? Xin Yu, a local who had been the first to exclude Tang Qing, spoke up. We lived together for 2 months and during our first group outing to KTV, she said she couldn't sing and didn't go. Wu Feifei chimed in, she's been playing the field, of course she must have some skills. Whether she sings well or not doesn't matter, smooth talk does the trick. Ugh, ever since she got outed, people keep asking me about her. Living with someone like this is disgusting, the third roommate, Zhao Mengru, grumbled angrily. My boyfriend even interrogated me yesterday, saying you're judged by the company you keep, and worrying I might be playing the same games too. Oh Mengru, your boyfriend was definitely joking. You're nothing like Tang Qing, Xinyu interjected. But it really is such a drag. Feels like our dorm's reputation has been ruined because of her. It was at this moment that Tang Qing entered the dorm. As she pushed open the door, she could still hear Xin Yu's mocking words. I bet the organizers of that campus singer competition feel the same. It's such a drag to be associated with someone like her. Probably just a publicity stunt. What songs could she even sing? It's all just for show. First, she played guys, now she's playing people online. And she claims she's going to pay them back. Suddenly, a loud bang interrupted Xin Yu. Who's there? So rude. Xin Yu jumped out of her skin as Tang Qing appeared before them. Seeing it was Tang Qing, Xin Yu went pale. You? What are you doing here? It had been 2 months since they last saw Tang Qing, and Xin Yu never expected her to return. Tang Qing hadn't come to answer Xin Yu's question. Instead, she frowned at her own desk, now piled with takeout containers. Evidently, in her absence, it had become the other's dining table. Her bed was also occupied by 3 large suitcases. The rude girls had carelessly rolled up Tang Qing's bedding and shoved it into a crumpled mess in the corner. Tang Qing had come back to grab her student ID. With her current debt, eating at the university cafeteria would be much cheaper than outside. She hadn't expected to run into these 3 gossipy little birds, chirping away and judging her. First, talking behind someone's back is quite rude. Second, I don't have the habit of being someone else's trash bin. Clean up that mess as soon as possible, especially that yellow stickered suitcase. It's ugly and makes me sick. Pointing at the 3 suitcases on her bed, Tang Qing continued. Third, Xin Yu, you asked me to buy breakfast for you those 6 times this semester. You never paid me back. Pay up. Being called out by name, Xin Yu's expression darkened. She stepped right up to Tang Qing. Are you serious? I bought you fruit and snacks in return. How does that make me owe you money? Tang Qing hadn't originally planned to demand repayment, but Xin Yu's attitude was too much to ignore. My idea of in return is you asking me to buy breakfast, paying me back, and saying thank you. Sure, you bought some fruit and snacks, Miss Shin. But you should have noticed you only bought what you liked. I never touched the stuff. Those 6 breakfasts, not a single thank you, not a single payment. Xin Yu, you seem to feel entitled. Tang Qing stood opposite Xin Yu. Though her appearance hadn't changed, she seemed to stand taller now. For the first time, Xin Yu realized Tang Qing was actually taller than her. Whatever. Xin Yu pulled out her phone. How much was it? 32 yuan. Xin Yu quickly transferred 100 yuan over, her tone haughty. Don't say I owe you money. I'm even giving you the service charge. It's just 32 yuan, why so stingy? Now who doesn't know about you? You owe so many people money. How dare you even show your face at school? Take the money and leave already. Just seeing you disgusts me. Xin Yu had always been the type to look down on those below her while flattering those above her, and she had always despised Tang Qing, who wore and used the cheapest things. Ordering Tang Qing around like a servant had become a habit. Now that Tang Qing was involved in an online fraud incident, Shinyu had even more reason to mock her. You don't even live here anymore. What's the big deal if we use your space? It's just sitting empty anyway. We're not moving the boxes. If you're so strong, move them yourself. Having long expected this fat sparrow's annoying attitude, Tang Qing didn't waste words. She simply took photos of her desk and bed. Waving the photos in her hand, Tang Qing said, "Since you all know about my participation in the competition, you must also know I now have 120,000 followers. It doesn't matter if you don't move the stuff, I'll just post these 2 photos later. My desk, my bed. Just because I'm not using them temporarily doesn't mean you can use them however you like." Shinyu's face fell instantly. "You're threatening us." Zhao Mingru and Wu Feifei spoke up nervously. "Tang Qing, there's no need to escalate things. They're just a few boxes. Yeah, if you don't like it, we'll just move them somewhere else." Gu Xiaoman, always quick to compromise, kept shooting Shinyu meaningful glances. "Or bad. We all thought you had already moved out." "Oh? If I'd moved out, the landlady would have notified you. Did you get any notice? The matter's clear now. I hope you handle it quickly. After all, we're classmates, posting your photos on Weibo wouldn't be appropriate." Picking up her campus card, Tang Qing turned to leave. As Shinyu said, "My reputation isn't great. If we all end up with bad reputations, then this dorm will truly be cursed." The catty roommates didn't ruin Tang Qing's mood. Walking through the university campus, she truly felt the pulse of campus life. The youthful energy and innocence of the students around her were something the world-weary, scheming old-timers in the industry could never fake. "Is that Tang Qing? It's really her? I thought she wasn't coming back to school." The school actually let her compete? Didn't expel her? Having someone like her really damages the school's reputation. How are we supposed to recruit students next year? Along the way, those who recognized Tang Qing whispered among themselves. But unlike Shinyu's blatant rudeness, they only muttered quietly. Tang Qing remained unfazed, walking at her usual steady pace. "By the way, how are you joining this original song competition?" The system asked Tang Qing. "I have no energy left to help you. Singing, can you really do it?" In the past, Gu Xiaoman's skills had all been exchanged from the miraculous system's shop. But now the energy was barely enough to sustain basic functions, with nothing extra to exchange for skills. What's so hard about singing? Tang Qing had already thought it through when she signed up. In her past life, to maintain her role as a celebrity, she had trained rigorously in every necessary skill. Without Gu Xiaoman's miraculous system, relying purely on her own efforts, Tang Qing's singing had reached professional standards in the entertainment circle. Winning a college-level original song competition wouldn't be a problem. But you're joining an original competition. Do you have original songs? Tang Qing had already planned it out. A father who didn't care, a mother who didn't love, and a parasitic younger brother. Struggling relentlessly to get into college, only to ruin my reputation for money. A life like that, the songs I write should be heart-wrenchingly bitter. Once they realize the songs are based on real experiences, they'll start pitying me. If she just bluntly shared her tragic past, internet users would doubt its authenticity. But letting them piece together her past bit by bit, that's what would make them genuinely sympathize. And Tang Qing wanted exactly that, their pity. Chapter 7, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer, 7. Chapter 7. The web novel side character becomes a heartthrob, 7. Tang Qing quickly prepared her competition song, titled A Person Like Me. A person like me. Stumbling, staggering. Letters from home, no words of care, no asking after me. They say, a person like you, don't deserve a next life, don't deserve remembrance. They say, a person like you deserves to be wretched, it's only right. To fully convey the sorrow in the song, Tang Qing slightly lowered her voice while recording, adding depth to her sweet tone and enhancing its richness with a touch of melancholy. The background music also featured a looping vocal riff, incredibly catchy and distinctive, leaving a deep impression after just one listen. So fast. The system was stunned. From Tang Qing joining the competition to uploading her work, the preparation time was incredibly short, yet the final recording was anything but amateur. Even after just hearing Tang Qing sing it a few times, the system could tell it was good. The system had assumed Tang Qing was only participating for attention, never expecting her to genuinely aim for first place. "You think I'm as foolish as Gu Xiaoman?" Tang Qing said. "This is the rigor of a top actress. I don't have Gu Xiaoman's luck. She could have coasted to fame with your help. Mine comes from blood, sweat, and practice. A person like me? Damn right I'll be famous." After filling in the credits, Tang Qing uploaded her work directly. The university's campus original singer competition also blew up online due to Tang Qing's participation. However, her Weibo went dark afterward, leaving everyone curious about what she had sung. Following the blind selection rules, the organizers didn't disclose the authors of the entries, relying solely on audience votes based on listening experience. Among them, one song shot to #1 at an astonishing speed. Within just 2 days of being uploaded, it had already claimed the top spot on the new song trending chart. Holy crap, that voice chills. That opening, once you hear it, you can't stop. What a sweet but smoky voice. This voice kink is fed. The song is so sad it made me think of my own heartbreaks. Who hurt the artist? Asking for a friend. The comments piled higher and higher, proving the song's top ranking was no bots here, just genuine reactions from real, verified listeners. Meanwhile, Li Qiyu, you're killing me. Turn that music off. In the B University lab, Kwang Jun couldn't take it anymore and hurled a pillow at Li Qiyu. Shut it off now. Li Qiyu dodged nimbly, avoiding his teammate's attack. Debugging's a slog, music helps. What's wrong with some tunes? Have you guys not heard about that campus original singer competition? It's blowing up. Ignoring Kwang Jun's outburst, Li Qiyu turned the volume up even higher. Back when I ruled the mic, I had groupies on tap. If I joined this competition, I'd definitely have a spot. Missed my shot. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? You're frying my circuits. Kwang Jun could feel a headache coming on. Since that afternoon, Li Qiyu had been playing some obscure websites tracks. Every single one unfamiliar, screechy, and all equally god-awful. This auditory torture went on for 3 hours and Li Qiyu was still listening. Boss, rein this guy in. Kwang Jun exclaimed. This bug's had me stuck forever and I can't think straight anymore. The boss Kwang Jun referred to as none other than Si Yuechen, seated in the corner. Living up to his name, Si Yuechen possessed intelligence far beyond that of ordinary humans. His college entrance exam score was only 17 points shy of a perfect score, with 15 of those points deducted from his Chinese essay, which was downright insane. At the university, Si Yuechen was a legendary figure in the computer science department. As a freshman, he successfully sold a small program he developed, which is now commercially used in the most advanced car navigation systems on the market. Word was that this one small program reportedly bagged him a villa. In university programming competitions, he had no competition. He swept first place without breaking a sweat. The last time he competed internationally in the World Collegiate Programming Contest, he landed the gold medal. Not only was his mind exceptional, but Si Yuechen's looks also defied normal human genetics. Kwang Jun wasn't great at describing male attractiveness, but he remembered the first time he saw Si Yuechen, his brain blue-screened for a moment. His first thought was, damn, in our sea of coding zombies in checkered shirts, there's actually someone who looks like this? Unfairly hot. And so pale with eyelashes longer than his own goddesses. How could someone be so unfairly perfect? Si Yuechen seemed deeply engrossed in thought, silent. His expression was cold and focused, his fingers flying across the keyboard. His hands were pale and slender, and under the sunlight, they looked like they belonged in a Renaissance painting. Boss? Shut this maniac down. Seeing that Si Yuechen wasn't responding, Kwang Jun raised his voice again. You told me to finish the task by tomorrow afternoon, but if I have to endure this audio assault any longer, forget tomorrow, I won't even make it by the day after. Turn it off. The human glacier finally spoke. Li Qiyu, you really are too loud. The usually playful Li Qiyu didn't dare disobey Si Yuechen. After all, he had groveled shamelessly to join this project. He had already failed 3 courses this semester. Si Yuechen's research group was a national-level project with high prestige. Participating in it not only meant a bonus but also extra credits. If Si Yuechen got angry and kicked him out, Li Qiyu could practically see his mom's disappointed face already. Geez, can't even set the vibe, Li Qiyu muttered, not daring to meet Si Yuechen's gaze. Just as he was about to turn off the music, a spine-tingling melody cut through from the speakers. The female voice was mesmerizing, so much so that Li Qiyu froze for a second. Someone like me, stumbling, staggering. Wait, don't turn it off. Kwang Jun was also wrecked by that voice and couldn't help but want to hear more. What song is this? It's actually good. The contrast was stark. For the past 3 hours, Li Qiyu had been blasting what sounded like sonic garbage. But this female voice was like a gentle stream, instantly soothing Kwang Jun's fried nerves from the afternoon. Is this also from that so-called competition of yours? Because it was so good, Kwang Jun's voice softened noticeably. Yeah, the university original singer competition. It's called Someone Like Me. Kwang Jun wanted to check more details, but aside from the title and lyrics, there was nothing. Damn, the juniors these days are amazing, out-singing actual pop stars. It really was that good. Li Qiyu had a bit of musical knowledge and he couldn't find a single flaw in the vocal technique. Most importantly, the voice itself was divine, the kind of pipes record labels wage wars over. Boss, what do you think of this song? After 3 hours of audio torture, I finally found something decent. No idea who's singing, but it sounds like someone from a professional music school. Li Qiyu rambled on, pestering Si Yuechen for his opinion. Right? I told you there had to be good songs in there. You're being noisy. Si Yuechen was sparing with his words, his fingers still flying across the keyboard. You really hate me that much? Li Qiyu was about to say more when Si Yuechen shot him an icy glare. Shut up. Catching the hint, Kwang Jun smirked. Stop yapping. He told you to shut up, you're interrupting the boss's music time. As the song continued playing on a screen only he could see, Si Yuechen was quietly writing a new download program. He wanted to save this song. Kwang Jun wasn't wrong, it was good. From the very first note, Siwechan had noticed it. A unique voice. For the first time, the always unshakably calm Siwechan felt his carefully constructed walls crack. Chapter 8. The online love rival becomes a charmer. 8. Chapter 8. From web novel sidekick to alluring heroine. 8. Tang Qing, the male lead's affection just went up by 10 points. The system suddenly screamed in Tang Qing's mind. He must have heard your song. So our male lead has a thing for voices. Hearing the system's report, Tang Qing was surprised. According to the plan, it wasn't time to meet the male lead yet, like hearing the singer before seeing her face? Perfect. My data shows the male lead is an untouchable ice king, so 10 points of affection for you is already very high. The system sounded excited. This was a pure lucky break. What about Yang Mingwei? Tang Qing asked. If the male lead could hear her song, Yang Mingwei must have heard it too. Sure enough, Yang Mingyue's affection points also went up by 8, still at -32. Tang Qing, Yang Mingwei has a basketball game tomorrow at a university's gymnasium. In that case? After a brief moment of thought, Tang Qing said, see if there's any part-time work near the gymnasium tomorrow. The system quickly found something. There is. It's a side gig for the basketball game sponsor. They need someone to play the mascot. It's going to be over 90 degrees out. If you take this job, wearing that costume will be brutally hot. Perfect, right? Exactly the kind of job that would make people feel sorry for her. Guys eat up the damsel in distress act. Tang Qing made her decision decisively. Contact them. I'll go tomorrow. System sighed, fine. A glowing white dot floated deep in Tang Qing's mind, its wispy strands flickering nervously. For a long time, Tang Qing had been Gu Xiaoman's greatest enemy, and the system had hated her guts. She was vicious and selfish, willing to stoop to anything to climb to the top as an actress. Especially after Gu Xiaoman's car accident, when the system was forcibly bound to Tang Qing, its hatred for her had peaked. But after spending time with her recently, it had realized. Tang Qing was truly resilient. She was calm and decisive in handling situations. Within her was a backbone of steel completely different from Gu Xiaoman's. The next day, Zhang Liang felt bad for the girl in front of him, hesitating to hand her the stuffy mascot costume. He tried to persuade her gently, seriously, rethink this. It's over 90 degrees out. Wearing this headpiece will only make it hotter. If you get heatstroke, it won't be worth it. Tang Qing shook her head. Thanks, but I need the cash today. I've got this, she added firmly. It's just 120 yuan, about $18. Why put yourself through this? Zhang Liang couldn't bear it. The girl in front of him looked petite and frail. Even the jock types didn't want this job, let alone a young girl. It was a total nightmare. Brother Zhang, I've got this. Leave it to me. I'll get the job done. All right, but if you can't take it anymore, come find me. The massive mascot costume was handed to Tang Qing, its size dwarfing her slender frame. The suit was heavy. The moment Tang Qing put it on, she was already gasping. Tang Qing, maybe we should just forget it. Yang Minghua seems to be getting more interested lately. Tang Qing took a deep breath, adjusting to the weight of the mascot costume. Wow, what a surprise. You're starting to feel sorry for me now. Don't you think I'm a bad woman anymore? Shouldn't you stand your ground and stay on Gu Xiaoman's side? I didn't. I was just asking. A plump blue bear appeared on the basketball court. Tang Qing's main task was to strike cute poses and take photos with people. Every time the A University team scored, she would enthusiastically perform exaggerated, adorable gestures. Is that blue bear played by a real person? Looks pretty cute. A familiar voice suddenly rang in her ears. Peering through the mascot head, Tang Qing saw Xinyu and her friends. The three of them had clearly dressed up carefully, with Xinyu's makeup being the most exaggerated. Her hair sported fancy braids with blue and white ribbons. Her heavy blush paired with glittery eyeshadow made her look like a stage-ready chihuahua. Who in their right mind would wear this thing in such heat? Xinyu's tone was as sharp as ever. Must be desperate for money. Ugh, what a nasty piece of work. Pretending not to hear Xinyu, Tang Qing continued her lively performance. When Yang Mingwei scored again, the blue bear threw up a heart with its paws. Xinyu was ecstatic, her eyes sparkling as she stared at her shining star on the court. Wow! Did you see that? Our Mingwei scored again. Yes, your idol skills are totally amazing. Wu Feifei played along, seemingly used to Xinyu's antics. Are you going to give him water later? Zhao Mengru chimed in, Ye has it all planned out. See that guy with the yellow hair over there? Ye got to him. After the win, we'll go over under the pretense of giving water to the whole team. Our Ye has prepared everything so well. Only the special pink-wrapped one is for her idol. Sure enough, Xinyu was holding a bottle of soda water, a custom-made one plastered with her little romantic touches. Don't worry, Ye. You look so beautiful today. Yang Mingwei will definitely fall for you at first sight. Really? With that getup, she'd probably scare him off. Xinyu was already a bit chubby, and the outfit she chose exposed her thickest thighs. The blue ribbons tied around her legs only made her calves look even shorter. Whoever came up with this idea must have been an idiot. Tang Qing didn't know much about basketball, but even she could tell Yang Mingwei was the standout MVP of the game. He had the most offensive and defensive plays, scored the most points, and received the loudest cheers. When the match ended, Xin Yu's shriek almost blew out her eardrums. "Captain Yu, great game. I'm Xin Yu from the Chinese Literature Department, Class 01. Here's some soda water for everyone, get your energy back." Almost perfectly timed, the moment the whistle blew, Xin Yu stood in front of Yang Mingwei and delivered her well-rehearsed line. Her already heavy blush, combined with nervousness, turned her cheeks tomato red. "You're also from Chinese Literature, Class 01? The same major as Tang Qing." Yang Mingwei suddenly remembered that con artist and their accidental physical contact last time. Damn it, why did he think of her again? His expression darkened further. "Yes, I study Chinese." This was Xin Yu's first time speaking to her idol. How could she possibly notice his bad mood? Thinking Yang Mingwei was interested, she started selling herself. "I've loved literature since I was little. Always choosing humanities courses. Captain Yu, do you like Chinese literature too?" Yang Mingwei, "No. I hate everyone who studies Chinese." Xin Yu froze. "What? Don't bring me water next time. I don't need it." With that, he turned and walked away, not even looking back at Xin Yu's reaction. After every game, some random girl would always approach him. Yang Mingwei was so over it, especially when this one mentioned being in the same major as Tang Qing. Even more irritating. Tang Qing was beside herself with glee. Xin Yu's abandoned expression could be a 3-panel meme. "See that? Our overdressed, chubby quail got mercilessly rejected. Such an ugly thing with such a big mouth. If I were a man, I'd reject her too." Watching Xin Yu's humiliated expression, the mascot Tang Qing was playing did a playful twirl. Perhaps the movement was too cheerful because Xin Yu immediately noticed and glared at her. "You saw everything, didn't you? You spun around on purpose, didn't you? You're happy I got rejected by Captain Yu. Humph. Cheap broke loser. Hope you sweat to death in that costume." With zero class, Xin Yu cursed and quickly tried to leave the awkward scene, stepping around Tang Qing. As Xin Yu passed by, Tang Qing immediately came up with a scheme. "Hey, dumb bitch," walking right into it. Under Xin Yu's stunned gaze, the mascot in front of her suddenly toppled over. "You're faking a fall." Xin Yu shrieked. What was wrong with this mascot? She hadn't even touched it. Chapter 9, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer 9. Chapter 9, The Web Novel Side Character Becomes an Enchantress 9. It was totally a setup. Tang Qing had aimed to fall right in front of Xin Yu. For maximum drama, she even deliberately knocked over a nearby advertising stand. Crash, Once the noise had everyone looking, Tang Qing removed her mascot headpiece. Her sweaty hair stuck to her forehead in clumps. She flicked it back, revealing her forehead. Today, Tang Qing had intentionally left her glasses off. The sauna-like heat inside the costume had left her eyes slightly reddened and moist, her lashes clinging together with sweat, making her look like she was either about to cry or just finished. The flushed glow from the heat formed a stark contrast to Xin Yu's patchy, overdone blush. With her rosy cheeks, glistening sweat, and an air of vulnerability, she looked every bit the helpless beauty. Whoa! Since when was this hottie here? Damn, she's fire in every way. Even Zhang Liang, who had rushed over, was stunned. Wait, was she always this fine? She was the epitome of a vibe queen, the kind you just wanted to protect at first glance. "You good." Zhang Liang, as the event staff for the game, immediately stepped forward to help Tang Qing up. "Heatstroke or what? You should rest." "Ah, the game's over anyway. Ditch that oven of a costume." Tang Qing obediently shed the bulky mascot costume, instantly drawing everyone's attention to her figure. Indeed, she had deliberately worn a V-neck t-shirt today. The sweltering heat inside the suit had drenched the loose fabric, making it cling to her body in wrinkled folds, perfectly accentuating her curves. Nothing left to the imagination, paired with that dewy, flushed glow, like a snack. Her body's insane. I need her at ASAP. Seriously. I always thought there was some sweaty linebacker inside that mascot suit. Not this soft, delicate girl. The entire basketball team's attention was now fixated on Tang Qing. A bunch of young guys, their horny post-game adrenaline still surging, locked onto her like targets, unable to tear their eyes away. With so many eyes on her and Tang Qing, Xin Yu couldn't hold back any longer. "Hey! I didn't even touch you just now. You faked that fall on purpose." She wasn't stupid. This mascot had suddenly collapsed in front of her, drawn a crowd, and now was putting on this whole damsels in distress routine. It was clearly a trap. Ignoring Xin Yu, Tang Qing, dying of thirst after that performance, casually took the water bottle Zhang Liang offered and was about to take a sip. "Humph. That's mine. You can't drink it." Xin Yu suddenly lashed out, snatching the bottle and throwing it away. Of course, the water Zhang Liang had handed Tang Qing was part of the batch Xin Yu had prepared for the team. Zhang Liang frowned. "Why's one bottle your hill to die on? You're a young girl too, why you gotta be like that? What's your damage? You're the one who pushed her, aren't you?" Throughout the game, Zhang Liang had been keeping an eye on the score while also sparing some attention for Tang Qing, mainly worried she might faint. He saw it clearly. This girl with the wild outfit passed by Tang Qing, and then she fell. She must have pushed her. Me? Pushed her? What nonsense. Xin Yu immediately raised her voice. She just fell over for no reason. You can't just blame me. Ask her yourself. Did I push you? Hearing the commotion, Zhao Menru and Wu Feifei quickly rushed over. Yeah, are you okay? Yeah, mister, you'd better have proof. Besides, Yaya bought these waters. The one who bought them gets to say who drinks them, right? If you're tired and thirsty, go buy your own. Zhao Menru and Wu Feifei jumped right in, backing Xin Yu up like a tag team. Brother Zhang, just drop it. Not worth the fight. Tang Qing suddenly spoke up, her voice so familiar, making Xin Yu and the others freeze in shock. Wait, that voice sounds familiar. Wu Feifei was the first to notice something odd about the clothes. That ratty t-shirt Tang Qing had on. She recognized it. Back then she had mocked it, saying the neckline was stretched out and it was embarrassing to still wear it. So trashy, just like a country bumpkin. Comparing Tang Qing's usual appearance, Wu Feifei was stunned, unable to believe the person in front of her was actually their dumpy, backwater roommate. You're Tang Qing. Zhao Menru was equally shocked. Feifei, are you mistaken? No freaking way. Tang Qing always had those ugly black glasses on. So frumpy and lame, how is she suddenly this haughty? Zhao Menru couldn't believe it, but the more she looked, the more similarity she saw. The height matched and the pants looked familiar too. Brother Zhang, they're my roommates. Instead of directly answering Wu Feifei, Tang Qing pulled the poor me act, pitifully saying to Zhang Liang, sorry you're stuck watching this mess. As you can tell, we don't get along. They've all got it out for me. That's why I moved out of the dorm recently. We just had a huge blowout too. She didn't outright confirm whether Xin Yu had pushed her, but to Zhang Liang's ears, it was obvious Xin Yu was the culprit. These three were obviously ganging up on Tang Qing. Zhang Liang, full of righteous indignation, stepped in front of Tang Qing. So you know each other? Won't even share a damn water bottle? And you call yourselves roommates? Xin Yu was seeing red by now. So Tang Qing set this whole thing up. No wonder she had been watching her fail at handing out water. And then throwing that heart sign in her face, she had been laughing at her the whole time. And now she was trying to frame her. You bitch. Who do you think you're fooling? Never one to back down, Xin Yu went at Tang Qing like a pissed-off chicken, raising her hand to slap her. But Tang Qing wasn't about to take that. Before the slap landed, she stuck her foot out and nailed Xin Yu's shoe. Xin Yu wobbled, then ate it first. Her knee cracked hard against the steps. From the thud alone, Tang Qing knew Xin Yu wiped out bad. How could you hit someone? Xin Yu was dazed from being shoved, and before she even had a chance to speak, Tang Qing spoke up. Xin Yu, don't go too far. Back when we lived together, you always looked down on me, ordering me around day in and day out. I bought you breakfast so many times and it took you months to finally pay me back today. You all secretly despised me, so I just moved out. And even that isn't enough for you. Tang Qing's voice wasn't quiet and the surrounding crowd heard everything clearly. A few days ago when I went back to the dorm, you all had taken over both my desk and my bed. All I did was ask you to move your things. Do you really resent me that much? This made Xin Yu even madder. Damn it. This girl had clearly promised before not to bring this up on Weibo. Why is she airing it out in front of so many people now? After that explanation, the three dormmates were left gaping like stunned pigeons, completely unprepared for Tang Qing to choose this moment to drop the pretense. Tang Qing's words quickly sparked murmurs from the crowd. Wait, that's Tang Qing? I totally didn't recognize her. Turns out Tang Qing is actually this pretty. Hold on, even though Tang Qing was wrong to deceive someone's feelings, from the sound of it, these three roommates are pretty awful too. Xin Yu was bad-mouthing Tang Qing to me just the other day. Turns out she's like this when no one's looking. Chapter 10, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer, 10. Chapter 10, From Online Romance Side Character to Crowd Pleaser, 10. The surrounding gossip burned Xin Yu's cheeks red with humiliation and she wanted to argue loudly. Wu Feifei shot Xin Yu a look and helped her up. Forget it, Yaya, let it go. I'll take you to the infirmary. Tang Qing had spoken the truth and even taken photos. If those were shown later, we'd be the ones left looking bad. Zhao Menru quickly caught on as well, and together with Wu Feifei, each supporting one side, they swiftly left the scene. Big bro Zhang, sorry you had to see that. Tang Qing's rosy cheeks, paired with her slightly reddened eyes, made her look delicately captivating. Zhang Liang felt even more sympathy for the young girl in front of him. Hey, it's nothing. They're the ones being unreasonable. I'll pay you your money right now. Taking out his phone, Zhang Liang threw in an extra 30 yuan. Rounding it up to 150. Little girl, I don't know what difficulties you're facing, but if you're really short on money, I'll let you know if there are any opportunities at the company. Thank you. Quickly accepting the payment, Tang Qing smiled sincerely. Big bro Zhang, you've really helped me out today. Not only had she made the second male lead see her playing the damsel in distress, but she had also effortlessly put in their place those screeching, puffed-up quails. Tang Qing was in an excellent mood, though her expression remained pure and innocent. She didn't hide the fact that she was taking the pay, and the onlookers quickly realized that Tang Qing had dressed up as the mascot to repay her debts. She really is paying it back? I thought her Weibo post was just a stall tactic. 150 yuan is way too hard to earn, I'd never do it. Looking at it this way, Tang Qing's had it rough. Some people were already starting to sympathize with Tang Qing, including members of the basketball team. The blonde-haired guy was the first to voice his indignation. This Xinyu is way out of line. I never thought she'd be like this. The blonde guy's name was Shinchani, a blunt, no-filter guy. So when Xinyu had approached him through a friend of a friend earlier, he hadn't overthought it, figuring it was a good thing his teammates would have water to drink. She was all smiles and nice when she talked to me earlier, but then she went crazy and tried to hit someone. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Shinchani rambled on. Brother Yu, do you think Tang Qing's working so hard just to pay back that 5,000 yuan to you? Yang Mingwei didn't respond, his gaze fixed intently on Tang Qing in the distance. She was supposed to be a woman he despised, yet seeing her wronged had infuriated him, especially when Xinyu had raised her hand to slap her. Yang Mingwei had barely held himself back. Tang Qing's rosy cheeks and her crystal-clear gaze now Yang Mingwei couldn't understand why he could see her so vividly. Brother Yu, do you think Tang Qing is here to pay you back? Of course not. Yang Mingwei knew very well. He had explicitly told her last time to stay away from him, so she definitely wouldn't approach him now. The thought made his mood sour further, even regretting what he'd said during their last encounter. Hey, Tang Qing isn't coming over to Brother Yu. Watching as Tang Qing prepared to leave, Shinchani was surprised. Her back was drenched, she must be exhausted. Brother Yu, we've got water to spare. Should I play the Good Samaritan and give her a bottle? It was just an offhand remark. Shinchani was well aware that Brother Yu currently couldn't stand this girl and would never agree. Now that he thought about it, Tang Qing wasn't bad-looking. The difference between her and Zhang Yi wasn't night and day. Maybe Brother Yu hadn't gotten the short end of the stick? His mind raced through a dozen scenarios. Shinchani suddenly heard a voice beside him. If you want to give it to her, then go. Huh? What, the water? Caught off guard, Shinchani turned to see Yang Mingwei speaking. Wait, Brother Yu, you're telling me to give her water? Yang Mingwei didn't answer, simply chucking a bottle of water to Shinchani. The implication was obvious. Shinchani was even more shocked. Damn, what's up with Brother Yu? Is he actually going soft? Our tough-as-nails, unshakable Brother Yu really had a change of heart? Not having time to think further, Shinchani grabbed the water and ran over to Tang Qing. Hey Junior, wait up. This is for you. You've been cheering for us all day, you must be wiped out. Shinchani grinned, closing the distance between them. Suddenly he realized Tang Qing wasn't just well-proportioned. She has a killer body, and her face was genuinely pretty. Even drenched in sweat, she carried a sweet, kinda sexy vibe. For some reason, Shinchani's face turned red. Thank you, Senior. Tang Qing accepted his kindness. She recognized him, that blonde guy who follows Yang Mingwei around. The fact that he chased after her to deliver water confirmed what she figured. Yang Mingwei had been moved by today's act. With her goal achieved, Tang Qing's smile grew even more sincere. Senior, your performance today was amazing. Congratulations on the win. Praise from Tang Qing made Shinchani's eyes brighten. Scratching his head sheepishly, he replied, we're all just tagging along with Brother Yu. Without him, we'd be screwed. Brother Yu is our team's MVP. As long as he's on the court, no matter who the opponent is, he was about to continue singing Brother Yu's praises when he suddenly remembered the awkward history between Tang Qing and Yang Mingwei, promptly shutting his mouth. Why am I yapping? Anyway, Junior, go take a breather. I won't hold you up. Tang Qing obediently turned to leave. Regardless, thank you for your kindness, Senior. Watching her walk away, Shinchani muttered to himself, she's got this nice scent, has a great figure, and even knows how to compliment people. Just took the wrong path, why'd she have to go scamming people? Only after Tang Qing had completely disappeared did Yang Mingwei tag along with the team, slowly making his way over. Let's eat. Not leaving yet? Spotting Yang Mingwei, Shinchani jumped to attention and scrambled to help carry his bag. Brother Yu. Done and dusted, just gave Tang Qing the water. You shot the breeze for that long? Shinchani hurriedly defended himself. Not at all. Just exchanged a few words. She was real nice about it, congratulated us on the win. I said it was all thanks to you, without Brother Yu we wouldn't have won so easily. Yang Mingwei remained expressionless. And then nothing. She just left. Shinchani found it odd. Normally, Brother Yu didn't care this much about his conversations. Since when do you care? Little did Shinchani know, Yang Mingwei hadn't heard the answer he wanted, and his expression darkened further. As expected, she's just a scammer. Promised to repay the money but didn't give a damn about me. Hey Brother Yu, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. Brother you, let me take your bag, it's kinda heavy. Slow down a bit. Completely lost about what he'd done wrong, Shintrani chased after Yang Mingyue's retreating figure. Chapter 11, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer 11. Chapter 11, From Web Novel Side Character to Crowd Pleaser 11. After returning to the dorm, Tang Qing freshened up her look. Her hair was still damp, but every strand was carefully arranged to reveal her smooth forehead. A few loose strands framed her temples, messy yet adding a touch of delicate charm. Tang Qing knew very well that the best feature of her current body were her eyes. She deliberately intensified the smoky rose blush under her eyes, enhancing a youthful, innocent look. Standing with her back to the window of the rented room, the sunset-drenched rooftop served as the perfect backdrop. Tilting her head slightly, she looked like the picture-perfect college girl who had just returned from a part-time job. She quickly edited a Weibo post, successfully received payment for today's mascot gig. Though there was a little mishap, it's all resolved now. Special thanks to the generous Mr. Zhang for the extra 30 yuan. Debt reduced by 150 hearts. The post included the meticulously prepared photo and a screenshot of her debt repayment record. Wait, she actually paid back? Isn't this just for show? Speaking as an university student, I did see Tang Qing at the gym today. The temperature inside felt like over 30 degrees Celsius, and she was working hard, running around nonstop as the mascot. Proof here. Can we talk about how pretty Tang Qing is? Her face looks so flushed in the photo. She must have worked really hard. I was gonna say the same. Stunning girl, the vibe in this pic is perfect. Some were curious about the little mishap Tang Qing mentioned. With so many people present, details of what happened were pieced together through comments, and soon, more and more began sympathizing with her. Are college students these days really this mean? Arguing over a bottle of water? And their roommates too. Not to mention taking over Tang Qing's bed. If it were me, I'd go ballistic on the spot. Seriously? That's straight up bullying. Why do I suddenly feel bad for Tang Qing? Someone slap me awake. Tang Qing didn't bother reading the rest of the comments, her goal was already achieved. Soon, her online persona shifted from scammer to blogger paying off debts. She understood human nature. 270,000 yuan wasn't a small sum. By setting such a repayment goal from the start, people would inevitably track whether she actually cleared the debt. And thus, steady engagement was guaranteed. Yang Mingyue's favorability points have increased by 12. Also detected a 2-point increase from the male lead Si Wechen. Current favorability level from him. 12 points. Tang Qing, Si Wechen now holds a mildly positive impression of you, just above average. Among the general public, your favorability points have risen by 1,790. That's 1,790 people who think you're decent. The system updated the data in Tang Qing's ear, its voice equal parts excited and shocked. The progress was too fast. Without relying on any cheat codes, Tang Qing had single-handedly completely changed the game on her initial predicament. Both the male lead and the second male lead in this world had taken notice of her, and given the current trajectory, the system was confident about what lay ahead. She was truly nothing like her original host, Gu Xiaoman. No sooner had this thought appeared, the system immediately dismissed it. Pfft. How can she compare to my host? My host is the best in the world. What's wrong? Shocked speechless by my progress. Tang Qing teased. Don't tell me you're thinking about that idiot Gu Xiaoman again? Asterisk your asterisk the idiot. If my host were here, she'd cruise through it just fine. Tang Qing smirked. Oh, absolutely. With a cheat device like you, Gu Xiaoman would have cruised through it. By the way, how's the original song contest going now? The system chimed in, your song is currently ranked first and the streams keep climbing. The organizers have already sent you a message, the second round starts next week. The second round is a nationwide live stream. Are you going to tell everyone that the song is sung by you? Tang Qing replied, wouldn't the reveal pack more punch if I disclose it's me during the live stream? A fraud like me singing so well, netizens would be pretty shocked, right? Scheming gleefully, Tang Qing pondered her next move. Just then, the door of the rental apartment was banged loudly. The visitor clearly had no manners, the thunderous bang-bang was accompanied by curses. Dead girl, open the door. Tang Qing, it's your cheap, blood-sucking mother. Maybe we should hide for now. The system, knowing the plot, was well aware of this mother's destructive power. Rude and unreasonable, she had been exploiting Tang Qing for years. Hide? Perfect timing. Tang Qing yanked the door open, causing Jiang Xiao to stumble and nearly fall. Dead girl, was that on purpose? You trying to kill me? Jiang Xiao's voice was loud and aggressive as she muscled her way in, grumbling, goddamn furnace out there. What kind of dump did you rent? Don't city homes have AC? Even the countryside's cooler than this. Dead girl, what are you standing there for? Get your mother some water. Flouncing down onto Tang Qing's small sofa, Jiang Xiao's eyes darted around greedily but couldn't find anything worth pawning. What do you want? Where's my goddamn money? Kicking off her shoes rudely, Jiang Xiao sat cross-legged on the sofa. As she spoke, Tang Qing could practically see the spit flying from her mouth. Didn't you say you'd send me money on the 15th every month? Where's this month's payment? Humph, girl, don't forget how you even got into college. Jiang Xiua narrowed her beady eyes. Mom, this month I gave Tang Chai 220,000 for a car, Tang Qing said, keeping her distance. Do you think I'm printing money here, churning it out whenever you want? Don't you sass me when I ask for money. Jiang Xiao knew full well when her youngest wanted to go to college, the whole family had opposed it. They deliberately set the condition at 6,000 yuan to make it impossible for Tang Qing. Who'd have thought she'd actually managed to magic up 6,000 every month? And just the other day she'd forked over 220,000 in one go. Tang Qing definitely had money. Jiang Xiao didn't care how her daughter got it. As long as she had it, that money was hers, for that useless son of yours to land a wife. With a wife would come a grandson. The more Jiang Xiao thought about it, the happier she got. I pushed you out of my womb, Jiang Xiao's daughter. If your mother asks for money, you better pay up. And I haven't even squared things with you yet. That 220,000 you gave, Tang Chai said it's just for the car. There's taxes and tags on top of that. You better fork that over too, or else your brother's car will just sit there useless. Your brother's counting on driving that new car to impress girls at the market soon. This is his shot at a wife. If you ruin this, I won't let you off. Ha, some mother you turned out to be, treating her own daughter like a slave. Even the system couldn't take it anymore, ranting a blue streak. Damn this old hag. You worked so hard for that 150 yuan today, and she's shaking you down. I'm so mad. So mad. Tang Qing, we aren't giving her another damn cent. Right. She wasn't getting another damn cent. The glass of water originally meant for Jiang Xiao suddenly changed direction, dousing her right in the face. Before Jiang Xiao could react, her once obedient daughter loomed over her, arms crossed, looking down coldly. Old hag, cooled off now? You think this is a charity? Marching in here with your hand out for your good-for-nothing Tang Chai? Does he even deserve it? Even if you hadn't come today, I was going to find you. It's time we reckon who's been bleeding who dry. Chapter 12, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer, 12. Chapter 12, From Web Novel Sidekick to Crowd Pleaser, 12. Jiang Xiao stared at her daughter in disbelief. After just a few days apart, Tang Qing actually dared to defy her. Well, girls really are nothing but money drains. How dare you splash water on me? Jiang Xiao didn't hold back either, bolting up from the sofa in an instant and grabbing her shoe to hurl at Tang Qing. The worn-out cloth shoe, still caked with bits of mud, was easily dodged by Tang Qing, who shot back, if you think I'm such a money drain, why are you here asking me for it? If that worthless son of yours is so reliable, why don't you go ask Tang Chai for money? Hearing her precious son being called worthless repeatedly by Tang Qing, Jiang Xiao's eyes blazed with rage. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? In Jiang Xiao's eyes, Tang Qing was the real waste. Since childhood, Tang Qing would fall sick at the slightest bit of work, couldn't carry heavy loads, couldn't lift a thing, yet insisted on going to that damn school. What's the point of schooling for a girl? She'd just end up married off anyway. Sending Tang Qing to school was like raising a daughter-in-law for someone else's family. Back then, if it hadn't been for the village head and the teacher coming to persuade her, Jiang Xiao would never have agreed. Told you so. I knew I shouldn't have let you go to school. Now you've grown wings, haven't you? You won't even listen to your own mother. I carried you in my womb. All these years you've eaten my food, worn my clothes, it's only right that I ask you for money. Oh really? Because I seem to recall you never gave me a single cent for school when I was little. Tang Qing crossed her arms, looking down at her short but fierce mother. Primary school was free, you didn't pay a dime. After middle school, I covered my own living expenses. Tell me, old hag, what exactly did you spend on me? Who do you think you're fooling with that nonsense? Your clothes were stitched from hand-me-downs, and your food was whatever I could scrape together. What exactly did you ever do for me? And now you come demanding money from me? Dear mother, I really have to ask what gives you the right. Her voice was icy as she continued. Just because your son is a good-for-nothing waste, you think you can shove all your schemes onto me? Let me make this clear today. Not only will you get no money from me, but I also want to know when and how you plan to pay back everything I've given you before. Jiang Xiao was fuming. Impossible. Pay you back? What money? That was all your duty. Keep dreaming if you think I'm giving it back. Keeping her distance, Jiang Xiao lunged several times, wanting to tear her daughter's mouth to shreds, but Tang Qing was too slippery. She hadn't even managed to lay a finger on her. Mark my words, if you don't give me the money today, don't blame me for what I'll do. School's your precious dream, isn't it? I'll go straight to your university and tell them you're disrespectful and rebellious. I'll have you expelled and drag you back home. Tang Qing wasn't fazed by the threat. Be my guest. Let the whole school see what kind of parents I have. See if they pity me or curse you for mistreating your own daughter. Out of courtesy calling you mom as family, Tang Qing's tone shifted, but whether you still deserve that title, you should know the answer. You vile brat. Jiang Xiao scanned the room for something to throw but found nothing. In her fury, she overturned Tang Qing's coffee table. The sound of shattering glass made Tang Qing grimace. Yet another piece of furniture lost in this already struggling household. This damn old hag. Oh dear mother, where are your shoes? You threw them earlier. By all means, come at me barefoot over this broken glass. Both shoes had been hurled and missed, leaving Jiang Xiao stuck in place, unable to move without cutting her feet. Brat, give me back my shoes. Jiang Xiao screeched, stuck in place, reduced to impotent rage. Just wait till I get my hands on you. Then you better stay right where you are. Without hesitation, Tang Qing dialed the police right in front of her. There's no family bond between us at most, it's a financial relationship, and even then, it's just you extorting me. You barged in uninvited today, and I can't be bothered to deal with you. When the police arrive, you'll go wherever they take you. Just don't cause a scene in my home. Jiang Xiao was beside herself with rage, but Tang Qing's call to the police was no bluff. After raising Tang Qing all these years, the girl had always been meek and obedient. But today it was like she'd grown a backbone, refusing to hand over money, talking back, and now even calling the cops on her own mother. Storming in like a raging bull, Jiang Xiao never expected things to turn out this way. She raised her voice in furious curses. Tang Qing, you've got a death wish or what? Don't you dare ever come home again, you little beast. You ungrateful brat, treating your own mother like this, aren't you afraid heaven will punish you? She kept ranting non-stop. Even as the police arrived, Jiang Xiao still wouldn't let up. Police station. Young lady, we've already reprimanded and educated your mother, said Officer Wang, a kind-faced woman around Jiang Xiao's age, who was taking Tang Qing's statement. Officer Wang looked at Tang Qing with pity. How awful, what kind of family still treated their daughter like this in this day and age? That old woman in the next room was utterly unreasonable. No matter what was said, she insisted that a daughter's duty was to support the family and take responsibility for her brother. Not only was she unreasonable, but her behavior was appalling. She hurled anything within reach. If not for the quick reflexes of the officers, someone might have gotten hurt. I know what kind of person my mother is, Tang Qing said meekly, reverting to the image of a pitiful college student. I've tried talking to her about my brother, but it didn't go well. Honestly, I just want to focus on my studies, but today she threatened to go to my school and withdraw me. Officer Wang jumped up from her seat. Outrageous. How can she force you to drop out? After mediating the dispute, she understood the root of the problem, a backward rural mindset. This young woman had worked her fingers to the bone to get into university. After all that hardship, how could she be forced to quit? Don't worry, I'll report this to the chief. We'll make sure your school protects your right to study. At your age, you should be focusing on gaining knowledge. Her tone was earnest, her gaze a mix of pity and admiration. We'll handle your mother. We'll coordinate with the village officials to ensure she doesn't disrupt your education again. But what about her tonight? Tang Qing hesitated. Where will she stay? Officer Wang waved a hand. Don't you worry about that. She's got plenty of fight left in her. She can stay at an inn or hotel. That's not for you to worry about. Just sign here, then you're free to go. The incident report documented the scene at the rental apartment. Tang Qing complied, signing her name. Officer Wang, could I take a photo of the report? She asked timidly, her eyes pleading. Sure, no problem. How could Officer Wang refuse such a vulnerable-looking girl? You did the right thing today. If you ever need help, come find me. Thank you, Officer Wang. As she watched Tang Qing leave, Officer Wang sighed. Such a polite, well-mannered girl, how unfortunate to have such biased parents. Hey Wang, is that Tang Qing gone? A colleague asked, sidling up. I wanted to see our university online celebrity. What celebrity? You haven't heard? She's been in the news lately, conned several men out of money and was dragged through the mud online. The colleague eagerly shared forum screenshots. There were multiple victims. If they hadn't accepted her repayment offer, she could have been charged with fraud. Mind your own business. Chapter 13, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer, 13. Chapter 13, From Online Romance Side Character to Enchantress, 13. Walking back, the system suddenly spoke up. Do all women switch faces faster than flipping a page? It had seen it clearly at home. Tang Qing stood her ground like iron toward her own mother, splashing tea with decisive ease. Yet at the police station, she instantly reverted to that pitiful, helpless little thing, waiting for Sister Wang to back her up. And before that, when facing Xinyu. This isn't about switching faces. It's called reading the room. Having dealt with Jiang Xiao, Tang Qing's steps were noticeably lighter. Choosing the right demeanor and outfit at the right moment, that's the talent of a beautiful woman. Tell people what they want to hear, ghosts what they fear, that's the cleverness of a cunning woman. And me? I'm the whole package, gorgeous and genius. Tang Qing's tone was full of pride as she spoke. Jiang Xiao was sent away today, but when she's short on money again, she'll definitely think of me. I recorded every word of our conversation earlier, plus this cop's paperwork. Even if she tries to cause trouble for me later, these things will prove that I was the real victim. As if foreseeing a future scenario, Tang Qing's expression grew even more pleased. The system suddenly understood. So that's why you took a photo of the police report. You'd already planned it all. You called the cops on purpose, made sure they came, just to solidify the fact that Jiang Xiao came to harass you today. Humph, still the same venomous schemer, playing chess while others play checkers. No wonder its master had never been able to outmaneuver Tang Qing before. Bingo! But no prize for you. Tang Qing had already reached her doorstep, turning the key lightly. Now it's time to prepare for winning the championship. The new song Tang Qing had prepared for herself was called Dreaming Big, her own original, written and sung by herself. With only simple chords, it highlighted the unique qualities of her voice. I'm already 6, walking through the fields. I slip and fall into the water, now what? My clothes are dirty, my shoes are lost. Dad rage, mom lecture. Now what? Standing on the ridge, crying loudly, now what? I'm 12 now, never left home. Going to middle school, miles away, now what? My father always silent, now what? In Tang Qing's rented apartment, her simple, pure voice rang out, crystal clear and haunting. Just a soft hum, yet it made people want to listen closely, to hear the story spun softly, the aching grit woven into the melody. Compared to other competition entries, Tang Qing's song didn't rely on complex arrangements. It was just a story spun softly, flowing simply, her distinctive voice seeping into the hearts of every listener. How is it? The system had to admit, it's good. Easy on the ears. By the way, back when you were such a big star, why did you still take the time to learn singing? In its past life, following Gu Xiaoman, the system knew just how grueling the schedule of a proper female entertainer could be. For someone of Tang Qing's stature, it would only be busier. It was hard to imagine how she had squeezed out the time to refine her singing skills to this level. What else? Without a killer talent, how could I hold my ground? Tang Qing had always been like this. Once her goal was set, she gave it her all. Even if she lacked natural talent, she would practice a million times if necessary to blow everyone away. In the days unseen by the spotlight, Tang Qing had constantly worked on improving herself. Every skill the company threw at her, she never refused. No matter how hard or exhausting, she persevered. She knew very well, only when she had enough capital could she hold her own in their games, have the leverage to call the shots. Ruthlessly ambitious, the position of best actress should have been hers all along. So when that good-for-nothing Gu Xiaoman effortlessly won the trophy she had dreamed of, Tang Qing seethed with resentment. Fortunately, the luck that once belonged to Gu Xiaoman had now fallen into her hands. With the crowd buzzing in anticipation, the live broadcast of the finals of the campus original singer competition finally began. On the computer screen, the chat exploded with comments as the camera panned over one contestant after another. Wow, this guy is really handsome. I wonder which song is his. Here we go. Is this the quality of today's college students? This small-town girl is shook. There are so many good-looking juniors. At this point, the show still hasn't revealed the creators of the first-round blind audition songs. I really want to know who sang Someone Like Me. Same here. I've had that song on repeat for ages. The female vocals are absolutely stunning. I'm in love. Tang Qing appeared on camera wearing a mask, the upper half of her face completely covered, revealing only her eyes. The long lashes and lively gaze suggested that this girl was far from unattractive. Haha, what's going on? Aren't we all here to debut? Why is this girl wearing a mask? Such a weird aesthetic choice. NGL, her legs are killer though. Simping hard, please step on me, queen. The chat was popping off, including many from netizens who had been following Tang Qing. They scanned the screen but couldn't find her. Did she flop in the prelims? Called it. All that talk about taking first place? Total cap. Where's the fraud at? Still not showing up. What was I even expecting? Seeing the chat blow up, the system couldn't help but speak up. Shouldn't you take off the mask? Everyone's looking for you. No. The big reveal's gotta wait till the finale. That's how you build suspense. Ignoring all the comments, Tang Qing sat confidently in her designated spot like she owned the place. Round 2 had 88 contestants, each taking the stage in the order determined by their entry draw. Scores were tallied on a 100-point scale. The judges accounted for 60% of the score while the audience contributed 20%. The remaining 20% was derived from the popularity of each contestant's first-round audition song. The system had crunched the numbers. The panel of judges was well-balanced, including music professors, behind-the-scenes producers, and music platform representatives. Impressing all these picky judges? Yeah, good luck with that. Chapter 14, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer, 14. Chapter 14, From Online Romance Side Character to Crowd Favorite, 14. Hey, veteran, you're here today too? The judges took their seats, most of them familiar faces to one another. Yeah, the new wave is taking over. I'm here to see what the kids are up to these days. Of course, even Elder Sue showed up. We couldn't miss the fun. The system whispered to Tang Qing, the one with more hair is Song Mingyuan, an award-winning music producer in this world. Many of his songs are chart-topping hits. The guy in the white shirt next to him is Hanru, a professor at the National Music Conservatory, specializing in folk music. The popular singer Kai Xiaoguang is his student. And that female judge over there is Xiaozi, the first-generation iconic powerhouse singer. She won first prize in the youth singing competition and now mainly does music commentary. One by one, the introductions continued. The 18-judge panel was stacked with heavyweights. For a student competition, assembling such a prestigious jury was already top-notch. The second-round finals featured live performances. After each act, the host would reveal the contestants' first-round song, with its online popularity counting for 20% of their final score. Scores were tallied on the spot. Tang Qing was contestant number 57, scheduled for a later slot. She sat quietly in her seat, sticking out like a sore thumb against the lively atmosphere of the other contestants. Many participants had brought their own instruments and equipment, but Tang Qing had nothing. Wow, the masked girl looks so calm. Is she going for a cappella? Probably. Maybe just a mic. Look. Contestant number 1 is ready. Isn't that the cover artist Inzwa? I've watched his live streams. Amid the scrolling comments, the first contestant stepped onto the stage, performing an original love song. In Tang Qing's opinion, the song wasn't particularly outstanding and the singing was middling. She could tell that the rhythm and breathing in several sections were awkward. However, Inzwa had a charismatic stage presence, and as the first performer, the judges likely gave him a boost for going first. Sure enough, as Tang Qing predicted, Inzwa scored 87.67, a decent result. With the first contestant's score revealed, the audience began to gauge the judging standards for the second round. The comment section lit up with reactions like, "Tough crowd. I thought he'd get a 90. Inzwa sang pretty well. The song was sugary sweet, and the singing was so-so. I think the score is fair." The next contestant, number 2, was a bubbly performer who delivered a sugary sweet love ballad. Her performance was lackluster, earning only 76.53. Contestant number 3's self-written folk song unexpectedly killed it, scoring slightly higher than Inzwa at 89.12. As the performances continued, very few contestants left a lasting impression on Tang Qing. Those scoring above 90 were rare. After all, this was a student competition, whether in composition or vocal performance, many didn't even cut it in Tang Qing's eyes. Y'all, I'm zoning out. Are there any actually good songs left? Nope. Zip. Zero. Haha, I must be really bored, skipping my idol's concert to watch college kids perform. Look. The masked girl is up next. Contestant number 57 is about to go on. The only contestant hiding her face is finally here. No expectations, no disappointments. If she won't even show her face, she's getting an L from me. Finally, it was Tang Qing's turn. Just as the netizens had guessed, she sang without music. The spotlight on stage shone down on her, giving her plain white dress a warm glow. The masked singer began. "Hello everyone. I'm contestant number 57, here with my original song The Great Dream." Wait, this voice sounds familiar. Her voice sounds really nice. Who is it? I know I've heard her sing before. The moment Tang Qing started, many viewers felt like they'd heard her before, like her voice was already stuck in their heads. Before anyone could place her, Tang Qing had already begun her performance. The moment her voice filled the venue, the whole room went quiet, even the live comments froze. "I'm 6, wandering the fields. Then I slip and fall in the water. What should I do? My clothes are dirty, my shoes are lost. Dad'll be mad, Mom'll yell at me. What should I do?" Under the lone spotlight, just her and the mic in the hush, Tang Qing sang her song earnestly. Her voice had this strange magic, a quiet power that guided everyone through the story of the song. By the time she finished, the crowd burst into roaring applause, something none of the first 56 acts got. Even Xiaozi, the first prize winner of the youth singing competition on the judging panel, stood up to applaud. The song hooked everyone. Every "what should I do" hit deep. So many lost people at life's crossroads keep asking the same thing, the "what should I do" of childhood, the "what should I do" of adulthood. Tang Qing asked with such sorrow, such sincerity. "No way. It's her, the someone like me girl. Obsessed. My mom's like, why are you on your knees? This is so beautiful. I'm 37 and I want to ask too, what should I do? Found my new obsession, this song's on loop tonight." As the song ended, the comments went wild, blotting out the screen. Tang Qing heard the host's voice. "Contestant number 57 has finished her performance. Judges, what did you think?" For previous contestants, only a few judges would raise their hands, throwing in a quick comment. But for Tang Qing, nearly every judge raised their hand, especially Xiaozi, who was practically bouncing out of her seat, desperately signaling, "Me. Call on me." The host took the hint. Xiaozi was the first to speak. "You sang beautifully. Did you study singing?" "No. Actually, I'm just not into singing," Tang Qing replied, surprising everyone. "I think singing should be joyful and comfortable, but most of the time I don't feel like doing it." What does she mean? She's not happy. How can someone who's not into singing sound this good? She's got talent shoved down her throat. Xiaozi was taken aback. She had assumed Tang Qing might be a music student, but this answer suggested otherwise. She pressed on. "Then under what circumstances did you create this song?" I was broke, Tang Qing answered, stunning everyone again. Because I needed money, I had to join this competition. And because of the competition, I had to write this song. The song holds many memories from the past. For me, they're not exactly happy ones, but I had no choice, I still had to sing them. I know my voice is decent and I sing well. Joining this competition, there's a high chance I'll win. That's why I'm here. Tang Qing's honesty left many shocked. They thought they had discovered a genius singer, but her reason was this simple? Yes, she was here for the 10,000 yuan prize. What kind of hustle is this? Chapter 15, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer, 15. Chapter 15 From Online Romance Side Character to Crowd Favorite, 15. Used to hearing tragic backstories, but this is the first time seeing someone openly admit they're here for the prize money. Somehow it's weirdly funny. Speaking of the 10,000 yuan, didn't Tang Qing mention on Weibo that she joined the competition to win the prize money? Shut up, you. There's no way she's Tang Qing. Tang Qing is just a scammer. I refuse to believe she can sing this well. The mention of the 10,000 yuan got the chat fired up again. Seizing the moment, the host announced contestant number 57's audition track, confirming the netizens' guesses. Our contestant No. 57's previous original work was Someone Like Me, with a total play count of X times, making it the top song of our blind audition stage. As soon as the host finished speaking, the crowd burst into applause. Someone Like Me from the blind auditions was a song almost everyone present had heard. Much like today's Great Dream, its lyrics were simple yet heartfelt. Tang Qing seemed to possess a special charm. Once you listened to the first line of her song, it was hard to pull away. Contestant number 57, hello. I'm Han Ru from the National Conservatory of Music. Your voice has incredible potential. Have you considered studying at our institution? Han Ru, who had remained silent until now, was the first to extend an invitation. As a professor at the conservatory and the mentor of the household name Kai Xiaoguang, anyone could recognize the weight of his offer. Was Professor Han scouting for another star student? Unexpectedly, Tang Qing declined. I'm sorry, but I don't think I'd be a good fit. I'm not that into music, it's just a quirky gift I happen to have. Someone like me isn't suited for the academic path. Tang Qing had encountered scholars like Han Ru before, people who dreamed of standing on world-class opera stages rather than thriving in the glitzy, shallow entertainment world. But she was and always had been all about the spotlight, someone who loved being in front of crowds. Tang Qing knew very well that Han Ru's path wasn't for her. Young woman, it seems you've given your future a lot of thought. Han Ru was disappointed to miss out on such a promising talent, but he also admired her clarity. Few young people said no to him, and even fewer had such a well-reasoned refusal. Tang Qing was one of the rare few who truly knew herself. As the exchange between the elder and the young woman grew slightly awkward, the host quickly jumped in to change the subject. Contestant number 57, I think everyone here is curious about your identity. Would you be willing to remove your mask? Of course. I only wore it because I was afraid people might be disappointed when they saw me. Tang Qing smiled. Let me reintroduce myself. I am contestant number 57, the original creator of Someone Like Me and Great Dream, Tang Qing. The mask came off, revealing Tang Qing's face. The audience gasped. No way? Who did she say? Tang Qing. Seriously? The scammer actually made it to the finals? And she can sing this well. If she sings so beautifully, why start scamming? She could have just gone live and made money singing. Holy crap, this is wild. When Tang Qing had vowed to repay her debts, many had dismissed it as a show for attention. Even the earlier repayment of 150 yuan was seen as temporary damage control. Her participation in the competition was assumed to be another act to quell public outrage. Who could have guessed she'd go all out in the competition and perform at such an astonishing level? I knew it. That 10,000 yuan line sounded familiar. It's exactly what Tang Qing posted on Weibo. She really joined to repay her debts, and she's really about to win first place. Some people. Outwardly a despised scammer. Secretly a powerhouse singer hiding her true power. While netizens recognized Tang Qing, most judges were unfamiliar with her. Xiaozi had only just been briefed on the situation. Still, she was the first to speak up. I don't know the full story, but from your lyrics I can tell you have many untold stories. Keep moving forward, I'll be cheering you on. Thank you, Professor Xiao. Tang Qing remained unbothered by the whispers in the audience and smoothly prompted the next segment. Host, you haven't announced my score yet. The host quickly refocused. Right. Let's take a look at contestant number 57's score on the big screen. Combining the judges' scores, live audience votes, and audition ratings, Tang Qing's final score was an astounding 98.96, the highest of the night. The clear winner. No one could justify giving a low score with a performance like that. Honestly, Tang Qing's songs are truly amazing. Hard to believe she wrote and performed these herself. She could easily compete on a bigger stage. No college performer here could touch her. Bathed in the spotlight, Tang Qing stepped off the stage with composure. The lights followed her silhouette, yet she showed no trace of nervousness, as if she had long grown accustomed to such attention and the path between the stage and backstage. After Tang Qing left, the following singers couldn't match the hype. That night, she alone became the brightest star, having everyone's eyes glued to her. By evening, the hashtag, the Great Dream live performance went viral overnight. Curious clicks led to captivated viewers no one could scroll past. What show is this? That song's legendary. It reminds me of my childhood life, just a fleeting dream. Many also focused on the lyrics of The Great Dream, and someone like me quickly noticing something unusual. Did Tang Qing go through something painful? Her lyrics are filled with sorrow and grief. I feel the same. Look at this line. Asterisk letters from home that never ask, how are you? Asterisk does Tang Qing have a strained relationship with her family? She mentioned during the live show that she doesn't like dwelling on the past. Did something bad happen? The internet detectives were exactly what Tang Qing had intended. Everyone wants to play hero, especially when they believe they've uncovered some profound truth. These netizens suddenly feel like the smartest people in the world. Tang Qing, after your live performance aired, Cuyuchen's heart points increased by 3, now at 15. Yang Mingwei definitely watched it too, his is at -9, the system promptly updated the heart values of the male leads. Strange. Cuyuchen's heart growth has slowed down. He's never met me. He just likes my singing. Heart points from a stranger naturally rise slower. Oh, I see. The system also updated the heart points from ordinary people. The video of Tang Qing's performance went viral overnight, and now that netizens knew someone like me was also her work, the public's heart points shot up by 1.34 mil and was still climbing. Now here's the question, my dear system, can you unlock the shop now? Tang Qing's voice, like a demon crawling out of hell, ensnared the little light in her head. The system froze. No way. I never said anything about a shop. Chapter 16. The online love rival becomes a charmer 16. Chapter 16, From web novel sidekick to crowd-pleasing belle 16. What store are you talking about? I don't know. I'm tired, I'm logging off. Panicking and trying to slip away, she was pulled back by Tang Qing. Why are you running? How could you not know? If it weren't for your cheat system, then tell me, how did Gu Xiaoman suddenly learn so many things? In her past life, Tang Qing had found it strange, Gu Xiaoman had always been mediocre in talent. The first time they met, she was a shrinking violet who wouldn't meet anyone's eyes. But suddenly she could dance classical ballet, play the piano, and even the violin. With all these talents, Gu Xiaoman quickly became the national it girl, completely outshining Tang Qing. Since we're in a partnership and I'm willing to help you go back to Gu Xiaoman, shouldn't you give me some benefits? Examining her nails, Tang Qing seemed indifferent, but her voice was firm. After all, a partnership without sincerity isn't worth continuing. The system processed frantically in Tang Qing's mind. After a long pause, it grumbled reluctantly. I do have a system shop. Gu Xiaoman exchanged items for those skills. But right now 1,000,000 points of affection are still too little. You can't afford anything. Open the shop and let me see. Tang Qing was resolute. Show me what good things Gu Xiaoman exchanged. It displayed a system panel before Tang Qing's eyes, resembling a digital marketplace. Various glowing orbs floated with their price tags below. Natural-born diva. Affection points. Possess it, and you'll have the voice that mesmerizes anyone who hears it. Classical virtuoso, affection points, who hasn't mastered classical piano yet? Master it in no time. Acting master, affection points, own every role. The grayed out sections were listings Gu Xiaoman had already exchanged, matching Tang Qing's memories. Gu Xiaoman had indeed suddenly acquired these skills. Seems she worked hard, earning a lot of affection points, only to blow through them all. The system whispered, my host is incredible. In the last world, so many people adored her. Of course. New tricks up her sleeve daily, singing today, dancing tomorrow. Who wouldn't love that? Skimming the listings, Tang Qing said casually, if you can even resurrect the dead, can you restore someone's lost memories? The system asked, damaged memories? They could be restored, but it costs more affection points. Repairing core system damage requires a lot. My host and I used to have tons of affection points, but I spent them all fixing her body. Having gotten the information she wanted, Tang Qing exited the shop. All right, I understand. If you cooperate with me, I need a lot of affection points to go back and save my host. You can't exchange all these items. Mustering its courage, the system made a demand. If you use them all up, my host won't have enough. Don't worry. Most of those listings are useless to me. I'm not like Gu Xiaoman, that good-for-nothing who needed your help for everything. Tang Qing spoke the truth. In her past life, she had trained relentlessly and already mastered many skills. There was no need to waste points on expensive listings. I just need you to do one small favor for me. It should be very simple for you. The system hurriedly asked, what is it? That's need-to-know intel. You'll know when the time comes. The day after the competition, Tang Qing updated her Weibo. Thank you all for loving someone like me, and the great dream. I've already received the 10,000 yen prize from the show. Debt status, unchanged. Live on Weibo now. Tune in. Tang Qing is live? Wow, she looks so pretty on camera. Who said she was ugly on the forums? Not even close to basic. Same. I think Tang Qing is even prettier than Jiang Yi now. No clue why she ever impersonated Jiang Yi. The netizens naturally had no idea how much effort Tang Qing had put into crafting her ethereal beauty aesthetic. The lighting in her rented room was deliberately adjusted. Light angled to bounce off the wall and reflect onto her, creating a soft glow that flattered her complexion. Her eyes and brows were Tang Qing's most striking features. She accentuated them with heavier eyeliner and mascara, paired with broad strokes of eyeshadow, leveraging her naturally superior eye shape. Every bat of her lashes was downright hypnotic. Her outfit looked casual but was carefully chosen, a slightly cropped t-shirt that revealed her waist with the slightest lift of her arm, paired with basic blue jeans that hugged her figure perfectly whenever she stood up. Hello everyone, I'm Tang Qing. I've received many DMs asking me to sing, so since I have time today, I'll sing a little for you. The girl on screen chatted with viewers like they were old friends. What song would you like to hear? Feel free to request. Asterisk Big Dream asterisk. It has to be Big Dream, it's so good. Agreed, Big Dream please. Tang Qing's livestream was no frills, just a phone, no sound card or microphone. Yet some people seemed born for this. With just the simplest setup and background music, her voice sounded like pure magic. As her singing began, that familiar, mesmerizing voice filled the air once more. OMG, how can someone sing this beautifully? Queen, you're ending me. If I were a man, I'd let you scam me for money. I'm corrupted. I actually think getting played by Tang Qing wouldn't be so bad. Someone slap me awake. The chat wasn't the only place with such thoughts. Even on WeChat, some of her former suitors returned, explicitly stating they didn't want their money back. Just a chance to reconnect romantically. A pretty girl who sings well? Dating her might actually be worth it, right? Just as the chat grew increasingly euphoric, a bold VIP message suddenly blasted through. You people have no morals. Tang Qing impersonated someone and played with people's feelings. Shouldn't she apologize? Sinking lower by the minute. This fraud is out here thriving. Female fraudsters deserve the worst. This premium message shattered the harmonious atmosphere, continuing its barrage. The hell she is? Unbelievable. Tang Qing, that's Jiang Yi, the mod team quickly ID'd the sender. She's probably upset after being compared to you so often lately. Indeed, Jiang Yi had always been the golden girl, the it girl of B University with good family, top grades, campus belle since high school. When the impersonation scandal broke, she hadn't been angry. If anything, it cemented her status as B University's top beauty, with everyone sympathizing and rallying behind her. Countless messages and calls poured in to comfort her, and her Weibo blew up overnight. But ever since Tang Qing started repaying debts, the narrative started flipping. Especially as Tang Qing grew more stunning in the public eye and sang so beautifully. Gradually, a new narrative emerged online. Jiang Yi can't compare to Tang Qing. What nonsense! What right did Tang Qing, of all people, have to stand above her? Jiang Yi had stumbled upon Tang Qing's live stream today and, before she knew it, went on a typing rampage. These keyboard warriors had lost their damn minds. How could her, B University's goddess, be inferior to some scammer? Ridiculous. Chapter 17, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer, 17. Chapter 17, The Online Romance Supporting Female Lead Becomes Universally Adored, 17. Jiang Yi's comments shattered the enchanting atmosphere Tang Qing had created while singing. Many netizens echoed her sentiments. LOL, y'all who said they wanted to date a scammer earlier are both dumb and shady. Hope you all date trash next. Some comments are really sketchy. Sure, Tang Qing is repaying the money, but she did scam people. Are some of you really just going to forgive her like that? I've been wanting to say this, you're all going too far. Jiang Yi is the unluckiest victim here. Comparing her to Tang Qing is bad enough, but now you're even putting her down while lifting Tang Qing up. The live chat grew increasingly hostile until Tang Qing finally spoke up. I'm sorry. I know what I did was wrong. It's true that I scam people and I understand if some can't forgive me. I'm doing my best to repay the money and minimize the harm I've caused. Her apology seemed sincere, and she backed it up with action, immediately returning the 10,000 yuan prize money $200 she had just received. Please stop comparing me to Jiang Yi. This was entirely my fault. Jiang Yi is truly wonderful. I was just being a hot mess when I stole her photos. Save your fake tears. Jiang Yi is unlucky to have been bitten by you. Seeing Tang Qing's apology only fueled Jiang Yi's anger. Here she goes again, playing innocent to win everyone's sympathy. Jiang Yi couldn't understand why anyone would still side with Tang Qing. She was the real victim here. Stop pretending. You must be so proud of yourself, playing innocent and winning over so many people. You're almost fully redeemed now. You scheming B****, censored. Just hearing you talk makes me sick. Just as Jiang Yi was about to type more, a massive burst of Weibo super fireworks suddenly exploded across her screen. A platform gift effect? Someone was gifting Tang Qing? A single firework effect cost 880 yuan $120. And this barrage had at least 10 of them. The glitzy spam completely drowned out Jiang Yi's paid highlighted comments, rendering her words invisible amidst the light show. Damn it! Who's this simp supporting Tang Qing now? Furious, Jiang Yi kept typing, but the fireworks didn't stop either. For 10 freaking minutes, the screen was lit up non-stop. By the time Jiang Yi's fingers ached and she paused to check the live stream again, the mood had shifted entirely. Wow, a big spender just showed up. Did anyone count how many fireworks that was? Too many to count. At 880 yuan $120 each, that must have been at least 100 just now. Who's this moneybags? So generous. Here for the whale. Speaking of which, if someone this rich is willing to throw donations at Tang Qing, repaying her debts should be a breeze, right? The live chat had already forgotten Jiang Yi's earlier comments, now fixated on the mystery of the generous donor's identity. Even Tang Qing was shook. She had only gone live today to maintain the hype around Big Dream and maybe earn some tips to speed up her repayments while grinding her redemption arc. But this was beyond expectations. It's Yang Minghua. The system quickly identified the gifter, the second male lead. While Jiang Yi was busy cursing you out, he used gifts to shut her up. So it was him. Hey, what a two-faced guy. Last time they met, Yang Minghua had acted like she had cooties, yet here he was, secretly unable to bear seeing his little, white lotus, suffer. She side-eyed the camera, though she expertly masked the excitement in her eyes. Sweetly she said, "Thank you, user Y. I don't know you, but I really appreciate all these donations." Tang Qing says she doesn't know the whale? Sure, January. Don't know her yet, still spend so much money. Is this rich people being extra? Over 80,000, wow. The big spender must like Tang Qing. Seeing her being criticized earlier, he shut the haters down. On the other side of the screen, Yang Minghua pursed his lips, his gaze unable to tear away from the person on the screen. Yang Minghua had known for a long time that Tang Qing was the author of Someone Like Me. He knew way too well her voice. The moment she sang, he recognized it. This was Tang Qing's song. During their relationship, Tang Qing had never sung for him. Turns out she could sing like this. She had never sung for him, yet who knew how many other guys she had sung for behind his back? Instinctively, Yang Minghua wanted to turn off the song, but he couldn't bring himself to. Unconsciously, he had it on repeat. As for the live stream in the afternoon, Yang Minghua couldn't explain why he clicked in. He just inexplicably kept it running, his eyes fixed on this con artist, watching her brows, her lips, her face. Over and over, he told himself, this is just a fraud. A woman who specializes in scamming money and emotions. But when that flashy super chat appeared, even though Yang Minghua knew the person was speaking the truth, he couldn't control his hands. Especially when he saw Tang Qing apologize, Yang Minghua grew even angrier. Who knew why he was angry? Subconsciously, he just didn't want to hear Tang Qing apologize, didn't want to see her look wronged. By the time he snapped out of it, he had already spammed fireworks for a full 10 minutes. Damn it, what's wrong with me? Netizen, why are you still there? If it's convenient, let's add each other as friends. I'll refund the gift money, though the platform takes 55%, so I can only return 45%. Hope you don't mind. Tang Qing was still speaking on screen. Yang Minghua's lips pressed even tighter. Refund? Wasn't this woman here to sing for money because she was broke? What's with the sudden moral high ground now? Suddenly, the image of Tang Qing at the basketball court flashed in Yang Minghua's mind, that dorky bear. He had noticed it from the start. Every time he scored, that silly bear would jump excitedly. Such an enthusiastic mascot was rare. So Yang Minghua paid extra attention. Never did he imagine the person inside was Tang Qing. When she took off the mascot suit, Tang Qing was drenched, looking utterly pitiful, her damp eyes, flushed cheeks, and shallow breaths. Yang Minghua was definitely hexed. He could remember every single detail of Tang Qing that day with perfect clarity. This woman must have put him under a spell. Netizen, why are you still there? If you are, please respond to my friend request. Tang Qing's voice reached his ears again. Yang Minghua snapped back to reality and quickly replied, keep it. As if fleeing something, he signed off in a hurry, terrified of losing it all over again if he heard Tang Qing's voice. Tang Qing, the second male lead's love meter keeps fluctuating. Sometimes up by 5, then down by 5. What's he thinking? Huh. Now it's up by 18, then down again. The system was baffled by Yang Minghua's weird mood spikes. Nothing. He just hasn't figured it out yet. Pfft. Typical mixed signals, he just likes her but is too stubborn to own up to it. Chapter 18, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer 18. Chapter 18, From Side Chick to Siren 18. Yang Minghua's tips to Tang Qing ultimately converted to a substantial sum. After the live stream ended, Tang Qing publicly disclosed the allocation of the funds. As of now, her repayment progress has made significant strides. This crazy fast repayment speed makes me feel like I'm following a money-making pro. I've followed her for a week and she's earned 50,000. Not naming names, but someone's jealous. A whale showed up in the live stream today, instantly adding 40,000. Normally the tips aren't this high. I'm really curious, what's Tang Qing planning to do next? Keep live streaming? Of course not. Today, Jiang Yi came to stir up drama. If she continued live streaming, Jiang Yi might keep using moral high ground to criticize her. Tang Qing also had no interest in being scolded by Jiang Yi every time she went live. Besides, the current live stream content was getting stale. The audience's impression of her was limited to just a pretty face with a good voice, but Tang Qing wanted to win over more people. Si Wechen and Jiang Yi both attend B University? Tang Qing suddenly thought of something and asked. Right. Si Wechen is a year above you and Jiang Yi. And according to the records, Jiang Yi has a crush on Si Wechen. Scanning the files, the system uncovered more gossip. The third male lead, Zhang Yu, grew up with Jiang Yi. He's liked her since childhood. Wow, soap opera level drama. She loves him, he loves her, but she doesn't love him. Creepy giggle. The system let out a laugh before continuing. Wait, Si Wechen recently joined a lab team working on an intelligent navigation system. They need someone to record voice recordings. Tang Qing, this job is perfect for you. You haven't interacted with Si Wechen yet. This is a great opportunity. The job was essentially recording a voice pack for the car's voice assistant. Given that Si Wechen liked Tang Qing's voice, it was a perfect match. Talk about perfect timing. Tang Qing said, finding it aligned with her skills. Then hook me up with their lab team leader. I'll throw my hat in the ring. Meanwhile. Whoa, boss, look what just landed in my inbox. In the lab, Li Qingyu, who had been looping Big Dream, let out a fangirl scream. Stop yelling. Li Qingyu, you're a human air horn. Huang Jun rubbed his temples. Working with Li Qingyu was a test of human patience. Every day was a new noise. Another shady link? Or some busta girl? No, seriously, boss. It's my goddess. My goddess emailed me. You have too many goddesses. Huang Jun couldn't help but mock. Li Qingyu was a walking stereotype. His life revolved around three things: eating, coding, and busta girls. No, seriously, boss. It's Tang Qing. Come look. Hearing the familiar name, Huang Jun paused his coding. Wait, what? Who did you say? That singer, Tang Qing? Ever since Tang Qing's first original song blew up, her music had been playing non-stop in the lab. Her voice was genuinely pleasant, especially her second song, Big Dream, the one time Huang Jun actually agreed with Li Qingyu's taste. It's her. She threw her hat in the ring for our project. Li Qingyu was freaking out. If Tang Qing could provide the voice for their system, it'd be amazing. With a voice that gorgeous, who wouldn't want her guiding them on the road? Geeking out, Li Qingyu rushed to Si Wechen. Boss? You'll agree, right? I can't think of anyone more suitable than her. Si Wechen's face was a blank slate as he typed silently. Boss, give me a sign. The email's in my inbox, how should I reply? Please say yes. Her voice is absolute fire. As a customer, I'd definitely download her voice pack. Seeing Si Wechen stay silent, Li Qingyu grew anxious. His mop of hair leaned closer to the screen, puppy dog eyes in full effect. Boss, please agree. Please. After a long silence, Li Qingyu finally heard the answer he was hoping for. Then go ahead and contact her. Haha. Sweet. Hell yeah. I'll go reply to the email right away. Overwhelmed with joy, Li Qingyu grinned foolishly, feeling refreshed. My dearest Jun, I have a feeling our upgraded system is going to be super popular. Ha! With boss's skills, the goddess's voice, and my genius planning, we're gonna kill it. Huang Jun scoffed. You actually have the nerve to say that? Aren't you the dead weight in our research group? Even if we do succeed at best, you're just a gopher. Li Qingyu couldn't care less about the sarcasm. Glancing at the time, he said carelessly, I'm no gopher, the real glorified gopher will be here soon. The person he was referring to was Jiang Yi. That's right, Jiang Yi was also part of this research group. If Li Qingyu at least had some usefulness, then Jiang Yi was essentially just a glorified gopher. Her daily tasks included buying water and meals for the team, cleaning up, and occasionally running docs that needed stamping, basically, just running around. As for the reigning campus queen bee of B University, Li Qingyu wasn't particularly impressed, especially when he saw how Jiang Yi always looked at Si Wechen with puppy dog eyes. Li Qingyu found it boring. In the end, she was just another basic fangirl, no different from the rest, utterly unoriginal. Everyone, lunch is here. Just as they were talking about the glorified gopher, Jiang Yi arrived right on time with the food, her smile warm and pleasant. Yu Wechen ji, here's your meal. As usual, Jiang Yi always made sure to hand Si Wechen his food first. Just leave it there, Si Wechen replied coldly, showing no special attitude toward Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was already used to his indifference and didn't mind. She turned her attention to Li Qingyu and Huang Jun. You two should come eat too. Li Qingyu slouched into his seat. Wow, today's got my favorite braised pork from the second cafeteria. I knew you'd like it, so I camped out in line early, Jiang Yi said sweetly, her voice gentle and kind. Li Qiyu ignored her, shoveling food into his face. Last time, he'd already noticed, Jiang Yi always claimed she personally bought the meals, but in reality, she just had her little fan club queue up for her. Then in the lab, she'd play up how much effort she put in. Li Qiyu saw right through her. Between mouthfuls, he said, "Boss, I'll set something up with Tang Qing then. Wanna have her come by tomorrow?" A university and B university aren't far apart, one's in the east of the city, the other in the west. She can just take a cab here. Wait, who? Tang Qing. Jiang Yi, who had been playing the role of the gentle campus belle, went statue still mid-action. Her eyes went razor-sharp, her face went rigid as she stared at Li Qiyu. "Qiyu, who did you just say is coming?" "Tang Qing. Our project needs a female voice for the voice pack. She emailed me, and we all think she's perfect for it. We're having her come in tomorrow to sign the contract." Just hearing the name made Jiang Yi see red. Her voice suddenly rose sharply. "No way. How could you invite a fraud into the project?" Chapter 19, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer, 19. Chapter 19, The Online Romance Supporting Female Lead Becomes a Charmer, 19. Jiang Yi's words instantly shut the whole lab up. Li Changyu, who had been scarfing down his meal, paused mid-spoon and frowned. "Jiang Yi, what did you just say? Don't you know? That Tang Qing stole my photos, dated a bunch of men, and even scammed them out of money. She's a scheming fraud. How could you even think of inviting someone like her into our research group?" Jiang Yi didn't even realize how her face contorted as she spoke. "We know. Isn't she trying to make up for it?" Li Qiyu could understand Jiang Yi's opposition, but he didn't get why she had any right to object. This was decided by the boss, Jiang Yi. "Since when do you call the shots here?" In other words, she was just a glorified intern. When did it become her turn to decide? "Wetchen, you must not know the full story. That woman is trash. She's already scammed so many people. How can we let someone like her into our research group?" Completely missing the sarcasm in Li Changyu's words, Jiang Yi snapped the moment she heard Tang Qing's name. She rushed to see Yuetchen's side. "Yuetchen, listen to me. Our project is too important to risk ruining our reputation over a woman like her. If you need a female voice for the project, you can ask me. I'm willing." See, Yuetchen's fingers never stopped moving and he didn't even look up from his work. His voice was as cold as ever. "Not your circus, not your monkeys. Jiang Yi, if you don't like Tang Qing, you can leave the research group." Jiang Yi froze. How could this be? After all her efforts these past days, bending over backwards to get closer to see Yuetchen, racking her brain to please him, now he was telling her to leave? For Tang Qing? Why? Resentment and fury surged within her. Her voice turned shrill. "See, Yuetchen, that's bullshit. I was just trying to warn you. If Tang Qing could deceive so many men, who's to say she won't deceive you too? If she's shady, why insist on her? There are plenty of people with nice voices, why not just pick someone else?" See, Yuetchen's expression remained unchanged, his tone icy. "Stay in your lane. You should understand what I'm saying, Jiang Yi. I won't repeat myself. You're annoying." Standing up, he calmly smoothed his sleeves. "I'm not eating. You two can finish my portion. If you can't, throw it away." With that, he grabbed his water bottle and left. Jiang Yi, clueless as ever, tried to follow, but Kwang Juan stopped her. "Jiang Yi, chill the hell out. The boss is clearly in a bad mood. If you poke the bear now, you'll only end up crying later." Jiang Yi bit her lip, unwilling to back down. "But." "No buts. It's not your place." Kwang Juan knew how to read the room. Though Si Yuetchen hadn't said much, the fact that he had Tang Qing's song Great Dream on repeat for days made it obvious. He liked her voice. And it was precisely because of that fondness that he had agreed to Li Qingyo's dumbass idea earlier. Jiang Yi thought her daily meal deliveries could melt Si Yuetchen's stone-cold ass. She had him all wrong. "You're not even a core member of the research group. Why worry so much?" Jiang Yi was fuming, her lips trembling as she watched Si Yuetchen walk away. "That bitch Tang Qing, she's everywhere." White-knuckling her fists, Jiang Yi's fingertips turned white. "Hey, are you leaving too? I'm done eating, earn your keep and take out the trash." Li Qiyu scarfed down the last of his food, completely ignoring Jiang Yi's pissed-off face. "Make yourself useful, princess." "Okay, no problem." Jiang Yi managed a strained smile as she took Li Qiyu's leftovers. "If you like this place, I'll get it for you again tomorrow." Li Qiyu mentally rolled his eyes. "Yeah, right, acting generous with someone else's work. Sure, whatever. Tomorrow I want the chicken leg rice from the first canteen, the sweet and sour spare ribs from the second floor of the second canteen, and my favorite mango cocoa from the fourth canteen. Oh, grab me one of those too. For the mango cocoa, less ice, half sugar. Oh, and there's a package for me at the Tsanya station in the east. Jiang Yi, if you pass by, could you pick it up for me?" As if suddenly remembering something, Li Qingyu added, "And order taro milk tea for all of us tomorrow. After all, our research group has guests coming." "Jiang, the campus belle, did I say too much? About all that?" Ugh. This Li Qingyu was really treating her like a servant. Jiang Yi had never felt so humiliated in her life. First Siwechan giving her the cold shoulder, and now Li Qingyu ordering her around. If it wasn't for him, why would she endure this? And now she had to order milk tea for Tang Qing too? Like she deserves it. Biting back her anger, Jiang Yi's expression shifted repeatedly before she finally spat out. Whatever. I'm out. Thanks for your hard work. Li Qingyu waved cheerfully at Jiang Yi, inwardly laughing. That's what you get for dissing my crush. What a joke. Kwang Jun leaned in and said, you went too far today. At least with Jiang Yi around, we all got food. Why so mean? On purpose? Just because she insulted your crush? Li Qingyu nodded, his smugness still evident. Of course. I'm standing up for my crush. Haha, if Jiang Yi's unhappy, she can just not come. Big deal. I don't need her food anyway. Besides, she doesn't even buy the food herself. It's always her little lackeys doing her bidding like puppies. Li Qingyu had stumbled upon this by accident. One of his underclassmen on WeChat was one of Jiang Yi's admirers, running errands for her like a lapdog. He'd originally wanted the underclassman to help with paperwork, only to find out he was buying food for his goddess. Turned out it was the same food delivered to their studio. And yet Jiang Yi would whine about how hot the sun was or how tired her legs were from rushing to buy food after class. Total BS. Jiang Yi called Tang Qing a fraud, but at least Tang Qing admitted it. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi was still acting all high and mighty. Li Qingyu plopped back into his seat and quickly typed a message to Tang Qing. Haha, hey gorgeous, incoming. Chapter 20, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer, 20. Chapter 20, From Online Romance Sidekick to Charmer, 20. Siwechan's research group had only 3 core members, with occasional assistance from other junior students. Tang Qing arrived at the studio around 10:30 in the morning and immediately spotted the male lead, Siwechan. With a slender waist and a lean frame, he sat quietly in the corner, deep in concentration. Despite it being summer, Siwechan still wore a gray long-sleeved shirt, revealing no skin. Yet, Tang Qing could sense the toned muscles hidden beneath the fabric. Siwechan's hands were particularly striking, especially when typing on the keyboard, like playing a beautiful piano piece. His long, slender fingers and slightly pale complexion perfectly matched every girl's fantasy of a hand enthusiast. Team lead Tang Qing is here. A cheerful guy interrupted Tang Qing's gaze. She looked up to see a man with smiling eyes, clearly someone with an easygoing personality. The newcomer said cheerfully, Tang Qing, we're all fans of your music. We never thought we'd get the chance to collaborate with you. I'm Li Qingyu, a huge fan, and the one who emailed you. This is Kwang Juan, mainly responsible for our project's algorithms. The one sitting quietly over there is our team lead, also the core leader of this project. Li Qingyu was a natural people person, making him the perfect choice to welcome Tang Qing. In just a few sentences, he explained the basics of the project. To put it simply, we're optimizing the current car navigation system, improving parts of the map, and adding traffic light algorithms to calculate the best routes more efficiently. We'd like to use your voice to create downloadable voice options. You've probably used navigation before. It's like the voice options in those. Does that make sense? Tang Qing nodded. Yes, I understand. Her voice alone was mesmerizing. Li Qingyu's face flushed with happiness. See? You're the perfect choice. Your voice is just amazing. Who could resist such a voice guiding them on the road? Almost foreseeing the future popularity of the updated car navigation system, Li Qingyu grew more excited, his blush deepening, practically drooling. Do we need to sign any contracts? Tang Qing, unaffected by Li Qingyu's odd expression, asked softly. Also, I'd like to ask about the payment. Well, you probably know about my situation. I'm really strapped for cash right now. Her voice carried a hint of embarrassment, and her cheeks flushed appropriately. The payment had already been discussed beforehand, proposed by Kwang Jun. Since the research group system optimization might be turned into a product, and Tang Qing was providing her voice, they decided to offer her 3% of all future commercial profits. Currently, the research group had secured some funding. Considering Tang Qing's urgent need for money, Siwechan also agreed to give her an advance of 20,000 yuan, with the remaining 3% to be paid after the commercial release. For an ordinary college student, this was a rare opportunity. 20,000 yuan was a pretty good sum, not to mention the potential for ongoing income. Tang Qing, do you mind if we call you Junior? Kwang Jun said, handing her a rough contract. Here's the basic agreement and payment details. Take a look, and we can discuss any concerns. The contract Kwang Jun handed over wasn't formally structured, likely a rough draft, but the benefits were seriously tempting. From her past life, Tang Qing had invested in many projects. Based on Li Qingyu's brief description, she quickly recognized this as a profitable venture. It was an unexpected windfall. She had only intended to get closer to the male lead but ended up landing a lucrative opportunity. I can't accept this, it's too much. Though thrilled inside, Tang Qing maintained a humble expression. I don't really understand your algorithms, and for this project, all I'm providing is my voice. It's not that difficult. Come on, Li Qingyu laughed. You're underestimating yourself. Your voice is our biggest draw. And the 3% profit share, we figured 3% was fair. Kwang Jun here is the best at algorithms and he calculated it to be reasonable. Don't worry about it. Tang Qing still looked hesitant, holding the contract without speaking, when suddenly the lab door swung open. Sorry everyone, the boba tea is here. The newcomer was Jiang Yi, who had brought along her roommate, Yuan Jie, intentionally. Yuan Jie was ride or die and closest to Jiang Yi. Earlier, Jiang Yi had casually mentioned in the dorm, do all guys eat this much? Li Qingyu ordered food from 3 different canteens for tomorrow. Tomorrow there's a guest coming to the lab, and there'll be boba tea. Yuan Jie, I'll slip out of class early. If the professor takes attendance, cover for me, okay? Yuan Jie bit the bait. Hearing Li Qingyu's demands, she was furious and determined to stand up for her best friend. Seriously? Running between 3 canteens? Does Li Qingyu think you have 8 legs? I'll go with you to deliver the food tomorrow. How outrageous. Li Qingyu, a grown man, has the nerve to order you around like this. Yuan Jie spoke without noticing the smug expression on Jiang Yi's face. Perfect. Given Yuan Jie's temperament, she'd definitely berate Tang Qing tomorrow. This was exactly the effect Jiang Yi wanted. On her way back from the lab, she had already figured out her mistake. Throwing a tantrum was the ugliest move, and she had nearly broken character yesterday after playing the gentle campus belle for so long. Since she couldn't confront Tang Qing directly, the best solution was to find a loose cannon to speak up for her. The sudden appearance of the two immediately drew everyone's attention. Qingyu, you mentioned guests in the lab yesterday. Is the milk tea a bit late? Jiang Yi's tone was gentle, devoid of yesterday's frustration, back to her sweet campus belle act. Tang Qing recognized her at a glance. The original owner's phone was full of Jiang Yi's photos. In person, Jiang Yi wasn't as polished as in pictures, with rougher skin and a less statuesque figure. She was pretty but not as flawless as in photos. Why are you being so polite to him? A round-faced girl interrupted Tang Qing's thoughts. Flushed from carrying too many things, she snapped, Li Qingyu, you're way out of line. Chicken rice from the first canteen, sweet and sour ribs from the second, mango cocoa from the fourth. Since when is she your errand girl? Seriously? Is part of your research group, not your maid. Next time, get your own food. Yuan Jie's loud, indignant outburst left Li Qingyu too stunned to reply. Before he could react, Jiang Yi cut in gently, Yuan Jie, stop. I was just helping out. Qingyu isn't like what you think. Her gentle words starkly contrasted with Yuan Jie's aggressive stance. Tang Qing saw right through her game. After Jiang Yi's barrage of comments in the livestream, she already knew this so-called gentle and kind campus belle wasn't the angel the internet claimed. At the very least, she was petty. Now it wasn't just pettiness, she was also scheming. Jiang Yi made it sound like she'd gone through great effort to buy all these things, yet she glided in empty-handed while the round-faced girl struggled with the load. A classic case of a clueless lackey happy to be used. Chapter 21. The online love rival becomes a charmer. 21. Chapter 21. From online romance side character to crowd pleaser. 21. Did Jiang Yi tell you it was hard work buying food for me? Li Qingyu finally caught on, taking in the scene before him, and sneered, Jiang Yi, you're unbelievable. Do you dare to say in front of everyone now that every meal for our lab was personally bought by you, the campus queen bee? Exactly, I did it on purpose yesterday. So what? If you had a problem with what I said yesterday, why didn't you say it then? And today you even roped some idiot into this to put on a show for me. Jiang Yi never expected Li Qingyu to know that she never bought the meals herself. Worse, he had the nerve to expose her in front of everyone. Her face instantly darkened, and she hurriedly defended herself. Qingyu, you must have misunderstood something. Yuan Jie, she just speaks her mind, she doesn't have anything against you. Misunderstood what? That you always send your admirers to run errands for you, then play the helpless damsel routine in front of us. Li Qingyu tore into her mercilessly. He'd long been fed up with Jiang Yi, and now she was trying to manipulate the situation. He wasn't holding back. And another thing, are you even a member of our research group? Miss, I don't know what Jiang Yi told you, but let me make it clear. Jiang Yi can't do anything in our research group except run errands. That's literally the only thing she can do. She's a foreign trade major, can she write code? Run programs? Yuan Jie froze, realizing her best friend was being attacked, and stepped forward. Hey, how dare you talk about E like that? In Yuan Jie's mind, Jiang Yi was a perfect little angel, gorgeous, sweet-natured. So many people adored her. For her to join this research group was a blessing for them all. He has done so much for you all, if not for skill, then for hard work. And you, a grown man, have the nerve to bully a girl like this. Still defending Jiang Yi, Yuan Jie suddenly noticed Tang Qing standing behind Li Changyu. Wait, she looked familiar. It was her. That scammer. Instantly fired up, Yuan Jie stormed up to Tang Qing. You. What's your next victim? Who's your new target? Yuan Jie gritted her teeth at the sight of Tang Qing's face. This was the person who had impersonated Jiang Yi online, tarnishing her reputation and making her cry for days in their dorm. Oh, I get it now. No wonder they're targeting E. Did you poison their minds? You really are nothing but a two-faced snake. Now you've even chased E all the way to our B university to bully her? Do you think someone like you even deserves to step foot on our campus? Li Qiyu exploded, shoving Yuan Jia away. What the hell are you talking about? Tang Qing was invited here by us. Ignore her, she's unhinged. I'm unhinged? You're the one calling a scammer a goddess. Yuan Jia, always playing the hero, saw Jiang Yi as flawless. To her, Li Qingyou's accusations today had to be fueled by Tang Qing's meddling, so she turned even nastier toward Tang Qing. At least Yi got into B university on her own merits. What does Tang Qing have? She squeaked by on a junior college transfer. You say Yi can't code, can she? Humph, seems like some people got hit by stupid stick. You. Damn it, Li Qiyu was about to lose it with this crazy woman. Where did Jiang Yi even find such an idiot? If not for his last shred of restraint, he'd have cursed her out already. Enough. Si Wechen, who had been silent until now, coolly stepped into the fray, his expression icy. First, Tang Qing was invited by me. I'm the head of this research group. If there's an issue, I'll take responsibility. Second, miss, we don't know you and you weren't invited. You can leave now. Yuan Jia recognized Si Wechen, he was the guy Yi had always liked. Her confidence wavered, but she still tried to argue. I came with Yi. You're the ones bullying her and I'm not letting this slide. Li Qiyu couldn't take it anymore and burst out. Who's bullying her? Are you stupid? Jiang Yi always gets others to run errands for her. When has she ever lifted a finger? Think about it, today did you buy the food? Are you the one carrying everything? Does Jiang Yi have anything in her hands? Yuan Jia hesitated but still defended Jiang Yi. Yi isn't strong. I offered to help. What's wrong with that? You're a total sucker. Li Qingyu was furious. Jiang Yi, that two-faced faker, had deliberately set this moron up to ruin things, knowing Tang Qing was visiting today. Before Li Qingyu could say more, Si Wechen delivered his third point. Don't bother showing up tomorrow. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone was stunned, Jiang Yi included. Jiang Yi's face turned deathly pale in an instant. She never imagined her actions would backfire this hard. Asking me to leave? Are you serious? Wechen, I'm not. You were never a good fit for our research group to begin with. The professor shoved you in, Si Wechen continued. I told you yesterday. If you can't stand Tang Qing, you can quit our research group. After all, what our project needs is Tang Qing, not you. Yuan Jia was floored. She had come today to stand up for Yi, only for Yi to be the one getting kicked out? This is all that bitch's fault. She turned her fury on Tang Qing. Bet you're loving this, huh? You forced Yi out while you stay. Humph, I knew you were no good. Well, now you've gotten what you wanted, haven't you? I'm sorry. I didn't expect to see you here. As if oblivious to Yuan Jia's attack, Tang Qing, who had remained silent until now, suddenly bowed deeply in Jiang Yi's direction. Even if I hadn't met you today, I wanted to apologize to you in person for all the trouble I caused. Using your photos to date others was wrong and I'm doing my best to make amends. Pausing, Tang Qing turned to Yuan Jia and added, as for your accusation about drugging their minds, if you think I'm gloating, let me explain. I don't know magic, nor can I make three strangers in a research group blindly believe my lies. I'm here because they need my voice. And as for why I'm staying while she leaves, I think the reason is obvious. Tang Qing's expression remained earnest, her voice calm and measured, audible to everyone. Because I pull my weight here and she's dead weight. Simple as that. Yes, I made mistakes. But just because I erred, does that give you the right to rake me over the coals, tearing into me nonstop? To mock my abilities, my education. Even as I try to make things right, you still cling to my past, branding me, turning me into a target. You throw stones at me while preaching righteousness, then accuse me of wrongdoing when I pick them up. Chapter 22. The online love rival becomes a charmer, 22. Chapter 22. The web novel side character becomes the ultimate heartthrob, 22. You originally. Tang Qing's words were something Yuan Jia had never considered. In her world, Tang Qing was simply a fraud who deserved to be branded as such forever. Yuan Jia had never thought of whitewashing Tang Qing's reputation, but what Tang Qing just said seemed to make some sense. Yuan Jia was about to say something more, but Li Qiyu had already rudely started showing them the door. Why aren't you two leaving yet? The boss has spoken. Our research group doesn't welcome you. By then, Jiang Yi. I'll chat you the money for the food later. With no grace whatsoever, Li Qiyu practically shoved the two out the door. Queen, you're right. I support you. The moment he turned around, Li Qiyu was back at Tang Qing's side. I've got a good gut feeling. Queen, you must have gone through something. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't pry. Though he hadn't interacted with Tang Qing formally, judging from her lyrics and her actions of repaying debts on Weibo, Tang Qing wasn't as terrible as netizens made her out to be. At the very least, she admitted her mistakes openly, unlike Jiang Yi, who was sneaky and two-faced. Back to the contract. Any objections? Tang Qing spoke up. I still think you're offering too much. I haven't really done anything. At that moment, Si Wechen approached Tang Qing. With his height advantage, he loomed over her, his tone as calm as ever. Sign it. We've already discussed it. Find a time to come in for recording. Si Yuechen's expression gave nothing away, but the system in Tang Qing's mind updated his romance points. Indeed, this man had a cold exterior but secretly added points. 1 point when Tang Qing spoke up earlier, and 3 more when she defended herself just now. His current romance point stood at 19. Wow, it seems our male lead really agrees with what you just said. He added 3 points while you were speaking. The system was doing backflips in Tang Qing's mind. This was the male lead. In almost every world, the male lead's romance points were notoriously hard to raise. Yet, in their first meeting, Tang Qing had already secured 19 points. A remarkable achievement. Hell yeah. The system had initially worried that Si Yuechen might lose his idealized image upon seeing her in person, causing his romance points to drop. But now it seemed Si Yuechen was already starting to like her. This Jiang Yi really has bad luck. She picked the wrong patsy and walked right into it. Having just witnessed the drama, the system was gleeful. What was Jiang Yi thinking? She'd found a lackey to deal with Tang Qing, only to end up outmaneuvered and forced out of the research group herself. DCH, what idiots. Tang Qing scoffed. People like Jiang Yi were all too common in the entertainment industry, thinking they were clever enough to hide their schemes, only to be seen through at a glance. Meanwhile, on their way out of the lab, Yuan Jia kept complaining. If you ask me, you might as well quit this research group. They don't respect you anyway. That Li Qingyu is classless. He shoved me out with so much force. Rubbing her shoulder, Yuan Jia grumbled, they're total jerks. You're so good, yet they treat you like this. And that Si Yuechen you like, he knew how long you've liked him, yet he didn't even stand up for you. Before she could continue, Jiang Yi suddenly stopped walking and shrieked enough. Her voice was sharp, and Yuan Jia finally looked up to see Jiang Yi's expression. Gone was her usual gentleness, replaced by pure venom. Yuan Jia, because of you, I became a joke today. All my efforts over this time, you ruined everything today. Why did you have to say so much? Who told you to shoot your mouth off like that? The humiliation of being kicked out by Si Yuechen had now turned entirely into hatred toward Yuan Jia. Yuan Jia was dumbstruck. She hadn't expected Jiang Yi to lash out at her. I didn't. I just thought they. It's always your damn opinions. Jiang Yi's chest heaved, her face twisted with fury. Now I've been kicked out, all your fault. But you were the one who told me how exhausting it was being his lackey. That's why I helped. I never said anything. It was all your delusional wishful thinking. Are you happy now? Staring at Jiang Yi's furious face, Yuan Jia suddenly remembered Li Chengyou's words, and it hit her like a slap. Yes, that's right. Jiang Yi never said getting meals for her was a hassle, she just hinted at it. Tang Qing was the same. Jiang Yi never outright claimed she was wronged. She just kept crying in front of her, which made her feel like Jiang Yi had suffered an immense injustice. So, she willingly stepped forward for Jiang Yi. Everything was voluntary, all done willingly under Jiang Yi's subtle guidance. Yuan Jia stared blankly at her roommate in front of her. After spending so much time together, this was the first time Yuan Jia realized that the campus goddess everyone talked about could have such a scary look on her face. Jiang Yi couldn't care less about this pawn she had already used. Her expression was dark, and in her heart, she had already cursed Li Qingyu 1,000 times. Damn it, that lunatic Li Qingyu had to expose her in front of everyone. And that bitch Tang Qing, every time she ran into her, something bad happened. Gritting her teeth so hard they nearly shattered. A thought suddenly hit her. She quickly edited a message. About that knowledge competition you mentioned last time. I can join now. There were some unpleasant things with the research group and I've dropped out. Now I have plenty of time to participate in your project. The recipient of Jiang Yi's message was Zhang Yu. Jiang Yi knew very well that Zhang Yu had liked her since childhood, and she had always maintained an attitude of neither accepting nor rejecting his feelings. She milked his kindness but took a step back every time Zhang Yu confessed, saying they were better off as friends. After high school, Zhang Yu didn't go to university but instead started his own entertainment company. Her reputation as the brainy beauty of B University was also a result of his company's efforts. A while ago, Zhang Yu had approached Jiang Yi, wanting her to participate in one of his company's shows to boost her image. At the time, Jiang Yi had wanted to get closer to Si Yuechen, so she declined Zhang Yu's invitation. But now? Yi, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? Zhang Yu replied quickly. Reading his message, Jiang Yi's dark expression gradually twisted into a creepy smile as she typed word by word. No, it's just that I ended up running into her in the research group. Zhang Yu, who is she? Did she bully you? Chapter 23, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer, 23. Chapter 23, From Online Romance Sidekick to Crowd Pleaser, 23. Tang Qing, my system just detected that Jiang Yi is spreading malicious rumors about you. After signing the contract, just as Tang Qing was about to leave, the system in her mind suddenly alerted her. Wow, that snake, she messaged Zhang Yu, claiming you bullied her. Zhang Yu? The third male lead? Exactly, the third male lead, Zhong Yu. He's always been infatuated with Jiang Yi and now runs his own entertainment company, signing a bunch of influencers. The system, having uncovered Jiang Yi's scheme, said resentfully. To boost Jiang Yi's fame, his company specially planned a knowledge competition show to solidify her image as the scholarly campus beauty. Jiang Yi's plan is to invite you onto the show, then make you look bad to boost herself. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. In the original plot, Jiang Yi was portrayed as gentle, beautiful, and understanding. But now, she's nothing but a schemer, always plotting one scheme after another. Zhong Yu will definitely leak the answers to Jiang Yi in advance, then use her beauty and intellect to highlight your supposed incompetence and stupidity. That was Jiang Yi's grand plan. Since everyone kept comparing Tang Qing to her, why not step into the spotlight and publicly humiliate Tang Qing? Let everyone see that an imposter would always be an imposter. Tang Qing could never compare to her. That's it? I expected something more sophisticated. Tang Qing found it amusing. Jiang Yi had now made her the main rival, constantly trying to outdo her. And now she was even handing Tang Qing a chance to appear on a show. The system wasn't as optimistic. These kinds of competitions have preset question pools. My current level is too low to access them. Even if we could exchange for items in the system shop, we don't have enough affection points yet. If we go head-to-head with Jiang Yi, the odds of losing are high. Tang Qing was unconcerned. In my previous life, many praised my acting skills. Do you know why? Natural talent? Me? Talented? Hardly. I just put in the time. Narrowing her eyes, Tang Qing recalled countless nights spent memorizing lines. To truly understand a character, the first step was understanding their place in the story. For every script, Tang Qing didn't just memorize her own lines. She memorized everyone else's too, analyzing the intent behind each word to deliver natural performances. She could recite entire scripts backward. That was the real secret behind her acting prowess. Relax. A competition like this isn't worth spending my affection points on. The system still lacked confidence, especially after checking Zhong Yu's current affection level for Tang Qing. Unsurprisingly, after Jiang Yi's accusations, it had plummeted to -58, terrifyingly low. This is what happens with love-struck idiots. One word from his goddess and your impression score tanks. I'm genuinely curious about the third male lead's taste. How could he fall for such a fake little white lotus? To Tang Qing, Jiang Yi's looks were passable, but her methods were clumsy and transparent. Zhong Yu was, after all, the third male lead of this world. How could he be so easily manipulated by someone like Jiang Yi? The system promptly filled her in on Jiang Yi and Zhong Yu's backstory. Turns out, Zhong Yu had been a rebellious teen who, by chance, became neighbors with Jiang Yi. They barely interacted until one day, when Zhong Yu got into a fight with a gang in an alley and was left half dead. Jiang Yi happened to call the police, saving his life. That single act made Zhong Yu become obsessed with her. The more he noticed her, the deeper his feelings grew, lasting nearly a decade. Wait, what was the name of that alley? As the system narrated, fragments of memory flashed in Tang Qing's mind. Baiwa Alley? The system was stunned. How did you know? That's the exact alley. It was pouring that day. If Jiang Yi hadn't called the cops in time, the third male lead might not have survived. Rainy day. Baiwa Alley. A gang. Shouting. The memory solidified in Tang Qing's mind. Back then, her uncaring parents refused to pay for her middle school education, forcing her to work odd jobs for tuition. After much pleading, a kind wonton shop in Baiwa Alley took her in. On that rainy day, business was slow. From behind the shop's half-open window, Tang Qing heard a commotion and saw Zhong Yu being beaten by a gang. She didn't know him then, but she spotted the glint of a blade tucked in one thug's waistband. They were armed. This could turn deadly. Instinctively, Tang Qing grabbed the shop's phone and dialed the police. After the gang was hauled away, she even tried to offer Zhong Yu antiseptic and bandages. But he, hostile like a cornered animal, shoved her away. In the rain, her hair stuck to her face. She never got a clear look at the boy she'd saved. And that boy was Zhong Yu. The memory cut off there. So she was the one who'd called the police? All these years, Zhong Yu had been thanking the wrong person? This changes everything. Tang Qing, we have to tell the third male lead, you're his real savior. The system buzzed with excitement. Then he won't sabotage you on the show, and your affection score won't stay negative. Not yet. Tang Qing stopped the eager system, a shrewd glint in her eyes. An ace in the hole is most effective when played at the right moment. So Jiang Yi had been taking credit all along. Tang Qing couldn't wait to see Zhong Yu's face when he realized he'd been played for a fool. Wow, but Jiang Yi has zero shame. She knew she didn't call the police, yet she happily accepted the praise. Now that it understood the full story, the system despised Jiang Yi even more. And Zhong Yu confessed multiple times, but she never accepted. Never rejecting him, keeping all his favors, while chasing after Siwechen. And she dares to look down on you for catfishing? She's just as bad, keeping multiple options open. University B's campus belle? What a joke. As she spoke, Tang Qing's mind conjured Jiang Yi's face again. In the original plot, the protagonist had envied her loving family, sharp mind, adored by so many. Beneath that pretty facade? Nothing special. Some people simply aren't worthy of their status. Chapter 24. The online love rival becomes a charmer. 24. Status: 429 from https://www.asianovel.net/chapter/chapter-754649 Inno text content. Chapter 25. The online love rival becomes a charmer. 25. Status: 429 from https://www.asianovel.net/chapter/chapter-754650 Inno text content. Chapter 26. The online love rival becomes a charmer. 26. Status: 429 from https://www.asianovel.net/chapter/chapter-754651 Inno text content. Chapter 27. The online love rival becomes a charmer. 27. Status: 429 from https://www.asianovel.net/chapter/chapter-754652 Inno text content. Chapter 28. The online love rival becomes a charmer. 28. Chapter 28. From online romance sidekick to crowd favorite. To prepare for the One Against All quiz competition, Tang Qing had completely revamped her routine, immersing herself in cramming sessions from dawn till dusk, almost to the point of obsession. The system watched nervously from the sidelines, witnessing firsthand just how far Tang Qing was willing to go to win. At the moment, Tang Qing had dark circles under her eyes, messy hair, and piles of densely packed notes and drafts scattered around her. Her mental state seemed precarious. The system hovered near her ear and cautiously suggested, "Tang Qing, maybe we should just give up. It's my fault, I can't even steal the questions for you. Otherwise, I could have helped." "Stop spouting useless nonsense," Tang Qing snapped, her temper frayed from endless memorization. "Give up? Jiang Yi is dead set on trampling over me. You think I'll give her that chance?" The system still lacked confidence. But she has the answers. Having answers won't save her. Rubbing her sore eyes, Tang Qing felt the weight of countless terms swirling in her head. It seemed that cramming to become a walking encyclopedia in such a short time was indeed a daunting task. After gulping down a strong cup of tea, her phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, she saw it was her freeloading brother. She had almost forgotten he existed. Perfect. Just when she was in the worst mood, someone had come begging for a scolding. "Hey sis, you busy? Need to talk," came the voice on the other end, young but laced with a rural accent, his Mandarin far from polished. "I'm busy." Tang Chai ignored her and barreled on. "I went on a blind date the other day and really liked this girl. Mom says she's sweet, fertile, and hardworking. Mom sold on her. Mom told me to call you, send me 80,000 yuan, roughly $11,000. We're going to propose soon." Talk about shameless. This family really thought their daughter was a money-printing machine, coming back again and again to leech off her. "Tang Chai, did Mom tell you how her last visit with me ended? Last time, I threw her out on her ass." "Got it." Tang Qing's voice grew colder. "Seems like Mom didn't make my stance clear enough. Let me spell it out for you. I don't have money. And even if I did, I wouldn't waste it on a worthless leech like you. What does you getting married have to do with me? What, am I your ATM? If you had any backbone, you'd go out and earn it yourself. Marry someone on your own merit. Don't come crying to me." Tang Chai was stunned. His usually compliant sister had suddenly turned vicious. Indignant, he retorted, "Your family, ain't that your job? Mom said you're paying for this. Otherwise, she'll drag your ass back home. Then she's welcome anytime." Tang Qing glanced at her reflection, pale face, dark circles, looking like a zombie fresh out of the grave. Sleep-deprived and irritated, her tone turned even harsher. "And by the way, when are you planning to pay back the 220,000 yuan, $30,000, I already gave you?" "What 220K? That was for my car." "You have the nerve to say that? Last time you took 220K from me and Mom and Dad wasted their retirement savings. I barely got the car and they were furious. If it weren't for that car, this blind date wouldn't have even happened." "Oh, that's rich." Jiang Shao's own son couldn't even spare 20K, yet they had no problem demanding 220K from her, as if it were her duty. Good. Let them stay furious. Blind, stupid, and useless, all they know how to do is coddle their manchild and find him a wife. "That money came from me. If you don't want to pay it back, fine. Sell the car. Problem solved." The moment Tang Qing threatened to sell his precious car, Tang Chai panicked. "No. You can't touch my car. TCH, don't think we don't know about your little scams now. I saw it online, you're just a scammer, tricking men out of their money. You're humiliating us. Because of you, Mom's the laughingstock of the village. So Jiang Xiao knew where the money came from. Knowing full well her daughter had nothing, she still came to squeeze her dry. What a piece of work. Tang Qing cursed Jiang Xiao internally before firing back. If I'm so disgraceful, why are you asking me for this dirty money? You're all a bunch of hypocrites. Since you know my situation, you should also know I'm 200k in the hole. How do you expect me to pull 80k out of my ass for your bride price? Note: in Chinese culture, bride price refers to the money or gifts given by the groom's family to the bride's family as part of marriage arrangements. You managed to get 70,000 in 2 weeks, how can you not have 80,000 for me? Tang Chai spoke with shameless confidence. Anyway, I'm getting married and you're damn well paying for this. The nerve of him. Tang Qing snapped furiously. Why should I? Just because you're useless and shameless. Tang Chai, you worthless trash. Keep dreaming if you think I'll pay for you. Even if I had money, I'd rather donate it than give you a single cent. If Jiang Xiao wants to come after me, tell her to bring it on. I'd love to see how shameless Jiang Xiao can be, bleeding me dry to support the whole family. You don't deserve a damn thing from me. If you dare call me again to harass me, I'll go straight to that girl you're dating and tell her exactly what kind of garbage you are. Let's see who'd be blind enough to take you in. You wouldn't dare, Tang Chai tried to retort, but the line went dead before he could finish. Goddamn bitch. Never in his life had he been berated like this. Tang Chai's face darkened with rage, especially since Tang Qing's repeated insults of worthless had shattered what scraps of dignity he had left. Ah Chai, what did she say? When's your sister sending the money? Jiang Xiao shrieked as soon as he hung up, eager for news. What did she say? She said she's broke and even threatened to sell my car to pay her debts. Jiang Xiao exploded. She wouldn't dare. How dare she threaten to sell your car? That ungrateful brat's gone completely wild, forgetting her own family. How could she not care about her own brother's marriage? Disgraceful. Jiang Xiao's dark face twisted with rage. Humph. That ungrateful wretch. If she won't give us the money, I'll make sure she suffers. Suddenly, Tang Chai remembered something and hurriedly checked his sister's social media. Just then he saw her announcement about joining a show. A sly glint flashed in his eyes as he said, Mom, my sister's gonna be on TV. She's gonna be a star. Pfft, don't talk nonsense. How could your sister ever be a star? Jiang Xiao dismissed the idea outright, still scheming how to squeeze money out of Tang Qing. It's true. Look, she's really going on a show. Tang Chai licked his lips, eyeing the follower count on Tang Qing's profile as he shoved the phone in his mother's face. She's gotta have money now. Mom, let's go to the city and find her. If she refuses to pay, you can tell the reporters, tell the TV station that she's unfilial, that she abuses her parents. With so many fans now, she'll have to give you money if you expose her. Jiang Xiao hesitated for only a moment before nodding fiercely. Yes. Maya Chai is so clever. Let's go find her. If she won't pay, we'll go to the media. She owes me, it's her duty. Chapter 29, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer, 29. Chapter 29, The Online Romance Supporting Female Lead Cultivates into a Heartthrob, 29. The first round of recording for the *1 versus *1 show took place at B University. Tang Qing had every reason to suspect that Zhang Yi had personally chosen this location. Defeating her in front of all their classmates, especially in front of Si Yuechen, would surely fuel Zhang Yi's ego for ages. The audience for the show consisted mostly of B University students, including Li Qingyu. When the recruitment channels for audience members were first announced, Li Qingyu quickly wrote a small script to hack his way in and even helped Quang Juan and Si Yuechen from the lab sign up as well. The three of them sat in the front row seats, the best viewing spot. Passers-by who spotted Si Yuechen widened their eyes in astonishment. Am I seeing things? Is that Yushin? Holy shit, Yushin actually came to watch this competition. No way, Yushin is seemingly unreachable. Why would he care about an entertainment show like this? That's right, an entertainment show. To be university students, Si Yuechen was an unapproachable figure, someone whose name was usually heard in international competitions. A knowledge-based quiz show like *1 versus *1 was far beneath his level. Is Yushin here to see Jiang Yi? I've noticed Jiang Yi visiting his lab pretty often lately. Maybe not. Could it be Tang Qing? Didn't they say Tang Qing joined Yushin's research group? A crowd of people audibly whispered about Si Yuechen, their gazes practically tangible, making Quang Juan squirm uncomfortably. This asterisk is the great spot you picked? Sitting dead center in the audience, Quang Juan gritted his teeth under the weight of countless stares. I'd rather be coding. What's wrong with this spot? It's perfect for seeing her head on. Never one to care about Quang Juan's opinions, Li Qingyu waved the small megaphone he bought, grinning ear to ear. I'm gonna sit right here and watch my goddess crush that schemer Jiang Yi. Li Qingyu the fool had an innate bias toward Tang Qing. No one knew where his confidence came from, but he was absolutely convinced she could defeat Jiang Yi. Kuang Jun, ever the rational one, analyzed the objective conditions. Tang Qing had no advantage. Hee boss, if she wins later, should we celebrate with her? After all, she's part of our lab now. Winning would bring glory to our team. Leaning towards Si Yuechen, Li Qingyu was already fantasizing about where they'd eat after the first round, his face twisting into a strange smile. Si Yuechen maintained his inscrutable demeanor, offering no response. The competition officially began. The first round of *1 versus 1* followed a defender format with Jiang Yi as the initial champion. Tang Qing was placed last among the 6 challengers. Today, Jiang Yi had clearly hired a professional makeup team. Styled with the senior student aesthetic, she wore a high ponytail and a preppy uniform, looking gentle and sweet. Her makeup was meticulously done, her foundation was airbrushed, covering up her naturally sallow and uneven skin tone. A faux beauty mark had even been added to the bridge of her nose, subtly reshaping her facial symmetry to make her appear more harmonious on screen. As soon as Jiang Yi stepped on stage, the university students erupted into the loudest applause for their homegrown contestant. Jiang Yi looks so gorgeous today. Is that veste Chanel? Wow, as expected of our school's campus belle, she's repping B University. Of course. Our school has both the genius Si Yuechen and the campus goddess Jiang Yi. What a golden couple, lucky us. Listening to the enthusiastic cheers, Jiang Yi's confidence soared. She introduced herself with poise. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Yi, even waving at the audience below. Many familiar faces from school even stood up to cheer for her. Jiang Yi, you got this. Jiang Yi will always love you. He is the best. Jiang Yi naturally accepted the encouragement, smiling brightly as she said, thank you all for your support. I'll do my best. The beautiful campus belle and her simp shared an oddly wholesome scene on screen. Watching the scene before her, the system sneered disdainfully in Tang Qing's mind, humph. Acting all high and mighty in front of everyone, with all the answers in her hands, it's a sure win, isn't it? Tang Qing, look at Jiang Yi smiling like a blooming flower. She's absolutely loving this. The system's tone turned sour, thinking about how Jiang Yi was already waiting at the finish line with the answers while Tang Qing had been slaving away for days memorizing materials. Its voice grew even more bitter. It's all Jiang Yi's fault, fawning over that scheming little flower. Why can't we just tell Jiang Yi that Jiang Yi tricked him back then? Let's expose her. The system kept muttering. Tang Qing remained silent, her fingers flying over her phone as she answered questions in a practice app. The app's interface was simple, but its question bank was meticulously categorized and provided detailed explanations for wrong answers. Tang Qing had been killing time practicing on it these past few days, and without realizing it, she'd done over 10,000 questions. The app was made by Si Yuechen. That day, Tang Qing's WeChat suddenly pinged. It was a message from Si Yuechen. His message was brief, just 4 words. Good luck in the competition. Attached below was the link to this practice app. At first, Tang Qing thought it was just a random link Si Yuechen had found, but after searching online, she realized the app didn't exist anywhere else. It must have been something he created himself. A genius was just that, a genius. While she was still struggling through printed materials, Si Yuechen had effortlessly coded an app, and it turned out to be surprisingly useful. Tang Qing, look. Jiang Yi just breezed past the first challenger. Still in the preparation room, the system kept tabs on the competition, reporting updates in real time. With the answers in hand, Jiang Yi was brimming with confidence, answering questions swiftly and with astonishing accuracy, earning wave after wave of applause. Ugh, what a fraud. Now she's pretending to comfort her opponent. She got in through the back door, yet she has the nerve to say she just has a little bit of talent. What an act. The system kept ranting while Jiang Yi continued her performance on stage. Unsurprisingly, she breezed past the first few challengers with ease. The camera zoomed in on Jiang Yi's picture-perfect smile. Surrounded by applause and congratulations, Jiang Yi soaked up the attention, especially the admiration in her classmates' eyes. It made her feel like she was riding high. Yes, this was how it should be. She, Jiang Yi, deserved to stand at the center of the stage, soaking up all the praise. Jiang Yi is amazing. She knows so much. She must have grown up in a family of scholars. I'm shocked. Some of those physics questions even tripped me up, and I'm a physics major. How does Jiang Yi know them? Wow, Jiang Yi truly is the goddess of B University, totally deserved. Chapter 30. The online love rival becomes a charmer. 30. Chapter 30, from web romance side character to crowd pleaser. 30. Next, let's welcome our challenger, Tang Qing. Everyone, please give her a round of applause. Finally, it was Tang Qing's turn. Emerging from a swirl of smoke, she walked out with poised grace. This time, Tang Qing's outfit was completely different from her previous public appearances. The daring, show-stopping crimson bodycon dress didn't look out of place on her at all, perfectly accentuating her curves. The fishtail hem rippled with hypnotic sway as she moved. To match the red dress, Tang Qing's hair was styled into sultry, cascading curls that draped just above her chest line, partially covering her fair skin while leaving just enough to tease the imagination, exuding an irresistibly alluring charm. I take back what I said earlier. Cuteness stands no chance against sexiness. Goddess, you're killing me. Tang Qing looks drop-dead gorgeous today. Those legs, that figure. I'm in love. Compared to this, what's Zhang Yi? I'll take an elegant femme fatale any day. Amid the murmurs, Tang Qing, well aware of the audience's tastes, casually flipped her hair, tilting her head slightly to reveal the elegant curve of her swan-like neck. She winked at the camera, alluring and hypnotic. Hello everyone, I'm challenger number 6, Tang Qing. The online audience exploded. Ah, goddess, you're murdering me with your beauty. Was that my wife just now? My wife winked at me. Wife, you're coming home with me tonight. Tang Qing in that red dress is next-level perfection. I'm dead, only a kiss from my wife can revive me. Tang Qing did this on purpose. Zhang Yi was now firmly typecast as the campus goddess, and today's outfit was predictably preppy. So Tang Qing deliberately chose a dress that was the polar opposite of Zhang Yi's style. Pretty girls are always liked, but a stunning beauty with a killer figure is obviously even more captivating. Turning toward Zhang Yi's direction, Tang Qing flashed a radiant smile, a simple greeting between old acquaintances. It seems everyone is quite taken with our new challenger. Miss Tang caused quite a stir on Weibo not too long ago. No wonder so many admirers are smitten. Even I'm a little tempted. As soon as the host finished speaking, Tang Qing knew he was deliberately taking digs at her. Admirers? Anyone who followed the Weibo drama knew they were just the cast-offs from her harem, a bunch of pathetic leftovers still demanding repayment from Tang Qing. You two know each other, right? The host maintained his smile, but every word he spoke was a calculated jab at Tang Qing's sore spots. Of course they were acquainted. Hadn't Zhang Yi publicly apologized not long ago for stealing photos? Yes, we know each other. High school classmates. Tang Qing sidestepped with finesse, her expression unchanging. So, did I stumble into a reunion? Asterisk, is this not a challenge arena but a high school reunion? The host awkwardly chuckled at the polite brush-off. I had no idea you and Miss Jiang shared such history. What kind of surprises will these two old classmates bring us today? Stay tuned. A row of numbers appeared on the big screen, each corresponding to a question set. Tang Qing chose question set 6, while Zhang Yi picked question set 4. Just as the host was about to announce the start of the challenge, Tang Qing suddenly raised her hand. Can I switch to a different question set? Of course. Without much thought, the host agreed. The remaining options are 8 numbers. Miss Tang, what's your choice? Question set 4. The moment the words left her lips, Zhang Yi's jaw dropped. What? She wanted question set 4 too? No way. The answers for that set were the ones she had prepped beforehand. She had them down pat. No, I don't agree. Zhang Yi, usually gentle and sweet, suddenly changed her expression. Tang Qing, switching questions mid-competition isn't in the rules, is it? Tang Qing raised an eyebrow, flashing a flawless, coy smile. Oh? I don't see that rule written anywhere. We haven't started answering yet, so why can't I switch? Zhang Yi struggled to keep her cool, but her words came out stiff and unconvincing. I just don't agree. Why should I go along with you? You're acting awfully defensive. Why are you so insistent on question 4? Could it be you already know the answers? The pointed question made Zhang Yi's face instantly pale. Under the camera, such a reaction wouldn't escape the audience's notice. Wait, what's going on? That was weird. The school beauty looked really upset just now. Yeah, why is Zhang Yi so against switching? Something's up. Did you hear how sharp Zhang Yi sounded? Totally different from before. As whispers rippled through the crowd, Zhang Yi was losing her composure but still insisted. Just because you want to switch, do I have to go along? No. Fine, how about this? We both answer question 4 and see who gets more right. What do you think? Tang Qing's eyes gleamed like a cat's as she proposed a compromise. With no way out and the audience watching closely, Zhang Yi reluctantly conceded. Fine. We'll both take question 4. Once the two contestants reached an agreement, they took their positions. Seeing the familiar questions before her, Zhang Yi let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thank goodness she hadn't allowed Tang Qing to switch. Since getting the answers, she hadn't prepared at all, just had to recite them. If they had changed questions, she could only imagine the disaster. Collecting herself, Zhang Yi quickly marked her answers. To her surprise, Tang Qing, who she'd always dismissed, was blazing through just as quickly. Was she just guessing? How could she be this fast? Stunned, Zhang Yi and Tang Qing finished simultaneously. The crowd burst into applause. Until now, Zhang Yi had always been miles ahead, yet Tang Qing had matched her speed. The audience was floored. Incredible! Looks like both players are equally skilled. The host took over. Now the big moment. Let's check their scores. First question, in which Chinese province did Tiguanyin tea originate? Answer, A. Congratulations, both correct. Second question, for whom was the Potala Palace in Tibet originally built by Songtsen Gampo? Answer, B. Correct again. Third question, correct. Fourth. The more Zhang Yi's face fell, the clearer it became that Tang Qing hadn't made a single mistake. Impossible. She must have gotten the answers somehow. If she didn't slip up now, they'd end in a tie. Both players are truly formidable, currently tied. It all comes down to this final question. As the host spoke, all eyes were glued to the screen. Chapter 31, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer, 31. Chapter 31, The Online Love Interest Becomes the Darling of 10,031. The final question, the answer is C. Let's first reveal Miss Jiang's answer, which is C. She got it right. Once again, Miss Jiang has achieved a perfect score, truly amazing. She lives up to being our strongest defender tonight. Everyone give a round of applause for contestant Jiang Yi. The host shouted excitedly and thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Jiang Yi's performance so far was impeccable, acing all 6 rounds. She was the strongest champion in the knowledge contests of recent years. Many of the juniors and seniors from B University even stood up to cheer for Jiang Yi. Wow! Jiang Yi! Incredible! Amazing, the only one tonight. Big Sister Yi, you're the best. 6 rounds, all correct, and unstoppable momentum. Jiang Yi straightened her back amidst the applause. Yes, she was the brightest star on stage tonight. Tang Qing, that despicable woman, could never match her. With this certainty, Jiang Yi repeatedly reassured herself, her eyes fixed on the large screen, waiting for the last question. She will definitely make a mistake. Only I can get everything right. As they waited, the answer on the large screen slowly revealed itself, each moment stretching out and torturing Jiang Yi's heart. Finally, Tang Qing's answer was fully displayed. C. Tang Qing had chosen correctly. Jiang Yi's eyes widened in shock. Damn it. Tang Qing is so stubborn. This person also got everything right. It seems I'm having a good day today. Tang Qing, who had long known her choice, calmly redirected the question to the host. Now that Jiang and I are tied, should we have an extra round? The host was taken aback, completely caught off guard. Before stepping on stage, every contestant's profile had been reviewed. It wasn't surprising that Jiang Yi got everything right. After all, she was from B University. But this Tang Qing. According to her profile, she was just an ordinary college student with average credentials, yet she managed to get everything right too? Glancing at Tang Qing a few more times, the host suppressed his surprise and praised her. Hee, Miss Tang is being modest. It's your exceptional skill. It looks like tonight's competition will be very intense, as we're about to enter the first overtime round of the day. Hearing this, Li Qingyu finally blew his small trumpet excitedly, the sound echoing throughout the venue, drawing everyone's attention. He shouted loudly, Tang Qing, come on. Goddess, go for it. I believe in you. Li Qingyu's eyes sparkled, his entire being focused on his idol. Not just Li Qingyu, but the audience was also amazed by Tang Qing's performance. Who would have thought Tang Qing could be so impressive? Yeah, she's even tied with Jiang Yi. Didn't you notice how capable Tang Qing is? She won the championship in the original singer competition last time, and now she's aced this one too. In the upcoming overtime round, there's a chance Tang Qing might actually beat Jiang Yi. Amidst the buzz of conversation, the overtime round was about to begin. Though Jiang Yi was reluctant, she felt a slight relief. She had prepared for the overtime questions, and she was confident that the correct answers were within her grasp. She didn't believe Tang Qing would have such good luck again and ace the overtime round. If necessary, she'd play a few more rounds. The champion tonight would definitely still be her. With this thought, Jiang Yi seemed to regain some confidence, straightened her back, and resumed her usual gentle smile. Just as the host was about to announce the number of the overtime question, Tang Qing suddenly spoke up. Wait, no need to change the questions, right? There are still 9 question numbers in here. Let's choose from these. How about number 6? What? Damn it, what is Tang Qing up to? Why change the questions again? Just when Jiang Yi had started to relax, her expression changed dramatically. The moment she came to her senses, Jiang Yi immediately refused. No, the extra time has its own set of questions, I won't switch. For each set of questions, Jiang Yi had only prepared one answer. Now that question 4 was already answered, she had no idea what the remaining 9 optional questions were, so there was no way she could agree to Tang Qing's request. Refusing again? Tang Qing smiled, her eyes filled with an indiscernible meaning. Jiang classmate, you seem determined to only do question 4 today. Are you lacking confidence in the other questions? The extra time has its own rules. I don't agree to changing the questions. Always sticking to the competition rules, I wonder if there happens to be a question number you prefer in the extra time as well? Is it question 4 again? As Tang Qing spoke, the red on her seemed overly vivid. For some reason, it even made Jiang Yi's eyes uncomfortable. Biting her lip, Jiang Yi still insisted, using the extra time questions. No switching. Li Qingyu was a shrewd person and had interacted with Jiang Yi for some time. He knew that Jiang Yi was very good at putting on airs, often wearing a mask of hypocrisy, smiling insincerely. When Tang Qing proposed changing the questions twice just now, Jiang Yi's face changed both times. Her usually impeccable expression management couldn't hold up. There must be something fishy going on. His eyes darting around, Li Qingyu stood up first to set the tone. Question 6. Jiang Yi, you insisted on using question 4 just now, and Tang Qing agreed. Now it should be your turn to give in to Tang Qing. Hey Jiang Yi, are you afraid to answer question 6? Li Chengyou's voice was extremely loud, his presence overwhelming. Immediately everyone turned their attention to him, but he wasn't flustered. I'm a fan of Tang Qing. Both of you are evenly matched opponents. Any set of questions shouldn't be a problem. I just find it strange that Zhang classmate is so fixated on question 4. Indeed, it was strange, especially Jiang Yi's reaction. Too big? If she had really prepared well, question 6 should have been no problem for Jiang Yi. Why was she so resistant? At this awkward moment, Tang Qing spoke again. Student Jiang, what do you think? It seems the audience is also looking forward to your choice of question 6. Student Jiang looks quite troubled. Could there be some hidden reason? Though seemingly concerned, every word from Tang Qing left Jiang Yi at a loss for how to respond. Damn it. All because of Li Qingyu. Why did he have to stir things up right now? Her face flushed red and then white, but Jiang Yi refused to speak. The audience gradually sensed something was amiss. Li Qingyu led the commotion. Question 6. Question 6. Jiang Yi, choose 6. The chants grew louder, merging into a deafening roar. Jiang Yi stood on stage, her expression terrible. With more and more audience members joining in and Jiang Yi still not giving in, the situation was getting out of control. The host quickly made a decision. It seems the audience cares deeply about the competition. So it will be question 6. The question has already been sent to both contestants' devices. Damn. What is wrong with this host? Why did he answer for me? Jiang Yi glared at the host with fierce eyes, her expression heavy, all traces of her initial ease and grace gone. Without even looking at the question, Jiang Yi knew she wouldn't be able to answer any of them. On the other side, Tang Qing remained as calm as ever, and upon receiving the question, immediately began answering. Jiang Yi closed her eyes briefly, fully aware. This round she was going to lose. Chapter 32. The online love rival becomes a charmer. 32. Chapter 32. The online love interest becomes the darling of 10,032. From start to finish, she had not prepared seriously, and some of the questions in the test were even incomprehensible to Jiang Yi, leaving her to rely solely on intuition. When time ran out, Jiang Yi could hardly remember what she had written. Reluctantly putting down the answer device, she met Tang Qing's meaningful smile, her lips pale, devoid of any color. The two contestants were evenly matched in the last round, ending in a tie. Let's see how this round turns out, everyone. Please watch the big screen, announced the host, beginning to slowly reveal the answers. The first question, the correct answer is 8. Let's take a look at Miss Zhang's answer. Oh dear. Miss Zhang got this one wrong, she wrote 13. The first question was a setback for Jiang Yi, marking her first mistake so far. Let's check Miss Tang's answer for the first question. She got it right. Miss Tang's answer to the first question is correct, which is 8. The audience was stunned. This was the first time today that someone had outperformed Jiang Yi. Tang Qing took the lead. The first question gave Miss Zhang's opponent an opportunity. Now let's reveal the answer to the second question. The correct answer is A. Miss Tang's answer is A. She got it right again. Congratulations, Miss Tang. Now let's see Miss Zhang's answer. Oh, what a pity, Miss Zhang got this one wrong too. Miss Tang is now leading by 2 points. Jiang Yi did not want to hear the host announce the answers, yet she couldn't help herself. Each time the host revealed that Tang Qing had scored more points than her, it felt as if someone was hammering viciously into her chest, making it hard to breathe. The third, fourth, and fifth questions. Without exception, Jiang Yi got them all wrong. Her face growing paler, Jiang Yi's fingers clung tightly to the table in the answer zone. If it weren't for the chair supporting her, she might have struggled to stand at all. What's going on? Is Jiang Yi just having the worst luck today? Getting 5 consecutive questions wrong. The error rate is outrageous. Not a single question was answered correctly. Even the previous contestants managed to get 1 or 2 right. Jiang Yi's expression was off too. Her performance is so far below the others. She clearly has no clue at all. As Jiang Yi continued to make more mistakes, the whispers grew louder. Everyone in the room sensed something was amiss. The previously flawless Jiang Yi, when given a random set of questions, couldn't answer any of them. She must have memorized the answers before. No wonder she refused to change the questions earlier. Yeah, changing the questions completely threw her off. Her level is even worse than mine. She definitely cheated. The more brilliant her earlier performance, the more stark the contrast now. Especially compared to Tang Qing's high accuracy, Jiang Yi went from being the school beauty to a laughingstock, standing in the middle of the stage, pointed at and ridiculed by everyone. When all the answers were revealed, Tang Qing had 11 correct answers, while Jiang Yi had only 2. The audience was utterly shocked. Did you cheat? Give us an explanation, Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi only got 2 questions right, and they were multiple choice. Did she just guess? Jiang Yi cheated. The students of B University weren't fools. The drastic difference in Jiang Yi's performance clearly indicated something was wrong. Even those who usually got along well with Jiang Yi were speechless, finding it hard to explain her poor performance in the extra round. Praise turned instantly into ridicule and anger. Jiang Yi bit her lip, using the last of her strength to prevent herself from fleeing the stage in disgrace. It's all because of this Tang Qing. Why did she want to switch topics with me? Damn it. She had already planned everything out. Today was supposed to be the day she made her name known to the world. Now everything was ruined. All because of Tang Qing. Swallowing her hatred, Jiang Yi glared at Tang Qing, wishing she could tear her apart. Do you have something to say to me? Facing Jiang Yi's venomous gaze, Tang Qing remained unfazed. You've been staring at me. Old classmate, what do you want to say? No. The words were almost forced out through gritted teeth. Jiang Yi felt utterly humiliated and certainly wouldn't congratulate Tang Qing. Surprising. For the second round, let's congratulate Miss Tang on her successful challenge. The host announced the results of the competition. Tang Qing and Jiang Yi swapped places, one ascending to the stage, the other descending. As they passed each other, Jiang Yi heard Tang Qing whisper, "Fool, looks like I won again this time." Bitch? Turning back with a fierce glare, the camera captured the change in Jiang Yi's expression. Wow, what kind of look is that? It's terrifying. Is this still the campus beauty? Just lost, no big deal, right? From the look in her eyes, she seems ready to devour Tang Qing alive. Tang Qing is awesome, who said she couldn't win? The live stream chat was almost entirely focused on Jiang Yi's defeat. While Tang Qing's victory was surprising, Jiang Yi's performance in the second round was shockingly poor. Many viewers began to replay the previous rounds, and the more they compared, the more suspicious it seemed. In the first 5 rounds, Jiang Yi had answered questions quickly as if guided by a divine hand. Only in the sudden death round against Tang Qing did she seem unable to write. Soon, the hashtag Jiang Yi cheating began to trend rapidly. Netizens flooded the official accounts, demanding an explanation from the organizers. Meanwhile, Tang Qing smoothly collected the prize money for the first round, totaling 8,000, bringing her total repayment progress to. Tang Qing, a down-to-earth money-making blogger. Feeling pretty smug now, aren't you? Must be quite satisfying to step on me to get where you are. Just as she was about to leave the studio, Jiang Yi unexpectedly followed her, her once perfect makeup now smudged, her hair disheveled, looking rather disarrayed. You bitch, it's all because of you. You stole my place in Siu Echen's project and made me a laughingstock today. Hearing this, Tang Qing felt like rolling her eyes. The show was your choice and so was cheating. Now that you're unhappy with the outcome, you're taking it out on me. Jiang Yi, don't think just because they crowned you the campus beauty you're something special. Tang Qing's tone was mocking. If I'm not mistaken, you plan to use me as a stepping stone for this show, didn't you? You tried to snatch the chicken but lost the rice instead. You deserve what you got. Jiang Yi's eyes were red, completely ignoring what Tang Qing said, and continued to blame her. It's all because of you, you bitch. You impersonated me first, you ruined my reputation. You have the nerve to say that. Not buying it, Tang Qing continued. Yes, I did use your photo, and didn't I apologize later? Can you honestly say you didn't benefit at all from this whole thing? If I hadn't been blinded by greed and used your photo, how would you have become famous as B University's campus beauty? Where would your Weibo followers come from? Then you kept crying to netizens about the trouble I caused you, the pain I brought you. Can you honestly say those fans didn't grow from the drama I provided? Face the consequences of your own choices. Think about how you'll explain your cheating to the netizens. Pushing aside Jiang Yi, who was blocking the door, Tang Qing walked away without looking back. Her bold red dress swayed provocatively, the sight piercing Jiang Yi's eyes painfully. Chapter 33, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer. 33. Status, 429 from https://www.asianovel.net/chapter/754658. No text content. Chapter 34. The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer. 34. Chapter 34. The Online Love Interest Becomes a Crowd Pleaser. 34. Li Changyu and Kuang Zhuan lowered their heads simultaneously, their faces adorned with peculiar smiles, their flirtatious gazes darting between Si Yuechen and Tang Qing. Finally, Si Yuechen could no longer bear it and lightly tapped the table with his finger. Li Qingyu, if you keep looking at me with that disgusting gaze, you're paying for tonight's meal. This threat proved effective, as Li Qingyu immediately straightened his posture. No way, boss, you know I've already spent all my living expenses this month. My pockets are cleaner than my face. Then eat properly. Li Qingyu chuckled awkwardly. As you wish. The silence lasted only a few seconds before Li Qingyu resumed his chatter, shifting his gaze to Tang Qing. Goddess, you're amazing. I've been annoyed with Jiang Yi for so long. How did you know she was cheating today? The conversation turned to the day's competition and the excitement on Li Qingyao's face had yet to fade. You wouldn't believe it. After all this time interacting with Jiang Yi, I've never seen her look so terrible. It feels great. How did she know? It was the system that told her. Winning against Jiang Yi today was smoother than expected, mainly because Jiang Yi was too confident, preparing only one set of answers for each question. If Jiang Yi had prepared more, things might have been different today. Let me tell you, Jiang Yi is such a pretender. She clung to our research group just to get close to our boss. Every day she would show concern for the boss, acting very considerate. Without realizing it, Li Qingyu continued to ramble. Anyone with eyes could see through her act. She doesn't reject the swarm of admirers at her feet and still tries to seduce our boss. Luckily, our boss is pure and untainted, not falling for Jiang Yi's tricks. Tang Qing, still peeling a shrimp, asked with interest. Really? She likes Si Yuechen. Of course. You didn't see it, but Jiang Yi holds herself in high regard, always thinking highly of herself. When she sees our boss, her eyes practically stick to him, impossible to pry away. She even staged accidents several times, like spilling water on the boss or falling into him, accidentally, and whenever she had a headache or fever, she hoped the boss would take her to the infirmary. The more he talked, the more detailed he became, and Li Qingyu didn't notice the change in Si Yuechen's expression at all. Just as he was about to continue with his gossip, Li Qingyu suddenly felt someone kick him viciously under the table. He yelped, "Ouch, who kicked me? What's wrong, in ambush?" Li Qingyu immediately suspected Kuang Jun. "Kuang Jun, what's your problem? Why did you kick me all of a sudden?" Kuang Jun was taken aback, about to retort, but then glanced at Si Yuechen, who was still eating shrimp, his expression unchanged, revealing nothing. "Fine, looks like I'm stuck with this black pot." His mind quickly turned, and Kuang Jun reluctantly said, "Yes, it was me who kicked you. Li Qingyu, all this food can't even shut you up." This fool, just now it was mentioned that Si Yuechen had some feelings for Tang Qing. Li Qingyu, the chatterbox, insisted on talking about Jiang Yi in front of the person involved, dredging up old matters and recounting them so clearly. He deserved to be kicked. The stormy undercurrents among the few were naturally not lost on Tang Qing, the sharp one. From start to finish, Tang Qing pretended not to understand and didn't say much. Most of the time she quietly peeled shrimp for Si Yuechen, and Si Yuechen gave her face by eating every single one she peeled. Without any comments or thanks, Tang Qing peeled one, and Si Yuechen ate one, creating an indescribable harmony between them. The meal ended with everyone satisfied and happy. Afterwards, Si Yuechen took Tang Qing to the parking lot. Si Yuechen's car looked ordinary from the outside, but once inside, Tang Qing could see the high-quality leather interior, suggesting a custom-made model. "Thank you. Today you peeled 46 shrimps. It was hard work." Just as she fastened her seatbelt, Si Yuechen suddenly spoke, surprising Tang Qing. This man was truly interesting. He actually remembered how many shrimps she had peeled. "Then I have to thank you, not only for the mini-program but also for seeing me home tonight." "There's no need to thank me. It's my duty since you're a member of our research group." Tang Qing turned her head, her gaze fixed on Si Yuechen, and asked seemingly offhandedly, "Just because I'm a member of the research group? Do you care about every member like this?" Under Tang Qing's somewhat intense gaze, Si Yuechen felt a bit uneasy. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel and pursed his lips. His voice remained steady. "Find time to come over later for the voice pack recording work. Coordinate with Li Qingyu." This was an attempt to divert the topic due to unease. Understanding the situation, Tang Qing was even less willing to let Si Yuechen off the hook. She decided to tease the ice-cold man in front of her. "I heard from Li Qingyu that you also really like my voice, which is why you invited me to join the project. Did you hear the song I posted on my social media?" "Yes, and I listened to it on repeat many times." It seemed as if some hidden thoughts were about to be exposed. The eyes behind the golden-rimmed glasses flickered uncomfortably, and after a moment Si Yuechen finally spoke. "It was very beautiful." Tang Qing smiled, exuding 1,000 charms almost like a seductive enchantress. Her bold red dress swayed in the night breeze, and the air around her seemed to carry a mysterious fragrance, drawing people closer, tempting them to reach out. Si Yuechen glanced back at Tang Qing, catching a glimpse of her captivating allure at that moment, and his heart seemed to skip a beat. The usually composed Si Yuechen quickly averted his gaze. In the next second he heard Tang Qing's voice. "Upset. Cold wet. I'm just gonna feel alright." Si Yuechen immediately reacted. This was Summer Swaisure, which Tang Qing had posted on her social media last time. Without the ukulele background, it was a pure, clear vocal performance, her lazy and textured voice wrapping around the car, circling near Si Yuechen's ears. Her singing was truly beautiful, especially in this intimate space. Si Yuechen had never felt this way before, so close to Tang Qing's voice. No, so close to her as a person. Such proximity surpassed all the social distances in Si Yuechen's life. Tang Qing's voice, the faint scent from her, made his usual rationality unable to make any judgment. Night, inside the car, alone singing. Tang Qing was very aware of the impact the current atmosphere had on Si Yuechen. Her eyes didn't miss any of the subtle changes in Si Yuechen's expression, noticing the unnatural redness rising in his face. Tang Qing then cast another hook. The enchanting woman spoke softly, "This song is actually dedicated to you. That night, I heard the first kindness of the summer. Thank you." Leaning closer, Tang Qing narrowed the gap between herself and Si Yuechen. Through this small space, she seemed to hear Si Yuechen's breathing. Her eyes were sincere as she said, "This summer isn't that bad, is it?" Chapter 35, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer. 35. Status, 429 from https://www.asianovel.net/chapter/chapter-754660. No text content. Chapter 36, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer. 36. Status, 429 from https://www.asianovel.net/chapter/chapter-754661. No text content. Chapter 37, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer. 37. Status, 429 from https://www.asianovel.net/chapter/chapter-754662. No text content. Chapter 38. The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer. 38. Chapter 38. The Online Love Interest Becomes a Universal Charm. 38. Really, it's like being cut with a small knife in the buttocks. Just a glance and this is her mother? Poor Tang Qing, her mother doesn't even let her go to school. Not really, look at what her mother says. What does she mean by having to give $6,000 every month and giving $220,000 for her brother to buy a car? Tang Qing is just a college student. Where would she get the money? No wonder she scammed so many people earlier. It turns out there were bloodsuckers behind her. Who understands? Watching this interview with Tang Qing's mother, I feel like rushing up to assault an elder. After the incident escalated, someone dug up the lyrics of 2 original songs by Tang Qing. For a long time, many netizens felt that Tang Qing's lyrics subtly expressed certain content, but Tang Qing never came forward to explain the meaning of the lyrics. Now everything matches. Walk through trauma and the past. Letters from home, not out of concern, not asking about well-being. Dad will be angry, Mom will scold, what should I do? It turns out that Tang Qing had already hinted in her lyrics that she did not have a happy childhood, growing up in a family that favored boys over girls. From a young age, Tang Qing was neglected and treated indifferently by her family. Netizens, like detectives solving a case, also dug up several interviews with Tang Qing from back then. Every word pointed to her family. Pairing Tang Qing's 2 songs with her interviews and thinking about her experiences and then seeing Jiang Xiao's twisted interview, the netizens were enraged. Damn, my sister is truly beautiful, strong, and pitiable. Meeting such a family is too unfortunate. Why am I feeling like crying? Tang Qing is so strong. So many people cursed her before, but she never said any of these things. This family is truly disgusting, putting on such a show. Tang Qing doesn't owe you anything. Why should she pay you back? The police report posted under her alternate account turned out to have such a significant impact. The system finally felt vindicated. Tang Qing, the love from netizens towards you has increased a lot. It's already 4.98 million. Everyone now sympathizes with you. Many people have gone to curse Jiang Xiaoyi, and even the media company interviewing Jiang Xiaoyi is being criticized. Their official Weibo is about to be flooded. After trimming her nails, she held them up to the light. Through the glow, Tang Qing's hands appeared slender, fair, and tinged with a delicate pink. Satisfied, Tang Qing nodded, glanced at the comments under her Weibo, and noticed that the tide had turned. Many netizens were specifically there to apologize. Ha! These self-proclaimed righteous defenders who think you've made a mistake and can't wait to send you to the gallows, but when they realize they were wrong, they put on an earnest and sincere face, expecting you to forgive them. Even in her past life, Tang Qing always detested these fickle netizens, but what could she do? Her job was to please the masses after all. After tidying up her appearance, Tang Qing looked at herself in the mirror with satisfaction and spoke slowly, "It's about time. It's my turn to take the stage." The long silent party, Tang Qing updated her Weibo. Many things have happened over the past 2 days. It's not that I'm avoiding the issue, but there are so many threats I don't know where to start. Tang Qing recorded a video. In the video, she no longer had the confident demeanor from the recent show. Her hair was disheveled, and her eyes were slightly red, as if she had just been crying. My birth wasn't a fortunate one. I have a younger brother, and from a young age, my mother told me that everything I have will belong to my brother in the future. My mother later refused to let me attend middle school, thinking that girls only need to know how to read and write. I ran away secretly, and since middle school had boarding facilities, I stayed there all the time without any living expenses. To avoid going home, I took part-time jobs outside the school whenever I had the chance. Washing dishes, distributing flyers, selling balloons, these are some of the things I did. With little natural talent for studies, this delay left me with even less time to learn, and in the end, I only managed to get into a junior college. I am not a fortunate child. I cannot change my family's mind, but I can change myself. I often wonder what people my age are doing, what their world is like. I couldn't bear it, so I came to a university. You know what happened next. The condition for attending university was to give the family 6,000 yuan every month, or else forget about going to university. Out of desperation, I made the wrong decision. In the video, Tang Qing spoke calmly about her past as if recounting something unrelated to herself. But attentive netizens could observe that her hand holding the water cup was trembling slightly, her pink nails turning white from the force. Occasionally, her eyes resembled those of a wounded deer in a story, filled with fear and anxiety. Her feigned strength tugged at the heartstrings of netizens, many of whom cried and sent comments. Hug you, sister, you've worked so hard. Damn, your eyes are red just looking at this. We're the same age, how can you have endured so much? Some even sent donations via Weibo, hoping Tang Qing could pay off her debt sooner. Tang Qing returned all the donations, stating frankly it was my mistake, and I will take responsibility for it. Besides, everyone now calls me a money-making blogger, so I definitely have the ability to pay it off. Facing the camera, Tang Qing tried to smile playfully, but due to her pale complexion, the smile lacked its intended cheerfulness, making her look even more pitiful. Yang Mingwei, who topped Tang Qing's gift list, naturally saw her Weibo post first. After understanding the whole story, Yang Mingwei slammed his desk angrily, exclaiming damn. Shen Tianyi, who shared a dorm with Yang Mingyue, was startled by the noise and quickly jumped down from his bed. Brother you, what's wrong? Who upset you? Yang Mingyue didn't speak, and Shen Tianyi leaned over to see Tang Qing on the screen. You're watching Tang Qing's video too? I just watched it as well. Shen Tianyi couldn't help but sigh. I never expected Tang Qing's family to be like this. Looking at it this way, Tang Qing's deception was not without reason. Shen Tianyi suddenly thought of something and asked Yang Mingyue, Brother you, didn't you also fall for Tang Qing's trick before? Now that you know the reason, have you forgiven her? I forgave her long ago and I even regretted it. Every time he thought about the harsh words he had said to Tang Qing recently, Yang Mingwei felt like slapping himself. Damn, why didn't I ask her clearly back then? No wonder Tang Qing always seemed afraid when she saw me. It turns out she had such a troubled family background. For some reason, Yang Mingwei suddenly remembered Tang Qing's appearance that night, the bright red dress, standing in the light by the door, looking at him. That night he fled in panic, but only Yang Mingwei knew that as soon as he turned the corner he already regretted it. Chapter 39, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer 39. Chapter 39, The Online Love Interest Becomes a Sensation 39. Is this your doing? Zhang Yu's face was ashen, and in his hand were the materials that had just been delivered. With a slam, he threw them on the table. Why didn't you verify the information before making a decision? Jiang Yi had just called Zhang Yu in tears, and only then did he understand the whole story. After the interview, things did not go as expected. Netizens overwhelmingly sided with Tang Qing, and her reputation soared. Worse still, Tang Qing's relatives had confronted Jiang Yi. Their demands were absurd. They wanted Jiang Yi to pay 200,000 yuan for their son's dowry and wedding expenses, or they would reveal everything to the media, claiming that it was all orchestrated by Jiang Yi. The interview was also arranged by her. If they didn't get the money, Jiang Yi wouldn't have a moment's peace. Jiang Shaoyi was a formidable opponent, and when she lashed out, she was like a harridan. Jiang Yi had never seen such a scene before. After sending Jiang Shaoyi away, she cried uncontrollably. Only then did she call Zhong Yu, hoping he could handle the situation properly. I reminded Miss Jiang. The assistant's expression was strained as he stammered. Miss Jiang was very anxious at the time, possibly because netizens were relentlessly accusing her of cheating. She was too eager to overshadow the news with this. So we didn't have time to verify Jiang Shaoyi's claims before the interview was published. It was an unforeseen disaster. Jiang Yi was so desperate to pin the blame on Tang Qing that when the evidence appeared, she couldn't wait to verify its authenticity. Her sole focus was on dragging Tang Qing down, and no one could dissuade her. Zhong Yu's expression was stern as he slowly spoke. So, you're saying the entire incident is Yi's fault? How could it be? It's my mistake. The assistant was taken aback but quickly recovered, hurriedly apologizing. Boss, I failed to handle this matter well. I'll go and negotiate with Jiang Shaoyi. I will ensure they don't affect Miss Jiang. Having worked with Zhong Yu for several years, the assistant knew his boss well, efficient in decision-making, ruthless in methods, but with one flaw, he was a love-struck fool. Whenever it came to Jiang Yi, the boss would lose his mind. No matter how unreasonable her demands were, the boss would accept them all without a single complaint. Whoever offended Jiang Yi was essentially crossing the boss. The assistant, well aware of this, naturally dared not say anything against Jiang Yi and pledged, Boss, rest assured, I'll take care of this tonight. There's no need for you to do it, I'll go. Tapping on the desk, Zhong Yu stood up, his imposing figure at 1.9 meters tall. Tell me where those two who threatened Yi are. Jinhua Hotel, boss. I'll prepare the car. On the other side, Jiang Xiaoyi was luxuriously lying in the hotel bathtub, enjoying a comfort she had never experienced before. Through the bathroom door, she couldn't help but marvel. The big city is so much better, son. When have I ever had such a comfortable bath? This hot water is truly delightful. It's all thanks to my son. A few words and that Miss Jiang gave us a new room. Of course, hee mother, that Jiang Yi is loaded. Tang Chai raised a wine glass, experiencing the luxury of drinking red wine for the first time. With no experience, he filled the glass to the brim, looking quite out of place. Son, aren't we asking for too much? Will that Miss Jiang really give us 200,000? Tang Chai said confidently she definitely will. Jiang Xiaoyi was still a bit uneasy and asked again, but didn't we mess things up? She still acknowledges this ledger. Initially, Jiang Xiaoyi thought it was a sure thing. Wasn't it just about talking about their daughter's affairs? It should have been simple. But the slap in the face came quickly. Humph. Those police officers were all on Tang Qing's side, defending the dead girl. What kind of police report? Jiang Xiaoyi could barely read, let alone understand such documents. When they made her press her fingerprint, she did it without a second thought. Little did she know that this document would cause problems, leading to the failure of their plan. Jiang Xiaoyi found herself in a mess and feeling quite agitated. Everyone thought she was about to be sent back home again, but Tang Chai was quick-witted. A few words from her and Miss Jiang's face turned pale. She even reluctantly upgraded them to a larger, more expensive hotel. Oh mother, you really don't understand. Miss Jiang cares most about her reputation. Tang Chai, a shrewd person, had only spent 2 days with Jiang Yi and already figured out that this Miss Jiang was a real pretender. At her core, she wasn't a good person at all. But as soon as she was in public, she immediately became amiable and pleasant. People like her cared most about their reputation. Striking at the heart of the matter, it was all about hitting the right spot. Thinking of Jiang Yi's beautiful face, Tang Chai almost drooled. Miss Jiang is truly beautiful, but what a pity, we just want money. There were no beauties like Jiang Yi in the village. What a shame they could look but not touch. Both of them were happily thinking about how Jiang Yi would soon send them money, never expecting the door to be kicked open. Tang Chai was startled, spilling red wine all over herself. Who are you? A group of black-clad bodyguards stormed in, so many that they didn't even give Jiang Xiao a chance to get dressed, forcing her to hide in the bathtub. Damn it, don't you know to knock before entering? Jiang Xiao screamed instinctively. With so many men, they had pushed open the bathroom door without giving her time to dress, leaving her both embarrassed and furious. You're Jiang Xiao? The man in charge approached, towering so tall that Jiang Xiao had to strain to look up and see his face. He was a handsome young man, but his expression was unfriendly, clearly not someone to be trifled with. Jiang Xiao felt a bit scared and shrank further into the bathtub. Jiang Yi threw a towel covering Jiang Xiao's face and spoke expressionlessly. You plan to extort 200,000 from Jiang Yi? Mentioning Jiang Yi, Tang Chai immediately understood that these people were sent by her. She shouted, what extortion? We have a partnership with Miss Jiang. Do you understand what a partnership is? I'm here today to discuss this partnership. Jiang Yi sat down opposite Tang Chai, with a group of bodyguards standing behind him, staring intently at her. He spoke in a dark, serious tone. 200,000 is no problem, and I can even add another 100,000. Could there be such a good thing? Tang Chai and Jiang Xiaoyi's eyes lit up, and they immediately asked, are you serious? It's true, but there's a condition. You must completely disappear from Jiang Yi's life. Zhong Yu spoke slowly, yet his tone left no room for refusal. Do you understand what it means to completely disappear? You give us the money and we'll leave right away. Tang Chai didn't hesitate. With the offer doubled, any condition was negotiable. Money has never been an issue. Zhong Yu said, however, you've upset Yi this time, and it's only fitting that you learn a lesson. He gave a subtle nod to the bodyguards beside him. Before Tang Chai could react, 2 bodyguards rushed forward and pinned him to the ground. What are you doing? I already said we'll leave once we get the money. Let me go. Do something. Let my son go. Jiang Xiaoyi had never seen such a scene and wanted to rush over to help, but she was wrapped in a bath towel, completely at a loss. We're not doing anything, just giving you some medical expenses. The bodyguards moved swiftly, one of them grabbing a chair and smashing it down on Tang Chai's hands. In one blow, his hands were a bloody mess. Ah! A scream escaped his lips and large drops of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. My hands. Jiang Xiaoyi was also stunned, sitting dumbfounded in the bathtub. Let me ask you again, do you now understand what it means to completely disappear? The man opposite seemed accustomed to such violent scenes, lifting Tang Chai's head and gently patting it. The extra 100,000 is for your medical bills, it should be enough. If you show up again, it won't just be your hands. Before leaving, Zhang Yu glanced at Jiang Xiaoyi in the bathtub, his eyes like those of a venomous snake, making her shiver with fear, unable to meet his gaze. The card is on the table. Take the money and get out. A group of people came in a rush and left in a rush, leaving Tang Chai wailing on the floor. Chapter 40. The online love rival becomes a charmer. 40. Status, 429 from https://www.asianovel.net/chapter/chapter-754665, no text content. Chapter 41. The online love rival becomes a charmer. 41. Chapter 41. The web novel side character becomes the campus heartthrob. 41. The next day, Tang Qing arrived early at Si Yuechen's lab. Surprisingly, this time Si Yuechen was the only one there. As usual, he sat in the corner, typing away at his keyboard, seemingly engrossed in work. Morning, he greeted her briefly, then gestured to the breakfast on the table. Got this for you. Help yourself. Tang Qing glanced at it, quite thoughtful. The selection was generous: millet porridge, rice balls, bread, eggs, pretty much everything. It didn't look like a meal meant for just one person. Taking a bite of the sandwich, Tang Qing asked curiously, "Only you here today?" "Yeah, they had other stuff to handle." A perfectly normal answer, but the system in her mind whispered, "Tang Qing, he did it on purpose. He sent Li Qingyu and Quang Jun away early this morning." "Ugh, what a sneaky guy. Li Qingyu didn't even know you were coming today. He totally planned this to be alone with you." Tang Qing caught on right away. She glanced again at Si Yuechen, who was still focused on his screen, appearing completely absorbed. She fake coughed on purpose. Sure enough, Si Yuechen stopped typing at once and looked up. Sick. No, just went down the wrong way. Still seated, showing restraint and composure, he said, "Have something to drink. There's soy milk and coffee on the table." Tang Qing could tell he was being awkward. This man, pretending to be busy with work, had prepared such a big breakfast. A single cough was enough to make him stop what he was doing. She walked over to him. "So when do we start working?" Picking up a cup of coffee, she added softly, "For you. You must be exhausted, working overtime so early." As she set the coffee down, Si Yuechen's gaze caught on her nails, neat, shiny pink. He pursed his lips, forcing himself to look away. "You're done eating?" Tang Qing nodded. "Pretty much done. Are we recording here in the lab? Do you have the equipment?" Si Yuechen had indeed prepared a full set of high-end recording equipment, still had the tags attached, clearly just delivered. "We'll record here. The lab's empty today, so it's quiet." As he spoke, he handed her the headphones. The headphones were new and snug. Tang Qing's eyes gleamed mischievously. Casually, she tucked her hair behind her ear, conveniently getting it tangled in the headset. "Si Yuechen, can you help me?" He looked down, meeting her puppy dog eyes. "My hair's stuck." "Okay." He kept a straight face as he reached out to free her hair. The moment his fingers brushed the soft strands, Tang Qing felt it. His hand was trembling. Somehow they'd gotten closer. She could hear his uneven breathing. This man was clearly a nervous wreck, yet on the surface, he maintained that cool, collected demeanor. So painfully awkward. Out of Si Yuechen's line of sight, Tang Qing's eyes curved like a mischievous little fox after a successful prank. "Ah, thank you. I'm all thumbs today." After finally untangling her hair, Tang Qing seemed embarrassed, a soft pink flush creeping up her cheeks. "I just got my hair curled a few days ago." "Si Yuechen, what do you think of this hairstyle? Do you like the curls now or how it was before?" Si Yuechen's breathing grew even more uneven, his voice growing thick. "They both suit you." "Really? I think you prefer how I look now." A sweet smile tugged at her lips as Tang Qing's eyes sparkled. Under that radiant gaze, Si Yuechen grew even more flustered. Why was she asking this? Words like, and prefer were dangerously intimate. Just hearing her say them once made his ears burn uncontrollably. The voice recording went smoothly. Tang Qing only needed to read the content on the screen. In her previous experience, her voice acting skills had been solid, and now recording navigation lines was child's play. By mid-morning, she had finished all the audio files. Throughout the session, Si Yuechen stood behind her, occasionally handing her a glass of water during pauses. There was an easy, unspoken rhythm between them. Every tiny, teasing interaction between Tang Qing and Si Yuechen was amplified endlessly by the system in her mind, which gushed excitedly, "Wow, Tang Qing, he's so thoughtful. Every time he hands you water, it's just perfectly timed. Ha, you're a goner, buddy, you're falling in love. Tang Qing, you should see the look on his face when he stands behind you. He can't take his eyes off you." The romantic interest meter tracking Si Yuechen's feelings had been steadily rising all morning. Every time their eyes met, the number inched up a little more. OMG, it's already at 78 points. Tang Qing, he really does like you. Ignoring the noisy chatter in her head, Tang Qing flashed a sweet smile. "Si Yuechen, my work here is done. Does that mean I don't need to come back to the lab anymore?" Logically, no. But the thought of suddenly having fewer reasons to see Tang Qing made Si Yuechen hesitate. After a pause, he said, "There might be a review of these files later. If there are any issues, I'll contact you." "Sure, that makes sense. After all, I hit the jackpot with this gig." Tang Qing removed her headset and deliberately tossed her hair, letting the strands brush lightly against Si Yuechen's arm. A jolt ran through him and he flinched and pulled back hastily. Since it's lunchtime now, how about this? You treated me to breakfast, so I'll treat you to lunch. Si Yuechen, who typically shied away from social situations, didn't refuse this time. Chapter 42, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer 42. Chapter 42, From Supporting Role to Campus Heartthrob 42. Tang Qing and Si Yuechen strolled across the B University campus, drawing an insane amount of attention. Heads turned left and right as whispers spread. That's Tang Qing? Saw her on Weibo. Damn, she's been through hell. Why is Tang Qing walking with Si Yuechen? Wait, wasn't Si Yuechen with Jiang Yi? No way. Jiang Yi got caught cheating. If the genius actually dated her, he'd need his eyes checked. Jiang Yi stood frozen, watching the two ahead of her while the murmurs around her grew louder. Her face darkened with jealousy. Tang Qing again. Why did Si Yuechen have to be into her? After slaving away in the lab forever, Si Yuechen had never given her the time of day. Not even a hint of interest. And yet here was Tang Qing, effortlessly by his side. Tang Qing was a total thief, first stealing her photos, then her championship title, now even Si Yuechen's special treatment. She gnawed on her lip. If she charged over there now, she'd just make a fool of herself. After a moment's thought, she dialed a familiar number. Hey you, it's me. You free? I haven't thanked you for handling Tang Qing's family. I was freaking terrified. I've never dealt with anything like that before. Her soft, delicate voice came through the phone, the voice Zhang Yu used to crave. But since hearing Tang Qing's words, he couldn't stand it anymore. What's up? He asked flatly. Jiang Yi hesitated. What was going on? Why did Zhang Yu sound so cold? Did he know something? Her stomach dropped slightly as she asked carefully, Are you okay? Bad day? Zhang Yu brushed her off. I'm buried in last year's financials. Just say what you need. Well, since you helped me last time, I wanted to treat you to dinner. Can we do that? Sure. Let me know when. Hearing him agree, Jiang Yi relaxed. Maybe she was overthinking it. He liked her too much to just walk away. She hung up and glared at the distant figures of Tang Qing and Si Yuechen walking together. Her fingers clenched until they turned white. Enjoy it while you can. Tang Qing, everything that's mine? You're not stealing any of it. As if sensing the intense glare from behind, Tang Qing suddenly turned and locked eyes with Jiang Yi's venomous stare. No wonder she got the chills. It was this idiot. Tang Qing knew exactly what Jiang Yi cared about. She flashed a smug grin, then, accidentally, tripped. Si Yuechen reacted instantly, catching her in his arms. Straight out of a soap opera, Tang Qing fell neatly into Si Yuechen's embrace. Their eyes met and she could feel his heart hammering wildly. Boom, boom, boom. Each beat, paired with his evasive gaze, gave him away completely. OMG! Did you just see that? They hugged. Is this a K-drama or what? Hurry. Take a picture. This pairing is perfect. I'm so here for this ship. Right? There's definitely something going on between them. When has the untouchable academic king ever been seen dining alone with a girl? The surrounding whispers, combined with Tang Qing's faint warmth, suddenly burned against his skin. Si Yuechen caught her before she could fall. Are you okay? I'm fine, just lost my footing for a second. Sorry about that. Thank you. She naturally pulled away, her expression calm as if nothing had happened. Let's go eat. Watching from behind, Jiang Yi nearly ground her teeth to powder. Damn it. That bitch totally planned this. Even performed it just for my benefit. Jiang Yi had been watching Tang Qing closely. That fall was utterly calculated, especially since Tang Qing had smiled at her right before it happened. She wanted to prove that in Si Yuechen's eyes, only she mattered. Tang Qing and Si Yuechen's photo shot straight to the top of BUni's forum, quickly becoming the most talked about post. Wish I was there. The chemistry in this pic is insane. These two are 100% dating. Who says the genius has no heart? Dude's got major boyfriend vibes. Chant with me, get together. Get together. Tang Qing was drinking in the comments, her smile growing more dazzling by the second. Sitting across from her, Si Yuechen noticed her glued to her phone and finally broke. What are you looking at? She shoved the phone toward him. Their faces were blown up right in his face. BUni's forum is buzzing about us. Si Yuechen's pupils dilated sharply the moment he saw the image. His voice went tight. When was this taken? Just now, probably. She watched him with an amused glint, eager for his reaction. Check out the comments, they all think we're together. What? Together? The untouchable academic king actually needed a beat of stem processing before understanding. A full second passed before Tang Qing saw his icy mask crack, his face flushing scarlet all the way to his ears. Pushing further, unable to help herself, she teased. Dating the legendary top student? A girl's dream come true. No, the word strangled in his throat. He grabbed the menu, shielding himself from her smoldering gaze and desperately deflecting. Let's order. Okay. Sizzle sound effect. Their lab's group chat exploded with a rapid-fire string of pings. Both Tang Qing and Si Yuechen opened their phones simultaneously. Voice messages from Li Changyu flooding the screen. Wait, don't Si Yuechen's warning came too late. Tang Qing tapped the first one. What the hell? Dude, didn't you say your crush wasn't coming today? Why are you two together? Dude, you lied to me. You secretly arranged to meet her behind my back, didn't you? I saw the photos on the forum. What's going on between you and her? Are you two dating? You're actually dating and didn't even tell me. Message after message blew up their phones. An awkward silence hung in the air between Tang Qing and Si Yuechen. After a long pause, Si Yuechen finally heard Tang Qing's voice, laced with amusement. So, that's why you were the only one in the lab today. Chapter 43, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer 43. Chapter 43, From Online Romance Sidekick to Heartthrob 43. After returning from Si Yuechen's lab, the system updated his affection value once again, a score of 84. Si Yuechen is now hopelessly smitten with you. Who knew the male lead would be such a sweetheart? The system had witnessed everything between Tang Qing and Si Yuechen. Every word out of Tang Qing's mouth was a tease, leaving him flustered and breathless, sending his affection value soaring. As she neared her doorstep, Tang Qing unexpectedly spotted someone familiar. It was Yang Mingwei, his hulking figure unmissable even from afar, standing motionless. Here to ask for textbooks again? Tang Qing approached and asked. Finally seeing the person he'd been waiting for, Yang Mingwei hurriedly spoke up, No, it's about something else. I saw what happened online, recalling Tang Qing's words in the video. A flicker of regret flashed in Yang Mingyue's eyes. I'm sorry. I didn't know your family situation was like that. Some of the things I said before were too harsh. Yang Mingwei had come specifically to apologize. Over the past 2 days he had replayed Tang Qing's video repeatedly, realizing more and more how much of a dumbass he'd been, just all bark and no brains, spewing hurtful nonsense. Don't take it to heart. I put my foot in my mouth. I'm sorry. He had rehearsed this apology countless times in his mind, and now that it was finally out, it felt like a burden had lifted off his shoulders. No need to apologize. It was my fault to begin with. This time, Tang Qing spoke without her usual timidity, as if she had also let go. I lied to you first. It was normal for you to be upset back then. Yang Mingwei, I owe you an apology. Staring into Tang Qing's earnest eyes, Yang Mingwei suddenly found himself at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally managed to speak, his voice cautious. Tang Qing, can we go back to how things were before? You mean calling every day? Daily good mornings and good nights? Tang Qing laughed. How could we? Yang Mingwei, that was all part of the act. You're not my boyfriend now. I could be. Yang Mingwei abruptly cut himself off, then awkwardly corrected, can we be friends? Friends? Tang Qing mulled over the word. Yang Mingyue's true intentions were obvious. Then with a bright smile she replied, Of course we can. Then, do you have a boyfriend now? For some reason, Yang Mingwei blurted out an awkward question. Maybe it was because he couldn't shake the memory of seeing Tang Qing step out of another man's car. It bothered him inexplicably. No. Why do you suddenly care about that? Yang Mingwei scratched his head awkwardly, flustered. No reason, just asking. Don't overthink it. It's just, looking out for a friend. Oh? You this attentive to all your friends? Deliberately teasing, Tang Qing was rewarded with the sight of Yang Mingyue's face turning bright red. For some reason, under Tang Qing's cheeky grin, Yang Mingyue tripped over his words, awkwardly changing the subject. I have a basketball game next week. Will you come watch? If it were before, I definitely wouldn't. She paused, stringing him along, then continued. But now that we're friends, of course I'll come cheer you on. Yang Mingyue, go get him. From just the right angle, Yang Mingwei caught Tang Qing's flirty wink. His heart skipped a beat, and he could barely breathe. Yeah, I'll try. Yang Mingwei had no idea how his conversation with Tang Qing ended. By the time she closed the door, he was still standing there, replaying every word of their exchange in his mind, his heart swelling with joy. Tang Qing, Yang Mingyue's affection level is now at 73 points, an increase of 11 points, the system reported promptly after the door closed, updating her on the latest progress. That kid's spaced out, he's still standing outside, thrilled just to be your friend. Not just friends, he wants to take things slow. Ignoring Yang Mingwei outside, Tang Qing was in a great mood. With both male leads' affection levels rising steadily, the progress bar was past halfway, and total victory was within reach. Brother Yu, what's up? You seem in such a good mood, Shen Tianyi asked, eyeing him suspiciously. Something was definitely off. Ever since coming back from outside, he'd been grinning like an idiot. He'd been grinning like a fool nonstop. Brother Yu, what's the good news? Share it with us. Not your concern. Just focus on preparing for next week's basketball game, Yang Mingwei deflected, thinking about how Tang Qing might come to watch him play. Suddenly he added, starting today, everyone on the team trains extra. We have to win next week. Shen Tianyi was even more baffled. Winning games was standard, why the big deal? Besides, next week's opponent was an old rival with skills so weak they were pushovers. Beating them was a given. Extra drills for them? Overkill. Brother Yu, did you meet someone just now? Xintranyi narrowed his eyes, already suspecting the answer. But no matter how much he pressed, Yang Mingwei ignored him. Seeing an opportunity to mess with him, Xintranyi suddenly raised his voice. Hehe, brother Yu, if you won't talk, I've got news about Tang Qing. The moment he heard her name, Yang Mingwei jolted upright. What about her? Brother Yu, you don't know yet? Tang Qing's in a relationship. With a sly grin, Xintranyi pulled out a photo and shoved it in front of Yang Mingwei. Look, that's Tang Qing, right? B University's forum blew up today over this photo. Do you recognize the guy next to her? That's Siyu Chen, B University's top academic god. He's also a heartthrob, handsome, freakishly smart. Half the girls at B University have a crush on him. Too bad our university's Tang Qing bagged him. As Xintranyi rambled on, Yang Mingwei stared at the two people in the photo, his gaze like lasers trying to burn through it. Bullshit. Impossible. He just asked her, and she said she didn't have a boyfriend. So what's this crap then? A sour, bitter feeling surged up inside him. The sight of that guy pissed him off just looking at him. He remembered clearly this was the same guy who'd driven Tang Qing home late at night last time. Xintranyi leaned in, studying Yang Mingwei's expression with a smirk. Brother Yu, aren't you happy for Tang Qing? Like hell. This had to be bullshit. Chapter 44. The online love rival becomes a charmer 44. Chapter 44. The online romance side character becomes a siren 44. Today was Yang Mingwei's basketball game day. Tang Qing wore a t-shirt and shorts, showing off her long, toned legs, simple yet perfectly highlighting her amazing figure. Her hair was tied into a bun, perfect for the sports field vibe, and her lips were coated with glossy honey-colored lip gloss, making them look plump and irresistibly kissable. Tang Qing's outfit was an exact replica of the fake photo she had originally sent to Yang Mingwei, except that the person in the original photo had been Jiang Yi. Wearing the same clothes, the differences between the two were immediately obvious. Tang Qing had an even better figure, more striking features, and lacked Jiang Yi's delicate, soft charm, but made up for it with a seductive, confident vibe. The system tooted in amusement beside her. Oh no, she's about to ruin another college boy's life. Yang Mingwei is destined to fall hard today. Smiling slyly, Tang Qing was like the femme fatale from a fairy tale. Guess what? I bet Yang Mingwei is just waiting for me to crook my finger at him. When Tang Qing appeared on the basketball court, there was no doubt, all eyes were on her. Her figure is amazing. They already knew from before how stunning Tang Qing was, with people chanting, "Step on me, queen." But since she cleared things up in that video, it was as if she had shaken something off, and her presence became even more striking. Gone was her previous timidity. Now she was a full-blown bombshell. Why is she here? Does she know someone on the basketball team? Could it be for Yang Mingwei? No way, didn't she say last time that Yang Mingwei hit her? Amidst all the wild speculation, everyone suddenly saw Yang Mingwei wave at Tang Qing, his face lit up with a dopey, love-struck grin. Tang Qing smiled back at just the right moment, subtly acknowledging something. Everyone was stunned. What the heck was going on? How did these two end up together? Especially the guys on the basketball team, they all crowded around Yang Mingwei, elbowing him with knowing looks. Brother Yu, what's the deal between you and the gorgeous Tang Qing? She came specially to watch your game, huh? Are you two dating? Wait a second, didn't Xintranyi say last week that Tang Qing was with that genius Siyu Chen from B University? Hearing Siyu Chen's name, Yang Mingwei instinctively frowned. Stop with the nonsense. Focus on the game. At this, Xintranyi caught on and piped up. So those brutal extra drills this week, was it all because of Tang Qing? No way. Brother Yu pushed us so hard because he wanted to win for Tang Qing, right? Yang Mingwei didn't respond, which basically confirmed Xintranyi's guess. As he warmed up, Xintranyi clicked his tongue in amusement. Yang Mingwei, this big closet romantic, never saying a word but carrying a whole basket of feelings. His eyes were practically glued to Tang Qing, and he still claimed there was nothing going on. The game was intense. Anyone familiar with Yang Mingwei could tell, he was playing like his life depended on it, relentless and unstoppable. His blocky build and powerful drive alone had completely overwhelmed the opposing team's defense by halftime. More than once he bowled over defenders during rebounds. What's with Yang Mingwei? It's a friendly match. Why so aggressive? During halftime, the opposing team looked green around the gills. They knew Yang Mingwei was strong and today was pretty much a guaranteed loss. But usually in games you let the losing side save some face. Yang Mingwei today was like a man possessed. Showing no quarter, he piled on 36 points right from the start. What was even the point of continuing? I heard there's a girl Yang Mingwei likes out there today. He's playing just to impress her. Someone nearby pointed and everyone instantly spotted the standout beauty in the crowd, passing Yang Mingwei his water. Great job today, you killed it. Tang Qing handed him a bottle of water. Yang Mingwei actually accepted it. That single gesture might as well have been a billboard announcing his feelings for Tang Qing to everyone. In all these games, Yang Mingwei had never accepted kindness from any girl, but he took the bottle Tang Qing offered. See? I knew they were a thing. Who was talking trash before about Yang Mingwei hating Tang Qing? Look at his face, does that look like hate? No way, they're really together? As the whispers swirled around them, Yang Mingwei's ears turned slightly red. He chugged another huge swig, eyes sparkling as he looked at Tang Qing. How was my performance today? Like an overeager golden retriever waiting for praise, Tang Qing could practically see the wagging tail behind him. I'm no basketball expert, she said, but you dominated out there. Even through double coverage, you still scored. On the court, Yang Mingwei truly radiated charm, a raw, teenage intensity unique to boys their age, and the most captivating part of him. If Si Yuechen was calm and composed, then Yang Mingwei was a wildfire, all heat and light. Hearing her say it made Yang Mingwei's smile stretch even wider. Just then, Tang Qing suddenly felt something whizzing toward her. Before she could react, Yang Mingwei moved faster, stepping forward and yanking her against him. The smack of leather on skin echoed as Tang Qing heard Yang Mingwei grunt in pain. Of course the ball had to sail straight in their direction. Are you okay? Good thing I mean good reflexes. He didn't feel much pain, instead, he was acutely aware of how warm and sweet she smelled pressed against him. The last time he'd accidentally touched her waist, he remembered thinking how slender it was. Now the sensation was even stronger, delicate, soft. His heart hammered like he just sprinted a mile. Afraid Tang Qing might notice, he quickly steadied her. Check your passes, man. Probably trying to hide his fluster, Yang Mingwei avoided looking at Tang Qing and redirected his frustration. You blind or something? Didn't you see people here? The guy hurriedly apologized. Sorry, brother, you. It was a freak accident. My bad, the guy stammered, still apologizing profusely. Brother, you okay? Let me get you a drink later, my treat. Don't apologize to me. Apologize to Tang. Catching on, the guy immediately said, so sorry, Tang. Are you alright? I'm fine, it didn't hit me. Tang Qing waved off, turning to Yang Mingwei with a teasing smile, enunciating each word, all thanks to Captain Yu over here, lightning-fast reflexes. Meeting her eyes, Yang Mingwei blushed again. Chapter 45, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer 45. Chapter 45 From Side Character to Heartthrob 45. The whistle blew, ending the game, a complete blowout. The stadium erupted in cheers. Unstoppable today. The defense straight up avoided him by the end. A total domination. Captain Yu still got it. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Amid the cheers, Xinqiani darted over with a sly grin and slid up next to Tang Qing. Hey Junior, our captain pushed hard today, ankles acting up a bit. Mind taking him to the infirmary? Huh? Is it serious? Tang Qing played dumb, feigning innocence. Xinqiani rolled his eyes. Who knows? Might need a checkup. Do us a favor. Tang Qing glanced toward Yang Mingwei. There was no sign of injury, he'd been flying across the court, going hard for rebounds earlier. If anyone had a fracture, it should have been someone else. As soon as Tang Qing agreed, Xinqiani practically bounced over to whisper into Yang Mingwei's ear. Watching closely, Tang Qing saw Yang Mingwei shift from annoyed to flustered. By the time Yang Mingwei approached, he was suddenly limping. 1 second perfectly fine, the next faking a limp like a pro. The system dryly remarked, yeah right? With that stamina, running nonstop the whole game, and now bam! Limping out of nowhere. Tang Qing shrugged. You don't understand the dating game. If he wasn't hurt, how else would they get alone time? Xinqiani really was doing everything for his captain. You okay? Xinqiani said you hurt your ankle. She looped an arm under his, her tone soft and caring. He asked me to take you to the infirmary. At her touch, Yang Mingwei stiffened even more. He messed up his footing a few times before remembering which leg was supposed to be injured. He limped forward beside her, practically glowing inside but trying not to show it. Tang Qing. Xinqiani showed me a photo, the one with... Halfway through their walk, Yang Mingwei finally gave in to the burning question. Si Yuechen from B University, the one on their forum. Oh, that photo? She paused teasingly, completely cool as a cucumber. It was just like what happened today with you. I tripped, he helped me up, and someone snapped a picture. That's it. She nodded firmly. That's all. Someone just happened to catch us together. Hearing her answer, Yang Mingwei let out a relieved breath. So they weren't dating. But, are you too close? After hesitating, he ventured carefully. Not that I mean anything, I'm just curious. Relax, it's nothing. Stammering slightly, he trailed off, just as Tang Qing smiled. At his flustered backtracking, she added, we're cool. Si Yuechen helped me out a lot. I've been working with his research group for a while now. You probably know I'm handling the sound work. Si Yuechen hooked me up with a sweet gig. With everything explained, Yang Mingwei was totally reassured, his face breaking into a happy grin. He mumbled, so that's how it is. Yang Mingwei, you're being weird, Tang Qing suddenly said, her voice cutting through his sigh of relief. You kept asking about Siwetchen and whether I have a boyfriend. Tang Qing paused, and Yang Mingwei felt his heart jump to his throat. Yang Mingwei, don't tell me you want to be my boyfriend? The teasing question threw him into panic. If he hadn't been pretending to limp, he might have jumped right out of his skin. No. Tang Qing, He had no idea what to say. His stammering and flailing made the whole scene kind of funny. Tang Qing watched him, clearly amused, then added with a smirk, I'm kidding. You'd never actually want to be my boyfriend. She helped him walk toward the infirmary but didn't bring up the topic again. Yang Mingwei, however, still felt antsy inside. 1,000 thoughts raced through his head. Being Tang Qing's boyfriend wasn't the worst idea. The infirmary had an old man on duty. He checked Yang Mingyue's ankle, scratching his head. That's weird. No swelling, no redness. Young man, your foot looks fine. Are you really in pain? Of course it was fine, he was faking it. He couldn't say that though, so he lied lamely, it doesn't hurt as much now. The old man pushed up his glasses and checked Yang Mingyue's right foot again. If it doesn't hurt, what am I supposed to do? It's perfectly normal. I don't get you kids, you come here every few days saying you're sick, but nothing's ever wrong. Yang Mingwei turned red from embarrassment until Tang Qing stepped in. Grandpa, how about some unbind spray? Fine. Come back if it actually hurts later. Finally looking at Tang Qing, the old man compared her small frame to Yang Mingyue's bulky build and frowned. You made this girl haul you all the way here for nothing? That's pretty rude. Look at her, skinny as a twig, while you could bench press her. And you had the nerve to make her help you walk. Yang Mingyue tried to speak but choked on his words. Sure enough, once they left, Yang Mingyue was magically healed. Walking normally again, with no sign of his earlier act, Tang Qing laughed and followed behind. Feeling better? Yeah, it was nothing anyway. Shintrani was such a disaster, his plan was total garbage. Faking a limp only led to a major cringe fest in the infirmary. The more Yang Mingyue thought about it, the more embarrassed he got. He sped up, trying to escape the memory. Yang Mingyue, you're walking too fast. Hearing her whiny voice from behind, Yang Mingyue instinctively stopped, just in time for her to bump into his sweaty back. Fresh off the basketball court, he smelled like hell, but somehow it wasn't that bad. Are you okay? He turned around quickly, scratching his head. I walk fast. I'm fine. Tang Qing grinned, ready to tease again. If you keep walking this fast, your future girlfriend might not be able to keep up. I won't. His voice was low, but she barely heard him add, next time, I'll walk slower. The system announced flatly, Tang Qing, Yang Mingyue likes you, 81 points. Chapter 46. The online love rival becomes a charmer, 46. Chapter 46. The online romance supporting female lead becomes everyone's crush, 46. Photos of Tang Qing with Siwetchen and another of her giving water to Yang Mingyue didn't escape the sharp eyes of netizens. It wasn't long before they were posted online. Two heartthrobs, one beautiful girl, both pictures undeniably radiated chemistry, a subtle, unspoken tension that made things feel just a little too cozy. Adults don't choose, they take both. Quick intro. The guy on the left is Siwetchen, the top student at B University, a genius with a massive female fanbase and hailed as the campus's most handsome guy. On the right is Yang Mingyue from a university sports department, total boyfriend material. Every basketball game, girls line up to give him water, but rumors say he only accepts drinks from Tang Qing. Am I the only one who thinks Tang Qing is seriously charming? A million retweets demanding Tang Qing release a dating tutorial. This girl's got game. Back when she was fooling guys online, she had them wrapped around her finger. Now 2 campus crushes are into her. How does she do it? Tang Qing was no longer just a blogger who paid off debts. She'd become a full-on flirting queen. Initially, only a few asked for advice, but soon, nearly every comment under her Weibo posts begged for a love guide. Ignoring it became impossible. Finally, she went live. Hey everyone, I'm Tang Qing. Lately you've all been sliding into my DMs asking me to stream. Well, today I'm free. Frankly, there's no secret trick. They're just friends. It's not like what you're thinking. Of course, no one believed her. Comments exploded. Just friends, sure. Call one of your friends right now and prove it. Put your money where your mouth is. Men and women can't be just friends, science said so. Amid the flood of demands, Tang Qing grinned slyly. All right then, who should I call? Siwetchen. I want to hear what a male got sounds like on the phone. Yang Mingyue. I'm here for the sunny golden retriever vibes. Choosing between them, she picked Yang Mingyue. The line rang once, click, and he answered instantly, his voice brimming with excitement. Tang Qing, you called me. He picked up in 0.2 seconds, y'all witnessing this. This is the godlike man you've been chasing forever, and look at him now, this is VIP treatment. My crush ignores me, but with Tang Qing, he's like a whipped puppy. Trying hard not to laugh at the comments, Tang Qing threw out a random question. Hey, next Monday's an early class, can you save me a seat? Yang Mingwei didn't hesitate. Sure thing. Want me to grab breakfast too? If it's not too much trouble. Was there ever any trouble? At the thought of sitting beside her on Monday, Yang Mingyue was already mentally planning their reunion. No trouble at all. I'd move mountains for you. What do you like to eat? Her voice softened, warm and sweet. Surprise me, I trust your taste. Cue the jealous meltdown in 3-2. Yang Mingyue's totally into her. He even cares about her breakfast, my man could never. Tang Qing's answer was totally on point. I'll love anything you buy. That's a total hook. One cast and it's a sure catch. Alright, really we're just friends. Skimming the flood of comments, Tang Qing hung up the phone, smiling warmly as she spoke. Just grabbing breakfast together, that's all. The camera zoomed in on Tang Qing's face, and viewers suddenly noticed how gorgeous she looked when she smiled, especially her eyes. Even through the screen, there was something about the way they seemed to look right at you, making you feel special. Paired with her striking features, you could easily get lost in that gentle gaze. Mom, I want to date her too. Anyone else feel that? That look from Tang Qing, I'm dead. Eyes like that? Who wouldn't swoon? As the chat buzzed with excitement, Tang Qing's phone suddenly pinged. Eagle-eyed fans spotted it right away. It was Si Wechen. It's him. Si Wechen, I saw his profile pic at the professor's office, that black one. Oh, 1 foot is from algorithms. This is definitely B University Si Wechen. Sis, let us see what the genius is saying. With everyone watching, Tang Qing reluctantly opened the message. You free Monday afternoon? Need you to approve the NAV voice pack. She's totally free. LOL, Tang Qing's booked solid morning classes with Yang Mingwei, afternoon lab sessions with the genius. Tang Qing quickly confirmed the time with Si Wechen. But then another message came through. The song you sang last time, Summer Rinse, was really nice. I recorded it and made a robot. At this, the chat went wild. What song? What song? I've never heard Tang Qing sing that. That's low-key romantic. He turned his crush's song into a robot. Who says geniuses can't be smooth? Team Si Wechen all the way. I hope you like it. Through the video Si Wechen sent, netizens got a clear view of the robot, an adorable, chibi-style bot. On screen, his programmer's fingers tapped lightly, and the robot sprang to life, speaking in a sweet voice. I'm Robot 01. How can I serve you, master? Accompanied by the robot's soft, childish tone, viewers saw its tiny display light up with big, blinking eyes that darted around. It was heart-meltingly cute. Under Si Wechen's control, the robot soon played Tang Qing's Summer Rinse. Upset. Cold wet. I just gonna feel alright. Tang Qing's voice poured out, just as expected, sweet and soulful. Her voice fit the song perfectly, like a lover's whisper in your ear, soft, deep, and filled with warmth. Sounds amazing. No wonder the genius likes this song, I love it too. Whoever sings this song to me, I'll fall head over heels for them. Wait, didn't you guys notice? The robot's name is 01. Like Si Wechen. It's definitely a deliberate choice. That way, every time Tang Qing powers it on, she'll think of him. Whoa, did the big guy fall for Tang Qing just because she sang this song? After the live stream ended, Tang Qing not only failed to clear up any confusion about her relationship with the two campus crushes, but she also earned herself a new title, Love Guru. Viewers all agreed the vibe was totally fire, wholesome yet low-key flirty. Even Tang Qing's version of Summer Cozy Rock blew up again. Already a niche track, paired with her unique vocals, tons of people downloaded it as their phone ringtone. Chapter 47, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer, 47. Chapter 47, The Supporting Female Lead in an Online Romance Becomes a Heartthrob, 47. After the livestream, Si Yuechen's affection points rose to 89, while Yang Mingyue's reached 87. Tang Qing's reputation as a love guru blew up in niche circles. Netizens were convinced she had some kind of spell, bewitching the two heartthrobs completely. Jiang Yi naturally caught wind of all this. Watching Tang Qing's charming smile on the livestream, she nearly ground her teeth to dust. Si Wechen actually liked Tang Qing. Jiang Yi couldn't wrap her head around it. The iceberg that she could never melt had thawed for Tang Qing. And that robot. Even though Jiang Yi didn't understand the details, she could see how much effort Si Wechen had poured into it. Yet, all that thoughtfulness had been handed to Tang Qing on a silver platter. It's fine, I still have Zhongyu. Repeating this to herself, Jiang Yi forced down her resentment and started placing orders on a food delivery app. Today was the day she'd arranged to have dinner with Zhongyu. She had ordered from a private kitchen, pre-cooked meals that just needed a quick heat up when Zhongyu arrived. He'd never know the difference. She could just claim she cooked them herself. Putting on an apron like she meant it, Jiang Yi set the table, carefully arranging candles and flowers to create a romantic atmosphere. You're here? The doorbell rang and Jiang Yi immediately tossed all the packaging from the private kitchen aside before putting on her usual sweet smile. Perfect timing, the food is almost ready. I'm hopeless at this, it's my first time cooking, so it took me forever. Back then, Zhang Yu would have fallen for it instantly. But this time, he first scrutinized Jiang Yi closely and quickly noticed something off. Not a hair out of place, makeup camera ready, hands completely dry, and the kitchen knives and cutting board neatly arranged. The food wasn't made by Jiang Yi. Zhang Yu quickly reached this conclusion but said nothing, just sat down. Jiang Yi seemed oblivious to his unusual demeanor, passing him the chopsticks. You try these dishes. It's my first time making them. Don't blame me if they're not good. Home-cooked food from someone you love should have felt special, but Zhang Yu showed no joy. Instead, he went straight for the jugular. Did you call me here for something? Jiang Yi froze. What's wrong? Is the food not good? I'm not hungry yet. Zhang Yu repeated, just tell me. Why did you ask me here? Scrutinizing his face carefully, she couldn't read anything. It's probably nothing. Reassuring herself, Jiang Yi steadied her nerves and said, I've been miserable lately. I know it's wrong to think this way, but I can't help it. I can't stop thinking about Tang Qing. She was the one who stole my photos first. She's the one who ruined my life. So why is everyone taking her side now? Everyone's cursing me, saying I cheated, saying I can't compare to Tang Qing. Reciting her well-prepared lines, Jiang Yi's eyes reddened at the right moment, her voice trembling slightly. I hear their laughs in my head. I've never felt like this before. I can't sleep at night. Sometimes I think, if only Tang Qing just disappeared. As she spoke, she gauged Zhang Yu's reaction. To her disappointment, his face remained expressionless. So, Zhang Yu let her words hang in the air, his gaze unfathomable. What, like you want Tang Qing gone forever? Or do you want to drag her back into the dirt? I don't know. Jiang Yi bit her lip, putting on a show of guilt. Zhang Yu, am I terrible for thinking this? But I'm losing it. These past few days I haven't slept a wink, night after night. The sight of a beauty shedding tears is most moving. Jiang Yi deliberately added a sob to her voice. Her performance was strikingly realistic. Unfortunately, Zhang Yu kept silent, unmoved. The silence stretched on too long and Jiang Yi's tears gradually dried up. Suddenly her heart lurched, a dreadful feeling washed over her as she heard Zhang Yu speak. I came today because there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Was it you who called the police that rainy day? The room went dead silent. Jiang Yi's eyes widened in shock. She stammered, what? Why are you bringing this up now? Zhang Yu, that was ages ago. It's all fuzzy now. Zhang Yu wasn't letting her dodge. His gaze bore into her, his voice hard. Answer my question. Was it you who called the police? Why is he asking this now? Jiang Yi knew all too well that the reason Zhang Yu had treated her so well all these years was because of that rainy day. He had always believed she was the one who saved him. That day she had been terrified, bolting in panic until she hit the street, finally catching her breath. Back then, all she'd felt was relief to have escaped unscathed. She had never even considered calling the police. It had always been Zhang Yu's mistaken belief, but Jiang Yi had never thought to correct it. She bit her lip, refusing to speak. If it wasn't you who called, why did you lie to me? He knows? Jiang Yi stared at him in disbelief, panic seizing her. In a panic, she rushed out, it was me, Zhang Yu. That day, I was the one who called the police. Oh? Then tell me, what phone did you use? I used my cell phone. I was the one who called. Terrified of losing him, Jiang Yi spoke recklessly. What's gotten into you? Why doubt me now? After all these years, haven't you always known? That day, I was the one who saved you. She took a step forward, trying to grasp Zhang Yu's arm, but he dodged her. Gaping at him, Jiang Yi watched as Zhang Yu's expression grew colder. His voice icy, he said, You're lying, Jiang Yi. I checked, the call that day came from a landline. Jiang Yi, all these years, you've been deceiving me. Jiang Yi was completely floored. She had never imagined Zhang Yu would reinvestigate the call from that day, nor had she expected a decade-long lie to unravel so easily. What does it matter if it wasn't me? Hasn't everything been good between us? Don't you like me the most? You jumped to that conclusion. I just never corrected you. Isn't that fine? We both got what we wanted. Why are you obsessing over this now? Her eyes brimmed with tears, but they no longer held even a shred of Zhang Yu's affection. Jiang Yi, let's end this here. Standing up, Zhang Yu scanned the elaborate spread with contempt. You don't need to put on an act for me. You didn't cook any of this, did you? Trying to pawn off takeout as homemade, just like how you faked sincerity and deceived me for 10 years. Picking up his coat, Zhang Yu turned to leave. As for why I asked about the police call, it's because Tang Qing was the one who told me. She was the one who called the police back then. How could this be? Jiang Yi was utterly floored, so it was Tang Qing who'd saved Zhang Yu back then. Her again. Why did it have to be her of all people? Why does Tang Qing get everything handed to her? Now even Zhang Yu is taking her side. Drop the act, Jiang Yi. Without the filter of being his savior, Zhang Yu suddenly saw many things he hadn't noticed before. Jiang Yi's cooking was fake, her tenderness was fake, even the tears she performed in front of him today were fake. She put on this whole act, nailing every role just to manipulate him into going after Tang Qing. Don't you dare mess with Tang Qing again or else. He paused, a cold, unfriendly smile creeping across his face. You'll be the one ground into the dirt. Jiang Yi, after all these years, you know exactly what I'm capable of. From now on, don't contact me ever again. Zhong Yu shut the door. Jiang Yi wavered, but in the end, she didn't dare go after him. Chapter 48. The online love rival becomes a charmer. 48. Chapter 48. From supporting role to charmer in an online romance. 48. Tang Qing, Zhang Yu is at the door, the system remarked, surprised. The third love interest is here specifically for you. You must have already confirmed that Jiang Yi wasn't the one who called the police. Tang Qing wasn't surprised after all, he was a chairman. Figuring out the truth would have been easy for him. She opened the door and saw Zhang Yu standing silently. As always, he wore a suit, though the top button of his collar was undone. From his expression, he seemed to be in a bad mood. Looking for me, President Zhong? Wearing only a thin nightgown, Tang Qing stood at the doorway looking frail. Got it all sorted? It wasn't Jiang Yi. He stated bluntly, stepping forward. His gaze was intense as he spoke slowly and deliberately. I'm sorry. I did a lot of things to hurt you while trying to help Jiang Yi. I leaked those forum photos, arranged your pairing with her on the show, and even orchestrated the interview about your mother. Tang Qing, I apologize to you. As expected of a true businessman. Flexible and adaptable. Just from his apology alone, he seemed far more mature than Yang Mingyue. I accept your apology. Without hesitation, Tang Qing replied in a tone of negotiation. So, President Zhang, how do you plan to compensate me? You've caused me quite a bit of trouble, you owe me compensation. Clearly not expecting such a direct request, Zhong Yu hesitated for a moment before quickly responding. I'll pay off your debt. Assistant Zhang told me you still owe 200,000. How generous of you, President Zhang, she said with a grin, clearly pleased. But I don't need your help with that. If I recall correctly, don't you run a media company? You were going to clear the way for Jiang Yi originally. Since she turned out to be foolish, why not work with me instead? Smiling, Tang Qing looked like a cunning fox, holding out her hand as if expecting payment. This request was impossible to turn down, both professionally and personally. Professionally, Tang Qing had solid looks and presence, more composed than Jiang Yi, and better at presenting herself. Personally, there was also the matter of the life debt he owed her. Zhong Yu had no grounds to refuse. I'll arrange someone to handle the contract with you. Same role as Jiang Yi. Tang Qing shook her head. Of course not. The pure campus belle image is too cliched. Give me some profitable projects instead. How does the most money-making female college student sound? More appealing, don't you think? Tang Qing had thought this through. A gentle campus belle persona was great, but after graduation, what was the point of being called a campus belle? It limited future opportunities, likely restricting her to ingenue roles. In comparison, whether as a blogger repaying debts or sharing romantic experiences, she could showcase more dimensions of herself, avoid the saturation, and become more competitive. Besides, who could possibly resist money? Her clarity and composure were unlike anything expected from a typical college student. Zhong Yu couldn't help but glance at her again. Tang Qing smiled enchantingly, completely different from Jiang Yi's sweet smile. Hers was sharper, more striking, just as netizens described. If Tang Qing so much as looked your way, you get lost in her eyes. The system announced. Zhong Yu's affection points, 77. Soon, netizens noticed that their favorite relationship blogger had made shocking progress in paying off debts. Last month, she had earned less than 70,000. This month, she paid off another 120,000. Wait, sis, where are you getting all these money-making opportunities? Sis, wake up. You're still a student. How are you this good at making money? I'm dying of jealousy. Some people just deserve to be spoiled by men. If someone's this beautiful and can earn this much money, I'd fall for them too. Under Zhang Yu's guidance, Tang Qing quickly built her reputation as a hustle blogger. She was especially down-to-earth, often sharing tips on scoring deals and freebies on Weibo. Free check-ins on public accounts, trial products from websites, sponsored posts. Many of these strategies were prepared by Zhang Yu's company, even including exclusive giveaways designed specifically to enhance Tang Qing's persona. Netizens who followed her advice actually made some real cash, and soon, more and more people began following Tang Qing, joining her hustle squad. Follow Sister Qing and make money. I love Sister Qing. Sister Qing teaches me how to date. Sister Qing helps me earn more. $1 or $2 adds up. Sister Qing leads me to extra cash. Amid the chaotic slogans, Tang Qing's side hustle influencer image was officially solidified. The system tooted in admiration. Money really is the greatest charm. Tang Qing, the love points from ordinary people have been rising quickly. It's already at 13.89 million. Follow me and you'll earn money. Who wouldn't love me? With a playful wink, Tang Qing adjusted her makeup in front of the mirror. She was about to head to Si Yuechen's lab to sign a contract, another opportunity to boost love points, so she had to prepare carefully. Zhongyu's love points are rising fast too. Total simp. Ever since he found out you called the police, his love points have been increasing by almost 1 point a day. It's already at 82 now. Among the 3 male leads, Zhongyu's affection was the easiest to gain. He was the classic gratitude-driven guy, meticulously remembering every major favor. The reason he had liked Jiang Yi in the first place was because of a life-saving favor. Now that the beneficiary had changed, Zhang Yu's love points practically climbed on their own without Tang Qing needing to actively pursue him, self-infatuation on autopilot. While still getting ready, Tang Qing suddenly received a WeChat message from Yang Minghua saying he needed her help with something. He was already standing outside her door waiting for her to open it. Yang Minghua had brought a dog, a puppy that couldn't have been born long ago. The lanky guy rubbed his neck, speaking awkwardly, I found it near the cafeteria. Tang Qing, keeping a dog in the dorm isn't really convenient, so I thought maybe you could help out. The puppy had already been cleaned up, a schnauzer, a breed girls usually loved, petite and cute. The system saw right through it, exposing Yang Minghua's lame excuse in Tang Qing's mind. He's lying. He stole this puppy from his cousin's house. He must have seen Siwechin give you a robot, so now he's giving you a pup. What a smooth operator. This way, he can use visiting the dog as an excuse to see you more often. Even without the system's input, Tang Qing could guess Yang Mingyue's intentions. The puppy looked too well-bred to be a stray. Not rejecting his shy move, Tang Qing took the puppy with a gasp of delight. Really? This dog is so pretty it was abandoned. Yang Mingyue couldn't meet her eyes, stammering, yeah, picked it up. Tang Qing, give it a name. Her eyes sparkling with mischief, Tang Qing lifted the puppy and teased, how about Xiao Yu? What do you think? From now on I'll call you Xiao Yu, how's that? Just hearing the name made Yang Mingyue turn beet red. Xiao Yu. That sounds like you're calling me. But hearing it from Tang Qing's lips filled him with giddy happiness. Watching Tang Qing snuggle the pup, calling it, Xiao Yu over and over, Yang Mingyue couldn't help but daydream. What if she were really snuggling me? That'd be even better. Chapter 49, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer 49. Chapter 49, The Supporting Female Lead in an Online Romance Becomes Enchanting 49. If you like this name, it's fine. Blushing, Yang Mingyue tried to stifle his grin. I also brought some things for the dog. I'll leave them here with you. Yang Mingyue had prepared everything meticulously, dog food, a water bowl, a dog bed, even toys for the puppy. He'd thought of everything. Tang Qing glanced at the items and chuckled. You've prepared so thoroughly. Did you already know I'd say yes to this pup? See Xiao Yu? He had you all figured out. Yang Mingyue hurriedly explained, no, it's not like that. I just happened to buy these things. I figured you might not be used to dogs, and since I was the one who suddenly gave him to you, I didn't want to cause any trouble. The more he spoke, the guiltier he sounded, his eyes darting around, unable to meet Tang Qing's gaze. The dog had been snuck out from his cousin's place. Yang Mingyue had learned days ago that Siwechin had given Tang Qing a robot. Already restless, Xinqiani kept nagging about how, with this robot, Tang Qing would inevitably have more and more contact with Siwechin, that the robot would keep them connected. It only made him more agitated. On a whim, Yang Mingyue thought that if a robot could serve as a connection between them, wouldn't a living pet give him even more chances? Then he could use visiting and caring for the pet as excuses to spend more time with Tang Qing. By the time he came to his senses, he was already running out with the schnauzer puppy in his arms. Just teasing you, Tang Qing cut through his flustered paws. Xiao, you can stay with me. I'll take good care of him. Taking the dog bed from Yang Mingyue, Tang Qing settled the puppy by the sofa. Her slender fingers playfully tapped Xiao Yu's nose, and the little dog, eager to please, would nuzzle into her palm each time, adorably obedient. Xiao Yu even danced after her finger in little loops, making her even more delighted. She ruffled the puppy's head affectionately. Ah, our Xiao Yu is so well behaved. I just love you to bits. The summer sunlight drenched Tang Qing in a golden halo. The scene of the girl and the dog looked perfectly harmonious. Listening to Tang Qing's laughter, Yang Mingyue suddenly felt something tug at his chest, a fluttery warmth blooming through him. Asterisk system, Yang Mingyue, affection value, 92 points. Asterisk. Originally, Yang Mingyue had wanted to invite Tang Qing to take the dog to the vet for vaccinations together. To his surprise, she already had other plans for the afternoon. You're going to see Yuechen's lab at B University? At the mention of that guy, Yang Mingyue's voice unconsciously rose. Isn't your project over? Unlike Yang Mingyue's emotional reaction, Tang Qing remained cheerful. Yep, pretty much. This afternoon, I'm going to sign the release forms. So I don't have time today. Maybe you could take Xiao Yu to the vet instead. Yang Mingyue quickly refused. No rush. We can wait until you're free. As he turned to leave, he suddenly seemed to remember something and added, if you're going to be university this afternoon, do you want me to give you a ride? Tang Qing hesitated for only a moment before replying, sure, if you don't mind. Yang Mingyue's ride was a motorcycle, a sleek, matte black machine that oozed expensive style. Oddly enough, there was a pink helmet on the back seat. Tang Qing eyed the pink helmet and teased, "This is for a girl, right? Who's the other girl you've been giving rides to?" Yang Mingwei was flustered by the question. You could see his flushed face even through the helmet, and his voice was muffled. "No, only you. I got it just for you." Tang Qing missed the hint, smiling as she put on the helmet. "So I'm your first passenger? Guess I'm lucky." Unlike Yang Mingyue's obvious discomfort, Tang Qing casually slid her arms around his waist. The second she touched him, his muscles locked up. "You're way more nervous than me. Relax, I'll hold still." Tang Qing's pleasant voice came from behind him, and Yang Mingwei could hardly steady his pounding heart. She was way too close. Moreover, Tang Qing's grip was scorching, her palm seared into him. "Yang Mingyue, what are you thinking?" Seeing that he hadn't started the bike yet, Tang Qing leaned in closer, pressing flesh against him and whispered, "Why aren't we going?" The moment she leaned in, his blood roared in his ears, and Yang Mingwei fumbled, almost dropping the handlebars. He hurriedly replied, "Hang on, we're going." The motorcycle was faster than a taxi, and in just over 10 minutes, they arrived at the gates of B University. Guys were crazy about bikes, especially one as expensive-looking as Yang Mingyue's. The moment they stopped, they turned heads. "Wow, whose bike is that? Looks pretty cool." Can't see the rider's face, but he's tall and seems to have a great build. "Is he from our school?" The girl riding shotgun's gotta be his girlfriend. Amid the murmurs, Tang Qing took off her helmet, and the crowd gaped. It was Tang Qing. Wait, isn't she with Si Wechen? Then who is this guy? Could it be Yang Mingwei from a university? Sure enough, B University's forum blew up instantly. #shocking. Yang Mingwei and Tang Qing flaunted at the school gates. #. #genius dethroned. Goddess chooses a uni's bad boy. #. #Tang Qing and her motorcycle boy. #. What the hell is this? The goddess is dating that fool from a university. Li Qingyu scrolled through the forum's latest updates, his face full of disbelief. No way, she's taken? Boss, check the forum. You're doomed. Everyone's saying Tang Qing is with your rival, and she even rode his bike here to make a statement. Barging in with the news, Li Qingyu found his boss already browsing the forum. Unbelievable. Love really blinds people. Si Wechen, the untouchable ice-cold genius, was actually following the school gossip page, and had seen the news about Tang Qing even earlier than he had. Blinking mischievously, Li Qingyu added fuel to the fire. Boss, do you think the goddess is really with this guy? I mean, he's just tall and well-built. Doesn't seem to have any other redeeming qualities. Oh, his bike is nice, looks pretty cool. Throughout his rambling, Si Wechen remained stoic, betraying nothing. His fingers kept tapping the keyboard, the rapid clattering making it clear he was busy. In the next second, Li Qingyu was shocked to discover that all the posts on the forum had disappeared in an instant. Did Si Wechen hack the campus network and wipe all the posts? Blinking in disbelief, Li Qingyu heard the icy tone man speak, "Don't spread rumors." Li Qingyu mentally scoffed. Asterisk spread rumors? When your photos with Tang Qing were posted on the forum before, you didn't delete them. Asterisk. Just rivals butting heads, so annoying. Chapter 50, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer, 50. Chapter 50, The Supporting Female Lead in an Online Romance Becomes Enchanting, 50. When Tang Qing arrived at the lab, Li Qingyu stuck his head out the door a few times and asked in confusion, "Wasn't there supposed to be someone on a motorcycle who brought you? Didn't he come with you?" "You really don't miss a thing," Tang Qing chuckled. "He dropped me off at the gate and left." "Did your campus forum say something again?" Tang Qing opened her phone, but B University's forum was completely empty. Confused, she recalled how just moments ago when Yang Mingwei parked, she had definitely seen many people taking photos with their phones and heard whispers here and there. So why was the forum so clean? Li Qi seemed to notice her confusion and pointed at Si Wechen, saying matter-of-factly, "Can't see anything, right?" That's because someone here couldn't stand it, said it was all just spreading rumors. Got pissed and deleted everything. Si Wechen did this? Without thinking, Tang Qing glanced in his direction. As always, he sat in the corner, expressionless. It was impossible to tell he would even care about something like this. The system whispered in her ear at that moment, Si Wechen just had a big emotional spike. His affection for you increased by 4 points, now at 93. Some people, the calmer they look on the surface, the crazier they might be inside. The system was delighted to see Si Wechen lose his composure. By now it had fully become a shipper of Si Wechen and Tang Qing, letting out weird little laughs every time the two appeared together. The contract signing went quickly. Since Tang Qing was the one benefiting, she didn't hesitate and directly wrote her name. Thinking she could leave right after finishing the formalities, she was unexpectedly stopped by Si Wechen. "Is there something else?" Si Wechen was still dressed in his long-sleeved shirt, every button from cuff to collar meticulously fastened. Paired with his sharp-featured face, he looked stoic and composed. "Didn't I say I'd give you a robot? It's at my apartment. Come with me to get it." Perking up at this, Li Qingyu suddenly leaned in. Boss, I saw that robot too. You can't be biased if the goddess gets one, make one for me too, okay? I've even thought of a name. Same as mine, call it Yo-Yo. What do you think? Eyes wide with hope, Lee Chungyu looked at him with anticipation. He couldn't be blamed. Si Yuechen's robot was just too tempting. Lee Chungyu had studied the video carefully. The robot was loaded with multiple intelligent modules, likely all developed by Si Yuechen himself. Totally unique, that little robot even had basic human-machine interaction functions, capable of simple conversation, a real digital pet. The more Lee Chungyu thought about it, the more he wanted one. His smile grew increasingly exaggerated. Boss, make one for me, please? I'll even help you out. Write the module codes together. As if he hadn't hurt Lee Chungyu at all, Si Yuechen walked off without a word. Hey wait, boss, why the rush? Why can't you make one for me? Boss, really won't you consider me? Boss? Boss? Si Yuechen. Look at me. Dude, your own roommate. No amount of shouting could make Si Yuechen turn back. Kwang Zhuan dragged him back, covering Lee Chungyu's non-stop yapping mouth. Are you stupid? It's totally unique, meant for Tang Qing. Why were you crashing the party? Lee Chungyu somehow missed Si Yuechen's intentions. This was a one-of-a-kind privilege, meant only for Tang Qing. After walking with Si Yuechen for a while, Tang Qing suddenly spoke up. Lee Chungyu seemed really eager to have that robot earlier. No second one? None. Taking a step closer, Tang Qing gave Si Yuechen a sidelong glance, teasingly saying, then why not give mine to him? He seemed desperate for it. Before she could finish speaking, Si Yuechen abruptly stopped and looked at her seriously. No. Tang Qing, don't hand my feelings to someone else. The usually composed Si Yuechen let slip a rare flicker of emotion. Tang Qing read him perfectly. Si Yuechen was clearly a little angry. Giving his gift away had definitely upset him. At this thought, Tang Qing's grin widened. Riling up someone as cold as Si Yuechen was half the fun. Playing dumb about his irritation, she stayed breezy. Just kidding. 01 is so adorable, I'd never give it away. You weren't really mad just now, were you? Si Yuechen paused for 2 seconds, his lips thinning. No. Earlier, after a beat, he blurted, why did you come with Yang Mingwei? He came by my place today and gave me a dog. Watching Si Yuechen's reaction, Tang Qing said deliberately, he said he had time, so he gave me a ride. That made Si Yuechen's brow twitch. He asked again, he gave you a dog? Yeah. Said he found it near the cafeteria. His dorm doesn't allow pets, and since I live in a rental, he left it with me. Pouring fuel on the fire, Tang Qing added, Yang Mingwei said he'd stop by to check on the dog when he has time. Observing Si Yuechen's expression, she saw his frosty calm cracking. In the silence between them, Si Yuechen finally broke it. The apartment is just ahead. Let's go. Si Yuechen's apartment matched his temperament. Simple, cold, and excessively clean, devoid of warmth. Only 2 pairs of slippers sat at the entrance. Tang Qing realized no one ever visited. The pair prepared for her was brand new. 01 was on the table. Surprisingly, beside it sat another robot. Had Si Yuechen made 2? They're a set, Si Yuechen explained, sensing her confusion. I made them both from the start. They belong together. As if to confirm his words, 01 suddenly spoke up. Hello, Tang Qing. This is 01's favorite robot, Pai Pai. Pai Pai. Mulling over the name, Tang Qing asked, why call it that? It's Pi, like 3.14. Pi goes on forever, just like 01's love for Pai Pai. In his earnest explanation, Si Yuechen held her gaze. He stared at her intently and repeated, did you hear me clearly? 01 will always love Pai Pai. Tang Qing, I love you. The system, losing its mind, shrieked internally. He confessed. He confessed. Tang Qing, Si Yuechen's emotions have been all over the place since this morning. It's maxed out. He's head over heels. Tang Qing, mission accomplished. Chapter 51, The Online Love Rival Becomes a Charmer, 51. Chapter 51, The Online Romance Supporting Female Lead Becomes a Heartthrob, 51. After successfully winning over Si Yuechen, the next to reach full affection was Zhang Yu. Tang Qing didn't even need to do anything special. Zhang Yu's affection gradually rose bit by bit every day, automatically reaching maximum. Now only the second male lead's love points are left, the system thought happily. Given Yang Mingyue's current progress with Tang Qing, maxing out his affection was just a matter of time. Yang Mingyue's love points had already gradually risen to 96. The remaining points, much like Si Yuechen's, likely just needed the right trigger. Just as the system was trying to figure out how to create that opportunity for Yang Mingwei, he took the initiative himself. Tang Qing, last time you mentioned Xiao Yu kept scratching his ears. I looked it up online, it might be an ear infection. I was thinking we should take Xiao Yu to the vet. The system wanted to roll its eyes at this. Here we go again, another excuse about the dog being sick. Lately Yang Mingyue had been showing up all the time. Whether it was for vaccinations, dental tartar last time, or now an ear infection, Even if Xiaoyu was perfectly fine, Yang Mingwei would always find some reason to suspect an illness, finding excuses to accompany Tang Qing to the vet. Tang Qing glanced at Xiaoyu, who was sound asleep on the sofa, showing no signs of an ear infection whatsoever. All right, let's take Xiaoyu for a checkup, she said, not calling out his transparent excuse. She picked up the confused pup and placed him in the pet carrier. Seizing another chance to spend time with his crush, Yang Mingwei lit up happily and quickly took Xiaoyu. Same vet as last time, I've already booked an appointment. Perhaps to make their walk last longer, Yang Mingwei deliberately didn't ride his bike this time. Standing beside Tang Qing, their elongated shadows intertwined under the sunlight, as if they were a perfect match. Yang Mingwei secretly enjoyed the moment. You really care about Xiaoyu, Tang Qing suddenly remarked on the way. This month alone, you've come over 6 times for him. That often? Hearing the number, Yang Mingwei felt a little embarrassed. Every time he left Tang Qing's place, time seemed to fly by, leaving him wondering when he could find another excuse to return. He hadn't even realized he'd visited so many times this month. Xiaoyu is still young, so I wanted to keep an eye on him, he mumbled awkwardly, glancing at Tang Qing. She seemed more attractive every time he saw her, drawing him in more each day. Being around her no matter what they did, his heart would pound uncontrollably. Is that so? You've come over so many times if not for Xiaoyu. She deliberately paused, waiting for his reaction. I almost thought you had feelings for me. Sure enough, the teasing remark instantly made Yang Mingwei flush. No. I don't, You don't like me? She pressed playfully, her eyes sparkling with amusement as if it were all a joke. Yang Mingwei, you're not actually falling for me, are you? His face burned even hotter. Like a startled cat, his reaction was intense. If he hadn't been holding Xiaoyu, Tang Qing half thought he might jump in shock. His flustered look was funny and cute, making her grin wider. Before he could respond, she added, just teasing you, don't take it seriously. Feelings aren't something to throw around lightly, right? Tilting her head with a playful smile, Tang Qing looked like a sly fox who had just played a trick, stirring up ambiguous signals, then pretending nothing had happened. The rest of the walk passed in comfortable silence, and soon they arrived at the vet. What Yang Mingyue never expected was bumping into his cousin there. His first reaction? He immediately hit Xiaoyu behind his back. Yang Mingwei, what are you doing here? My cousin Yang Zhihui is a stunning beauty wearing a cheongsam that hugged her curves. What are you hiding? Is it a dog? Hiding the dog was way too obvious. Yang Zhihui tried to peek behind Yang Mingwei several times, but he shielded it stubbornly. Sis, why are you here? Duh, why else would I be here? I'm a regular here. I came to pick up some deworming medicine for my dog. As she spoke, Yang Zhihui noticed Tang Qing standing gracefully nearby, tall and striking with a sweet, gentle smile. At first glance, Yang Zhihui thought this girl had a nice personality and seemed easygoing. Pointing at Tang Qing, Yang Zhihui asked playfully, this, your girlfriend? The word girlfriend hit a sore spot for Yang Mingyue. He flailed his arms. No. Sis, don't talk nonsense. This is my classmate. But with that motion, he gave away Xiaoyu completely. Yang Zhihui recognized him immediately. It was the dog that had gone missing from their house a few days ago. Oh ho. All this time guarding against outsiders, only to be betrayed by family. No wonder Yang Mingwei kept asking on WeChat whether the puppies were born yet. He'd been eyeing them all along. Using my dog to score points with a girl. Shooting the brat a death glare, Yang Zhihui got an idea. Sauntering over, she looped her arm through Tang Qing's. Lucky she's not your girlfriend. Why didn't you tell me you had such a pretty classmate? And you are. Tang Qing smiled warmly. Hi sis. I'm Tang Qing. AU class of 01 Chinese literature. Yang Mingwei and I are schoolmates. Yang Zhihui dragged out her words, her eyes darting pointedly toward her so-called brother. Oh, just schoolmates, huh? Tang Qing, do you have a boyfriend? Blinking at the sudden question, Tang Qing hesitated briefly before replying no. Yang Zhihui beamed. Even better. It's all this brat's fault for keeping such a lovely classmate hidden. Come on, sis has tons of great guys. Tang Qing, let me introduce you to a boyfriend. Still grinning, she pulled out her phone and started swiping eagerly. What do you think of this guy? He's an intern at my company around your age. Super thoughtful, a real sweetheart, and cute too, totally your type. How about this one? He's the new vet here. Just graduated this year. You like animals, right? You totally hit it off. Want me to hook you up? Oh, and there's this one too. Sis has got a whole roster. Realizing the matchmaking scheme, Tang Qing caught on quickly. She glanced at Yang Mingwei, whose face had already turned dark. Playing along, she smiled sweetly. Sure. Thanks, sis. Share his chat with me. As the girl he liked was about to get together with someone else, Yang Mingwei instantly lost his cool. He grabbed Tang Qing's phone, his chest heaving in agitation, and shouted in a panic, no. Yang Zhihui crossed her arms, casting a sidelong glance at her flustered brother and deliberately asked, oh? Why not? She's not even your girlfriend. Why do you care so much? Yang Mingyue's face turned bright red as he hoarsely yelled, she will be. She's going to be my girlfriend. I like Tang Qing. At that moment, the system announced, Yang Mingwei, love points maxed at 100, mission complete. Mission world, campus catfish scheme. All objectives completed. Initiating world exit sequence. Hosts please prepare. Bonus content unlocks after World 2. Chapter 52. The hated miss of the dating show on. Chapter 52. The disliked heiress on the dating show on. For your highness's reading pleasure. No fixed couples. Each male lead has a special story. When she opened her eyes again, Tang Qing found herself seated at a dining table with a plate of spaghetti in front of her. It looked unappetizing, the noodles seemed to have been sitting too long and had gone soggy. The table was surrounded by people, both men and women. Tang Qing counted 8 in total, including herself. Tang Qing, at least show some respect for Shinshin's effort. There's no need to be so nitpicky. The first to confront her was a short-haired woman with sharp, attractive features, glaring at her angrily. You're so rude. Shinshin worked hard to make dinner for everyone, and you're the only one being so picky. If you want to play the spoiled rich girl, fine, but don't put on airs in front of me. I've had enough of you. Ever since you joined the show, you've been putting on airs and acting all high and mighty. Who do you think you are? Do we all owe you something? The short-haired woman's words came like rapid fire, each syllable cutting into Tang Qing. Sure, Jia, stop. It's all my fault. My cooking isn't good enough, said the girl in white sitting nearby, her eyes red as if on the verge of tears. Shinshin. You're too nice putting up with her. Sure, Jia was furious, her chest heaving as she sat back down, muttering, starve then, see if I care. Tang Qing quickly figured out what was happening. She glanced around the table, calmly set down her utensils and said, well then, enjoy your meal. True to Sure Jia's words, Tang Qing shoved her plate aside and walked out. Humph. What a rude person. Sure Jia muttered behind her, but Tang Qing ignored it and, following the original host's habits, went into a room. Receiving plot details. Tang Qing, I'm here. This time it's a dating show world. Your character is a phony heiress with atrocious manners. Catching the key term, Tang Qing asked, phony heiress? What does that mean? The system chuckled awkwardly, sounding embarrassed. It means your identity is completely made up, your family background, your luxury items, everything fake. On the show, you're set up as a wealthy, spoiled brat who offends all the other guests, serving as a contrast to the pure and innocent Shinshin. And Shinshin, the one crying downstairs just now. The system cautiously observed Tang Qing's expression and, seeing no reaction, continued. By the end of the show, Shinshin receives heartfelt confessions from 3 male guests, becoming the biggest winner. And you? You chose the scumbag Sun Xiang. He slept with you, then leaked your photos and videos, driving you off the internet with hate. After hearing the description, Tang Qing nodded. No wonder I felt uncomfortable the moment I saw that crying girl. She's using me as a stepping stone. And Shinshin's earlier act of self-blame was actually a subtle jab at Tang Qing, highlighting how difficult she was to please. This world has 3 male leads to win over. Male lead number 1 is Mi Yang, a popular idol singer. Since you deliberately clung to him for clout when you first joined, his current love points for you are -28. Male lead number 2 is Yang Xiuran, a surgeon known as the Genius Scalpel. He's calm and collected, with 0 love points for you at the moment. Male lead number 3 is Su Chengwen, a prodigy mathematician from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. He's shy and inexperienced in love, initially smitten with Shinshin, with 0 love points for you now. As the details of the 3 male leads appeared in her mind, Tang Qing quickly matched them to the faces she'd seen downstairs. How many love points did I earn in the last world? The system hesitated before answering. You successfully won over 3 male leads, totaling 18 million love points. Other participants contributed an additional 15,930,000. Tang Qing. You said these love points would be saved for me to go back and save our master. Without its initial arrogance, the system spoke in a sullen tone, pleading with Tang Qing. You can't use them all. Don't worry, I didn't say I'd use your love points. Knowing how reluctant the system was, Tang Qing didn't press further. I'm just checking my earnings. In the last world, didn't Si Wetching give me that 01 robot? Can we replicate its operating system here? Since I'm supposed to be a wealthy heiress, I can't be penniless. Si Wetching's system must be worth big bucks. The system's eyes lit up, immediately understanding Tang Qing's intention, and chuckled. Hee, that's easy. Just a tiny bit of love points and we can exchange it. I'll help you sell it. I'll get you top dollar. Tang Qing replied, as long as there's money. Tang Qing, what's your next move? Right now, you're just an unpopular fake rich girl. Should we apologize like in the last world? Tang Qing shook her head, smirking knowingly. Last time I was already exposed. No choice but to apologize. But this time it hasn't been discovered yet, right? I'm going to own this role. I'll show everyone that a wealthy heiress should be treated like royalty. It's only natural for them to love and spoil me. The system was totally blindsided by this plan. Isn't it true? A rich and beautiful heiress, just a little high maintenance, what's wrong with that? It's the privilege of a gorgeous girl. Tang Qing's tone was firm, not joking in the slightest. Will this work? The system sounded skeptical. After all, a temperamental heiress winning people's affection sounded incredibly difficult. As the two were still reviewing their information, someone suddenly knocked at the door. Tang Qing opened it to find Mi Yang standing outside. The man looked impatient, his expression dark with irritation, and snapped, "Tang Qing, right? Let's talk." Without waiting for her response, Mi Yang continued, "Back off. Seeing you gets on my nerves. Don't cling to me out of nowhere. I don't hit women, but don't push me." Mi Yang couldn't take it anymore. This Tang Qing was some kind of bizarre heiress, acting like some boneless creep, constantly, accidentally, falling toward him. If he hadn't been quick, she might have succeeded. Today was even worse. Her stalkerish stare followed him everywhere. Every time he looked up, there she was. Gross. "Oh, so you find me annoying," Tang Qing parroted Mi Yang's gripe. "If I bother you, just take a detour when you see me next time. If my gaze irks you, then don't look at me." Not rattled by Mi Yang's temper, Tang Qing stared straight at him, laying down her terms as if they were perfectly reasonable. "I'm telling you to stay away from me. Don't come near me." Mi Yang was furious by her attitude. "You're the one harassing me first. Why should I be walking on eggshells around you? Take it or leave it. Mr. Mi is unhappy? Maybe work on yourself." Chapter 53, The Hated Miss of the Dating Show 2. Chapter 53, The Least Liked Socialite on the Dating Show 2. The system watched anxiously from the side and whispered a reminder, "Tang Qing, because of your attitude just now, Mi Yang's love points have dropped by another 2. It's now at -30. Will this really work? With this kind of personality, will Mi Yang actually fall for you in the end?" Tang Qing was pulling open the wardrobe, looking at everything that belonged to the original female lead, and said confidently, "Of course. When someone truly likes you, they'll put up with even the worst temper. From now on, I'll be the charmingly spoiled socialite." Although the original female lead was a fake socialite, she had good taste in clothes, opting for classic pieces from designer brands, styles that were hard to mess up. The only problem was that because they were classic designs, it was easy to tell they were counterfeits. "Where did I buy these clothes?" Tang Qing asked the system mentally. "Mostly through a personal shopper. You still have the agent's contact on your WeChat." The system checked the original plot and continued. "Sun Xiang uses the same personal shopper as you, so he found out you were wearing fakes. That guy's a creep. He saw you were pretty and had a good figure, so he used the fakes to blackmail you. After sleeping with you, he exposed everything. No wonder the original female lead ended up choosing him." After understanding the situation, Tang Qing quickly came up with a plan. "Find me a lawyer now and send a cease and desist letter to my personal shopper." The system didn't understand and asked why. "Basically, say I didn't know the agent was selling counterfeits and that I was scammed. Demand that she pay me 3 times the amount." Narrowing her eyes, Tang Qing thought about how Sun Xiang might try to use the fakes against her later and grinned slyly. "Trying to scheme against me won't be that easy. Since Sun Xiang uses the same personal shopper, he must have bought a lot of fakes too. Tell the agent that if she wants me to drop the lawsuit, she has to send me Sun Xiang's chat logs and purchase records." Suddenly understanding Tang Qing's plan, the system brightened. "Oh, I see now. Hey, Tang Qing, you're a quick thinker. Even if Sun Xiang exposes you later, we won't have to worry." More often than not, the system couldn't help but admire Tang Qing's cleverness. This woman truly lived up to her role as the scheming rival in the story, always finding solutions to problems in the blink of an eye. In this world, Tang Qing's character was a wealthy heiress, so she was well put together in every aspect. Face, looks, and figure, all impeccable. But the original female lead probably didn't truly understand what a real heiress was like. Her styling imitated TV drama tropes. Tweed blazers with wavy curls, always accessorized with matching headbands. At first glance it wasn't wrong, but it wasn't outstanding either. Casually running her fingers through her curls, Tang Qing picked out a kimono-style sleepwear, with a hem just short enough to reveal her thighs. The sleepwear was plain, without any extra embellishments. Tang Qing chose a Gucci silk scarf and did a side braid, letting it fall over her chest. With just a few simple touches, Tang Qing's entire aura changed. If a moment ago she had been the cookie-cutter romance novel heiress, now she was a stunning bombshell. The newly braided plait had a few strands pulled out deliberately to create a slightly messy, lived-in look, adding to the effortless elegance. A real heiress carried her pride and arrogance in her bones. She wouldn't strain to maintain a persona just for a show. The original female lead's little Chanel jackets were too rigid. And so with cat-like grace, Tang Qing elegantly descended the stairs. The moment she appeared on screen, viewers were stunned, almost unable to recognize her. What the hell? Is that really Tang Qing, that drama queen? It's been a week since the show started and she finally ditched those little Chanel jackets. I thought they were welded to her body. I must be bewitched. Did you see how she walked down the stairs just now? Damn, just those few steps almost had me hypnotized. Her aura was completely different now. The Tang Qing on screen was like an elegant, noble cat, born with poise, neither seeking approval nor caring what others thought of her. Tang Qing headed downstairs to grab a bite to eat. After quickly checking with the system, I got a rough idea of what had happened downstairs earlier. And Shinshin, trying to play up her wholesome homemaker image, had prepared a plate of spaghetti for each guest. And Shinshin's cooking skills were definitely lacking, but the other guests, out of politeness, took a couple polite bites. Only Tang Qing straight up said it was gross, which hurt Shinshin's feelings and caused that earlier drama. Downstairs now was just one person, the fourth female guest, Wen Yishuan. According to the plot, she's an easygoing, no-filter manga artist who's pretty much what you see is what you get. Tang Qing, you came down? Wen Yishuan really meant it too. Despite Tang Qing's earlier behavior, she still greeted her warmly. Are you hungry? I just checked the kitchen, there's nothing in there. Wen Yishuan clutched her stomach, looking totally miserable. She didn't have the heart to say it before, but Shinshin's pasta was basically inedible. Wen Yishuan had only managed 2 bites before putting her chopsticks down, and now she was so hungry she was seeing stars. Tang Qing glanced at Wen Yishuan, who wore her heart on her sleeve. I'll whip up some noodles. Want some? Huh? More noodles. Her first reaction was to refuse, but then Wen Yishuan suddenly remembered something. Wait, you, a spoiled rich girl, can cook? It was hard to believe. In Wen Yishuan's mind, Tang Qing had been acting all high and mighty since she arrived, wouldn't lift a finger, first saying her nails were freshly done, then complaining about not wanting to sweat. Seeing right through Wen Yishuan's skepticism, Tang Qing turned and walked into the kitchen without another word. Whatever. Wen Yishuan blinked her big eyes as she watched Tang Qing effortlessly get the pan going, turn on the stove, and wash the vegetables with practiced ease. Still in her pajamas, hair casually falling around her face, Tang Qing seemed to be in a good mood, a little smile playing on her lips. Wen Yishuan couldn't help noticing how Tang Qing genuinely looked like she belonged here, completely at home and totally relaxed. The noodles were ready fast, just a simple green vegetable and shredded pork noodle dish, nothing fancy. But the moment they hit the table, Wen Yishuan got hit with this amazing smell. Wait, did these actually smell good? Her eyes locked onto Tang Qing, who hadn't even offered her a bite yet, but was already picking up her chopsticks and taking the first mouthful. Smells amazing. This time, Wen Yishuan could tell for sure, it really was delicious. It was just a basic veggie and pork noodle bowl, how could it look this good? Her mouth watering, Wen Yishuan finally gave in. Is there any left? In the pot. Serve yourself. Got it. She shot into the kitchen and eagerly scooped herself a bowl. The first bite felt like heaven in her mouth. Oh my god, Tang Qing. How did you do this? This is seriously amazing. Totally unexpected. Who knew this spoiled rich girl could throw down in the kitchen like this? Wen Yishuan had never imagined noodles could taste this good. In that moment, all those labels rude, domineering, arrogant, melted away. Wen Yishuan had an epiphany. This wasn't just some feisty angel. This was a goddess with attitude who just happened to make the best noodles ever. Chapter 54, The Hated Miss of the Dating Show 3. Chapter 54, The Dating Show's Least Liked Socialite 3. Watching Wen Yishuan eat so enthusiastically, viewers in the live chat couldn't hold back. Is it really that good? Wen Yishuan seems totally over the top, could it actually be that delicious? These noodles don't look all that great, to be honest. They're not even as good as in Shinshin's. Are Wen Yishuan and Tang Qing teaming up and faking this for us? Just as netizens were voicing their doubts, the camera suddenly shifted to another angle. Someone else was coming downstairs. It was Mi Yang. Dressed in a simple hoodie, his hair was still damp and uncombed, clearly fresh out of the shower. As expected of my man, naturally stunning. Every time I see that face, I just want to take him home. Wow, my man is here too. Isn't he about to run into Tang Qing? Ha ha ha, talk about bad luck running into her. I can already imagine how annoyed Mi Yang's going to look. Only a week into the show, Tang Qing had already tried to flirt with Mi Yang multiple times, only to be shot down every time by the straightforward idol. On camera, Mi Yang's disgust was clear. He looked like he wanted to push the spoiled rich girl away. Sure enough, the moment Mi Yang recognized Tang Qing downstairs, his first instinct was to book it back upstairs. But before he could turn around and walk away, Wen Yishuan spotted him and called out, Mi Yang, are you hungry too? Come over. We've got something delicious here. Like sheet struck gold, Wen Yishuan eagerly raved to Mi Yang, seriously, these noodles are amazing. Delicious? Only then did Mi Yang notice Wen Yishuan and Tang Qing each holding a bowl, happily eating away. A mouth-watering smell drifted through the air, reaching Mi Yang's nose. One whiff was all it took, his stomach growled loudly. He was hungry. Tang Qing had been spot on earlier, and Shinshin's cooking was absolute trash. That plate of spaghetti might have been the worst thing Mi Yang had ever tasted in his life. Frozen in place, Mi Yang watched Wen Yishuan wolf down the noodles, the scent in the air growing more and more tempting. Finally, Mi Yang caved, walking downstairs and sitting beside Wen Yishuan. Always the generous one, Wen Yishuan immediately stood up to serve him a bowl. Lucky you came down, you'd be out of luck otherwise, since this is the last bit. Grinning, she handed him the chopsticks. Trust me, it's incredible. You'll regret it if you don't try it. Looking doubtful, Mi-young took his first bite. His expression froze for a few seconds, twitching in shock. Then viewers witnessed the usually irritable and hard-to-please idol singer transform into a happy little chipmunk, scarfing down the noodles like a whirlwind. Seeing Mi-young like this is proof, it must really be that good. I know my man, he's the top food snob in the entertainment industry. If he's eating this fast, it's definitely delicious. I wonder what expression Mi-young would make if he found out these noodles were actually made by Tang Qing? Amid the hype in the comments, Mi-young turned out to be the first of the three to finish his bowl. If not for the last bit of self-control, he probably would have slurped up every drop of the broth. Who knew it'd be this good? When Ishwan is such a good cook. Since moving in, Mi-young hadn't clicked with any of the girls. But after this bowl of noodles, he suddenly started seeing Wen Ishwan in a new light. Turning toward her, he said, "Thanks. You cooked really well." Wen Ishwan was mid-slurp when she quickly explained, "It wasn't me. Tang Qing made it." Bet you didn't see that coming. Tang Qing can actually whip up noodles and they're this good. What? Tang Qing made it? Tang Qing, of all people, didn't seem like someone who could cook. And on the first day when they asked who could cook, she never volunteered. I had the same expression as you at first. I swear it really was Tang Qing. When Ishwan spoke earnestly, "So you shouldn't thank me. You should thank Tang Qing." Thank her? Mi-young, who had just been smiling, suddenly looked grim. He'd only just told Tang Qing off and told her to keep her distance. Now he'd eaten something she made. He instantly regretted it. Why'd you have to go scavenging for food? And eat something from that woman? His face kept twitching, but the words of thanks just wouldn't come out. "If you're uncomfortable, you can go throw it all up," Tang Qing suddenly said into the silence. "Forget the awkwardness. I don't even want your thanks. I threw it together. If it went uneaten, it would have been thrown out anyway. Think of it as trash duty." As always, Tang Qing was as arrogant as ever. Rudeness seemed to be her trademark. Putting down her bowl and chopsticks without even glancing at Mi-young, she turned to Wen Ishwan. "Wen Ishwan, since you ate my noodles, you're on dish duty." "No problem, none at all." Wen Ishwan bobbed her head like a dashboard toy. "Leave it to me." "Great. You two chat. I'm heading upstairs." Only then did Mi-young notice how different Tang Qing looked today. She wasn't wearing any of her usual messy outfits, just basic PJs that hugged her figure nicely. Her hair was casually styled, and there was something weirdly at ease about her. That ease felt strange. As someone used to cameras, Mi-young knew very well that maintaining that kind of relaxed vibe under constant observation took serious confidence. Tang Qing seemed like she'd let her guard down completely. It wasn't until she disappeared upstairs that Mi-young snapped out of it, catching Wen Ishwan's knowing look. "Hey, you were staring at Tang Qing for a while. What's going on in that head of yours? Don't tell me you're falling for her over some noodles?" Mi-young turned red. "Are you out of your mind? Me? Like her? As if." Wen Ishwan just rolled her eyes. "If you don't, then you don't. No need to freak out so much." That night, all 8 guests received a message from the production team. Their first matchup day would begin the next morning. All female guests have priority in choosing their partners. After obtaining the male guest's consent, they will form one-day couples and embark on a new dating journey. The system saw this message and clapped its little hands in excitement, exclaiming joyfully, "Wow, Tang Qing, this world is great. The show actively creates opportunities for you to interact with each male lead. This makes our mission way easier. Hehe, Mi-young just ate the noodles you made, and his love points for you are now at -27, up by 3 points. Not bad, score 1 for our side. How about we choose Mi-young for tomorrow's date and win him over right away?" Tang Qing scoffed. "Are you serious? Mi-young's love points for me are still negative. Do you really think he'd agree if I invited him tomorrow? If I go, 9 times out of 10 I'll get rejected." The system paused, thought for a moment, and realized she was right. Mumbling, it asked, "Then who should we pick?" Tang Qing twirled a strand of hair that had drifted to her nose and said nonchalantly, "Suchen Wen. A relationship virgin genius, shy and timid. Tell me, if I choose him, how could he say no to me? For the first dating day, if this young lady ends up with no one choosing her, wouldn't that be embarrassing?" With a bright smile, Tang Qing had already made her calculations. Among the 3 male leads, she'd go for the low-hanging fruit first. Chapter 55, The Hated Miss of the Dating Show 4. Chapter 55, The Least Liked Socialite in the Dating Show 4. Tang Qing handed the invitation to Su Cheng-gwen, who was dumbfounded. A total surprise. Su Cheng-gwen had braced himself for the possibility that no female guest might invite him in the first round. Yet he never imagined Tang Qing would approach him. He gaped at the invitation but made no move to take it. "Why me?" "So, are you going to reject me?" Tang Qing spoke before Su Cheng-gwen could refuse. "I'm giving you this invitation, asking you to go on a date with me. Are you really going to say no?" When she said this, there wasn't a trace of romantic fluster, just cold directness. She pressed again, in or out. "I kinda like someone else." Su Cheng-gwen instinctively tried to decline the awkward offer. So, I really can't. The person you like in Shinshin just gave her invitation to Xiang Shiran, and he accepted. Ignoring his hint, Tang Qing continued, I only came here to invite you today. Are you coming with me or not? No flirtation, no games, Tang Qing simply stated her demand. This place is suffocating. I want to go out. In or out? Su Chengwen fell silent for a long time, locking eyes with Tang Qing. Her gaze was unnervingly direct, like his own cat's haughty stare, always waiting for its owner to serve it. Perhaps it was a split-second impulse, but by the time he came to his senses he had already taken the invitation from Tang Qing. At the same time, all the guest phones automatically displayed the day's pairing results. In Shinshin and Xiang Shiran. Shijia and Sun Xiang. Wen Yixuan and Miyang. Tang Qing and Su Chengwen. When Shijia saw the message on her phone, she almost couldn't believe her eyes. Tang Qing asked Su Chengwen when they first arrived, hadn't Tang Qing mocked Su Chengwen as a weakling who couldn't even lift a suitcase? Was she into him now? Shinshin, didn't it seem like Su Chengwen had a thing for you? Is Tang Qing stealing him? After fumbling for words, Shijia blurted out. Over the past week, Su Chengwen had been low-key simping for Shinshin, anyone could see who he liked. Shijia had been torn between Sun Xiang and Su Chengwen, but ultimately decided to step back out of respect. Ugh, Tang Qing's crossing a line. She clearly knows Su Chengwen likes you but still asked him out. Shijia complained to Shinshin, her tone full of displeasure. Shijia, don't say that. Shinshin smiled gently. We're all here to find our match. It's normal for Tang Qing to want to get to know others. Hearing this, Shijia suddenly remembered something. She shot up from the bed. Wait, doesn't Tang Qing like Miyang? Just a few days ago, she was all over him, and now she's tangled up with Su Chengwen. Ugh, so wishy-washy. No wonder she's a mess. With a scoff, Shijia slapped another label on Tang Qing, flighty. Her comments also sparked heated discussions among viewers. Shijia has a point. I thought Tang Qing would definitely pick Miyang this time. Su Chengwen likes Shanshan, and Tang Qing knew that but still asked him out. That's snake behavior. I'm so done with Tang Qing being on this show. She's extra and fake, and now her character's shady too. Who even cast her? Shijia kept grumbling under her breath, while Shinshin listened carefully, her smile growing deeper as she became the epitome of a perfect listener. Yet with just a few well-placed words, she managed to fuel the tension between Shijia and Tang Qing, turning their chat into one where Tang Qing became the central figure. Tang Qing and Su Chengwen's date was set for the evening, arranged by the production team at an open-air cinema, a romantic setting ideal for couples. Tang Qing wore a dark green strapless long dress. The cut was flawless, accentuating her waist-to-hip ratio perfectly. The straps were longer than usual, designed with a plunging neckline that revealed a generous stretch of her pale, eye-catching collarbones. For a touch of vintage flair, she had placed a sparkling gem at the outer corner of her eye. A slight lift of her gaze revealed a flicker in her eyes, especially when she looked directly at someone. The tiny gem at her eye's edge seemed to hook them, pulling them into her gaze. When Tang Qing finally appeared before Su Chengwen, swaying gracefully with every step, not only was he stunned, everyone else was too. Holy shit! She's stunning! I can't look away. No one told me this diva could be this gorgeous. Sorry for being superficial, but considering how beautiful Tang Qing is, I take back all the bad things I said about her. She really was breathtaking. Watching her from afar, Su Chengwen thought she looked even more like his cat, gorgeous and proud. You look amazing, Su Chengwen said sincerely, his usual shyness evident. Tang Qing casually handed him her bag and gave him a once-over with mild disdain. So, since I'm this stunning, why didn't you change your clothes? You're still wearing what you had on this morning. Guess this date isn't a big deal to you. Su Chengwen immediately flushed with embarrassment, awkwardly rubbing his head. Sorry, I didn't think about it. It's fine. It's not like we actually like each other anyway. Without a care, Tang Qing walked ahead. Walking one behind the other, Su Chengwen suddenly felt like a servant carrying his mistress's bag, trailing obediently behind this high-maintenance princess. Tang Qing was indeed picky. Once seated, she whined about the bugs, the uncomfortable table, and even the movie chosen by the production team, insisting on swapping it for one she liked better. Only after everything was to her satisfaction did the princess finally relax, wrapping herself in a blanket beside Su Chengwen content. Why do you like Shinshin? Tang Qing suddenly asked, sipping her drink, feigning nonchalance. Because she's nice? Well, I noticed her at first sight. Su Chengwen fumbled for words, clearly flustered. Then I thought she was easy to get along with, so I guess that's why I liked her. Tang Qing nodded. So love at first sight? You fall for people that easily? Hey Su Chengwen, have you ever even dated before? His face reddened further, unable to meet her eyes. I was always focused on school before. Let me tell you something, Su Chengwen, if you're this inexperienced, you'll get played. Suddenly, Su Chengwen felt a hand gently lift his chin, forcing him to meet Tang Qing's steady gaze. The gem at the corner of her eye shimmered under the light as she held his eyes, drawing each word with teasing emphasis. Look closely. Someone as beautiful as me, could you fall for me at first sight? The forced eye contact, the flicker of her glance, and the sudden, charged tension lightly sent a shiver down Su Chungwon's spine. Chapter 56. The Hated Miss of the Dating Show 5. Chapter 56. The Dating Show's Least Liked Heiress 5. LOL, Su Chungwon's face is so red. Did you see that look Tang Qing gave him? Anyone would fall for her. Am I the only one who finds this weird? Asking such a question out of nowhere. What's Tang Qing up to? Heiress going straight for the man, ha ha ha. For the rest of their time together, Tang Qing didn't bother Su Chungwon anymore. Wrapped in her cozy blanket, she stayed quietly to the side. Now that Tang Qing had settled down, Su Chungwon was the one who felt uneasy. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at her, her slightly curled hair resting on her shoulders, her head tilted as she stared unblinkingly at the screen. Su Chungwon noticed how beautiful Tang Qing's eyes were. Her pupils were remarkably clear, like those of an innocent girl, bright and untroubled, as if nothing in the world weighed on her mind. The two coexisted peacefully until the movie ended, when the heiress stirred up trouble again. There was still some distance from the open-air cinema to the parking lot, and Tang Qing refused to walk. She whined, I can't walk anymore. Bring the car here to pick me up. Su Chungwon sighed helplessly, Missy, it's only 800 meters from the parking lot. A few steps and we'll be there. Tang Qing still wouldn't budge, pointing at her high heels. They're brand new. My feet hurt. The woman in the green dress now pouted openly, throwing a tantrum at Su Chungwon. Su Chungwon, my feet are already rubbed raw. I can't walk. Following her finger, Su Chungwon did see some redness and swelling on her heels. His expression grew even more resigned. But this is a one-way street. I can't drive the car here. Then carry me. What? Su Chungwon nearly thought he misheard, staring at her in disbelief. Carry you? Isn't that a bit too intimate? Tang Qing didn't care about Su Chungwon's hesitation at all. Crossing her arms, she looked like a child denied candy, both spoiled and a little adorable. Either carry me or hold me. Pick one. I'm not moving. You said it yourself, 800 meters, just a few minutes. Can't you manage that? Besides, I dressed up this nicely and wore these shoes just for our date. You owe me. Su Chungwon felt unfairly blamed. The invitation had clearly come from Tang Qing, who even forced him to accept it. Now she was making it sound like it was his duty to take care of her. They stood there in a stalemate for a full minute, the heiress not budging an inch, just staring defiantly at Su Chungwon. The summer night breeze carried a slight chill, brushing against Tang Qing's slender arms. She shivered and sneezed but still refused to move. Not even a single step? Su Chungwon tried negotiating again. Nope. Su Chungwon, are you going to carry me or not? The breeze must have gotten to her, her voice carried a hint of a sniffle, less spoiled now and a little pitiful. Finally, Su Chungwon sighed and crouched before her. All right, Missy. Come on. With her demand met, Tang Qing immediately clung to Su Chungwon's back. Tilting her head smugly, she broke into a grin, looking every bit like a little fox who'd gotten her way. You volunteered. I didn't force you. How was this voluntary? Su Chungwon, carrying Tang Qing, could only wryly laugh to himself. Today he truly met his match. There was just no beating her. Tang Qing was much lighter than expected, her arms wrapped around Su Chungwon's neck. It was then that he noticed just how pale her skin was, pale enough to be dazzling. I bless the day I found you. I want to stay around you. Now and forever. Let it be me, Suddenly Su Chungwon heard Tang Qing humming the song right by his ear. Amid her soft, shallow breaths, he caught the lyrics clearly. It was the theme song from tonight's movie. Tang Qing sang beautifully, her voice lacking its usual arrogance. Whispered close to his ear, it sounded like the murmurs of an intimate lover, low and sultry. The production team seized the moment, extending the shot of the two while overlaying the scene with the movie's in-credits BGM. The atmosphere instantly turned intimate, their silhouettes unexpectedly harmonious. Ha ha, this is hilarious. The diva's a total handful. No one rooting for them? Su Chungwon keeps saying he likes Shinshin, but he's completely helpless around the diva LMAO. Wow, total movie romance vibes. Tang Qing can sing too. Somehow the diva's fiery temper seems kinda cute today. What's going on? They returned to the cottage last, drawing everyone's attention. As soon as when Ishwan saw Tang Qing, she stood up first to exclaim, Wow, Tang Qing, you look stunning tonight. That dress is so pretty, it really suits you. When Ishwan truly meant it. At first glance, Tang Qing looked like a movie star, she was glowing. Sun Xiang chimed in, lucky night, genius? His eyes shamelessly swept over Tang Qing, greed flashing in his gaze before he added, Tang Qing, you're drop-dead gorgeous tonight. Knowing exactly what kind of guy he was, Tang Qing ignored him completely. With a feline sway, she glided gracefully toward the sofa, locking eyes with Shinshin's scrutinizing stare. Tang Qing, you look beautiful tonight, Shinshin said, maintaining her Miss Innocence act. But Tang Qing could see through it, her smile was forced. Oh, thanks for the compliment. Tang Qing replied, fake smile firmly in place, before casually taking a seat, bending her legs as strands of hair fell down. Paired with the vintage green dress, she looked like a Renaissance painting. Some people have no shame. They know full well who someone else likes yet still butt in. Unlike in Xinshin, whose hostility was subtle, Shi Jia was a powder keg ready to blow, aiming her words straight at Tang Qing. Wishy-washy, crushing on one person today and switching tomorrow. Like this is some dating sim game. Shi Jia's sharp tone made it clear to everyone that she was targeting Tang Qing. Su Chunwen wanted to step in and defend Tang Qing, but when he met in Shinshin's gaze he hesitated. Before he could speak, Tang Qing cut in, "Are you a rooster or what? You cluck every time you see me. Sun Xiang, did you hear that? Shi Jia's talking about you. You went on a date with her today, yet you couldn't stop staring at me with those clingy eyes. She says you're two-faced, flirty, and no good." Drawing out her words, Tang Qing dropped the mic, not even glancing at Shi Jia's apoplectic glare. She redirected the topic straight to Sun Xiang. "Better go comfort your drama hen before she flies into a clucking fit tonight." "Shi Jia, you. How dare you?" Chapter 57, The Hated Miss of the Dating Show 6. Chapter 57, The Dating Show's Least Liked Heiress 6. After saying what needed to be said, Tang Qing went straight upstairs, leaving the group in awkward silence. The most embarrassed among them was Sun Xiang, who tried to save face with a few words. "Shi Jia, Tang Qing was just joking earlier. I wasn't giving her any clingy gaze. I just complimented her today." "Shut up, Sun Xiang. You're disgusting." Shi Jia was seeing red. After their date, she had actually thought well of Sun Xiang. But now, after Tang Qing's words, she felt like she'd swallowed a fly, gross and humiliating. If you like Tang Qing so much, then go after her. Gone was the tenderness from earlier. Shi Jia glared at him before storming off to her room. "Haha, I'm dying." The heiress's description was spot on. Shi Jia really does look like a pissed-off hen. True, Sun Xiang's gaze earlier was seriously uncomfortable. Haha, the heiress really has no filter. She just shoots straight from the hip. Viewers eat this drama up, and ever since Tang Qing shed that little Chanel-style jacket, she's been on fire lately. In the past, Shi Jia would always take the moral high ground and run circles around Tang Qing, leaving her at a disadvantage. But in recent episodes, Tang Qing seems to have leveled up. Now it's always others who end up frustrated. With the day's dates over, it was time for the confession round, where guests had to choose someone to confess to. Tang Qing chose Su Chunwen. "Thank you for not rejecting me today. Good night, sweet dreams." Tang Qing, after your date with Su Chunwen today, his love points for you increased by 4, plus 4 love points. Do you think he'll send you a message? After observing all evening, the system couldn't help but ask. Whatever. Doesn't matter either way. Changing into her pajamas, Tang Qing casually applied a bandage to her heel. It's just the beginning. It's normal if he doesn't. Today was Su Chunwen's first real interaction with her. How could he like her that quickly? Suddenly, her phone blew up. Tang Qing had received a confession message. The system urged quick check. "Is it Su Chunwen? Today you were truly stunning. What a shame I wasn't with you." This tone, definitely not Su Chunwen. Tang Qing rolled her eyes. Sun Xiang really has no shame, huh? Still simping over me? Probably just trying to shoot his shot because you looked good. Tang Qing scoffed. In his dreams. But since Sun Xiang sent the message to me, it looks like that scumbag has completely given up on Shi Jia, that clucker. Thinking of Shi Jia's expression tonight, 0 texts, nada, Tang Qing's mood improved. Bet that little hen is losing her shit in her room right now. Tang Qing wasn't wrong. Shi Jia was seeing red. That bastard Sun Xiang really didn't send her a message. What was today's date even for, just to ditch me for her? Shi Jia had originally planned to send her message to Sun Xiang but held off to see where his head was at. Guess she got her answer, he went straight to Tang Qing instead. Jia, don't be upset. A man like that isn't shit. And Shinshin's phone had blown up twice, Xiang Xiuran and Su Chunwen had both sent her messages, no surprises there. Especially Su Chunwen, who still insisted on messaging her, which eased her mind. At least Su Chunwen still thinks of me. Jia, it's good you finally figured out what kind of guy Sun Xiang is. Since he's so shallow, just forget about him. And Shinshin carefully chose her words to comfort her friend from the show. Jia, Tang Qing has such a bad temper. Sun Xiang will live to regret it. Shinshin, you're right. What's so great about that Tang Qing anyway? The thought of Tang Qing got Shi Jia fired up again. Even if Su Chunwen went on a date with her today, so what? He still texted you instead. Shinshin, listen to me. You're 100 times better than that Tang Qing. Anyone who falls for her has terrible taste. You must be the most popular female guest on the show. And Shinshin seemed a little shy, giving Shi Jia a mock-scolding look as she said, Jia, don't say that. It wouldn't be good if others heard. What's the big deal? You're literally 10,000 times better than Tang Qing. Hands on her hips, Shi Jia looked like a protective mother hen. Shinshin, once you figure out your feelings, whoever you like, I'll help you win them over. Hearing this, a satisfied smile reappeared on Inshinshin's face as she gave Sure Jia another nice guy card. Jia, you're so sweet. I'm really glad I met you on this show. The day after the date was a rest day with no mandatory romantic tasks, so most of the guests returned to their jobs. As the wealthy heiress, Tang Qing naturally didn't need to work. She slipped into some comfy clothes and went downstairs. The show's dating house was a small country villa with a lovely environment, complete with a little garden. Tang Qing sat on the swing, enjoying the beautiful scenery before her. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared, a bulky man, still reeking of sweat from his workout, an unpleasant smell that immediately turned her off. She didn't even need to look up to know it was that moron Sun Xiang again. Tang Qing, what a coincidence. Not working today. Sun Xiang put on his best charming smile and tried to sit on the swing beside her. Don't sit next to me. Tang Qing immediately stopped him, her expression full of displeasure. You smell like sweat. Stay away from me. Rejected outright, Sun Xiang was momentarily embarrassed but quickly recovered. Hey, I just finished my morning workout and haven't showered yet. Smell this, it's the mark of a real man who works out. Sun Xiang, probably thinking his muscles were irresistible, flexed his arms. Tang Qing, this is the result of 6 years of training. Want to check it out? As a fitness trainer, this move worked on all his female trainees. No woman could resist his ripped body. Thanks to his good looks and physique, Sun Xiang had always been popular with women. Confidently smirking, he didn't expect to get shot down again. Tang Qing's words weren't just sharp, they were downright insulting. Sorry, I'm not interested in marinated meat. You think you're one of the Shaolin Temple's bronze statues? Slather yourself in bronze, strike a pose, and expect people to take photos with you. Now completely burned, Sun Xiang snapped. Tang Qing, was that necessary? I just saw you sitting here alone and wanted to chat. If you think it's unnecessary, then don't come over. The heiress's usual arrogance was on full display. This is just how I am. If you can't handle it, stay away. Damn it. If it weren't for your damn pretty face, who'd even bother with you? Chest heaving, Sun Xiang struggled to control his expression. Tang Qing, think carefully. Last night, I was the only one who sent you a message. On this show, aside from me, no one else has chosen you. Tang Qing didn't bat an eye. So what? I'm not interested in taking out the trash. Chapter 58, The Hated Miss of the Dating Show, 7. Chapter 58, The Unpopular Heiress in the Dating Show, 7. Boss Tang strikes again, ha ha ha. Sun Xiang's got nothing to say. Tang Qing's roast was brutal, they team bronze men, joke cracked me up. A reference to the Shaolin Temple's legendary warriors. Seriously, what Sun Xiang said at the end was gross, using the fact that he was the only one who texted her to pressure Tang Qing. The camera captured everything that had just happened. Viewers couldn't care less about Sun Xiang flexing his muscles, and his final remarks sparked a wave of online backlash. He used to seem like a cheerful guy, but now? Just a horny creep with wandering eyes. Just thinking about how Sun Xiang leaked their private video in the original plot made Tang Qing lose all patience for him. She spun on her heel and left, heading to another part of the house. Since it was a workday, the love villa was unusually quiet. Tang Qing hadn't expected to run into the second male lead here. Xiang Shuran had apparently pulled an all-nighter. He looked completely drained, lying on the couch with his eyes closed. Looks-wise, Xiang Shuran had the most refined features among the 3 male leads, though his usual gold-rimmed glasses toned down his sharpness. After a moment's thought, Tang Qing brought over a glass of water and set it beside him. Goji berries and ginseng. Should be nourishing. Xiang Shuran opened his eyes, visibly surprised to see her. For me. Who else would it be for? She replied bluntly, as always. Call it my daily act of charity. Actually stunned by her kindness, Xiang Shuran accepted the cup. Thanks. I was called in for an emergency surgery last night. It was a 4.5-hour procedure. Totally wiped me out. As a top-tier surgeon, Xiang Shuran never shied away from work, even when exhausted. Wow, busy much? Without further small talk, Tang Qing curled up on the other end of the couch like a cat basking lazily in sunlight. Ran into Sun Xiang outside earlier. Killed my vibe. Figured I'd hide out here for a bit. Xiang Shuran chuckled at her bluntness. She really didn't care about the cameras, openly calling a male guest a mood killer. If Sun Xiang comes looking for me, keep him off me. Consider it payment for my good deed. With that, Tang Qing tossed a magazine over her face and settled in. The sunlight spilled over her, one arm dangling off the couch, fingertips brushing the floor, an image of effortless relaxation. Xiang Shuran took a sip of the hot tea and realized, with some surprise, that Tang Qing had given him water at just the right temperature. This person wasn't nearly as domineering as she seemed. There was a soft, kinda cute side to her. Asterisk system, Xiang Shuran, love points, 11. Asterisk. By evening, after everyone had returned from work, the show suddenly announced a new dating challenge. Couples in the kitchen, cooking with someone you like must be a sweet experience. Asterisk, starting today, the show will no longer provide groceries for the villa's fridge. You'll need to work it out among yourselves who does the shopping and cooking, asterisk. Wait, does this mean no more instant noodles either? Wen Yixuan looked devastated as she read the message. The same question was asked on the first day, and only Inshinshin raised her hand back then, but she's a terrible cook. Without thinking, Wen Yixuan turned her gaze to Tang Qing, who still looked lazy and made no move to volunteer. The group fell silent until Xiang Xiuran spoke up first. I can cook, but my work schedule is irregular. Whoever pairs with me might have to pick up the slack. And Shinshin's eyes lit up and she immediately praised. That's great. I was worried because I'm not that great at cooking, but now there's one more person. Does anyone else know how to cook? This time, it was Su Chunwen who spoke, still the shy young man, his face slightly red as he said, I can cook a little too, basic home cooking. Sun Xiang reluctantly added, I'm sort of a cook, I know some healthy meals. Out of the 4 who could cook, 3 were male guests. If following the show's pairing setup, that meant she could only pair with Mi Yang. Thinking of this, a satisfied smile spread across Inshinshin's face and she quickly took on the task of organizing the pairings. In that case, Shijia, which male guest would you like to pair with? Before Shijia could choose, Tang Qing spoke up. Why ask Shijia first? You mean, let the little hen pick first? Why? Just because she's your bestie. Tang Qing's words instantly ignited the fuse. Shijia shot up from her seat. Hey. You keep calling me little hen without my permission, that's really rude. You've also talked plenty of smack about me without my permission. We're even. I don't agree with her picking first. Tang Qing certainly wouldn't let Shijia choose first. Judging by Inshinshin's shifty look, she probably palmed Sun Xiang off on her. Tang Qing, you're just picking on Shinshin. First you said she's a bad cook and now you think her arrangements are unfair. What exactly do you want? Shijia was furious, stepping forward to stand in front of Inshinshin. I want to cook with Xiang Xiuran. Since Shijia asked, Tang Qing got straight to it. Si Chunwen had given her trouble last time, so it wasn't wise to push too hard. Today she still had that ginseng water favor with Xiang Xiuran, he probably wouldn't refuse her. Oh, so you just want to pick Xiang Xiuran? Shijia sneered. Have you even considered whether he'd want you? The jab was directed straight at Xiang Xiuran, who paused in surprise before responding. Tang Qing, my work schedule is pretty hectic. I don't mind. Better than being stuck with that idiot Sun Xiang. Tang Qing cut to the chase. I want to team up with you. Do you agree or not? Her gaze was direct. Xiang Xiuran could tell the rich girl had no romantic interest in him. She was likely just avoiding Sun Xiang. The warmth from that cup of ginseng water seemed to linger on his fingertips. After a moment's thought, he agreed, all right, as long as you don't mind me slowing you down. Xiang Xiuran actually agreed. Shijia was stunned, her eyes darting between Xiang Xiuran and Tang Qing. Wasn't Inshinshin the one who went on a date with Xiang Xiuran last time? By agreeing to Tang Qing's request, wasn't he publicly snubbing Shinshin? Sure enough, seeing Xiang Xiuran accept Tang Qing's proposal, Inshinshin's expression immediately darkened. She said awkwardly, it's my fault for overstepping. In that case? Xiuran, you and Tang Qing can pair up. I didn't think it through. Tang Qing, don't misunderstand what happened earlier. Misunderstand what? Inshinshin's fake nice act had no effect on Tang Qing, who remained blunt. You and the little hen are close, so of course you're eager to set her up. Watching as Inshinshin started welling up, Tang Qing added, cut the waterworks. If you cry, people will think I'm bullying you. Chapter 59, The Hated Miss of the Dating Show, 8. Chapter 59. The Dating Show's Least Liked Heiress, 8. With the cooking pairs decided, Tang Qing and Xiang Xiuran happened to be responsible for preparing the next day's meals. Everyone think about what you'd like to eat tomorrow. I'll confirm the ingredients to buy, Xiang Xiuran said. As soon as he finished speaking, Wen Yixuan's face brightened, and she immediately chimed in, how about Sichuan chili chicken? I love spicy food. Xiang Xiuran paused for a moment but still offered a polite smile. Sure, but this dish is a bit complicated. It depends on when I get off work tomorrow. The preparation is quite involved. He was subtly hinting for Wen Yixuan to choose something else. Unexpectedly, Tang Qing agreed without hesitation, sure. Wen Yixuan was even more delighted. She had already tasted Tang Qing's cooking before, it was definitely good. Excitedly, she added 2 more dishes and also gongbao chicken and Sichuan boiled fish. Sure. Again, Tang Qing casually accepted Wen Yixuan's requests, seemingly unfazed by the difficulty of these dishes. Xiang Xiuran couldn't help but glance at Tang Qing, puzzled by the heiress's unexpected compliance. And Shinshin also spoke up, Xiuran, I really like soy products. Could you make something with tofu for me? Her tears hadn't fully dried yet, her eyes slightly red, and her voice carried a subtle quiver. At this moment, Inshinshin looked vulnerable, her ethereal beauty accentuated by her teary-eyed fragility. As expected, faced with such an expression, Xiang Xiuran visibly hesitated. After all, the two had just gone on a date yesterday, and now he had agreed to Tang Qing's request, publicly sidelining Inshinshin. Clearing his throat, Xiang Xiuran quickly composed himself. Sure, how about a simple tofu soup? With 2 people having requested 4 dishes, Shurjia added another, let's also have a pork rib soup. It's simple to make, just needs more time to simmer. Just as Xiang Shiran was about to agree, Tang Qing suddenly spoke up again. No, I won't make that dish. Shurjia's expression immediately froze. What's it got to do with you? You're not even cooking. Don't take my word for it, go ask Xiang Shiran. He said he can't make it, the little ancestor said defiantly, clearly lying through her teeth. If you want soup, ask your bestie to make it for you. Tang Qing was clearly picking on Shurjia. Since moving into the house, the two had been at each other's throats nonstop and their fights had become the most watched scenes among netizens. Let's be honest, Tang Qing's bias here is pretty obvious. Shurjia must be fuming everyone else gets a yes but she gets a no? Classic love-hate duo. Last week Tang Qing was the one getting pushed around, but this week, looks like the little ancestor is finally fighting back. The two faced off in the living room, neither willing to budge. In the end, Shinshin stepped in as peacemaker, pulling back the fired-up Shurjia. Jia, if you want soup, I'll make it for you tomorrow. No big deal. Forget it, it's just one dish. Not worth the fuss. Out of respect for her best friend, Shurjia turned away and muttered, fine, I won't argue with you this time. I forgive you. The whole thing was ridiculous. Tang Qing hadn't even apologized, yet Shurjia was already giving herself an out. Tang Qing ignored the 2 dramatic best friends and turned to Xiang Shiran. We're cooking tomorrow. The supermarket's still open. Want to go grocery shopping? Xiang Shiran nodded, adding 2 more dishes to his phone memo. That should feed all 8 of us. At the supermarket, it was mostly Xiang Shiran doing all the picking and choosing. Tang Qing fully played up her spoiled rich girl act without lifting a finger, and in fact grumbled more than once about how slow Xiang Shiran was. This one's fine. Xiang Shiran, you're so slow. If you can't decide, just take both. Why buy a whole chicken for spicy chicken? Just get the thigh meat. Do you actually know how to cook? Amid her complaints, Xiang Shiran was surprised to realize that the little ancestor actually knew her stuff in the kitchen, like when she accurately grabbed the dried chilies during an earlier choice between 2 options, or how she clearly knew that thigh meat makes for tenderer chicken. Unable to hold it in any longer, Xiang Shiran blurted out, you can cook? Of course. Better than in Shanshan. Tang Qing replied without missing a beat. The most she can do is flip a wok. She probably poisoned someone by accident. And she has the nerve to call herself a cook. She rolled her eyes as she spoke. Even with such a look on her face, her delicate features made her seem impishly cute. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Hearing his question, the little ancestor frowned. Why the hell should I? Cooking's my hobby. Do I need to announce it to everyone? I'll cook for whoever I want. I'm nobody's damn maid. Especially not for some annoying people back at the house. She certainly wasn't going to bother cooking for them. Xiang Shiran suddenly understood the little ancestor played favorites. For those she liked, no problem. For those she disliked? Not a chance. This kind of black and white attitude was something Xiang Shiran had rarely seen before. Suddenly he thought back to how Tang Qing had curled up on the sofa that afternoon. She really was like a cat. Clear-eyed, confident, and completely unbothered by what others thought, living freely and effortlessly. Why are you staring at me? Is it so weird that I can cook? Catching him looking, Tang Qing leaned in suddenly. In TV dramas, when a guy stares at a girl, there are only 2 possibilities. What? Either he likes her or he's a total creep. She purred, tilting her head. So which one are you? Cough. Totally unprepared for her boldness, Dr. Xiang, who had nerves of steel even in surgery, turned beet red and almost fumbled the shopping cart handle. Tang Qing. Has anyone ever told you, maybe, you should tone it down a little? After a pause, he finally settled on a carefully worded response. The little ancestor remained unrepentant. Why should I? Is it really that hard to tell if someone likes you or not? This is just who I am. Like me? Then put up with me. Don't like me? Buzz off, see if I care. The beautiful woman said it all so naturally, her gaze as clear and bright as Xiang Shiran remembered. She actually saw things more clearly than most people. Realizing this, Xiang Shiran found himself laughing. Netizens also flooded the screen with comments over Tang Qing's words. That's our Tang for you, bold and fearless. Blind guess, definitely a Scorpio. Ha ha ha, shocked again by the little ancestor. Used to think she was just a high-maintenance princess, but now I'm falling harder and harder for her. What's happening? Same here. Totally hooked. Honestly, Tang Qing's got serious charisma. She won't let anyone push her around, not even a little. System announcement. Xiang Shiran's love points increased by 5. Current love points, 16. General public's love points increased by 136,000. Chapter 60. The hated miss of the dating show, 9. Chapter 60. The least liked socialite of the reality dating show, 9. Su Chunwen got off work early today and did a double take when he saw Tang Qing in the kitchen. Tang Qing had her hair tied up in a bun, wearing an oversized t-shirt and an apron with a cat pattern, a completely different, girl-next-door look from before. The moment Tang Qing appeared on screen, viewers immediately started discussing. It's the socialite. Haha, today she's a sweet and soft little sister. Ever since the drama queen changed her style, every appearance blows me away. That bun is so cute, she looks adorable. Dream on, the one ahead. If you try to get too familiar with Tangjia, you'll probably get roasted into oblivion. While viewers buzzed with comments, Su Chengwen had a similar reaction. Watching Tang Qing moving efficiently around the kitchen, he found it hard to believe. Could Tang Qing really do these things? His impression of her was still stuck on the spoiled socialite, who refused to take an extra step during their last date. Seeing this little ancestor actually working in the kitchen today was completely unexpected. Su Chengwen observed for a while longer and noticed Tang Qing's movements were skilled, nothing like a first-timer. You can cook. Still incredulous, Su Chengwen finally spoke up. Hearing his voice, Tang Qing turned around. Her feline gaze swept over him before she drawled, "Yeah, isn't that what I'm doing right now?" "What, afraid I'll poison you?" Her usual bluntness confirmed it was indeed Tang Qing. "If you've got nothing to do right now, you can come help." She pointed casually at a pile of vegetables nearby and said to Su Chengwen, "Here, Xiang Xiuran bought these yesterday. I hate preparing vegetables, you handle it." Ha ha, Tang Qing totally didn't notice Su Chengwen's bag. She didn't even let him put it down before putting him to work. This is hilarious. Even Su Chengwen looked stunned. He probably can't bring himself to refuse. The viewers were right. Tang Qing had long pegged Su Chengwen as the softest of the three male contestants, so she had no qualms bossing him around. "And there's the tofu stew your crush likes, you handle that too." While prepping ingredients, Tang Qing added, "I definitely have no interest in making a bowl of tofu stew for Inshinshin. Don't you like her? Here's your chance to suck up. I'll just say you made it specially." The moment Tang Qing finished speaking, Su Chengwen's ears turned bright red. "This thing about me liking Inshinshin. You don't have to say it so, outright." The little ancestor truly played by her own rules. Su Chengwen only had a slight fondness for Inshinshin at this point. He hadn't even figured out the extent of his feelings. Having Tang Qing blurt it out so openly left him extremely awkward. Tang Qing paid no mind. Raising an eyebrow, she said bluntly, "Didn't you say you liked her yourself? Why hide something like that?" After struggling for a long time, Su Chengwen finally decided to shut up and focus on prepping the ingredients. The 3 dishes Wen Yixuan had requested were knocked out swiftly by Tang Qing. Watching the socialite expertly flip the wok left viewers in a daze, especially when the camera zoomed in for a full close-up of the finished dishes, the aroma practically wafting through the screen. Who else is drooling right now? The socialite can cook and it looks delicious? Never saw that coming. Su Chengwen, being the closest, felt it most strongly. Tang Qing's dishes were authentic, spicy but not overpowering, and definitely tasty. "Did you take cooking lessons?" Tang Qing raised an eyebrow. Who would specifically learn that? "I just don't want to eat the hogwash some people make." Under their surprised stares, Tang Qing untied her apron, washed her hands, and left Su Chengwen stunned. Was she planning to bail? There are still a few dishes left unfinished. Su Chengwen kindly reminded her. "I don't feel like making those. Isn't that what you, the do-gooder, are here for?" Wiping her hands clean and tilting her head slightly, Tang Qing's eyes sparkled mischievously. "You prep the ingredients and when Xiang Xiuran gets back, you take over." Ah. So the little ancestor was only willing to do half the work, fully intending to leave the other half for Xiang Xiuran after his shift. Strangely, Su Chengwen didn't feel angry at Tang Qing's audacity. In fact, he even felt like this was just how she should be. "Have I been enslaved into submission?" Su Chengwen muttered to himself, and of course the audience caught it, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, Su Chengwen has officially gone from male guest to male servant. Not just Su Chengwen, Xiang Xiuran's got it too. No way to handle the little ancestor. "Stop, I think I've got it too." Whatever the little ancestor says, I just nod along, it's toxic. When Xiang Xiuran returned from work, this was the scene he walked into. Su Chengwen bustling around in the kitchen while Tang Qing lounged comfortably on the sofa again, one leg swinging lazily, looking quite pleased. "You're back." Tang Qing greeted him with a smile, pointing at poor Su Chengwen. "You should thank this do-gooder, he helped out a lot today." Xiang Xiuran glanced into the kitchen, where 3 dishes were already prepared. "This is Wen Yixuan's order. I finished them all," she announced. "The rest I didn't agree to. You handle them." Knowing Tang Qing's ways, Xiang Xiuran didn't get upset and simply replied, "All right. Chengwen, you've worked hard today." Su Chengwen quickly waved it off. No, it's nothing. I just finished early today." Thanks to their teamwork, the housemates enjoyed their most lavish dinner since moving in. Wen Yixuan, in particular, was beaming with delight. "Wow, this smells amazing. Tang Qing, you made this, right? It's so good." Wolfing down food without caring about her image, Wen Yixuan looked like a chipmunk. "It's even better than what I've had at restaurants." At the mention of Tang Qing's name, Jia shot her a withering look. When Ishuan, have you lost your mind? Tang Qing can cook? Are you joking? Her cooking? When pigs fly. Sure, Jia scoffed, stuffing her face with boiled pork while instinctively crediting all the effort to Xiang Shuran. Dr. Xiang, I never expected you to be not just skilled with a scalpel but also such an amazing cook. She gushed unabashedly. A man who could cook was bonus points, especially one as handsome and talented as Xiang Shuran. Xiang Shuran stopped eating and instinctively glanced at Tang Qing. The little ancestor seemed to be thinking of something amusing, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she stared right at him. Guessing her intention, Xiang Shuran coughed awkwardly and said, actually, when Ishuan wasn't wrong. The spicy dishes on the table were all made by Tang Qing. The room went dead silent. Shijia's jaw stopped mid-bite. What did Xiang Shuran just say? Tang Qing made them? No way. Shijia looked up at Tang Qing, only to meet her shit-eating grin as she taunted, so, since I can cook, wanna show me pigs flying? Put your money where your mouth is? Goddamn it, bitch. Chapter 61, The Hated Miss of the Dating Show 10. Chapter 61, Villainous Heiress in the Dating Show 10. Shijia's face is everything, I'm laughing my ass off, ha ha ha. The little ancestor strikes again. The little ancestor. Surprise, bitch. I can cook. Can't take what you dish out? Looks like Shijia just choked on her meat. A classic scene everyone lives for, especially after Shijia's earlier, Sao climbing a tree jab. The burn came too quick and Shijia was left completely mortified. And Shinshin jumped in fast, Tang Qing, Jia didn't expect your cooking to be this good. Why didn't you say something sooner? If I'd known you could cook like that, I wouldn't have embarrassed myself back then. Trying to shift blame onto Tang Qing's secrecy, and Shinshin hoped to save her friend's dignity. But the little ancestor wasn't biting. Yeah, you were embarrassing yourself. Making food that bad and getting mad when people pointed out? That's pretty shameful. And Shinshin stiffened, pasted a smile on, and turned to Xiang Shuran. Shuran, did you make this tofu soup especially for me? Thank you, it's really good. Since Xiang Shuran had credited Tang Qing with the spicy dishes, she assumed this one must be his. She thought it might help them connect. But of course, Tang Qing cut in again, wrong again. Not his work. Actually, Su Chen-wen specifically made this for you. Stressing the word specifically, she added with fake innocence, and Shinshin, you should thank our dear Saint Su Chen-wen. What's with that look? You're not happy about it. Tang Qing teased, catching in Shinshin's awkward expression. Predictably, and Shinshin started backpedaling furiously. No. Chen-wen, that's not what I meant. I thought Shuran was the one cooking today. The little ancestor butted in once more. Chen-wen Shuran, getting real cozy, huh? You three must be super close. After all this needling, and Shinshin finally snapped, shooting Tang Qing a venomous glare. Would you just shut the hell up already? Damn it. What the hell is this girl's problem? From the start, she's been coming at me for no reason. Even in Shinshin's patience and manners were now gone. Oh, someone's mad. Tang Qing didn't care one bit, eyes sparkling with mischief, her grin splitting her face wide open. Pfft. Someone suddenly snorted and everyone turned. The first to crack was actually Mi Yang. Like he'd been holding it in forever, he hid behind his bowl and denied everything. What? The food's good. But the laughter in his voice was leaking out everywhere. Ha ha ha, same. This is like watching myself lose control at dinner. Tang Qing, aka Tang the Troll, Tang Duijui, living up to her name, asterisk even a doormat like in Shinshin lost her cool, asterisk. Sassy Tang, her reputation precedes her, and Shinshin's patience finally snapped under her teasing. This is hilariously savage. Tang Qing's words are too entertaining, I just can't help laughing everyone. The barrage of comments was a sea of laughter, with only Shinshin and Shijia wearing sour expressions. After the lively meal, the young mistress naturally had no intention of joining in the post-dinner cleanup. With an entitled pout, she declared, Hey, Xiang Shuran, you came back too late today. I already washed the vegetables, so doing dishes isn't my job. Xiang Shuran couldn't resist teasing the sulking Tang Qing, but wasn't all the prep done by Su Chen-wen today? The young mistress's eyes flashed with indignation at being contradicted. I'm the one who dragged Su Chen-wen here. Whatever he did counts as my effort. Anyway, I'm not washing dishes. As she spoke, Xiang Shuran noticed that Tang Qing only reached up to his chin. Looking down, he could see the top of her fluffy head. She looked even more like a cat now. Her outburst made him want to pet her like a disgruntled cat. If you don't want to wash dishes, fine. But you have to keep me company while I do it. For some inexplicable reason, Xiang Shuran made this demand. Tang Qing was momentarily stunned but quickly caught on. This was Xiang Shuran deliberately seeking alone time with her. Tang Qing, Tang Qing. Xiang Shuran's love points just hit 29. The system instantly alerted in her mind, having captured his emotional shift. After days of watching Tang Qing's theatrics and antics, it was stunned that human men actually bought this act. Initially worried her persona might be off-putting, the system was shocked to find that everyone not only tolerated Tang Qing's behavior but even found the young mistress somewhat endearing. The system was utterly flabbergasted. Su Chungwen's love points also went up by 1, currently at 6 points, maybe because he thinks your cooking is good? Mi Yang had been watching the show and his love points went up too, now it's at -8. Normal people have 790,000 love points. Tang Qing tilted her head, watching Xiang Xiuran wash the dishes. Her smile deepened as she listened to the system's announcement. Haven't you noticed yet? Being spoiled can actually be charming, saying whatever you want, doing whatever you want. A lot of people secretly wish they could live like that. I just happen to live the life they wish they had, direct and unrestrained. The system sort of understood, it sounded kind of reasonable. Propping her chin on both hands, Tang Qing watched Xiang Xiuran busily working in front of her. The guy seemed a little OCD, each dish got washed 6 times, always from smallest to largest. Xiang Xiuran asked suddenly while still washing dishes, "Why did you choose Su Chongwen for the first date?" "Because he has a good temper," Tang Qing answered honestly. Picking him meant no rejection. Being turned down right away would bruise my ego too. A totally unexpected answer. Xiang Xiuran paused his dishwashing and looked at the fluffy-haired girl in front of him. "So today, when you asked Su Chongwen to help, you were counting on him not saying no?" Tang Qing nodded. "You expected me to handle all this by myself? It's your fault for getting off work so late. Having you wash dishes now is only right." Hearing Tang Qing's answer, Xiang Xiuran felt an inexplicable sense of relief. So it seemed between Tang Qing and Su Chongwen, it was purely a relationship of dominance. Su Chongwen's good temper had made the little ancestor take everything for granted. The kitchen, now occupied by just the two of them, fell into quiet once more. Xiang Xiuran worked while Tang Qing played the role of a supervisor. A pretty one at that, humming an unfamiliar tune, creating a rare moment of harmony. Every time the young lady quiets down, I get all flustered. Looking at it this way, Xiang Xiuran and Tang Qing actually have some cute chemistry going on? He just asked about the first date. Does that mean he's starting to care about the young lady? The wealthy heiress and her male servant, this is hilarious. The young lady's excuse for not working is weirdly creative. Isn't Su Chongwen the unluckiest one here? In the end, it's always the nice guy who gets stuck with everything. Chapter 62, The Hated Miss of the Dating Show, 11. Chapter 62, The Dating Show's Least Liked Heiress, 11. The next day, the dating villa announced a new romantic challenge. The event was called Splash Wars, where contestants would be randomly paired into male-female teams to complete 2 tasks. The first task, water basketball, required male contestants to shoot into moving hoops floating in the pool, with points awarded based on successful baskets. The second task was a survival challenge. All female contestants stood on floating mats and engaged in a pushing match, with the last woman standing declared the winner. The winning pair would receive a luxury suite at a hot spring hotel and enjoy an exclusive romantic candlelit dinner. Pushing, won't that be dangerous? And Shinshin frowned slightly after reading the rules. And if we fall from the mats, won't it hurt? The delicate, innocent-looking girl bit her lip, her eyes full of worry and fear. Jia quickly comforted her close friend Shinshin. "Don't worry, I'll protect you." "Really? Thank you, Jia." With her usual sweet smile and gratitude, the two appeared perfectly harmonious. Watching this fake sisterly bond unfold, the system sked in disbelief. And Shinshin is totally faking this to manipulate Jia's sympathy, playing up that innocent act again. Tang Qing didn't respond. She had seen people like Shinshin before, those who looked harmless but could hit harder than anyone else. Especially since Shinshin kept glancing at her intentionally. Chances were she was plotting something. Following the show's random pairing rules, the teams were quickly revealed. Shinshin * Sun Xiang. Tang Qing * Mi Yang. Su Chongwen * Jia. Xiang Xiuran * Wen Yishuan. Out of the 4 pairs, Tang Qing and Mi Yang showed the most obvious disgust. Viewers caught on right away, their expressions darkened as soon as the results came out. Ha ha ha, the producers are really stirring the pot. They actually paired these two together. The heiress and the hot-headed prince, I bet they'll end up fighting. Look, Mi Yang stormed off to complain to the crew already, he's definitely trying to switch partners. They weren't wrong. As soon as he found out his partner was Tang Qing, Mi Yang immediately demanded to speak to the production team. "I'm not happy with this pairing. I want to switch partners," he said firmly. The staff, clearly prepared for his reaction, calmly replied, "We're sorry, Mr. Mi, but the pairings were computer-generated at random. We can't change the rules." Mi Yang wasn't having it. What computer? What algorithm? Run it again now. It had to be intentional. So far, Mi Yang wanted nothing to do with Tang Qing. First, she'd been shamelessly chasing him, and lately she'd been acting completely crazy every single day. Watching her from afar was one thing, but being paired with her? Mi Yang could already picture how unbearable her sharp tongue would make things. He wasn't about to deal with that nonsense. Unfortunately, the show refused to budge. Seething with frustration, Mi Yang reluctantly approached Tang Qing. Before he could even open his mouth, she cut him off sharply. What's with that face? You think I want to be stuck with you either? Save your thoughts, we're winning this. Tang Qing crossed her arms defiantly. I'm getting that spa getaway. Mi Yang scoffed, his tone equally sharp. Everyone wants to go to the hot spring hotel. The problem is, some people just don't have what it takes, they might get pushed right off the mat. No way, Tang Qing shot back, turning her head and locking eyes with Mi Yang. I will win. If we miss out on the hot spring hotel because of you, just wait, I'll make you pay for it later. Pouting and throwing down a fierce threat, she looked like a feisty little kitten, all claws out, growling at Mi Yang in that adorably fierce way. Looking at Tang Qing, Mi Yang suddenly froze for a moment before snapping back to reality. TCH, just don't hold me back. After team assignments, each guest had to change into swimwear, a major draw for the show, since who doesn't love seeing handsome guys and beautiful girls? Tang Qing picked a black one-piece swimsuit. From the front, it was simple and unassuming, but the real highlight was the open-back design. Paired with her porcelain skin, it created a striking effect. Her hair was tied up in a bun, mostly to prevent Inshanshan from pulling it during the second round. The system still had doubts and hesitantly asked, Tang Qing, after the way you talked to Mi Yang earlier, do you really think he'll take this seriously? From the looks of it, Mi Yang didn't seem thrilled about being your teammate either. Fixing her hair in the mirror, Tang Qing smirked. Oh, he will. You wouldn't get it, reverse psychology works like a charm. It looks like I'll be soaking in the hot springs with the male lead tonight, she said, admiring her outfit and recalling Mi Yang's brief days. She flashed a dazzling smile. As soon as Tang Qing appeared on screen, the chat blew up, comments tripling instantly. She's here. We knew the young miss wouldn't disappoint. How's she so pale and flawless? Gotta wipe my nosebleed, the young miss is too gorgeous. Not only were the viewers stunned, but the 4 male guests on set were also clearly stunned. Tang Qing had amazing proportions, radiant skin, and striking features. She was a total knockout. What's the point of being pretty if you've got such a terrible temper? Who'd ever want her? Shijia sniped bitterly, though her eyes kept sneaking glances at Tang Qing's long legs. Talk about unfair, she was just too perfect. Let's be real, Tang Qing was hands down the most beautiful among the 4 female guests. Shinshin, don't mind her. You've got such a sweet personality, if I were a guy, I'd definitely pick you. Shijia's words practically admitted that Tang Qing was prettier than Inshinshin. Inshinshin's expression darkened immediately. Out of camera view, she dug her nails into her palm and pasted on a smile. Jia, you're always so good to me. Tang Qing's so much taller than me. I can barely lift a bottle of water normally. For the second round, I'll need your help, Jia. Her helpless whine worked perfectly, earning instant support from Shijia. Of course. I don't want her to win anyway. The whistle blew and the first round began. The 4 female contestants stood together, eagerly watching their partners' performances. The most driven among them were Sun Xiang and Mi Yang. Sun Xiang had already done the math, while Inshinshin couldn't compare to Tang Qing in any way, she was still a sweet, innocent beauty. Spending a night alone with her wasn't bad. And if something happened, even better. With that thought, his eyes lit up with determination. Mi Yang, on the other hand, simply didn't want to be mocked by Tang Qing. He could practically hear her taunts already if he messed up. Their vibes couldn't have been more different. When Yishuan was the first to speak up. Tang Qing, Mi Yang seems pretty serious. Does he actually want to stay at the hotel with you? She glanced over, knowing they didn't get along and puzzled by his sudden fire. He doesn't, the young miss replied coolly, sunglasses hiding half her face but not the smirk in her voice. I'm the one who wants to soak in the hot springs tonight. If he loses, I'll never let him live it down. Probably doesn't want me calling him weak, she added with her trademark sass. When Yishuan burst into giggles, immediately getting it. Now she got why Mi Yang was so fired up. So that's how it is. These two were too amusing when Yishuan had figured it out during the last incident with the noodles. They were like oil and water, neither willing to back down or lose face in front of the other. Ours is just a business arrangement, not like them. Tang Qing pointed toward Inshinshin, who was cheering enthusiastically for Sun Xiang. Her tone carried an undertone as she spoke slowly. Look at them, they're so happy together. A perfect match, talent and beauty made for each other. When Yishuan looked over just in time to see Sun Xiang's wide, toothy grin, a muscular hunk paired with a delicate wallflower. It actually seemed weirdly perfect. The system muttered under its breath, ugh, trash belongs with trash. Chapter 63, The Hated Miss of the Dating Show 12. Chapter 63, The Dating Show's Least Popular Heiress 12. Inshinshin, don't worry. I didn't build these muscles for nothing. Wearing only swim trunks, Sun Xiang proudly flexed his arms, grinning as he struck a few bodybuilder poses. I used to be on the college team. This kind of shot is easy. Speaking with absolute confidence, Sun Xiang took his stance, raised his arm, stepped back, and executed a picture-perfect shooting form. Inshinshin followed the trajectory of the ball, eagerly awaiting the result. The basketball wobbled on the rim, teetering precariously before finally going in. Instantly beaming, and Shinshin exclaimed excitedly, "Wow! So amazing! The first shot went in." "Sun Xiang, I'm so glad you're my teammate today," said the usual innocent girl flattery routine, admiring eyes, slightly flushed cheeks, a delicate mix of shyness and charm that made Sun Xiang's pulse quicken. This was how a woman should be. Tang Qing was practically inhuman in comparison. Thinking of the humiliation he'd suffered at Tang Qing's hands, Sun Xiang deliberately threw a challenging look at Mi Yang. "Brother Mi, your turn." "Hey, beginner's luck. First shot went in." "Let me tell you, there's real technique to this. First, you have to observe the speed and direction of the moving hoop, then calculate the right angle." Intent on showing off in front of Mi Yang, Sun Xiang rambled on. Mi Yang didn't respond to a single word. Seemingly without effort, he released the ball. "Ah, brother Mi, you shot way too fast." Sun Xiang hurriedly spoke up, "That's definitely." Before he could finish, the ball, as if guided by eyes, swished straight through the net. Sun Xiang's eyes widened in shock. It went in. Unlike his own shaky shot, Mi Yang's was clean and precise, nothing but net. The sound of the net was crisp, with no wasted motion. In comparison, Sun Xiang suddenly felt like all his earlier advice had been embarrassingly foolish. This guy clearly knew his stuff. What need was there for his guidance? A little awkward, Sun Xiang scratched his head. "Brother Mi, you're pretty good." "You don't miss," replied Mi Yang, as indifferent as ever. "Same as you. I was on the college team too." Soon everyone realized the difference between one college team player and another. Mi Yang was nearly flawless, draining every shot no matter how the hoop moved, each one clean and effortless. Meanwhile, Sun Xiang struggled with every attempt, the ball often circling the rim before, sometimes going in, or just bouncing off the backboard. The gap in skill was obvious. Final score: Mi Yang 8 points, Sun Xiang 5 points, Xiang Xiran 3 points, Su Chunwen 2 points. Now that's a pro. Mi Yang's shooting skills are wasted on singing. The national team's losing out on a star player. Look at Shinshin's face, it's getting darker by the second. Sun Xiang's the funniest. Tried to teach a lesson and got slapped in the face instead. Viewers were buzzing in the comments. As the match ended, Mi Yang walked straight toward Tang Qing, who was lounging under a parasol, looking completely at ease. "Don't hold me back later," he boasted, chest puffed with pride. A perfect 8 for 8, he had every right to be smug in front of Tang Qing. Tang Qing could clearly see the smugness in the man's raised eyebrows. Slowly taking off her sunglasses, she enunciated each word, "None of your concern." With a composed attitude, Miss Tang swayed gracefully toward the second round of the event. Her cat-like steps accentuated her curves even more, especially with the risque backless outfit that revealed the delicate contours of her shoulder blades. Every movement seemed to carry an alluring charm, as if each step landed right on the heartstrings. Ugh, I was wrong. How dare I ever speak ill of Miss Bitch before? Damn, so what if she's got attitude when she's this drop-dead gorgeous? Tang Qing is seriously hot. I can't stop drooling. Don't even start. I'm a woman and I'm falling for her. How can someone's walking silhouette be this captivating? Mi Yang was also hypnotized by Tang Qing's walk. Undeniably beautiful. Snapping out of it after just a few seconds, he gave himself a hard pinch, annoyed at his own reaction. What was he thinking? Staring at that woman like a fool. The mats prepared for the female guests weren't large, offering about a meter of space to maneuver. The main challenge came from the water's buoyancy, maintaining balance while standing on them. This wasn't too difficult for Tang Qing, given her past experience with stunt work. She was the first to find her footing. In contrast, the other three struggled. The one struggling the most was Shinshin, whose petite frame was teetering dangerously, as if she might topple at any moment. After a few minutes of adjustment, Shinshin and Shi Jia held hands, supporting each other until they finally steadied themselves. At the sound of the whistle, the two locked eyes and immediately moved toward Tang Qing. Seeing right through their intentions, Tang Qing smirked and yanked Wen Yixuan to her side. "Steady yourself." Wen Yixuan, still struggling to balance, was caught off guard when someone suddenly steadied her. Tang Qing of all people. Her heart swelled. So Miss Bitch really did have a soft side under all that ice. Damn, she actually thought of me at a time like this. With Wen Yixuan in tow, Tang Qing moved steadily. When the four collided, Shi Jia came at her full force. Using Wen Yixuan as an anchor, Tang Qing dodged effortlessly, light on her feet. Shi Jia missed her mark and, still clinging to Shinshin, went splashing into the water. As she fell, Shi Jia tried to drag Wen Yixuan down with her. But Wen Yixuan panicked, flailing so wildly that she ended up pulling Shi Jia down with her instead. Splashing into the water, Shi Jia was completely lost, unsure how it had even happened. The staff's megaphone announced their elimination. Shi Jia, Wen Yixuan, out. Now only Tang Qing and Shinshin remained. With her ally gone, Shinshin's expression stiffened for a second before she turned on the waterworks. "Tang Qing, this is impossible. I can barely stand. Could you help me up?" "Help you up?" Tang Qing repeated, her sharp eyes reading Shinshin like a book. "How original." "Fine, grab my hand." Extending her arm, Tang Qing's eyes gave nothing away. showing not a hint of wariness. Just as Inshinshin was about to use Tang Qing to get to her feet, in a split second, she suddenly pushed hard, trying to shove Tang Qing away. Tang Qing had anticipated this move and acted even faster. Using the momentum of Inshinshin's lunge, she turned and flung her out into the water. This time, the fall was much harder, with splashes bursting everywhere. Inshinshin's carefully done hairstyle was completely ruined, and she instantly turned into a soaking wet mess. Clumps of hair stuck to her face, her lips slightly pale. As she surfaced, her eyes were red and she looked genuinely shaken. Shijia rushed over to her best friend right away, quickly wrapping Inshinshin in a blanket and asking anxiously, "Are you okay, Shinshin? At least we're in the water. That looked like it hurt when you fell." Like a doting mother fussing over her child, Shijia wiped Inshinshin dry without complaint. As she wiped, Inshinshin's eyes grew redder and tears poured down her face. Walking closer, Tang Qing overheard Inshinshin say, "Shijia, my hand hurts. Something on Tang Qing cut me." Chapter 64. The Hated Miss of the Dating Show 13. Chapter 64. The Unpopular Socialite on the Dating Show 13. Did I scratch her with something? Tang Qing frowned, following Inshinshin's woeful expression, and indeed saw a long, fresh scratch on her arm, slightly swollen and red. "Jia, it hurts a bit. Can you help me get some medicine from the staff?" The scratch wasn't deep, but it was long and looked pretty bad at first glance. Jia froze for a moment before quickly reacting, directing her anger at Tang Qing. "Even if you want to win, you don't have to pull such shady moves. Tang Qing, that's way out of line. You hurt Shinshin like this, apologize." Glaring furiously at Tang Qing, Jia couldn't believe the heiress would sink this low. "Shinshin already said she wasn't that strong and didn't even plan to win against you. How could you be so vicious? This scratch is so long. What if it leaves a scar?" And Shinshin was crying her eyes out, looking as though she had suffered some huge injustice. The commotion drew the attention of the male guests, who were stunned when they saw the wound on Shinshin's arm. Sun Xiang was the first to speak. "Tang Qing, even if you don't like Shinshin, this is going too far. A girl's skin is delicate. If it really scars, it'll be terrible." Sun Xiang only glanced briefly, asking no questions, and quickly aligned himself with Jia. Some people are just vicious, willing to do anything to win, so trashy." Seeing others chime in, Jia became even more relentless, demanding an apology from Tang Qing. When Yishuan saw things going south and cautiously spoke up. Tang Qing doesn't have anything sharp on her. Could this be a misunderstanding? Everyone was wearing swimsuits with almost no accessories. What could have scratched Inshinshin? When Yishuan's words only provoked Jia further, shifting the blame onto her. "What, did a few bites of food make you her lackey? Now you're rushing to kiss up to her. If it wasn't her, then who? Shinshin didn't have this scratch before falling into the water. She pushed her and now Shinshin's hurt. And you're saying it wasn't her? When Yishuan, if she can hurt Shinshin like this today, watch out, you might be next. Even if you're brown-nosing her, think about the consequences." This was pure indiscriminate aggression. Tang Qing crossed her arms, remaining silent for now. She wanted to see how far Shinshin would take this act. "Maybe it was an accident," Xiang Shiran interjected, defending Tang Qing. "There might have been something sharp in the pool that accidentally scratched her. Shinshin, your injury needs attention. Let's deal with that first," Su Chengwen added, playing the peacemaker, clearly trying to defuse the conflict. Hearing their words, Shinshin, still putting on her waterworks, let a flash of resentment show. Were these two siding with Tang Qing? Did they have feelings for her? Seemingly doubling down, and Shinshin turned on the waterworks full blast. "I'm fine. Maybe it really was an accident. Tang Qing, it hurt so much earlier. I might have been mistaken." Though she said it might have been an accident, her gaze toward Tang Qing carried obvious avoidance, making it seem like she was afraid of her. "Wait, did anyone actually see the heiress do it? And Shinshin looks like she's in so much pain and she seems scared of Tang Qing. This makes me so mad," Tang Qing apologized. With Shinshin's performance, the chat started turning. Many began condemning Tang Qing, even bringing up all her past crap on the show to accuse her of not just having a bad temper but also poor character. "OMG, I've wanted to say this, you thirsty stans have no standards. Just because she's pretty, you'll stand someone so rude." Tang Qing went too far this time. "That scratch must be killing her, it's so long. This girl's got serious violent tendencies, someone should call the cops." Just as the argument was at its peak, Mi Yang suddenly stepped into the frame, dripping wet, having just come up from the water. "Is this what caused the scratch?" Mi Yang's words drew everyone's attention. In his hand was a silver hairpin, and between the tiny diamonds were traces of dried blood. And Shinshin, who had been putting on her waterworks, froze in shock, staring at the hairpin with disbelief in her eyes. How the hell did Mi Yang find this? More importantly, why was he holding it in a transparent plastic bag? What did he mean by this? Her mind racing, and Shinshin instinctively bit her lip, staring fixedly at the hairpin, her voice caught in her throat. "Just fished this out from underwater," Mi Yang said calmly, holding the hairpin out to Tang Qing. "Yours." When Yixuan immediately spoke up, it's not Tang Qing's. She didn't bring anything with her today. This just pissed Shijia off more. Oh wow, since when are you the expert on what she's carrying? Did you even check her? For all we know, she could have hidden it somewhere, waiting for our Shinshin to fall into her trap. When Yixuan was absolutely sure. As a manga artist, her observational skills were sharper than most, especially when it came to beautiful things. Tang Qing had looked stunning today, so stunning that when Yixuan couldn't help but stare, checking her out from head to toe. No way Tang had that hairpin on her. Then, and Shinshin, do you recognize this hairpin? Mi Yang, for reasons unknown, turned to the victim. Think carefully. Could this be what scratched you? I don't know, and Shinshin stammered, her eyes darting around nervously, like a wounded deer caught in headlights, her voice trembling. I don't remember. After Tang Qing pushed me, my arm just hurt so much. Seriously? Still playing the victim card? Tang Qing had seen through Shinshin's game long ago, planting evidence, framing others. Pathetic and predictable. How convenient, Tang Qing finally spoke, her lips curling into a smile. This thing isn't mine, so where the hell did it come from? Taking the plastic bag from Mi Yang, Tang Qing held it up to the sunlight, squinting as she turned it in the light. Her voice was light, almost airy, but her words hit Shinshin like a punch to the gut. Let's call the police, Tang Qing said. There should be fingerprints on this. I'll pay for the fingerprint analysis. And Shinshin, after all those crocodile tears, you wouldn't want your performance to go to waste, now would we? Chapter 65, The Hated Miss of the Dating Show, 14. Chapter 65, The Hated Socialite in the Dating Show, 14. What? Call the cops? And Shinshin's eyes went wide as she gaped at Tang Qing in disbelief. Is she serious? Was she actually going to call the police? Tang Qing. And Shinshin stammered, not knowing what to say. If her earlier act had been just that, an act, now she was truly panicked. She knew exactly how the scratch on her arm came about. That spot underwater had been a blind spot for the cameras. Just thinking about losing and letting Mi Yang end up alone with Tang Qing tonight made her stomach churn. Mi Yang was the most popular male guest on the show and her main focus. In a reckless moment, Shinshin used the hairpin to make a long scratch on her arm, planning to blame it on Tang Qing once she surfaced, claiming Tang Qing's nails did it. She never imagined Mi Yang would find the hairpin underwater. Biting her lip, Shinshin's mind raced as she tried to talk her way out of this mess. Her best friend, Shijia, couldn't stay quiet any longer and stepped forward boldly. Go ahead, call the cops. You're the guilty one accusing others. You think we're scared? Shijia snapped with a glare full of bluster. Miss Tang, we were going to let you off with an apology, but since you want the cops involved, who are we to stop you? But if they come, you could face assault charges, who knows, maybe even get detained. Detained? Tang Qing repeated mockingly, locking eyes with Shinshin. Did you hear that, Shinshin? If anything comes of this, someone might actually get detained. Detained? Absolutely not. The moment she heard that word, Shinshin made up her mind. Her damsel act dropped as she abruptly stood up and grabbed Shijia's arm, whining, Jia, it's fine, let's just drop it. It was my own carelessness. Though she had been eager to pin the blame on Tang Qing earlier, Shinshin now pointedly avoided naming her. I think now that I recall, maybe I accidentally got scratched by this hairpin underwater. We're all here for the show. No need to make a federal case out of it. Jia, just let it go. I'm really fine. Let's just go back. Her sudden change of heart earned a scoff from Tang Qing. Shinshin, you're something else. A moment ago you couldn't remember how you got hurt at all, but the second someone mentions calling the cops, suddenly everything clicks. Your timing sure is convenient. Arms crossed, Tang Qing wore a mocking smile, calm and unbothered. So? Don't want the police involved anymore. Hey, Tang Qing, don't test me. Shijia couldn't stand Tang Qing's insinuations and snapped back. Our Shinshin is just soft-hearted and doesn't want to make a big deal out of it. Do you really think we're scared of you calling the police? Shinshin, why are you backing down for a prissy princess like her? Frustrated that her best friend was wavering at a critical moment, Shijia remained dead set on calling the police. She wanted a full investigation, maybe even see the heiress hauled away. Shijia had had enough of Tang Qing's attitude over the past few days. She wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. Jerking free from Shinshin's grip, she snapped. Shinshin, don't be afraid. If Tang Qing did this, she should pay for it. Without another word, Shijia turned to find a staff member to borrow a phone. Shinshin, petite and determined, tried several times to stop her, but Shijia was beyond reasoning with at this point, nothing could reach her. Jia, just listen. Jia. Damn it, what an idiot. Try as she might, Shinshin couldn't stop Shijia. Watching in despair as Shijia was about to dial the number, Shinshin briefly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she seemed to have made a decision. Her nails biting into her palms, she tilted her head slightly. Thank you. Shinshin fainted. The fall wasn't light. Tang Qing saw clearly that Inshinshin had chosen her angle carefully. She fell toward the wooden deck by the pool, ensuring she wouldn't end up bruised and battered. Wow, she's really committing to the bit. Internally, Tang Qing marveled. Inshinshin's move was a textbook, green tea, ploy, failed at framing someone, now resorting to playing dead outright. A scratch on the arm, and now a fall. Going to such lengths against me, how flattering. Arms folded tight, Tang Qing remained completely in spectator mode, making no move to help Inshinshin up. Others were startled too, rushing over immediately. Jia ran fastest, reaching her friend's side first, her face full of guilt. Shinshin? Shinshin. She called several times, but Inshinshin kept her eyes tightly shut, her face pale, lips drained of color. Jia's voice grew more frantic. Are you okay? It's my fault. I got too worked up and didn't think about you. Did I upset you this badly? Classic idiot move. Without even understanding what happened, she'd already taken the blame. Give her some juice. Xiang Xiuran checked Inshinshin's condition and quickly assessed, likely just hypoglycemia. Nothing serious. With the only doctor speaking, Jia naturally followed instructions, completely forgetting her earlier plan to call the police. Here's your hairpin back. While everyone else was tending to Inshinshin's fainting spell, Tang Qing approached Mi Yang. Returning the evidence to him, the young mistress was in a rare good mood, offering Mi Yang a pleasant smile for once. Guess having you as my partner today wasn't a total loss. You helped clear my name. Without that hairpin, given Inshinshin's tactics, this mess could have dragged on endlessly. Thinking about it, Tang Qing beamed. Thanks. It was the first time Mi Yang had received gratitude from her. He blinked, momentarily stunned. Considering how often she scowled, this rare smile felt like a royal pardon. Hey, you're not seriously dropping this for a soak? Mi Yang couldn't help asking. Though things were still unclear between Tang Qing and Inshinshin, he picked up on some clues. Especially how Inshinshin's eyes had flickered away the moment she saw the hairpin. Dropping it, and then what? You think I'd still make my hot spring date tonight? Tilting her head, Tang Qing shrugged indifferently. She failed anyway. My only goal is to make my hot spring date tonight. More importantly, if the police got involved and showed up on the show, the program might get cancelled. And Tang Qing definitely didn't want to miss the chance to work all 3 male leads in one go. Mi Yang was even more baffled. You're seriously dropping this for a soak? Since when did she turn the other cheek? Got a better idea? Tang Qing suddenly turned her gaze to Mi Yang, a smirk dancing at her lips, mischievous yet controlled. Or maybe I spared her just to have one night with you. Mi Yang clearly heard Tang Qing's words, his face turning bright red as he took a step back, as if she were some kind of monster. What the hell are you saying? What the hell kind of crazy talk is this? A night of passion? God damn it. He should have known this woman wouldn't give up on him so easily. What a load of crap about a night of passion. She's just a toad lusting after swan meat. Total fucking delusion. Chapter 66. The Hated Miss of the Dating Show 15. Chapter 66. The Unpopular Heiress in the Dating Show 15. Thanks to that spring night nonsense, Mi Yang felt completely on edge after checking into the hot spring hotel with Tang Qing. It was the middle of summer, yet he bundled himself in a jacket. Even though sweat beaded on his forehead, he still wouldn't take it off. Tang Qing knew exactly what was going through his head and was thoroughly amused. Holding a glass of red wine, she smirked playfully. Cheers to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be enjoying such good treatment tonight. The luxury hot spring hotel arranged by the show was indeed impressive. Its facilities and ambience far surpassed the rural dating cabin. Just moments ago, Tang Qing had taken the most comfortable hot shower since arriving in this world. No longer plagued by the unpredictable water temperature of the countryside cabin, she was in an especially good mood and treated Mi Yang with unusual warmth. Unbeknownst to her, the friendlier she acted, the more uneasy Mi Yang became. He averted his gaze whenever their eyes met. Finally, Mi Yang asked the most crucial question of the night. How's this sleeping arrangement gonna work? As soon as he entered the room, he'd noticed everything was perfect, except for one thing. There was only one bed. Was she seriously expecting to share it? The mere thought made him equal parts irritated and weirdly flustered. His ears stayed flushed the entire time. How would you like to split it? Tang Qing deliberately circled the question, her cat-like eyes fixed on him. One bed. How should we divide it? Left side for me, right for you? Top half and bottom half also works. I'll take the top, you take the bottom. That still meant sharing the same bed. Hell no. Like someone who just had their tail stepped on, Mi Yang shot up from his seat, his face an unnatural shade of red. An unmarried man and woman alone together, how could we possibly sleep together? What are you trying to do? Fully zipped jacket, panicked expression, he looked like a prudish guy fiercely guarding his chastity. Tang Qing burst out laughing at the sight. What would I do? Mi Yang, the great singer, you're taller than me. You even bragged about being on your school's sports team. And here I am, a delicate lady who can't wrestle a chick. What exactly do you think I'm capable of? Could I even undress you? Or make you yield to me? Her usual mischievous smile returned as she watched the flush on his face deepen. With a slight lift of her fingers before he could react, she tilted his chin up. Their eyes locked, and in Tang Qing's pupils, Mi Yang saw his own reflection. At that moment, Tang Qing resembled a siren luring him in as she purred, "What are you afraid of?" Her breath, carrying the lingering scent of red wine, brushed against his face. Light-headed, he barely registered how alluring her lips were, a sinful shade of red, curving as she spun her teasing words. "Or is it that, sharing a bed, you're more afraid of what you do to me?" As those crimson lips drew closer, Mi Yang's pulse raced, his breath hitched. What was she doing? Too damn close. At the final centimeter, Mi Yang short-circuited. His mind and vision were filled with nothing but Tang Qing's smiling face. He even forgot to push away the very woman he claimed to despise. He didn't know what he was waiting for, but the kiss he braced for never came. Tang Qing came to a halt. "Mi Yang, your face is so red." The young lady's eyes crinkled mischievously as she returned to her seat, like a fox who'd pulled off a perfect prank, her face radiating smug satisfaction. "That face you were making just now, you didn't actually think I was going to kiss you, did you? What were you hoping I would?" So she hadn't intended to kiss him after all. Realizing this, Mi Yang felt a wave of relief, then immediately shot her a death glare. "What the hell are you talking about? I knew you were up to no good. That day outside your room, I spelled it out for you. I said stay away from me." He spat out the words, equal parts flustered and furious. What the fuck had gotten into him that he hadn't pushed her away right away? "Relax, it was just a joke," the young lady shrugged, indifferent. "Since you helped me clear suspicion today, I'll let you have the bed." "Don't thank me." Satisfied, she took the last sip of her red wine, deliberately ignoring the play of emotions across Mi Yang's face, and walked straight toward the hot spring outside the room. By the time Mi Yang turned around again, all he saw was the young lady's swaying figure disappearing into the steam. This woman went to the hot spring? Just like that? She left? Bewildered, Mi Yang couldn't even identify the strange emotion that had flickered through him just moments ago. Haha, this is going down in history. These two, who are constantly bickering, actually sparked some romance tonight. I'm dying at Mi Yang's reaction. He's still obsessing over the young lady's spend the night together comment. Look at what he's even wearing. When the young lady leaned in just now, who wouldn't short-circuit? Mi Yang was completely stunned. Come on, Mi Yang's face was totally expecting it. Talks tough, but his body's honest, hee. These two, who had zero chemistry before, suddenly created this electric tension, sending viewers into a frenzy. The comment section blew up, reaching thousands in an instant. System announcement: detected fluctuations in male lead Mi Yang's love points. Current love points, 6. Detected increase in general love points. Current love points, 1.46 million. Not bad at all. After hearing the report, the young lady arched her back in a lazy stretch in the hot spring, revealing her snow-white back, looking even more alluring in the rising steam. How's Shinshin doing right now? Sun Xiang is sucking up to her, but he's already taken advantage of the situation to get handsy a few times. And Shinshin noticed. Tang Qing, intrigued, asked, "And then?" And Shinshin said she wasn't feeling well and is trying to send Sun Xiang away. Even after being groped by that creep Sun Xiang, she still won't lose her temper? Tang Qing immediately understood in Shinshin's intention. This was her last desperate backup plan. Sun Xiang might be a complete idiot in every way, but at least he's a male guest, and today he even sided with her. If she doesn't at least try to cozy up to him now, and Shinshin might really end up leaving the show alone. Tang Qing, according to the plot, Sun Xiang might try to threaten you next. The system reminded her. The materials you asked me to prepare for the shopping list are ready. They're in your phone. Good. Let's see how long that idiot plans to hold back. The woman, like some kind of temptress, smirked and murmured to herself, and Shinshin's clinging to Sun Xiang as her lifeline. Too bad that lifeline's about to snap at the slightest pull. Chapter 67, The Hated Miss of the Dating Show, 16. Chapter 67, The Dating Show's Least Liked Heiress, 16. In the middle of the night, Mi Yang got up specifically to check. Tang Qing was sleeping on the sofa. Tang Qing now lay quiet, without her daytime arrogance and aggression. Curled up, she looked unusually docile. A few strands of hair fell across her forehead, her eyes closed tightly, giving her an unexpectedly gentle appearance. Mi Yang had never taken such a close look at Tang Qing's face before. At first he considered her nothing but trouble, always finding excuses to stick close to him. His only impression of Tang Qing had been the constant rotation of tweed jackets she wore. But a few days ago she suddenly seemed like a different person. Gone were those annoying looks from before, she had changed. She'd become bold and free-spirited, commanding everyone's attention. That's when Mi Yang realized that Tang Qing had always been quite attractive. Especially now in this peaceful moment, she resembled the world's most obedient kitten, showing her soft side. Maybe spellbound by the moment, Mi Yang suddenly felt a wave of kindness and threw a blanket over Tang Qing. Talking about spending the night together earlier nearly gave me a heart attack. And that's all there is to it. Had me on guard like you were some kind of thief. Muttering under his breath, Mi Yang poked Tang Qing's cheek. You're way more likable when you're asleep. No clue where you store all that attitude every day. Her skin was too soft and warm under his touch. Without realizing it, his fingers lingered for a few extra seconds, then as if remembering something, he quickly pulled away. The system announced detected fluctuation in male lead number 1's love points. Current love points 11. The next morning, Tang Qing and Mi Yang checked out of the hotel per the staff's arrangements. Seeing Tang Qing return alone, Xiang Xiran asked in surprise, "Just you? Where's Mi Yang?" The heiress, rested in full, was in a good mood as she flopped lazily back onto the sofa. He left halfway through. He said he had work. "What about you?" "No work today. Day off," he replied curtly, handing Tang Qing a glass of milk. "Had breakfast yet?" "I made sandwiches." How thoughtful, bringing her food and drink the moment she got home. Tang Qing took an extra glance at the sandwich. It looked perfectly prepared, clearly done with care. "You made this just for me?" The heiress stared straight at Xiang Xiran, not missing any flicker in his expression. "Looks like you only made one." A pointed question. Xiang Xiran's knife paused slightly over the cutting board, as if trying to hide something. "Just worked out that way," he added. Making breakfast at 10 a.m. in only one portion, that's what he called, just worked out? More like he'd been waiting for her to come back. Instantly understanding his intentions, Tang Qing didn't call him out. Accepting the just worked out breakfast, she steered the conversation. "The hot spring hotel last night was nice. It's rare for the show to go all out. The candlelit dinner used imported ingredients." Her eyes curved like a satisfied cat's, clearly enjoying the memory. Tang Qing was obviously pleased with the previous night's romantic dinner with Mi Yang. Xiang Xiran pressed his lips together, playing it cool. Besides the food, was there anything special? What else could be special? The heiress took a bite of the sandwich and drawled. With the program team's planning skills, the candlelit dinner was probably the romantic limit. "Do you think they could come up with anything else? Or did you want something more to happen between Mi Yang and me?" The heiress barraged him with questions, especially the last one, catching Xiang Xiran off guard. "No, just making conversation." "Really, just making conversation?" Tang Qing clearly wasn't buying it. She stared at Xiang Xiran for a long while until his ears gradually turned red. When Yixuan came downstairs at that moment, seeing Tang Qing in the living room, she did a double take before quickly bounding over, her eyes shining. "Wow, you're back. How was it? How was it? Tell me, how was the hot spring hotel you stayed in with Mi Yang yesterday? The program team was so mean. Dr. Xiang even asked the staff last night, trying to look up online what the place you stayed in was like, but got nothing." Hearing something interesting, Tang Qing asked again. "Oh?" Dr. Xiang asked about that. Yeah, everyone was curious. When Yixuan, not overthinking it, blabbed everything from last night. But the staff wouldn't budge, they didn't say a thing. So it must have been super romantic with Mi Yang, right? Just the two of you alone, plus a candlelit dinner. Chattering excitedly when Yixuan was burning with curiosity to know what it felt like for archenemies to stay together. What romance could there be between us? Mi Yang was so worried I'd devour him at night that he wrapped himself up in a jacket in the middle of summer, looking like a monkey. Tang Qing's words immediately made Wen Yixuan crack up. Huh? He really wore that much? No kidding. He acted like I was some thief. Nothing happened. After hearing Tang Qing's words, Xiang Xiran's anxious heart finally eased, his expression relaxing instantly, and his movements in the kitchen seemed lighter. Only then did Wen Yixuan notice the sandwich in Tang Qing's hand. It looked delicious. With puppy-like curiosity, she sniffed the air. Tang Qing is that? Dr. Xiang made it, the heiress said, deliberately pointing at Xiang Xiran. If you want some, ask him. Sure enough, Wen Yixuan immediately bounded over to the kitchen. Dr. Xiang, you made breakfast. Got any more? I want some too. Her eyes full of expectation, Wen Yixuan scanned the kitchen for any extra sandwiches but found nothing. Xiang Xiran had already washed all the plates. I only made one. Facing Wen Yixuan, Xiang Xiran felt inexplicably guilty. He scratched his nose and said, there's some congee left in the pot. Want some? Wen Yixuan was even more baffled. Huh? You made congee and still went to the trouble of making a sandwich. And only one portion. Not overthinking it, Wen Yixuan was more disappointed about not getting to taste the sandwich. Guess Tang Qing just got lucky, coming back just in time for Dr. Xiang's fresh sandwich. Only one, huh? Tang Qing, you're really lucky today. Being her usual blunt self, Wen Yixuan didn't notice Xiang Xiran's increasingly awkward expression. The heiress delicately nibbled at her special breakfast, delighted by Xiang Xiran's discomfort. Yeah, pretty lucky. The sole breakfast just happened to end up with me. Dr. Xiang, thanks for the sandwich. Chapter 68, The Hated Miss of the Dating Show, 17. Chapter 68, The Dating Show's Least Liked Rich Girl, 17. Tang Qing saw Shinshin again in the evening, and it was pretty over the top, just a scratch, but her whole arm was wrapped up in bandages. Add to that her little white dress, and she looked like a delicate little thing, swaying like a willow in the breeze, like she'd topple over with the slightest wind. Tang Qing, you're back? And Shinshin kept her cool, greeting Tang Qing with a calm smile. This looks ridiculous, doesn't it? She pointed at the bandages on her arm, acting embarrassed. It was Sun Xiang. He took me to the hospital and said I shouldn't get it wet, so he wrapped it up like this. I think it looks awful. She made a show of pouting, playing up her cute, innocent side. And Shinshin always knew exactly what the audience liked, effortlessly pulling off the fragile princess act in front of the cameras. Honestly, it was kind of overkill. Was Sun Xiang an idiot? Who wraps someone up like that? Ha! You can't expect a clueless guy to make sense of anything. Looking at it now, and Shinshin actually seemed pretty reasonable. After the pool incident, everyone thought they'd never speak again, but it was Shinshin who made the first move. Too bad the harmonious scene everyone hoped for didn't happen. The heiress looked Shinshin over, smirking as she eyed the bandages. Shinshin, why wrap it so thick? Afraid people might notice your hands already healed? What a lame trick. That scratch was barely a scratch. It looked worse yesterday, but today it was probably fine already. All those bandages were just to keep the audience from realizing how fast she'd recovered. After all, she put on that whole crying act yesterday. If people found out it was all an act, she'd look pretty fake. Tang Qing, that's too harsh. Sun Xiang suddenly jumped in, stepping protectively in front of Shinshin like some eager white knight. Shinshin didn't say anything wrong. The bandages were my idea. How come when you say it asterisk, it sounds like Shinshin scheming? Tang Qing, I don't know what happened between you two, but we're all on the same show. I hope you can get along. Oh, wonderful. Now he's playing Mr. Peacemaker. Rolling her eyes, the heiress snapped, you should tell her to get along. She brought it on herself. Don't blame me for everything. Hardly had she finished speaking when Shinshin's eyes welled up again. Tang Qing cut in sharply, stop. I'm leaving. If you're going to cry, do it somewhere else. You're such a downer. A helpless little flower paired with an idiot? Just looking at them was annoying. Tang Qing turned and walked away, only to feel Sun Xiang chasing after her 2 steps later. What? Done playing hero? What do you want with me? Facing him, she immediately shook off his pawing hands. Even after being slapped away, Sun Xiang didn't seem to mind. He gave what he clearly thought was a winning smile and spoke in a smooth-talking voice. Tang Qing, let's make a deal. What could you possibly have that I'd want? Tang Qing tilted her head up, looking down her nose at him. Seeing that look on Tang Qing's face, Sun Xiang grew even more excited. Here we go again. That look again. Every time Tang Qing wore that stone-faced expression, Sun Xiang couldn't help but fantasize, once he actually had her, would this woman still be able to look down on him like this? He'd always thought he had no chance, until last night, when he spotted the clothes Tang Qing always wore at a reseller's shop. At the start of the show, this so-called rich girl kept rotating the same few jackets, all similar in style. Everyone assumed she was some heiress, dripping in designer labels, buying the same design in different colors. When Sun Xiang saw the familiar style, he impulsively asked a few more questions. To his surprise, he actually got somewhere with it. Our clothes are guaranteed high quality. One client has been working with me for years. Ordered a bunch more recently, no one can even tell the difference. Sun Xiang tentatively entered Tang Qing's name, and sure enough it was her. So this woman wasn't some wealthy heiress at all, it was all an act. With this information in hand, Sun Xiang had been giddy with excitement all night. Perfect, he now had leverage over Tang Qing. He couldn't wait to see the terrified look on that stuck-up princess's face when the time came. Who do you think you're fooling, Tang Qing? Those clothes of yours are fake, aren't they? Some rich heiress, what a joke. In a corner where the cameras couldn't see, Sun Xiang wore a shit-eating grin. Tang Qing, I'm sure you wouldn't want anyone else finding out about this, right? If the internet found out it was all a lie, how many people do you think would kiss your ass? Oh? Go on. Instead of the fear and nervousness Sun Xiang had expected, Tang Qing remained composed, wearing the same superior smirk as always. Sun Xiang licked his lips, loving it. Yes, just like this, that same look again. Only a woman like this would make conquering her worthwhile. Barely able to contain himself, Sun Xiang began spelling out his deal. Be with me, and I promise no one will ever find out your secrets. Tang Qing, since you came on this show to find a partner anyway, why not pick me? On screen, we'd be the perfect power couple. Doesn't that sound ideal? You and me. As if hearing the most ridiculous joke, Tang Qing scoffed. Weren't you just flirting with your precious Shinshin a second ago? What, did she dump you already? She's just a fling. Tang Qing, to be honest, I've had you in my sights from the start. This woman was just too stunning, especially lately. Sun Xiang couldn't tear his gaze away. And Shinshin was nice, sure, but compared to Tang Qing? She wasn't even in the same league. Ha, you think you're running a harem or something? She looked at the trash before her with utter contempt. You think you're worthy of being with me? Sun Xiang, I've told you before, I have no interest in taking out the trash. Don't bring your nonsense to my doorstep. Being called trash yet again, Sun Xiang's face darkened with rage. Through clenched teeth, he hissed, think carefully, Tang Qing. Aren't you afraid I'll expose your little counterfeit secret? When that happens, it's your reputation that'll be ruined. Having anticipated this move, Tang Qing didn't even flinch. Say whatever you want. Trying to blackmail me with something this petty? Sun Xiang, your leverage is weak. With that, she turned to leave, only for Sun Xiang to suddenly yank her back. His vice-like grip sent a white-hot pain through her arm. God damn it, was this idiot planning to muscle his way just because he could? As Sun Xiang came in close, Tang Qing didn't hesitate. She drove her knee straight into his family jewels. Chapter 69, The Hated Miss of the Dating Show 18. Chapter 69, The Unpopular Heiress of the Dating Show 18. Tang Qing's kick was brutal. Sun Xiang immediately let go, doubling over like a shrimp, clutching his crotch in agony. His face twisted in pain as he writhed on the ground like a stranded fish, gulping for air. Veins bulged on his forehead as he choked out, "Ah, you, bitch." He couldn't even form a complete sentence. It was a knockout blow. Tang Qing, you'll pay for this. Still writhing uncontrollably, Sun Xiang couldn't ignore the white-hot pain between his legs, as if it had exploded. This bitch was out of her mind. How dare she hit him that hard? Damn it. If you dare touch me, you should have considered the consequences. Tang Qing's shoulder still ached faintly from Sun Xiang's grip. This idiot thought he could force her into submission with brute strength? As if he had what it took. Narrowing her eyes, Tang Qing sneered, Sun Xiang, consider that kick to your family jewels a gift from me. Next time it won't just be a kick. You've been warned. Wow, Tang Qing. That pervert Sun Xiang actually got handsy with you. The system, having witnessed everything, was fuming. Tang Qing, you went too easy on him. He deserved to be castrated, it huffed angrily. You have no idea how disgusting his face was when he leaned in. Tang Qing, I also detected an injury on your arm. I have a healing ointment in the shop, want me to trade for it? Tang Qing, who had been rubbing her shoulder, paused at the words. Since when? The system was usually so stingy. Don't look at me like that. The white orb in her mind fidgeted under her gaze. We're stuck together after all. It's only fair. Being so nice to me? What, not worried I'll use Gu Xiaoman's love points anymore? Tang Qing teased. It had been so long since she mentioned Gu Xiaoman's name that her face had blurred in memory. Of course it's all for you. The system regained some confidence at the mention of its master. I still have to go back and save her, but you're hurt right now. After leaving the last world with Tang Qing, they were now permanently bound. Though their goals differed, Tang Qing hadn't actually done anything to harm it. And she had been working hard for those love points. If little Swan knew you were being so charitable to me, she'd be heartbroken. Tang Qing hadn't bothered studying the system's shop in detail. Her only impression was that everything was a rip-off. For it to willingly spend points today, it must have developed a heart. Just as she was about to exchange for the ointment, Tang Qing caught sight of Xiang Xiuran from the corner of her eye. No need. A doctor's right here. Injured, and the guy she's after showed up. Might as well save on item costs. With that thought, Tang Qing cut off the conversation with the system and strode straight up to Xiang Xiuran. Xiang Xiuran, I need your help. The sudden call made Xiang Xiuran pause. When he turned, he was met with Tang Qing wincing in pain, one hand clutching her shoulder. What happened? Did you bump into something? Yeah, ran into an idiot. Tang Qing scared in annoyance and slumped down beside him, shoving her collar down without hesitation. Summer clothes were loose enough that a single tug exposed half her shoulder. The porcelain skin was marred by a livid bruise. Do you have any medicine? Help me deal with it? Though it sounded like she was consulting Xiang Xiuran, every word the little ancestor uttered carried an air of certainty, leaving him no room for refusal. Xiang Xiuran resignedly sat down and carefully examined Tang Qing's shoulder. Just by gesturing with his hand, his expression suddenly darkened. Did Sun Xiang grab you? The marks on Tang Qing's shoulder were clearly fingerprints, and the person who did it had used an excessive amount of force. In the shared house, the only one who fit the description was Sun Xiang. You figured it out. The little ancestor's tone was displeased. That idiot lashed out at me today. I kicked him, and he's still wailing on the floor. He hurt me, so I wasn't about to let it slide. Why are you looking at me like that? He started it. At most, my kick was a defensive overreaction. From her few words, Xiang Xiuran gathered that Sun Xiang was probably the unluckier one. What serious beef do you two have? Xiang Xiuran checked Tang Qing's arm again. Nothing serious, I should fix it right up. Last time I met you, you also said you hated him. The little ancestor hadn't withdrawn her hand yet, fidgeting with her arm, brushing against Xiang Xiuran's chest several times. It felt like something was setting off a strange tingling, stirring an inexplicable itch in his chest. Yeah, I hate him. She said it like it was obvious. I told you before. Liking and hating, is it really that hard to tell? I just hate him. I hated him the moment I laid eyes on him. Still the little ancestor's usual stance, no nonsense likes and dislikes. It was Tang Qing's unique worldview, her most distinctive trait. Because she was close to Wen Yishuan, she was willing to cook for her. Because she disliked Shijia, she never missed a chance to argue with her. Black and white, no ambiguous middle ground. That was why her gaze was always so crystal clear. Xiang Xiuran suddenly felt weird. Around Tang Qing like this, his heart rate always inexplicably raced. I'll get some ice from the fridge. Sure, I'll wait. You can help me ice it later. The little ancestor was certain Xiang Xiuran would help, so she couldn't be bothered to move, just sat there waiting for the doctor to do his job. Holding the ice, Xiang Xiuran felt his chaotic thoughts cool off a bit. Steadying himself, he walked back toward Tang Qing. The little ancestor was still exposing her shoulder, her snow-white back turned toward him, completely unaware of how distracting she looked at that moment. For no reason, his mouth felt dry, and he unconsciously bit his lip. The moment the ice touched Tang Qing's arm, she jolted from the cold, nearly jumping up. Rude much, Dr. Xiang? You didn't even warn me. Xiang Xiuran didn't respond, continuing his task. But his eyes couldn't help but wander, forcing himself not to look at her overly fair shoulders. How long until my arm heals? 2 days. Xiang Xiuran's voice sounded a tad rougher than usual, and Tang Qing could feel the barely noticeable shake in the hand touching her shoulder. Still seductive as ever. These subtle reactions from Xiang Xiuran made Tang Qing smirk, pleased with herself. Letting out a cat-like hum, she spoke up, Hey, Xiang Xiuran, I just realized something. If you were my boyfriend, it could work? You'd make me breakfast in the morning, give me shoulder rubs at night. Not a bad deal, huh? She added with a grin, italicizing the last part with a teasing lilt. Chapter 70. The Hated Miss of the Dating Show, 19. Chapter 70. The Dating Show's Most Hated Socialite, 19. Xiang Xiuran knew full well the troublemaking personality of the person under his care. She probably said that just to test his reaction. Still, at the mention of boyfriend, Xiang Xiuran's heart skipped a beat. Tang Qing. Dr. Xiang, are you calling me? The fox-like woman turned around, meeting Xiang Xiuran's deep, unreadable gaze. Tang Qing heard him murmur, Do you really want me to be your boyfriend? They locked eyes in silence. In the strange stillness, Tang Qing didn't answer. The system chimed in, detected fluctuations in Xiang Xiuran's love points. Current love points, 35. Tang Qing, why didn't you answer directly? Back in her room, the system was confused. Based on the flirt's usual tactics, she'd usually leave several teasing hints and leave Xiang Xiuran restless all night. Have you forgotten what kind of show we're on? If I tie myself to Xiang Xiuran now, how can I snag the other two? Tang Qing had it all figured out. She was casting the line. Let the hooked fish fight for themselves. The system was still fuzzy on the logic, but experience showed Tang Qing was usually right. Just then, a new notification popped up on Tang Qing's phone. Time to send the flirty text again. I remember you told me Yang pulled the blanket over me late at night, right? The system nodded. Yeah, his love points spiked that night too. They're at 11 now. And he watched you for quite a while. Calling up last night's footage, the system finally caught on. Are you going to text him? Not Xiang Xiuran? After all, Xiang Xiuran had fallen for her and even helped treat her arm. Tang Qing replied confidently, He'll message me tonight. He was already one of the hooked fish in her net, no escape. Didn't I just say? Let them compete. By all accounts, Mi Yang helped me find key evidence and put me up for a night at a luxury hotel. How could I not thank him properly? Muttering to herself, Tang Qing tapped out a message to Mi Yang. Thanks for the amazing getaway. ******. When Mi Yang received Tang Qing's text, he almost bolted upright in bed. What was Tang Qing playing at? Why was she texting him? Did she even get how these flirty texts worked? His mind raced. Could she actually have a thing for me? Against his will, he remembered the quiet moment from last night. Tang Qing sleeping peacefully on the sofa, so soft, so vulnerable. Damn, she's actually cute when she's sleeping. Muttering to himself, Mi Yang immediately shook his head. No, why the hell am I thinking about that? You hate her the most. Why care if she's sleeping or not? As if disgusted by his own wandering thoughts, Mi Yang pinched himself hard. Horniness makes you stupid. So trashy. His eyes unconsciously rejecting every word in Tang Qing's message. Mi Yang suddenly curled his lips into a weird smirk. At least she has good taste, knowing to text me. After what felt like an eternity of hesitation, Mi Yang finally replied to Tang Qing's love points message. Don't mention it? That text is kinda tsundere. Receiving Mi Yang's love points message, Tang Qing let out a laugh. The reply sounded totally forced, and if not for the system detecting the fluctuation in Mi Yang's love points, the message alone would hardly reveal his true attitude. At the same time, Xiang Xiuran's love points message also arrived. You can apply a warm compress to your arm after 48 hours. Sleep well. As for the others, Sun Xiang and Inshinshin exchanged love points messages, while Wen Yishuan, Shijia, and Su Chengwen all chose not to send any. Su Chengwen didn't send a message to Inshinshin tonight. The system remarked. Since the show began, Inshinshin had always been Su Chengwen's favorite, but now, the sweet little innocent girl Inshinshin no longer seemed as appealing. Then let's add fuel to the fire. Inshinshin had noticed Su Chengwen's words during the day, and Tang Qing had also grasped the key point. Though Su Chengwen hadn't directly stood up for her, his wishy-washy attitude clearly aimed to downplay the issue, something Inshinshin definitely didn't want. Tang Qing's eyes gleamed as she slowly said, Inshinshin is cooking tomorrow, right? The system paused before quickly catching on. Yes, it's Inshinshin and Miyang tomorrow. Though neither of them seems to know how to cook. Given Inshinshin's train wreck of a performance on the first day, it was a miracle no one got poisoned. Add Miyang to the mix and it was hard to imagine what chaos they'd create. Then it might not be Inshinshin cooking tomorrow. Sure enough, the kitchen the next day was far livelier than expected. Inshinshin was indeed hopeless, but she excelled at playing the pity card. Pointing at her bandaged hand, she begged Su Chengwen for help. By the time Tang Qing came downstairs, Su Chengwen was running around like a doting house husband. Miyang, clueless in the kitchen, washed some vegetables before retreating to the living room, waiting for Su Chengwen's summons. Inshinshin, meanwhile, was the epitome of a green tea girl, flirting with Miyang on one side while sweet-talking Su Chengwen on the other, juggling both without missing a beat. As Tang Qing descended the stairs, Inshinshin was sweetly offering Miyang a taste of the tiramisu she'd made. Some people really take the cake, whining about their hand hurting to get their back up to work, yet still finding time to play pastry chef for their crush. Inshinshin, you sure are busy. The dig was too obvious and all three stopped dead. Miyang even instinctively edged away from Inshinshin. Tang Qing, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Inshinshin forced a tight-lipped smile that didn't reach her eyes as she gritted her teeth and barely managed to say, my hand is injured, so I asked Chengwen to help me. Oh, I almost forgot. Your hand must be nearly healed by now, right? Otherwise, how could you make tiramisu for Miyang? Amused by the shifting expressions on Inshinshin's face, Tang Qing deliberately picked up the menu Inshinshin had prepared for Su Chengwen. That scheming girl certainly wasn't modest. Tonight's meal included 11 dishes, all left entirely to Su Chengwen. So many dishes, Inshinshin. Your wok skills may be lacking, but you sure know how to put together a comprehensive menu. God damn it, this woman is at it again. Yes, today was definitely a deliberate move to rope in Su Chengwen. Inshinshin knew her own limits. She'd had enough of everyone's disgusted looks after her first cooking attempt. This time, she thought she could legitimately ask Su Chengwen for help under the cover of an injured arm, only to be caught red-handed by Tang Qing again. Tang Qing, what exactly do you want to say? The young lady glanced at Su Chengwen, who was busy in the kitchen. Her feline eyes gleamed mischievously as she replied, I don't mean anything by it. I just can't stand people who string others along, keeping their options open, and then passing off as their own hard work a whole table of dishes made by their fallback option. Inshinshin, don't you agree? Damn it. This bitch is always targeting me. Chapter 71, The Hated Miss of the Dating Show 20. Chapter 71, The Unpopular Heiress in the Dating Show 20. Tang Qing played the role of the villainess to perfection. After slinging mud at Inshinshin, she sauntered off as if nothing had happened. The atmosphere among the remaining three grew awkward. Inshinshin still held the tiramisu she had used to butter up Miyang, hoping to restart the conversation. Miyang, this tiramisu. Before she could finish, Miyang acted like a startled rabbit, suddenly nervous and quickly declined her offer. Sorry, I'm on a diet for filming. I'm trying to lose weight. Inshinshin froze, managing only a strained smile. Oh, really? She turned to Su Chengwen. Then, Chengwen, would you like some? Truly treating Su Chengwen as a backup, she was ready to pass Miyang's rejection straight to him. Unexpectedly, even the usually good-natured Su Chengwen didn't take the bait this time. The innocent-looking girl's expression darkened further, looking once again on the verge of tears. Chengwen, just now, it really wasn't like what Tang Qing said. My hand is actually injured. I'm really sorry for troubling you today. It's fine. His tone was indifferent, and the warmth in Su Chengwen's gaze toward Inshinshin had vanished completely. Tang Qing had hit the nail on the head. All along, Inshinshin's attention had never been on him. After dinner, the three were preoccupied with their own agendas. Meanwhile, viewers had been watching closely. Even before Tang Qing arrived, some had raised doubts, sensing something off. Once the heiress pulled back the curtain, everyone suddenly understood. I knew it. Something felt off earlier. Inshinshin went too far, 11 dishes. The heiress's words were revelatory. Isn't Inshinshin just playing the field? Getting help from Su Chengwen while also trying to win over Miyang. Did anyone else find Miyang's reaction hilarious when he tried to avoid suspicion? As soon as the heiress came downstairs, he switched seats, just like a married man caught red-handed. To be honest, Miyang really does seem to care what the heiress thinks. Amid all the chatter, Inshinshin's expression darkened further. Her fists clenched tightly. Damn it. That bitch kept messing things up. Every time she ruined her plans. At the dinner table that evening, no matter how hard Inshinshin tried to win over Su Chengwen and Miyang, neither bit. Shinshin, you killed it. You made all this. Sure, Jia had come home late from work and missed the chance to help in the kitchen. Compared to the last meal, this one was a huge leap forward. The food looked great, so sure Jia gave her friend props. No. Qingwen made all the dishes today. After Tang Qing's earlier intervention, and Xinshin wasn't about to claim credit, shifting all praise to Su Qingwen. You know my hand was hurt. Qingwen really came through. Trying to telegraph her closeness with Su Qingwen in front of everyone, she made a point of saying, Qingwen, I really have to thank you. You've had my back so much since the show started. Yeah, Su Qingwen, you've been really good to our Xinshin. Sure, Jia piled on, winking and shooting the two a knowing look. Going by Su Qingwen's past behavior, he should have blushed by now, but this time he didn't. But this time, Su Qingwen's expression hardly changed at all. He merely replied in a flat tone, it's what I should do. Hearing this, Xinshin immediately frowned. Su Qingwen was being so cold? He must have been affected by Tang Qing's words today. And Xinshin was clearly dissatisfied with Su Qingwen's reaction. She had already lined up her backups in her fish pond. But now, thanks to that scheming Tang Qing's few words, everything was ruined. And Mi Yang was right there, making it impossible for Xinshin to properly explain her actions from the afternoon to Su Qingwen. Choking back her anger, Xinshin could only grit her teeth and swallow it all. Tang Qing, observing the scene at the dinner table, quietly curled her lips into a sly smile, eating like a fox who had just pulled off a clever trick. After dinner, Tang Qing found Su Qingwen in the study upstairs working, rarely seen wearing glasses. Among the male guests, Su Qingwen was the youngest, but the glasses gave him a more mature air. Startled, Su Qingwen looked up, surprised to see the little ancestor. What? Surprised to see me? Tang Qing said casually, dragging a chair over and sitting across from him. I have something to ask you. Do you still like Xinshin now? The abrupt question made Su Qingwen's fingers freeze over the keyboard. The little ancestor had always had no sense of boundaries, just like last time when she ordered him to carry her. Even now, her question crossed normal social limits, yet she asked without restraint. Why do you ask? Instead of answering directly, Su Qingwen was more puzzled by Tang Qing's sudden concern. Because I really dislike Xinshin, the little ancestor said, resting her chin on her hands and staring at Su Qingwen. You know, right? You're her backup plan. After spending the whole afternoon doing unpaid favors for your goddess, only to watch her flirt with another man, I just want to know, are you still willing to be her backup? Her words were blunt, brutally direct. But that was just the little ancestor style. She never cared about others' feelings, saying whatever was on her mind. Hey, Su Qingwen, has anyone ever told you that you're too much of a pushover? Without waiting for his answer, Tang Qing changed the subject. If I were you and liked Xinshin, I would have found a way to get rid of Mi Yang this afternoon. And if I didn't like Xinshin, even if she knelt and begged me to cook, I wouldn't agree. Why do you always play the role of the male bodhisattva? The little ancestor asked as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Her seemingly offhand remark struck right at Su Qingwen's hidden thoughts. In the strange silence, Su Qingwen met her gaze, those piercing eyes that seemed to see through everything. Her expression was too clear, free of pretense, everything about her unrestrained and self-assured. Tang Qing's demeanor was one of a kind. If you can't say no, you'll get walked all over. Because he couldn't refuse, he was always torn. Because he couldn't refuse, he often resented it later. No one had ever said these things to him before. Su Qingwen suddenly realized that, throughout his upbringing, people had only seen him as a genius. But no one had ever taught a genius how to interact with others. Compared to Tang Qing, she was like his opposite. Knowing exactly what she wanted, unafraid to snarl and express herself. She burned like a flame, incandescent and fierce, drawing everyone's attention. Tang Qing was truly a unique person. Su Qingwen love points have increased. Current love points, 17. Chapter 72, The Hated Miss of the Dating Show, 21. Chapter 72, The Unpopular Rich Girl in the Dating Show, 21. And Xinshin had recently realized that something was wrong. Su Qingwen, who had been sucking up to her all along, suddenly started acting distant. Xiang Xiuran and Mi Yang were even more obvious. Every time she approached, they would make excuses and leave in unison. And Xinshin was almost certain that these three were keeping their distance because of Tang Qing. They didn't want to be seen with her, afraid of being misunderstood by that spoiled princess. Xinshin, what are you thinking about? A pair of hands suddenly cupped her face. And Xinshin instinctively frowned. It was Sun Xiang. This guy always got handsy with her, intentionally, accidentally, brushing against her body several times. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't tolerate a creep like him, but right now, she had no choice. Trying to ignore the slimy feel of his touch, and Xinshin pasted on a smile. Zhang, you said before you had a way to deal with Tang Qing. Oh. At the sound of that bitch's name, Sun Xiang's fingers suddenly tightened, making Xinshin yelp in pain. Sorry, Xinshin, are you okay? The little beauty seemed hurt, her teary expression making Sun Xiang's pulse quicken. Truthfully, Xinshin wasn't bad-looking. If Tang Qing was a gourmet feast, then Xinshin was at least a decent side dish, fine for temporary amusement. But that bitch Tang Qing really was ungrateful. After getting kicked that night, Sun Xiang had to slink to the ER late at night, wearing a thick mask so no one would recognize him. Luckily, nothing serious happened. If there had been any real damage, he would have made sure that woman paid dearly. Shinshin, I'm the only one who knows Tang Qing's secret. Drawing it out, Sun Xiang's eyes glinted with cruelty. Humph, that bitch has no clue what's about to hit her. If we want her gone, I've got plenty of ways. So what's your plan? And Shinshin pressed. If Sun Xiang really could get rid of Tang Qing, that would be perfect. Let's play a game. Sun Xiang smirked. Tonight we'll gather everyone for truth or dare. Shinshin, just watch the fireworks. The game was set up around the long table in the living room. And Shinshin got her friend Shijia to knock on each door, rounding everyone up and bringing them downstairs. Aha, here it comes. The dating show's classic game. A must every year. Someone always lets something slip during this one. Rubbing my hands together eagerly, can't wait. More excited than the cast members themselves were the audience. As the live stream numbers surged, Sun Xiang's satisfaction grew. Great, with so many eyes on us. I'll expose Tang Qing's fake nice girl act right in front of everyone. Since that snake Tang Qing made the first move, don't blame me for settling the score later. Clenching his jaw, Sun Xiang placed the beer bottle in the center of the table, putting on a fake smile as he said, let's keep it simple. Whoever the bottle points to picks truth or dare. How does that sound? The others looked bored, especially the 3 male guests. When Shijia knocked on their doors, none of them wanted to come down. Only after hearing the little ancestor was already downstairs did they finally agree to play. Fine. Tang Qing met Sun Xiang's gaze without flinching, her voice dripping with meaning. You seem really eager for this game. I hope you won't regret it. The one who should be afraid of regret is you. After that kick earlier, Sun Xiang didn't even bother pretending anymore. Their open warfare had everyone gaping. Nobody could figure out what went down between them. Just days ago, they hadn't seemed to have such a bitter feud. Only Xiang Xiuran glanced at the little ancestor with concern. Seeing Tang Qing's calm expression, he bit back his worry. Ladies first. How about letting the little ancestor spin the bottle first? Sun Xiang was a pro at drinking games. He could land the bottle on his target even blindfolded. Letting Tang Qing go first this once wouldn't hurt. That way the viewers couldn't call him out for targeting her. Well, thank you. With a slow cat-like smile, Tang Qing turned her gaze toward Shinshin. And Shinshin's gut twisted with dread. Under the table, she immediately tugged at Sun Xiang's sleeve. Xiang. If she spins first, Tang Qing will probably. But Sun Xiang's mind was already filled with visions of Tang Qing being publicly shamed and condemned. He couldn't be bothered with Shinshin's nerves. Brushing off her hand, he said firmly, don't worry. Nothing will happen. God, what a moron. He actually gave the first spin to Tang Qing. And Shinshin was almost certain that Tang Qing would aim the bottle straight at her. Sure enough, the beer bottle in Tang Qing's hand seemed to have eyes. It spun right toward her. Well, look at that. And Shinshin, it's you. Grinning like the cat that got the cream, Tang Qing deliberately drew out her words, her voice oozing fake sweetness. Truth or dare? And Shinshin's stomach dropped. Knowing Tang Qing, neither option would be good. It was all Sun Xiang's fault for handing her the first spin so carelessly. Through clenched teeth, and Shinshin forced out, truth. Truth it is. Tang Qing's grin stretched wider. Then you better tell the truth, alright? The crew will fact-check you. Sun Xiang cut and impatiently quit stalling. Ask your question. And Shinshin, since the start of the show, who have you sent crush messages to? The moment this question was asked, the whole room went dead silent. Of course. I knew Tang Qing would ask something she didn't want to answer. If she told the truth, everyone would know she was stringing multiple people along. And with the staff present, lying was impossible. Haha, I knew it. The little ancestor's question is absolutely brutal. If Shinshin answers, it'll totally tank her reputation. She really is the little ancestor you don't want to mess with. This question is way too hard to answer. The moment Tang Qing dropped this question, the live chat went wild. As expected, women always play the hardest games with each other. And Shinshin looked like she'd swallowed a lemon. After a long pause, she finally spoke, I pick truth or dare. A dare? The little ancestor said with a honeyed smile. Well, if you choose a dare this time, no takebacks, okay? And you'll have to do exactly what I say. And Shinshin gritted her teeth. Go on. With a vulpine gleam in her eyes, Tang Qing said, then remove your bandages. Right now. You've had them on for days, and Dr. Xiang is here too. Perfect chance for the doc to check it out. And Shinshin, you wouldn't dare refuse now, would you? Chapter 73. The Hated Miss of the Dating Show 22. Chapter 73. The Dating Show's Least Liked Heiress 22. Damn it. Knew this bitch had bad intentions. And Shinshin instinctively covered her arm. The old scratch had long healed, and the only reason she hadn't removed the bandage was to fish for more sympathy. If she took it off now, wouldn't that prove she'd been blowing things out of proportion all along? This heiress always loved ripping off people's masks in public. Biting her lip, and Shinshin glared at Tang Qing, her words hissed through clenched teeth. I'll follow the game rules. Tang Qing, I hope you'll do the same later. The heiress smiled sweetly. Of course. Go for it. Dr. Xiang is here too, so he can take a look. And Shinshin's sweet smile was gone. With a dark expression, she unwrapped the bandages layer by layer. When all were finally removed, her arm was smooth, without a trace. Netizens, seeing how quickly Shinshin's arm had healed, began to see through the act. Healed this fast? I remember it looked pretty bad that day. Yeah, not a mark left. She didn't need that bandage at all. Bet it was a pain to shower with that thing in summer. Made such a scene over a tiny scratch? Was she just faking it for pity? With the bandage gone and memories of her tearful performance fresh, many viewers realized her real motive, milking the victim act. Tang Qing eyed Shinshin's bare arm with satisfaction and taunted, see? If we hadn't taken it off, how would we know your arm was perfectly fine? Bet that bandage was real comfortable, huh, and Shinshin? And Shinshin stayed silent, but sure Jia couldn't stand the heiress's cheap shots and snapped. Aren't you happy she recovered so fast? Why the sarcasm? If it weren't for you, would her arm have gotten hurt in the first place? She tried to dump the blame on Tang Qing again. Out of everyone there, only Sure Jia, this clueless idiot, still hadn't figured out what really happened that day. Oh? Then maybe you should ask your dear friend how she really got that injury. You. Sure Jia started to retort, but Shinshin pulled her back, putting on her usual fragile act. Forget it, Jia. Let's keep playing. Next round. Besides, my arm isn't a big deal anyway. Pursing her lips, Shinshin choked down her anger. So what? She lost this round, but Tang Qing might not last much longer on the show. Sharing a look with Sun Xiang, Shinshin said, I'm not great at spinning the bottle, and I haven't thought of a question yet. Let's let Xiang go first. I'll prepare mine and spin later, okay? She was obviously setting a trap. Unbothered, Tang Qing grinned. Bring it on. Looks like Sun Xiang has something to tell me, Turning toward Sun Xiang, Tang Qing flashed a dazzling smile, mesmerizing him. Sun Xiang steadied himself, tamping down the flutter in his chest. What could I possibly have to say to the great Miss Tang? Just a game. If it lands on you, pure luck. With that, Sun Xiang grabbed the bottle, squinted slightly, eyed the space between them, and gave it a gentle spin. As the bottle whirred rapidly, Tang Qing remained cool, watching as it slowed to a halt. Sure enough, pointing straight at her. Truth, she said before Sun Xiang could ask. Go ahead. What do you want to know? Yes. Finally, his moment had come. His jaw clenched unconsciously, barely masking the excitement blazing in his eyes. Today, he'd rip off this noble lady's mask. He'd see once her fake rich girl act was exposed, how many still worship this fraud. Miss Tang, is any of what you're wearing real? That's my question. Answer truthfully. The second the words came out, silence fell over the room. The chat blew up instantly. No way. Did he just say what I think he did? She's wearing fakes? No shot. All that designer stuff is counterfeit. Is Sun Xiang serious? That's straight up disrespectful. As the crowd went wild and Shinshin's eyes lit up. No wonder Sun Xiang was so sure Tang Qing was a total fake. Okay, she'd faked her way into sympathy, but at least she was real. Tang Qing had even faked her identity. Compared to that, Shinshin relaxed. Tonight, Tang Qing would take all the heat. Sun Xiang, some things you shouldn't just say. Playing along, Shinshin chimed in. Shinshin, you don't know yet. Thrilled to have backup, Sun Xiang smirked. A WeChat buddy tipped me off, Tang Qing's whole wardrobe is fake. Some hens think a feather makes them a phoenix? What noble heiress. It's all a lie. Finally airing this out, Sun Xiang gloated, waiting for this princess to break down in shame. Unexpectedly, Tang Qing didn't flinch, still smirking. You mean this person? She pulled out her phone and opened the WeChat profile of a personal shopper. Her, right? Oh? She told you too. Still clueless, Sun Xiang replied confidently. Just admit it, your whole look is fake. You're not the so-called rich girl you claimed to be at the start of the show. You built this image just to get famous, didn't you? And Shinshin jumped in at just the right moment. Could there be a mistake? Tang Qing wouldn't wear fake designer stuff, would she? From the very beginning, Tang Qing admitted she was a rich girl who didn't need to work, and Shinshin said, fluttering her innocent-looking eyes. It sounded like she was defending Tang Qing, but in reality she was subtly undermining her. Shinshin, you don't know some people, sometimes you can't judge a book by its cover. Sun Xiang and Shinshin tag-teamed, their words full of contempt for Tang Qing. Yeah, you're right. It is fake, the rich girl replied lightly, standing up calmly. But things aren't exactly how you described them. You still want to deny it? Not really denial. You can check this. Flipping through her phone, Tang Qing placed a screenshot in front of Sun Xiang. Here, take a good look. Sun Xiang leaned closer, it was a legal document. What is this? Tang Qing, are you still refusing to admit it? Sensing the shift in the situation, Sun Xiang raised his voice. What's the point of showing me some random paper? With witnesses and evidence, Tang Qing, you still dare to lie. The rich girl arched an eyebrow and spoke slowly. As expected, all you have is that greasy lump of fat, and nothing else. Dumbass, can't you read? That's a lawsuit. Turns out it's suing this exact reseller. Chapter 74, The Hated Miss of the Dating Show, 23. Chapter 74, The Dating Show's Least Liked Heiress, 23. Still not quite understanding Tang Qing's meaning, Sun Xiang looked confused. What do you mean? What I'm wearing is indeed fake, and I only found out recently, the young miss gestured at her outfit, speaking nonchalantly. Including this one, it's fake too. The personal shopper you mentioned, I've bought from her many times. I always thought I was getting genuine products. It turns out she scammed me, so I had my lawyer send her a cease and desist, the document you just saw. After finishing her explanation, Tang Qing watched with amusement as Sun Xiang's face darkened. Do you understand now? His mouth suddenly went dry. Sun Xiang never saw this coming. His carefully laid plans had completely flipped. Wait, you set this up? As if realizing something, Sun Xiang shot back. If you were really some heiress, how could you not tell the difference between authentic items and fakes? Tang Qing, you must have arranged this document ahead of time. You already knew this would happen. Tang Qing kept her cool, clearly unfazed by Sun Xiang's accusations. You seem very concerned about whether I'm actually rich or not. Sun Xiang, you've been away from work a while, haven't you? Sun Xiang was a fitness coach/influencer, earning most of his income from membership fees and video revenue. He had a long-standing partnership with a chain gym. As for me? Well, I was bored, so I bought into a little venture. Why don't you check your company group chat now? See who the new general manager is. With that, Tang Qing let slip another surprise. With that 17 million, the system had quietly acquired Sun Xiang's gym. I just picked up a gym on a whim. Does that count as being rich by your standards? You how? Though he didn't want to believe it, Sun Xiang still opened the work group chat and found the company announcement from half a month ago. In the group, Sun Xiang stared in disbelief at Tang Qing's name. The change was real. And the new owner was Tang Qing. His face turned pale, then flushed with anger. The situation had flipped completely out of control. What was worse, now this woman was his boss. He had planned to crush Tang Qing underfoot today, but instead, he was the one being trampled. Oh, and about that personal shopper. She got nervous after receiving my lawyer's letter. Watching Sun Xiang's ashen expression, Tang Qing took out her phone and opened her gallery. She sent me these screenshots. Sun Xiang, that's you in these, right? No point denying it. Sun Xiang didn't even need to look closely. He recognized his own profile picture. These screenshots are pretty damning. I didn't know I was buying fakes. But you, Sun Xiang, you knowingly bought counterfeits. What? A fitness coach trying to fake it? Tisk, and look at this one bargaining for knockoffs? Sun Xiang, how pathetic. If Sun Xiang could barely maintain his composure earlier, when Tang Qing brought up those screenshots, he totally snapped. Instinctively, he wanted to rush forward, snatch that bitch's phone, and shut her up for good. But just as Sun Xiang was about to act, Mi Yang cut him off, blocking him directly. Watching Sun Xiang's furious and flustered expression, the prima donna grinned like the Cheshire Cat. Oh, are you getting worked up now? What's the matter? Weren't you riding high when you accused me of buying fakes? Now that I'm saying you bought fakes too, you can't handle it? The high-maintenance girl arched her brows playfully, deliberately poking at Sun Xiang's fragile pride. Hey, Sun Xiang, I'm not exactly rich, but if you're really short on money, I could spot you for some designer knockoffs. Sun Xiang went nuclear upon hearing this and cursed Tang Qing. You bitch. Shut up. Of course, she wasn't about to shut up. Tilting her head with a sweet smile, Tang Qing continued her tirade. Having a meltdown? Not a good look. Remember last time in the garden, weren't you all smug, holding this over my head to make me be with you? Speaking unhurriedly, Tang Qing dropped another bombshell. Well, take a look, who's left looking foolish now? Sun Xiang, I told you last time, using something this trivial to threaten me? Your leverage is weak. The explosive revelations sent the live stream chat into a frenzy. I knew this show would be dramatic, but I never expected it to be this wild. First time seeing a dating show where the male and female guests are going full Jerry Springer. Wow, Sun Xiang is so disgusting. He accused Tang Qing of buying fakes, but he did the same thing. The worst part is Sun Xiang threatening Tang Qing. So gross. How did this guy even pass the vetting process? Sun Xiang GTFO. Watching this makes me sick. And Shinshin was completely shook, never imagining things would escalate like this. Tang Qing was still the prima donna, but Sun Xiang might not be her teammate for much longer. What an idiot. To think he'd try to blackmail a female guest with something like this. And Shinshin regretted her earlier back and forth with Sun Xiang. Damn it. If she'd known it would turn out like this, she wouldn't have associated with him at all. He's just a train wreck. Amid the group's heated discussion, and Shanshan ghosted from the scene, completely stepping out of the camera's frame. With the incident between Sun Xiang and Tang Qing, the game was officially over. Under the staff's direction, Sun Xiang was escorted off to verify whether he had indeed threatened a female guest during the show. Watching Sun Xiang's figure grow smaller in the distance, when Yixuan hustled over to Tang Qing and asked cautiously, Tang Qing, was everything you just said true? Sun Xiang actually went there? He threatened you. The remaining 3 guests also waited for Tang Qing's answer. Glancing over, the 3 dudes looked ready to bolt. Yeah, and I even kicked him last time, the prima donna said with a shrug, still in good spirits after dunking on that trash. Don't worry, no biggie. I'm not the type to let shit slide. Mic drop. Xiang Xiaoran spoke up, you should have reported this to the staff immediately. Now understanding the cause of the bruise on Tang Qing's shoulder from last time, Xiang Xiaoran's expression turned more serious. Tang Qing, remember, you're still a girl. Don't try to tough it out on your own. Mi Yang nodded in agreement beside him. Seriously, why do you have to be so hard-headed? Keeping something like this to yourself. If he hadn't stopped Sun Xiang today, Mi Yang could almost imagine what that idiot was planning to do. With Sun Xiang's muscular build, there's no way Tang Qing wouldn't have gotten hurt. All 3 male leads stood across from her, watching with concern. The young miss was delighted, already picturing the drama that would unfold in her little love triangle. Chapter 75. The Hated Miss of the Dating Show, 24. Chapter 75. The Dating Show's Least Popular Heiress, 24. The day after the production team met with Sun Xiang, an official update announced that Sun Xiang had dropped out of the show due to personal reasons. A male guest leaving a dating show mid-season immediately sparked heated online discussions. Knew it, he's gone. So last night's truth or dare was legit. Sun Xiang is shameless hounding that female contestant like that. When she wouldn't agree to date him, he went straight to blackmail. Total creep. He'd be terrifying to be in a relationship with. You'd never know when he'd stab you in the back. Hope the show tightens its screening process and stops letting lowlifes in. The new male replacement was a viral university lecturer teaching law at C University, known for his good looks and humorous teaching style. Even more notably, this person was Wen Yixuan's ex-boyfriend, Xia Jinran. So, did Xia Jinran come on the show specifically for Wen Yixuan? Tang Qing asked. The white light sphere in her mind nodded. Yes, that's how it goes in the original plot. Originally, Xia Jinran wasn't supposed to appear until later, but since Sun Xiang left early, the storyline might have shifted, bringing Xia Jinran in ahead of schedule. Since he came chasing after Wen Yixuan, Tang Qing could already guess the ending. So in the end, he and Wen Yixuan get back together? That's the plot. They become another popular ship on the show. Tang Qing, I detected love points fluctuations yesterday. Mi Yang's love points for you are now like 17, Xiang Xiaoran's at 41, and Su Chengwen's at 26. They all increased. The young mistress smiled, pleased. Looks like all 3 were worried about me yesterday. Mi Yang kept blocking Sun Xiang for you. Otherwise, Sun Xiang might have lost it and charged at you again. The system saw everything clearly last night. The moment Sun Xiang started moving forward, Mi Yang immediately stopped him. This fiery-tempered pop star could be surprisingly attentive at times. Like during Inshinshin's setup earlier, it was Mi Yang who silently dove in and fished out the key evidence. Cold on the outside, warm on the inside, the little ancestor summed up Mi Yang's personality. Our male lead number 1 talks the toughest game in the room, but deep down, he's shyer than anyone else. Having long figured out Mi Yang's temperament, Tang Qing's fox-like eyes sparkled. Did ordinary people's love points increase too? Detected current love points from ordinary people, 3,730,000. After roughly calculating the total love points she'd accumulate by the end of this world, Tang Qing fixed her stare on the system. What? Why are you suddenly staring at me like that? Sensing her gaze, the system felt uneasy. Just confirming one thing. We're working together. You want to go back and save Gu Xiaoman, and I won't stop you. I only have one condition. They discussed this at the start of their partnership, but Tang Qing had never explicitly stated what that condition was. The system guessed it probably had something to do with her memories. I'm working this hard. When the time comes, you can't turn down my request. Feeling doubted, the white light sphere got defensive. When I make a promise, I keep it. No backing out. And same here. Once I save my master. Mentioning Gu Xiaoman again, the system couldn't help recalling the mind games it used to play with Tang Qing, and felt a twinge of guilt. Once we return, we'll go our separate ways, no more trouble between us. True, the system used to have such a rigid impression of Tang Qing, seeing her as nothing more than a manipulative femme fatale. But after being bound together, it realized she had a resilience beyond most people, and was scary smart. She could get the job done nearly on her own. Against such competition, the system suddenly lost confidence. After returning, would Gu Xiaoman still be able to defeat her? As long as your little swan doesn't make things difficult for me, I won't trouble her either. It was a tentative truce. Tang Qing seemed to foresee what was coming, her smile revealing nothing. In the afternoon, everyone received a notification on their phones. A new dating challenge had arrived. Each male guest prepared a gift, and the female guests could freely choose. Based on the chosen gift, the male and female guests would pair up, with the male guest planning the day's date plans. To think the date arrangements would work like this. Upon receiving the message, Shi Jia immediately found her best friend. Shinshin, who are you hoping to pick? And Shinshin had just learned of Sun Xiang's withdrawal from the show. Her expression was unreadable. Sun Xiang had left too quickly, meaning all the time she spent putting up with his unwanted advances had been wasted. Originally, Mi Yang would have been ideal and the other two male guests were also good options. But now all three of them seemed focused on Tang Qing. This woman had ruined all her plans. Shinshin, what are you thinking about? Seeing her friend silent, Shi Jiao waved her hand. There's a new male guest today, Shinshin. What do you think of him? Though they hadn't met him yet, the official announcement had shared his details. In his ID photo, he looked quite handsome. I don't know yet, and Shinshin feigned shyness, her lowered gaze hiding all her scheming. It's luck of the draw, whoever I pick is whoever I get. 4 gifts were placed on the table, a squirrel plushie, a drawing board, a cute sandwich keychain, and a piece of amber. Tang Qing knew instantly who each gift was from. Xiang Shiran's was the most obvious, it might as well have had his name on it. It seems Dr. Xiang really wants to go on a date with me. The young miss took one look and knew the sandwich keychain was his. It was likely handmade, not as neat as store-bought ones but charming in its own way. The drawing board was undoubtedly Xia Jinwei's gift specifically for Wen Yishuan, who was a comic artist. The amber was almost certainly Su Chengwen's. As for the least thoughtful gift, the slightly worn-out squirrel, it was clearly something Mi Yang had grabbed at random. The system was amazed. You got them all right. The others I understand, but how did you know the squirrel was Mi Yang's? Tang Qing smiled faintly. What do you think? The other 3 gifts were at least prepared with care. This squirrel doesn't even have packaging. Just think, who's the least eager for a date? That's whose it is. Among the male guests, the other 3 had clear targets in mind. Only this young master was still playing hard to get, probably hoping to avoid being picked. He'd likely grabbed the keychain from somewhere without much thought, secretly wishing no one would select it. So Tang Qing, who are you going to choose? Mi Yang, Tang Qing declared firmly. Since someone hasn't made up his mind yet, I'll make up his mind for him. It's been long enough now. It's high time the young master fell for me. Chapter 76. The Hated Miss of the Dating Show, 25. Chapter 76. The Dating Show's Least Liked Heiress, 25. Faced with the 4 gifts, and Shinshin and Shi Jiao were torn. Huddled together debating, poring over the presents for a full 10 minutes, they still couldn't make up their minds. Tang Qing wasn't about to wait around. She stepped forward, scooped up the little squirrel charm, and handed the drawing board to Wen Yishuan. This suits you. Out of all of us, only you can draw, she said bluntly, choosing for Wen Yishuan too. Hey, Tang Qing. Shinshin and I haven't even picked yet. Shi Jiao was annoyed. Tang Qing was way too domineering, she hadn't even asked anyone else's opinion. The heiress arched a brow. Didn't I just give you time to choose? You two looked like you were struggling. What, are you emperors flipping through the royal harem registry? So indecisive. What nonsense are you spouting? Tang Qing had struck a chord. In truth, Shi Jiao had been trying to figure out which gift belonged to the new male guest, but after all that hemming and hawing, she still couldn't tell. If you two are having such a hard time deciding, I don't have the patience. I'll go first, who cares? Her voice dripped with arrogance. Shi Jiao was no match for the heiress's attitude. Pressing her lips tight, she opened her mouth several times before finally staying silent. Clutching Mi Yang's squirrel charm, Tang Qing made her way to the designated roadside. When the van door whooshed open, Mi Yang did a double take at seeing Tang Qing waiting there. His eyes instantly widened. Why is it you? Hell's bells. Of all people, it had to be this heiress who chose his gift. Mi Yang had zero enthusiasm for the dating tasks from the start. As far as he was concerned, none of the female contestants interested him. Sure, the heiress was pretty, but her temper was unbearable. He'd last-minute thrown together the charm when picking a gift, figuring whoever chose him could just shadow him at work for the day, that would be enough. Not in a million years did he expect it to be Tang Qing. What a coincidence. The heiress didn't share Mi Yang's overthinking. Without hesitation, she slid into his van and comfortably settled into a seat. Hey! I didn't invite you yet. Irritated by her presumption, Mi Yang prodded her bare arm. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to just hop into a man's car like that? Is this just hopping in? Mi Yang, me being here today is fate's arrangement. Smiling, the heiress blinked playfully, looking coyly charming. After all, what are the chances I ended up picking your gift? Here we go again. This woman always said things that could be so easily misunderstood. Hearing her talk about fate's arrangement, Mi Yang's ears burned against his will. He snapped, humph. More like the heavens weren't paying attention today, sending you my way. Though his words were sharp, his actions betrayed him. He bumped up the AC by 1 degree. Tang Qing was dressed too lightly, showing too much skin. Mi Yang's schedule today was to record songs for his new album. The chauffeur-driven car finally pulled up at the company building. The young miss stepped out and frowned. So this is your planned date? Bringing me to your company, what for? Some new office roleplay. Hearing those words, Mi Yang bristled, huffing, shut up. What kind of nonsense is that? I have work today. You'll keep me company while I record. He said this with a guilty conscience. Mi Yang himself knew there wasn't actually any date planned. So that's how it is, Tang Qing said, understanding his meaning. Her smile widened. So you're using our date time for work? Mi Yang, the big star, too busy for me? The jab made Mi Yang squirm. He avoided eye contact and grumbled. I didn't know it'd be you. Mi Yang's recording studio was spacious, equipped with state-of-the-art equipment, everything top tier in the industry. Tang Qing was no stranger to studio work and quietly took the seat Mi Yang had prepared for her. The big star flustered under her stare, reddening more than once. You're Tang Qing, right? A sharp-looking woman with a short bob suddenly placed a cup of coffee in front of her. Tang Qing looked up. Hi, I'm Anna, Mi Yang's manager. Is Mi Yang as much of a handful on the show? Anna pointed toward Mi Yang in the booth, chuckling. I've managed this guy for nearly 5 years. He's got a real attitude. Sometimes even I'm at my wits' end with him. 5 years, and he's never been in a relationship. I figured if he ever got into one, maybe someone could finally keep him in check. I was the one who pushed the show's script on him. Anna clearly knew how to handle people, casually revealing how Mi Yang ended up on the program. At first, he refused flat out. So I jacked up the penalty clause 20-fold. He had no choice but to go along. Tang Qing nodded. I see. From what I've seen, you two interact the most on the show. Anna pressed further. What do you think of him? Tang Qing took her time answering, sipping her coffee slowly before finally speaking. Are you asking for yourself or for him? Anna blinked, then caught on quickly, laughing. You're quicker than I gave you credit for. Thanks for the compliment. They made small talk until suddenly, a staff member came running over flustered. Anna, bad news. Ms. Lee bailed last second. Her kid's sick, she rushed to the ER. It was Lee Si who canceled, an artist Mi Yang frequently collaborated with. Her distinct vocals were key to the female harmonies in many of his tracks. Talk about bad timing. Anna, previously all smiles, immediately frowned. The album's promotional plans were already set, everything ready to roll out on schedule. But since Mi Yang recently joined a romance variety show, the time he can spare for recording is already limited. The vocal recording scheduled for this afternoon must get done, otherwise it'll slow down the entire production timeline. You need to contact other singers we've worked with right away and see if anyone can step in. The assistant's expression turned even more discouraged. Anna, Lee Si just said she can't come. I've already reached out to all the singers we've collaborated with, they're all unavailable. Problem is, Mi Yang is too picky. He often gets angry with female singers he works with, so most of them don't want to team up with him again. Over the years, only Lee Si could tolerate Mi Yang's bad temper. Anna, what do we do now? The assistant looked desperate. No way around it, we have to finish today. Right now, check within the company, even trainees will do. Find someone to fill in. The assistant didn't budge, glancing nervously at Mi Yang. Anna, you know Mi Yang, he only works with people he knows. They could definitely find some trainees, but the issue is, Mi Yang is too choosy. Chances are he won't be satisfied, and once he loses his temper, no one can hold him back. Just when they were completely out of options, Tang Qing suddenly spoke up. Should I give it a shot? Chapter 77. The Hated Miss of the Dating Show, 26. Chapter 77. The Dating Show's Least Liked Heiress, 26. Seeing Tang Qing enter the recording booth, Mi Yang was clearly taken aback. He was even more shocked when he saw her putting on the headphones. What are you doing? Mi Yang asked gruffly. I'm working. Didn't I tell you to wait outside? The heiress adjusted her headset without turning around. I'm helping you out. You don't know yet, do you? Your collaborator today can't make it. She pointed at the anxious assistant outside. She looked everywhere and I was the only one available. At such a critical moment, I stepped up. Aren't you grateful? After hearing Tang Qing's explanation, Mi Yang was speechless. He yanked off his headphones in disbelief. Asterisk you. Asterisk. Asterisk, are you kidding me? Asterisk. Listen, princess, I'm warning you, this isn't some fun game. Barely keeping his temper in check, Mi Yang managed to rein it in a little. Hey, this isn't the time for jokes. Don't screw this up. As he reached to take off Tang Qing's headphones, Tang Qing began to sing. Though it was just a few soft hums, the moment her voice filled the room, everyone froze. It was amazing. Tang Qing's voice was so stunning it was beyond words, completely different from her usual tone. When she sang, there was a unique quality to her voice, the kind music professionals prized most. Mi Yang was dumbfounded. This heiress always managed to surprise him in unexpected ways. Cooking was one thing, someone who looked like she'd never lifted a finger could cook so well. And now, despite her snarky, biting remarks, her singing revealed a whole other side to her. You. His hand, which had been about to remove her headphones, froze mid-air. Mi Yang's voice turned hoarse. You sing. I sing well, don't I? The heiress said matter-of-factly. Didn't I say so when we met? Our date today was destined. Without me, your new album would have been doomed. Her tone was full of smug pride, like a child who'd just gotten a reward, beaming with pride. Asterisk weirdly cute. Asterisk. Mi-young turned and stared at Tang Qing's face. For some reason, though it was a familiar sight, the energetic look in her eyes made his heart skip a beat. Again, that weird, sudden heartbeat. His fingers clenched unconsciously as he forced himself to look away, muttering stubbornly, "Then don't slow me down." Tang Qing's recording task that afternoon was simple, a humming section and a duet. Given her lack of experience, one might have expected some struggle. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the session went remarkably smoothly, especially the duet, which they nailed it in one take. Even Agent Anna was astonished by how efficient everything was. Is this really their first time working together? Anna actually checked Tang Qing's file, which didn't show any prior vocal training. "Anna, don't you think they click really well?" The assistant leaned in, eyes sparkling as she observed the two in the recording booth, clearly rooting for them. "This is the first time I've seen Mi-young sync so well with someone else. This kind of connection doesn't happen often." Mi-young is a genius singer, like a dazzling diamond, brilliant from every angle but also undeniably prickly. In all his years since debut, he had worked with very few female singers, most driven away by his bad temper. Even those who stage struggled through recordings. Even Lee Si, who'd worked with him forever, never had sessions go this smoothly. "Anna, what if they actually hit it off? Wouldn't that be nice?" The assistant whispered, cautiously watching Anna's expression. Only when Anna didn't seem upset did she relax. And Mi-young didn't even get mad when Tang Qing walked in earlier. Anna had picked up on it too. Normally, Mi-young would have blown up if someone barged in during a recording. But today, he didn't lash out at Tang Qing. Sometimes it's easier to see from the outside. Mi-young might not even realize how special Tang Qing is to him. "Miss Tang, I never expected you to be so professional." Anna immediately praised her as they stepped out. "Without you today, the album release would have been delayed. You really saved us." It was the truth. In that critical moment, Tang Qing had been the perfect fix. "Miss Tang, with your looks and voice, have you considered joining our company?" Force of habit, Anna never passed up a chance to recruit talent. Plus, Tang Qing's rising popularity on variety shows proved her strong appeal. "Anna, come on. Isn't dealing with me enough? I'm trouble enough for you." Mi-young cut in before Tang Qing could answer. "She's just as bad as me. You'd regret it." "Oh? So you wouldn't welcome me as your junior?" "Of course not. Someone like you? Better stay away." Flustered but defiant, Mi-young glared at her. "Well, if I did join." Tang Qing paused deliberately, rolling her eyes. "Someone's gonna start thinking I'm scheming again." "Who are you talking about?" Like two kids bickering, neither backed down. The assistant couldn't help laughing. "Mi-young, you and Tang Qing seem pretty tight." "Who's tight with her/him? That's strange synchronicity." The assistant's heart fluttered, her inner fangirl freaking out. When the agent stepped away, Mi-young awkwardly pulled at Tang Qing's sleeve. "Hey, thanks for earlier. This industry's brutal. There'll always be haters, and with your temper, the hate could get nasty." That was why he'd rushed to refuse Anna's offer. Mi-young knew his own flaws, and Tang Qing was just as stubborn. He believed someone like her should live freely, not tied down by what others think. She was meant to stay true to herself. Chapter 78, The Hated Miss of the Dating Show, 27. Chapter 78, The Least Popular Socialite on the Dating Show, 27. "You're actually thinking of me," Tang Qing said, surprised, offering a small smile. Who knew Mi-young had it in him? "So, hotshot singer Mi-young, is our date over now?" If Tang Qing hadn't brought it up, Mi-young would have completely forgotten. Today was their date. He dragged her to his recording studio and kept her busy all afternoon. Suddenly, he felt a little awkward. After a long pause, Mi-young finally spoke up. "How about I treat you to dinner tonight? Thanks for helping with the album." Coming from someone with his usual temper, even gratitude sounded stiff and forced. The dinner spot was unusual, the hotel rooftop. They were having a backyard-style barbecue. Alongside the grill were string lights and fresh flowers. On the small camping table sat a single rose, carefully placed. "This is..." Tang Qing blinked at the over-the-top decor. This wasn't just dinner, it looked like a romantic setup for lovers. "Mi-young, didn't know you had it in you. Flowers, lights, who'd think this was your idea? Someone might mistake it for a couple's proposal setup." Mi-young turned bright red. "Damn it. Whose lame idea was this?" Before leaving, he told his assistant to book any random restaurant. That idiot went and picked this cheesy setup. Would she think he planned all this? Mortified and guilty, Mi-young couldn't even bring himself to look at her reaction. But the socialite didn't share his unease. She sat down without ceremony, set up the grill, and started giving orders. "I helped you today. Now it's your turn to cook. Fair enough, right?" Weirdly, as soon as she gave the command, Mi-young reacted like it triggered some knee-jerk response. Before he knew it, he was holding skewers in his hands. Damn this pathetic urge to please. This woman Tang Qing really was toxic. With just a wave of her hand, he was obeying like a trained pup. Mad at himself for his spinelessness, Mi-young didn't even notice the meat was starting to burn. "Focus. A sudden jab from the skewer snapped him out of it. He winced and glared at her. Why do you poke me? I'm doing you a favor here, don't be a jerk about it. You burned my meat. Can't even grill right? She crossed her arms using her best mistress of the manner voice. I helped you today. Be nicer to me. Why are you glaring at me like that? If you make me mad, I'll pull my contributions from the album. No commercial use period. You. Of course she had an angle. Just waiting for her moment. Mi Yang seethed. You're threatening me? Tang Qing sipped her drink unbothered. Damn right I am. Hotshot singer Mi Yang, if you ever lose your singing gig, street food vending won't save you. After taking a bite, some people are just born bad at cooking. The ingredients were good, but the taste was rather mediocre and the middle part was probably undercooked. Mi Yang's skill level was just one step above Shinshin, who could practically poison people with her cooking. Go on, sing me a song. No point torturing her stomach further. Tang Qing took the skewers from Mi Yang and tapped the guitar beside her. I even got the instrument ready for you. Sing the one from the recording studio this afternoon. Mi Yang pointed at himself incredulously. You think I'm your personal jukebox? At his going rate, a single commercial performance would easily fetch 6 figures, and that was only if people begged him nicely. Was Tang Qing being a little too demanding? What, you want to poison me instead? Rolling her eyes, Tang Qing handed Mi Yang one of his own skewers. Mi Yang took a bite and immediately frowned. What the? Wasn't the outside cooked? Why was the inside still raw? Wincing, he tossed the skewer aside but still stubbornly retorted, I've got standards. Think again. Today was supposed to be our date, and I put up with your recording session all afternoon. You were the one who invited me to dinner and you arranged this barbecue. If you can't grill, don't pretend you can. Mi Yang, you're not expecting me to cook for you later, are you? By the end, Tang Qing's voice had turned icy. Mi Yang knew that tone too well. Meeting her gaze, he instantly realized things were about to go south. He quickly grabbed the guitar. All right, fine. I'll sing. Happy now. Muttering under his breath, no need to be such a tyrant. There was no denying that Mi Yang was captivating on stage. When he quieted down and sang earnestly, he practically glowed. Tang Qing narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the male lead of the story. True to the story, he had the star power to reel in fans. Mi Yang's looks weren't as refined as Xiang Xiran's, they were wild and untamed, especially his eyes, which looked like they couldn't care less. But when he sang, it was as if you were the only one in his world. Wow, Tang Qing, if you keep this up, Mi Yang's heart's gonna give out. The system suddenly chimed in. I'm detecting his love point skyrocketing, it's already at 29. He's so shy. The system babbled on. Only then did Tang Qing notice his neck was flushed red. Just from being looked at? The heiress smirked, then tilted her chin up and flirtatiously winked at Mi Yang, even throwing in a teasing air kiss. That one move had Mi Yang fumbling. The guitar slipped off key. What was this woman doing? Why is she looking at me like that? The lyrics he knew by heart suddenly escaped him. For someone with a perfect track record, one teasing glance from Tang Qing wrecked him completely. Just as he was awkwardly trying to recover, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. It was Tang Qing. So different from the vibe in the recording studio, under the rooftop lights, in the intimate space shared by just the two of them, Mi Yang found Tang Qing's voice even more pleasant, more captivating than ever. As she sang softly and melodically, Tang Qing sat right across from him. Bathed in the soft glow of the lights, she rested her chin in her hand, smiling brightly as she looked at him. A summer night breeze blew through Tang Qing's hair. Her eyes crinkled into happy crescents, her gaze bright and clear. Looking at her, Mi Yang once again felt his heartbeat loud in his ears. System alert. Mi Yang's love points +1. Total, 36. Chapter 79, The Hated Miss of the Dating Show, 28. Chapter 79, The Unpopular Heiress in the Dating Show, 28. When Tang Qing returned to the dating villa, she was surprised to find everyone already gathered in the living room, including the new male contestant. Tang Qing, you're back? When Yishuan greeted her first. Unlike usual, her eyes were slightly red, as if she had just been crying. Ex-boyfriend effect? Tang Qing glanced at Xie Jinran, the new contestant. Just like in the storyline, he was a polished college professor with a handsome face and an air of quiet sophistication. Everyone was waiting for you. The heiress frowned. Why were you waiting for me? The staff arranged it, because there's a new contestant, when Yishuan replied, clearly still uneasy about mentioning him. Also, tonight's crush texts will be announced downstairs. Downstairs? So everyone would immediately hear how many messages each person received? The producers sure had their ways. Understanding the show's intention, Tang Qing casually settled into a corner of the sofa and greeted the new contestant. Hi, I'm Tang Qing. Hi, I'm Xie Jinran. His voice was pleasant, carrying a natural bookish vibe. After the brief introductions, Tang Qing started observing the faces around her. Judging by their expressions, today's dates hadn't gone well. Sweet-faced and Shinshin in particular couldn't keep her cool. She must have had a rough time with Xiang Xiran. Jia also looked unhappy, clearly dissatisfied with Su Chengwen's date plans. Tang Qing, you were with Mi Yang again today. When Yishuan, clearly not eager to get close to Xie Jinran, slid next to Tang Qing and leaned in to gossip. How did things go between you two? Though she whispered, the silence in the room made her question perfectly audible to everyone. Played assistant to the rich kid at work, Tang Qing said matter-of-factly. Then we had dinner. Huh? So you didn't even go on a date? When Yishuan caught the key point instantly. She stared at Mi Yang in shock. He took you to work for your date? What kind of date is that? Her eyes darted between them, and when Yishuan was certain once again, they were definitely frenemies. Mi Yang turned pink under her gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? It's not against the rules for a date to involve work. The rich boy muttered, sounding defensive as he hovered awkwardly nearby, his eyes keep darting toward Tang Qing. After watching him a few times too many, Xiang Xiuran suddenly shifted seats, strategically moving to block Mi Yang's view. What's your problem? Mi Yang shot him a glare. Xiang Xiuran, acting oblivious, stayed right where he was. Pushing up his glasses, he smiled gently, still the calm and collected Dr. Xiang. Finally, it was time to send the flirty texts. Tang Qing didn't hesitate and was the first to finish sending hers. Next time you ask me to stay late with you, you're paying me. Thanks. As soon as Tang Qing sent hers, Mi Yang's phone was the first to ding. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned toward Mi Yang. Was this from Tang Qing? Why is everyone staring at me? Sensing the attention, Mi Yang's neck turned red again. When he saw the message was indeed from Tang Qing, he couldn't help but feel strangely pleased. Looks like tonight's singing paid off. Tang Qing still sent her crush text to him. My singing fees are pretty high too, lol. Reading the rich boy's text, Tang Qing couldn't help but laugh out loud. He's really into that emoji, huh? Just as she was enjoying herself, another flirty text popped up on her phone. What did Mi Yang send you that's got you so happy? Looking up, she met Xiang Xiuran's dark look. Even from a distance, Tang Qing could tell he was in a bad mood. The usually gentle man was now pressing his lips together, showing a trace of barely hidden annoyance. Tang Qing detected a fluctuation in Dr. Xiang's love meter. It took a 2-point hit, now at 39. The system whispered. When Mi Yang received your message earlier, Dr. Xiang dropped by 1. And seeing you laugh just now made it drop another point. Oh? Looks like our Dr. Xiang is upset. Tang Qing understood. That sandwich had been his secret cue, and since she hadn't chosen him, he was probably brooding now. Too bad we couldn't spend today together. A third message arrived, this one from Su Chengwen. With 3 consecutive notifications, Tang Qing's phone was the busiest of them all. In that moment, the guys became acutely aware of their rivalry. They exchanged glances, none of them speaking. Jia was the first to break the silence, her tone laced with sarcasm. Some people, who knows what tricks they used. Are you jealous? The princess cut in bluntly. If you could just talk to me properly, I wouldn't mind teaching another hopeless case how to speak in a way that makes men like them. UTCH. Damn it. Jia was fuming. Why? What was so great about this entitled princess? Xiang and the others must be blind to favor someone like her. Me what? I'm beautiful, smooth, and irresistible, shouldn't that be obvious? Same old tone, every word precisely hitting Jia's sore spots. Every time Tang Qing opened her mouth, she could get Jia squawking like a mad chicken. The two were going at it again, and the live chat blew up. Here we go again, the princess just shut Jia down once more. Too bad we only got a few clips of the princess in Mi Yang today because of his secret new album. Did she sing today or something? Dang, I thought those guys were up to something last time, and sure enough, they're all after the young lady. Haha, Jia must be fuming. Her date with Su Chengwen today was a total train wreck, and later that night, he still gave his crush text to Tang Qing. And Shinshin's day sucked too. She had hoped Xiang Xiuran would at least show her some gentlemanly courtesy, but Xiang Xiuran looked pissed the second he saw her. Even though he didn't say a word, and Shinshin could clearly tell, Xiang Xiuran had zero interest in their date. He stayed expressionless the whole time and ditched the date after barely 2 hours. The person he wanted to be with on that date was clearly not her. When the final results of the crush texts were announced, Tang Qing received 3 when Yishuan got 1 from Xie Jinran, while Shinshin and Jia got zilch. Dang, who remembers how the young lady used to be the least popular female guest? There's something sketchy going on between the new male guest and when Yishuan, they've got this weird vibe, like they're too in sync for no reason. If I were a guy, I'd go for the young lady too, ha ha ha. Gorgeous, great at cooking, bold and passionate, who wouldn't love a girl like that? She's got that fire. Chapter 80, The Hated Miss of the Dating Show, 29. Chapter 80, The Dating Show's Least Popular Heiress, 29. As Tang Qing was about to head upstairs, Xiang Xiuran stopped her and placed a sandwich-shaped keychain in her hand. Tang Qing recognized it, it shared the same handcrafted details as the one she had seen that morning. Why didn't you choose me? The sudden question came as Xiang Xiran stared fixedly at Tang Qing, his voice tinged with unmistakable irritation. I don't believe you couldn't tell this was made by me. Of course she could tell. Xiang Xiran had practically made it obvious. Throughout the dating show house, only Dr. Xiang had ever made her a sandwich. The reason he had prepared this gift was clearly in hopes that Tang Qing would choose him. So Dr. Xiang, you wanted to go on a date with me today? The heiress tilted her head, pretending not to notice his mood. If Dr. Xiang wanted to ask me out, he could have just said so. A sandwich keychain isn't the most obvious hint, is it? She was lying. Xiang Xiran frowned. Tang Qing was perceptive, how could she not have guessed? In fact, she probably knew exactly who had given what. Ultimately, she hadn't chosen him today. His downcast eyes showed brief disappointment. Everyone wanted the beautiful butterfly, but unfortunately this one wasn't willing to land on him. Tang Qing, Xiang Xiran sighed, muttering to himself, if you don't like me, why do you always say things that make me misunderstand? Or is it that you just naturally enjoy this kind of game? He was too sensitive. He could sense that Tang Qing had deliberately led him to misunderstand, knowing full well it was bait, yet he had willingly taken it. In response to his question, Tang Qing only smiled without answering, like a seductive siren from a tale, alluringly crooking a finger, waiting for someone to step into her trap. System notification, detected increase in love points from Xiang Xiran. Current love points, 51. Tang Qing, Xiang Xiran's emotional state keeps changing. I'm detecting his love points just dropped by 2 points from 51. Now it's back up 2 points. It keeps rising and falling. After Xiang Xiran left, the system immediately updated her. He didn't answer his question just now. There was no good answer. In both realities, Xiang Xiran was the only one who had seen through her true intentions in this game. He knew full well it was a scripted game. The only question was whether he was willing to play along. Before she could even remove her makeup, another knock came at her door. This time it was Su Chengwen standing outside. System, geez. What a day, one after another coming to confront you. I wanted to give you this. Su Chengwen also brought a gift, not the amber from earlier, but a date card from the lobby downstairs. Each guest had one date card, and the invited guest could not refuse once it was used. Su Chengwen was actually the first among all the guests to use his. To be honest, I was hoping my date today would be you, but I guess my luck wasn't great. Uncharacteristically, Su Chengwen spoke without shyness. This date invitation had clearly been a well-considered decision, practiced repeatedly until he finally gathered the courage to ask. Tomorrow morning, I'll be waiting for you downstairs. The date coupon was slipped into Tang Qing's hand, not that she could refuse. Tang Qing, looks like Su Chengwen is making his move. The system buzzed with gossip, its white glow floating excitedly in Tang Qing's mind, radiating obvious delight. Hee Tang Qing, you're about to enter the love triangle drama. Honestly? Kinda thrilling imagining these guys squaring off. As soon as the date coupon downstairs was taken, Shi Jia was the first to notice. It was too obvious. 8 date coupons were placed in 8 compartments of the lie box downstairs. If one was taken, a compartment would dim. Xin, look. Someone took a date coupon. Shi Jia immediately told her girl squad, and thanks to her loud voice, the other housemates also noticed. Standing downstairs, they looked around at each other. Who used the first date coupon? When Yishuan shook her head. Not me. Everyone was downstairs just now and no one noticed who took it. Besides, judging from the flirty texts received so far, Tang Qing had the most. Odds were Tang Qing got the date invite, but as for who sent it? When Yishuan couldn't help glancing at Xiang Xiran. Perhaps sensing the implication in when Yishuan's gaze, Xiang Xiran deadpanned. Not me. Mi Yang had just finished a date with Tang Qing, so it probably wasn't him either. That left only Su Chengwen. Out of sight, Xiang Xiran unconsciously rubbed his fingertips. His conversation with Tang Qing still burned in his mind. If this was just a game, 3 players were already in the game. But the thought of Tang Qing possibly going on a date with Su Chengwen tomorrow sent Xiang Xiran's cool facade crumbling. His surgeon's composure? Gone in a heartbeat. In any game, there are winners and losers. Xiang Xiran recognized this gut punch. He didn't want to be the loser. Tang Qing. Xiang Xiran's love points have gone up again, now at 56. Su Chengwen's have also risen to 39. Seems like he's really looking forward to your date tomorrow. Tang Qing didn't know exactly what had happened downstairs, but judging from the fluctuations in love points, she could roughly guess. Has Xiang Xiran's love points stabilized now? The glowing orb bobbed. Stable? Probably won't change much tonight. The femme fatale smirked. Oh? So it seems our Dr. Xiang has made up his mind. As expected, nothing gets a guy going like competition. The next morning, when Tang Qing went downstairs, a crowd was already gathered waiting for her, apparently. Gossip-hungry when Yishuan had been lying in ambush. The moment she saw Tang Qing, her eyes sparkled with nosy delight as she cornered her. Going on a date? How did you know? One of the date coupons went missing yesterday, everyone knows. I bet it was for you. Thrilled her hunch was right when Yishuan pulled at Tang Qing's sleeve. Was it Su Chunwen who invited you? Hehehe, I saw Su Chunwen earlier, he's looking fine today. Have fun you too. No sooner had she finished speaking than Mi Yang's voice suddenly rang out from upstairs. The spoiled rich boy was barely awake and thought he was still dreaming. OMG, you've got another date today? Chapter 81. The Hated Miss of the Dating Show 30. Chapter 81. The Dating Show's Least Liked Heiress 30. Thanks to Wen Yishuan's explanation, Mi Yang finally understood the full story and got even more annoyed. What kind of rule is this? You can't refuse a date. The young master glared at the nearby date voucher display. It really rubbed him the wrong way. Isn't this basically forced dating? Wen Yishuan whispered. But last time the production team also forced you and Tang Qing to go on a date together. Back then you didn't seem this upset. Of course it's different, he snapped, turning red in the face as he geared up for a fight. But after thinking for ages he still couldn't put his finger on why it was different. Bottom line, he wasn't happy. That femme fatale's out to wreck another guy. I'm just worried. Exactly who he was worried about, Tang Qing or Su Chunwen, Mi Yang left that part vague. It's sunny outside today. Here. Dr. Xiang didn't say much else, just handed Tang Qing a sun umbrella, petite, elegant, and stylish, just the kind girls go crazy for. Wow, when Yishuan ribbed him when she saw the umbrella. Our Dr. Xiang really knows how to spoil a girl. Truthfully, she always preferred the pairing of Dr. Xiang and Tang Qing. With her diva attitude and his sweet, thoughtful vibe, they balanced each other perfectly. Thank you, Tang Qing said with a smile, keeping her thoughts to herself as she accepted the umbrella. Holding it, she saw right through Dr. Xiang's game. He'd chosen it on purpose. The system didn't get it. What's wrong with giving an umbrella? Of course there's something off. This tiny thing, do you think Su Chunwen would actually share it with me? No way, the system replied. Plus, it'd look totally ridiculous for a guy to carry such a flashy sun umbrella. So, only I can hold it. Which means Su Chunwen will naturally keep his distance, right? The system had an aha moment. Man, some people act all sweet and caring but are seriously sneaky under the surface. Tang Qing going on a date while Dr. Xiang gave her an umbrella, that was a sneaky way to take out a romantic rival. Umbrella in hand and sunglasses on, Tang Qing strutted off under everyone's watchful eyes. When she met Su Chunwen, her eyes lit up. No doubt, he had really stepped up his game today. Normally, Su Chunwen had more of a bookish vibe, but now with his glasses on and hair neatly styled, he looked way hotter. Only now did Tang Qing realize he was actually tall. His usual student-like style had hidden how tall he really was. The comments went wild the moment Su Chunwen appeared. Who would have thought? Even someone like me who's been around the block is falling for Su Chunwen today. Su Chunwen, if you see this comment, well, those glasses to your face. You look amazing in them. This handsome guy and pretty girl combo was shockingly good together on screen. Does it look odd to you? Su Chunwen asked shyly. Last time we went out, I wore the same outfit and you didn't seem too pleased. This time, I made a point to dress differently. It was probably Su Chunwen's first time carefully preparing for a date with someone he liked, and he radiated nervousness. Su Chunwen, Tang Qing called his name softly, then continued, you should wear glasses more often. They really suit you. Ha! I'm complimenting you. You look handsome today. It was a genuine compliment. Because of his quiet nature, Su Chunwen had always been less noticeable among the men. But today with this new look, he carried himself more maturely. Really? Su Chunwen froze at Tang Qing's words for a few seconds before quickly coming to his senses and opening the car door for her. Let's go. Today we're heading to a pottery studio. Oh? So it's indoors. Seemed like Dr. Xiang's parasol wouldn't be needed after all, she thought. Su Chunwen explained, I specifically chose an indoor place because I didn't want you to get overheated. Figuring Tang Qing's personality, she probably wouldn't enjoy sweating under the sun, so when picking the location, Su Chunwen deliberately chose this nice, air-conditioned place. The system in her mind nodded approvingly. Looks like Su Chunwen isn't bad either. A thoughtful good guy. Tang Qing, shipping everyone will only lead you astray. Pottery making is a typical date activity and Tang Qing had tried it before. She figured she'd be decent at it, but surprisingly, Su Chunwen was even better. What was this? An overachiever's learning ability? Staring at Su Chunwen's hands, the young lady watched in astonishment as a ceramic bowl formed effortlessly in his hands. You've learned this before? Yeah, before our date, I practiced a few times with tutorial videos. Su Chunwen seemed slightly sheepish, but his hands remained steady. Tang Qing suddenly noticed how elegant Su Chunwen's hands were, long and nimble, shaping the clay with a skilled ease that carried a unique charm. Seems like you put real effort into this date, even practicing in advance. Watching his pleasing movements, Tang Qing remarked, so, can you tell the difference between liking and disliking now? I can. That's why I chose you. Su Chunwen, who had been focused on his work, finally looked up and met her gaze earnestly. Tang Qing, this is our second date. After what you told me last time, I kept thinking about one thing. Was it regret over not dating in Shinshin? Or was it regret over how our first date went? Yesterday when I saw you I understood. The young lady asked. Understood what? Tang Qing, I regretted not preparing well enough for our first date. That's why I gave you the date coupon. Having said this, Su Chengwen let out a relieved breath and offered her a gentle smile. Su Chengwen, wearing glasses, gazed at Tang Qing with such tenderness that in his eyes, there was only room for her at that moment. System, wow. After saying this, Su Chengwen's love points have increased. Now at 43 points. Tang Qing, this should be a confession, right? Su Chengwen looks quite handsome when he smiles, he. The shipper system giggled mischievously, eyes filled with pink heart bubbles. The live chat went wild with celebration. Who would have thought Su Chengwen would be the first to confess his feelings? Who's the one grinning foolishly at the screen right now? Dr. Xiang, forgive me, I'm temporarily switching my ship. Ha ha ha, the sugary ship is scoring big today. Su Chengwen's straightforward confession is fire. In the footage, the heiress rested her chin on her hand, watching Su Chengwen's movements intently. The moment they exchanged smiles was perfectly captured by the camera, making for an unexpectedly beautiful moment. The ceramic bowl in Su Chengwen's hands was painted with a little kitten, adorably sprawled out on a couch, basking in the sun. You remind me of it. Cats seem to be like that, free, open, and always true to themselves. Tang Qing, you're special. As Su Chengwen spoke, his fingertips lightly brushed over the kitten pattern on the bowl, studying his creation carefully as if seeing Tang Qing through the image of the cat. Chapter 82. The Hated Miss of the Dating Show, 31. Chapter 82. The Dating Show's Least Popular Heiress, 31. Since you said this cat resembles me, I must leave my mark. Su Chengwen had painted the cat vividly, and Tang Qing especially loved its eyes, which gleamed with intelligence. Holding a brush, Tang Qing thought of writing her name in seal script next to the cat. It would look more like a stamp that way. After searching on her phone for a while, she finally found the seal script version of her name. Found it. So this is what it looks like. Seal script had particularly intricate strokes. Tang Qing copied the pattern from her phone with great care. Her fluffy head bowed in concentration as she traced each stroke. In that moment, the heiress suddenly looked adorably charming. You missed a spot here, Su Chengwen suddenly said, his fingertip resting on Tang Qing's seal script. You missed a stroke. Where? The strokes blurred together and Tang Qing couldn't immediately figure out where Su Chengwen was pointing. Su Chengwen coughed lightly, glanced at the focus girl before him, and hesitated for about a second. Then carefully he took hold of Tang Qing's hand and guided it to add one more stroke at the lower right of the seal script. Here. His hand holding hers was far less steady than when he'd been crafting ceramics. Tang Qing could feel the slight tremble in his fingertips. He was nervous. With their hands pressed together, the atmosphere suddenly turned intimate. Tang Qing heard Su Chengwen's breathing grow heavier, his youthful excitement impossible to conceal. Woo! This is too sweet. Everyone, show your support for Su Tang with me. Who else gets it? The tension. The chemistry. If they don't kiss now, it'd be criminal. Su Chengwen's gaze is so deep, I could drown in it. Their physical contact instantly set the chat on fire, just like the leads in a sweet romance drama, innocent and heart-racing. After adding the stroke, Su Chengwen quickly pulled his hand back, as if trying to hide his trembling fingers by clasping them behind his back. Tang Qing studied the seal script on the bowl again. Indeed, she hadn't noticed the missing stroke earlier. Hey, Su Chengwen, you seem to know your stuff when it comes to seal script, she said. If he could spot her mistake at a glance, he was probably well-versed in it. Still somewhat embarrassed, Su Chengwen answered, his voice rough, yeah, I've studied a little. The heiress raised an eyebrow. Just a little? I also learned clerical script and bronze script. I took some electives when I was interested. My memory is pretty good, and since I was curious about these, I picked them up easily. Freaking genius. When Su Chengwen had been making pottery, Tang Qing had already noticed. He worked like a pro, steady and assured. Even smoother than her, a love expert who had practiced countless times. This was the difference between a prodigy and an ordinary person. Tang Qing suddenly recalled all those nights she had spent cramming lines, then compared them to Su Chengwen's natural ease just now. A wave of envy welled up. She jabbed at the little cat design. Must be nice being so smart. On the way back with Su Chengwen, the system announced that Su Chengwen's love points had increased to 53. Right before stepping inside, Su Chengwen handed Tang Qing a clay sculpture of a squirrel. What is this? Su Chengwen spoke up, the amber from last time was the first thing I made in the lab. You didn't seem very interested. Bringing up the gift, a hint of disappointment flashed in Su Chengwen's eyes. I noticed you chose that squirrel. Just now in the pottery studio, I made this clay sculpture casually, thinking you might like it too. Su Chengwen indeed had a talent for this. Whether it was the little cat earlier or this squirrel now, both were incredibly lifelike. The genius's craftsmanship was impressive. Even without coloring, the squirrel in her hand was really cute. Tang Qing took the squirrel without hesitation, flashing her usual smile. Thanks. She didn't even like squirrels, she just figured out last time that the squirrel was Mi Yang's. Ugh, it's boiling outside, and you two are just standing around chatting? A sudden voice disrupted the harmonious atmosphere. It was Mi Yang. The guy abruptly pulled the door open, looming in the doorway like a pissed-off guard. Miss Tang, you're quite busy, huh? A new date every day, huh? The unexpected jab left Tang Qing speechless. What's your problem? Who I go out with is none of your concern. Mi Yang was irritated. Ever since hearing about this girl going on a date with Su Chengwen, he'd been checking the door all morning. Finally seeing them return, they just stood outside, all cozy and giggling, so annoying. Humph, no point standing out here. Come in. Stepping aside, Mi Yang suddenly noticed the squirrel in Tang Qing's hand. His eyes widened instantly. Another damn squirrel? What was this? A gift from Su Chengwen? What's the deal with this? Trying to one-up my squirrel? It was just some random trinket he'd torn off his bag, but seeing another similar squirrel suddenly gave Mi Yang a spike of jealousy. Seriously? Had to copy my squirrel? Jealousy flared up in him, and Mi Yang glared daggers at Su Chengwen. Su Chengwen acted oblivious, his gentle eyes still fixed on the young lady. Mi Yang, ugh, even saltier now. Tang Qing, you're back? When Yixuan spotted Tang Qing, her eyes lighting up. Wow! You two are matching today, matching outfits. They had left separately in the morning, so no one noticed earlier. But now standing together when Yixuan seemed to have discovered a new world. Both of you have stripes. And they're blue and white, hee hee hee. With a mischievous grin, just the sight of them standing side by side created a certain vibe. When Yixuan suddenly had an idea and quickly called out to Tang Qing and Su Chengwen. Wait a sec, you two. Let me draw you. When Yixuan worked quickly, grabbing the sketchpad that Xie Jinan had given her before. In just a moment, two chibi characters appeared on the board, both wearing striped patterns. At first glance, they were clearly a couple. Look, what do you think? Doesn't it look just like them? When Yixuan held up the sketchpad, grinning widely. Su Chengwen immediately noticed that the two figures on the board were holding hands, and his face turned a little red. When Yixuan really did seem to see him and Tang Qing as a couple. It's really well done, Tang Qing said generously. So talented. Hee hee, this is what I do. I won't hold you up. You just got back and it's super hot outside, Tang Qing, why don't you go change? The moment Tang Qing was gone, when Yixuan turned around and came face to face with Mi Yang's angry, twisted expression. He gritted his teeth and growled, what's your deal? When Yixuan stared blankly. Huh? Weren't there 3 people right in front of you just now? Why'd you only draw 2? I'm standing right here, damn it. Can't you see me? Put me in there. Chapter 83, The Hated Miss of the Dating Show, 32. Chapter 83, The Dating Show's Least Popular Heiress, 32. That evening, the production team had arranged a classic dating show staple, watching a horror movie together in the screening room. Can I skip this? Mi Yang was the first to frown after reading the movie details. Ever since he was a kid, he'd been creeped out by this kind of thing. Just imagining what a mess he'd be inside the screening room made him cringe. Especially in front of Tang Qing, it would be so embarrassing. Who would have thought you'd be scared of these things? Tang Qing leaned against the dining table, amused at watching his face change repeatedly. If you're scared, sit next to me. A fortune teller once said I'm tough as nails, I'll protect you. Sit next to Tang Qing? He glanced at her instinctively. She wore solid-colored pajamas, her damp and tousled hair falling like seaweed after a shower, looking soft and inviting as she smiled at him. Again, that same dewy, soft gaze directed at him. Mi Yang turned his head away, deliberately avoiding her captivating eyes, his tone stiff. Humph, who said I'm scared? It's like you might be the one screaming later, he added with that grumpy comeback before marching right into the screening room. When he entered, when Yixuan had already picked a spot, clutching a pillow in excitement as she waved Tang Qing over. Come here, Tang Qing. Let's sit together. Tang Qing checked out the seating, 2 rows, front and back, each with 4 seats. When Yixuan had chosen the seat at the very end, if she sat beside her. Clearly when Yixuan wanted to steer clear of Xie Jinan. All right. Grabbing a cushion, she took the seat next to an Yixuan. The next to enter was Su Chengwen. The academic ace scanned the room and, without hesitation, sat to Tang Qing's left. True to his gentle and considerate nature, Su Chengwen had prepared juice for all the female guests. When Yixuan was delighted as she accepted hers. Wow, you're so thoughtful, you even brought drinks. My pleasure. As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Tang Qing. Is the air conditioning okay? Should I turn it up a bit? His voice was soft. Tang Qing was only wearing pajamas and looked like she might get cold. Before she could answer, Mi Yang butted in with some attitude. Hey, Su Chengwen, I'm wearing shorts too. Why don't you ask if I'm cold? Some favoritism going on here, he added. Only then did Tang Qing notice that Mi Yang had chosen the seat farthest from her, diagonally across the room, glaring her way, clearly annoyed. His eyes were fixed on the juice in his hand like he was trying to laser through it with his eyes. What now? Jealous again? She got it now and gave Su Chengwen an extra bright smile. Thanks, I'm good for now. Damn it. She didn't even look my way. What's with that smile for Su Chang-wen? Mi Yang grew even more displeased, yanking angrily at the cushion's fur. Gradually the guests arrived in the home theater. The seating arrangements were calculated, and Xinshin deliberately sat behind Tang Qing, forcing a seat between Xiang Xiuran and Tang Qing. Xia Jinran, unsurprisingly, positioned himself directly behind Wen Yixuan. From his angle he could just see her little head bobbing slightly. Watching his ex-girlfriend's head, Xia Jinran's expression softened. He gently tapped Wen Yixuan's shoulder and handed her a tin of candies. Your favorite. Thrown by her ex's public move, Wen Yixuan's cheerful expression instantly cooled. She turned her face away and replied stiffly, I don't eat these anymore. Undeterred, Xia Jinran simply smiled and took back the tin. Even when rebuffed, he maintained his infuriatingly gentle demeanor. The interaction didn't escape the sharp-eyed viewers, and the flood of comments immediately speculated about their relationship. These two are definitely hiding something. You could tell from their last date, they must have known each other before. I'll never forget Wen Yixuan's expression when she saw Xia Jinran LOL. Wait, guys, check out Dr. Xiang's expression too, it's pretty telling. He clearly wanted to sit behind the heiress, but Xinshin deliberately took the spot first. The look he gave her was practically murderous. Ha! Mi Yang still glaring at Su Cheng-wen. He arrived first but had to be stubborn and pick the farthest seat. In the weird tension, the horror movie finally began. Just the opening credits had Mi Yang jumping. Damn it, who picked this film? Dr. Xiang, you're a doctor, so these scenes shouldn't scare you, right? In the darkened room, Xinshin's breathy, shaky voice piped up. I've never watched anything like this before, so today. At least you're sitting next to me. Her fragile, wavering tone was peak damsel in distress act, unfortunately for her. Xiang Xiuran wasn't buying it. He shot back coldly, Dr. Xiang, if I get scared later. Can I hold your arm? Edging nearer, and Xinshin tried again to close the gap. I'm really so scared. As she spoke, she inched even closer. Xia Jinran clearly knew when Yixuan, Su Cheng-wen was already by Tang Qing's side. With Xiang Xiuran being the closest to her now, and Xinshin tried to regain some footing. Through the dim glow of the screen, all she saw was his impassive face. His earlier warmth had vanished, replaced by the same cold reply, no. Yeah, I'm terrified too. Scared? He looked bored stiff. And Xinshin seethed, but every time she inched closer, Xiang Xiuran only moved further away, keeping her at arm's length the whole time. Seeing that Xiang Xiuran was about to retreat to Shijia's side, and Xinshin had no choice but to give up. Ha ha, he runs, she chases, he's got nowhere to run. This is kind of funny. Dr. Xiang is still the same chase Dr. Xiang. And Xinshin is pretty brave too. She looks delicate and fragile, but after such a terrible first date, she still can't get over Dr. Xiang. And Xinshin's whispered requests didn't go unnoticed by the viewers. By this point in the dating show, the relationships among the contestants had undergone a complete 180. Originally, Xinshin had been the fan-favorite female contestant, but now she and Tang Qing had completely swapped roles. Just as the movie reached its most terrifying moment, a sudden distorted sound effect pierced through the room. Right in the center of the screen, a face suddenly appeared. Jesus! Mi Yang screamed first, outscreaming the movie itself. As Mi Yang shrieked, Tang Qing suddenly felt a pair of hands cupping over her eyes. Su Chengwen's voice came softly in her ear, don't look.